Throughout the annals of human history, there has never been a shortage of remarkable scientists who have transformed the world. From Newton's law of universal gravitation to Einstein's theory of relativity. From Mark Hughes' antimatter propulsion to Weinberg's God particle. The emergence of Lorentz Li's warp theory marked a significant stride towards humanity's aspirations, ushering in the era of interstellar exploration and colonization, where adventure and the quest for new frontiers became humanity's foremost desires. Over the course of 3 centuries, amidst cycles of war and peace, the Galactic Alliance was eventually established, heralding a new order for mankind. The Galileo Space Science Research Station and SCLAS facility of the Galactic Alliance stands as the closest research station to the heart of the galaxy, dedicated to studying the linkages with parallel dimensions. Doctor, the Council has rejected our funding request, and the Rubik's Cube research project is to be halted, a scientist reported, surrounded by his colleagues in the station. The elder, despite his advanced years, displayed a vigorous spirit, his silver hair shimmering with vitality. Upon hearing the news, he erupted in a furious tirade. These swine only care about money. Science is divine, magnificent, and omnipotent. How can it be measured by currency? The surrounding scientists, all of whom were at least in their 50s, could only laugh helplessly, aware of their own powerlessness. After all, 2 decades of stagnation had rendered closure inevitable. 20 years prior, an obscure space physicist named Alan Turing published a paper on the theory of parallel space equivalence. At the time, it garnered little attention, although human technology had advanced significantly. The concept of parallel space remained as enigmatic to humanity as the moon was to ancient peoples. However, a consortium supported Turing's research, organizing an expedition that captured a mysterious Rubik's Cube from the Galileo star region, the closest point humanity could reach to the galactic core. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Galactic Alliance, and Alan Turing was heralded as the 5th individual poised to alter the course of human history, gaining renown across the Alliance. Yet, after 2 decades of research, progress remained stagnant. The Rubik's Cube, though seemingly indestructible, revealed no extraordinary properties and offered no reverse engineering insights. Rumors began to swirl, suggesting that the entire endeavor was a mutually beneficial publicity stunt between Turing and a prominent commercial consortium. With the research station facing imminent closure and all data set to be sealed, the scientists would be disbanded, and Alan Turing himself would face an investigation by the Alliance. Calmly observing the soldiers' brutish actions, Turing wore a faint smile. After all, what were 20 years in the realm of great science? Doctor, you cannot wander off. A soldier blocked Turing's path. The elder raised an eyebrow, exuding authority without anger. I need to use the restroom. What? Do you expect me to sprout wings and fly? The soldier momentarily faltered, lowering his arms. For this was the same man who had once been the most celebrated figure in the entire Galactic Alliance. Moments later, alarms blared throughout the space station as a spacecraft launched into the void. Soldiers sprang into action, only to be obstructed by a throng of scientists, hesitant to engage. These individuals were the elite of the Alliance, and any harm inflicted would bear severe consequences. As a result of the delay, the small spacecraft shuddered and entered subspace. A bunch of unseasoned pups think they can catch me. Alan Turing pressed a button, initiating a warp flight. Chaos erupted within the space station as warships launched haphazardly into the void, akin to headless flies, underestimating the fervor of the scientists. The Alliance spent a decade searching fruitlessly for Alan Turing. Due to rampant magnetic storms in the Galileo star region, the likelihood of the small spacecraft escaping was exceedingly low, prompting the Alliance to abandon further efforts. After all, the nature of this incident was far from honorable, and gradually, it faded from collective memory. In a distant solar system, the cradle of humanity, Earth, the benefits of interstellar migration had led to improvements in the planet's environment. Although it was no longer the most advanced region of the Galactic Alliance, it still maintained a commendable standard. On the lush lawn beside a picturesque artificial lake, 2 youths lounged, each clutching a can of beer, the ground littered with a chaotic array of beer bottles. One, stout with a square face and large ears, wore a sparkling limited edition galactic chain around his neck, a treasure sufficient to sustain an average family for half a year. The other, of ordinary appearance, bore a subtle yet unforgettable smile that evoked an indescribable feeling. Boss, all roads lead to Rome. Heroes often emerge from humble beginnings. Military academies are insignificant, just say the word, and well conquer the galaxy together. The shorter, sturdier youth leapt up, wielding his beer can like a microphone, exuding an air of bravado. Beside him, Wang Zheng raised his foot to kick. Conquer? This little setback is nothing. I can handle it without your consolation. The Asia Region God of War Military Academy, one of Earth's 3 premier military institutions, and a cradle for elite commanders and pilots, had recently delivered the results of their genetic assessments to the duo. Yan Xiaosu scored 68, while Wang Zheng managed a mere 28. Genetic scoring serves as an evaluation of one's genetic potential, aiding in talent selection. Scores above 80 are deemed elite humans destined for excellence across various sectors. A passing score is 60, with the core programs requiring a minimum of 70, while other disciplines mandate at least 60, ensuring efficient utilization of federal resources. Admission to the core program of the God of War Academy involves 3 components: genetic assessment, theoretical evaluation, and an interview. Wang Zheng found himself crashing spectacularly at this first hurdle. Yan Xiaosu was left speechless. Wang Zheng's score of 28 was unprecedented, as scores below 40 had become virtually mythological. Boss, it must be a malfunction with the machine. Let's retest, Yan Xiaosu suggested. It's not a big deal. Military academies aren't the only option, Wang Zheng replied with a self-deprecating smile, realizing it was unlikely that he alone had erred. He recalled the first time he saw the Federation's mecha recruitment advertisement as a child, captivated by the majestic scenes and aspiring to it. Yet, reality had denied him any opportunity to try. Yan Xiaosu also struggled to comprehend a score of 28 meant that Wang Zheng wouldn't even qualify to enlist as a volunteer soldier, effectively extinguishing his dreams, and there was nothing anyone could do to assist. By the way, I have something to ask of you. Yan Xiaosu straightened, adopting a serious expression. Go on, quit pretending to be solemn. Yan Xiaosu produced a fragrant, golden embossed letter from his pocket. Boss, I have admired you, Jing, for a long time. With graduation approaching, I've decided to confess my feelings. Wang Zheng sat up. That's great. I support you. Go for it. A real man must seize his destiny. Boss, you know I've always been timid. I'm asking you to deliver this letter for me. As brothers for life, I entrust my future to you. Yan Xiaosu clutched Wang Zheng's hands tightly, gazing earnestly with his watery eyes. Wang Zheng hastily withdrew his hands. Enough. Don't gross me out. You always use this tactic. It was merely delivering a love letter, and Wang Zheng didn't mind. He understood Yan Xiaosu was deliberately changing the subject. Come on, let's toast to my impending victory in love, Yan Xiaosu exclaimed, and the two of them drank heartily, emptying the remaining beers. Watching Wang Zheng's retreating figure, Yan Xiaosu shook his head. Having indeed checked Wang Zheng's test results again, there was no error. What a world this was. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Zheng sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing of family heirloom technique, touted as a treasure of humanity's millennia of civilization, which he could rely on for sustenance should he find himself unemployed. He had practiced the 8-section breathing method since childhood, and it had become a habit over time, serving no other purpose but to calm his mind effectively. On the wall hung a massive poster of a gleaming mecha, which Wang Zheng dreamed of piloting one day. Nearby, the notice of his genetic score stood out starkly. Yan Xiaosu had not returned for the night, clearly still engaged in the popular mecha combat game, God of War Covenant. Wang Zheng had no interest in its popularity. He sought not virtual pleasures, but the tangible thrill of a mobile soldier's roar upon the ear. That moment, he would feel like a deity. Perhaps he could only experience it in his dreams. Wang Zheng tore down the poster that had hung for 4 years, staring blankly at the ceiling, then suddenly rolled over to retrieve it, painstakingly reattaching it. Since childhood, this singular goal had been his. Without it, what else could he pursue? Dawn High School, one of the key institutions in the Asia region, boasted a breathtaking campus filled with the vibrancy of life and youth in the morning light. Wang Zheng adhered to his routine of morning training, as early rising maximized efficiency and gradually built confidence. Although it seemed futile now, years of habit were hard to break. Of course, today held significant importance. After training, Wang Zheng headed straight for the academic building. In the distance, 2 girls approached, one clad in a pale yellow tank top, adorned with exquisite diamond earrings and golden curls, exuding a regal aura akin to a princess. The girl beside her was similarly dressed in high-end fashion, while Wang Zheng could not discern the brands. He recognized their value from Yan Xiaosu's enthusiasm for luxury labels. The girls walked hand in hand, heads held high, striding gracefully down the center of the path, their long, slender legs moving with a lively elegance, radiating youthful exuberance that dazzled all around. Yu Jing and Yi Zissou, the unparalleled beauties of Shuguang High School, one the daughter of an Asian regional council member and the other hailing from a family of billionaires. Despite being students, they frequently graced the headlines, existing as true celebrities in the eyes of ordinary students. To be candid, while they are undeniably beautiful and pleasing to the eye, Wang Zheng finds himself inexplicably indifferent to such girls. As Yin Xiaosu would describe it, he possesses a certain emotional detachment, or perhaps an immaturity. It is worth noting that Yin Xiaosu has conducted extensive theoretical research and is merely awaiting practical application. The two young ladies before him seem to treat the school's walkway as their personal runway, reveling in the envious gazes of those around them. Wang Zheng strode directly towards the pair, and the two girls, seemingly accustomed to such encounters, slowed their pace. Chapter 2. A slip of the foot. Wang Zheng approached Yu Jing and inquired, "Are you Yu Jing?" Yu Jing cast a fleeting glance at Wang Zheng, her eyes scanning him in a mere 3 seconds. That he appeared to be a bargain bin item, unfamiliar and unremarkable, a silent presence in the school, akin to a waste of space. With a slight lift of her cheek, she replied nonchalantly, "I am. Hello, this is for you." Wang Zheng began to present a love letter from Yin Xiaosu, but was abruptly interrupted by Yu Jing's impatient dismissal that "I'm not interested in you. Keep this trash for yourself," with a practiced nonchalance. Yu Jing turned away, leaving Wang Zheng in a metaphorical ice cavern. Beside them, Yi Zissou smiled faintly, shaking her head at Wang Zheng. "Zissou, I have 29 this month. That's 5 more than you," Yu Jing declared triumphantly. Her responses varying depending on the confessor. If it were someone worthwhile, she might offer some consolation, but this particular case was akin to a toad. Best to quash any hopes outright. That Yi Zissou remained cheerful, retorting, "If you consider someone with a gene score of 28 as one of them, then I have no objections." Yu Jing paused. "Are you saying he is the Wang Zheng who made history at our school?" Yi Zissou couldn't help but chuckle, while Yu Jing's expression darkened. With her strong sense of pride, being admired by such a person was a disgrace. The two girls spoke plainly, their words reaching Wang Zheng's ears without restraint. Wang Zheng stepped forward, but Yu Jing's impatience intensified upon seeing him. "What do you want now?" "Classmate Yi, you are mistaken. This love letter is from my friend Yin Xiaosu, who has feelings for you." Despite the harshness of her words, Wang Zheng remained unperturbed. "Yin Xiaosu?" Yi Zissou burst into laughter. "Xiaojing, you've struck gold. This Yin Xiaosu is from the wealthy family that produces sanitary napkins, the Little Lucky Star brand." Yu Jing's expression turned to one of pure fury as she ripped the love letter to shreds and threw it at Wang Zheng's face. "Get lost," she shouted, turning on her heel to leave. Yi Zissou, however, was thoroughly entertained. Despite being friends, they were also rivals, and she had never witnessed Yu Jing so humbled. Yi Zissou laughed. She suddenly noticed Wang Zheng was simply watching quietly, devoid of anger or disappointment. "Ah, you're not upset?" she asked, intrigued. Wang Zheng smiled faintly. "A dog may bite a person, but a person does not bite a dog. It is my friend's fortune to see her superficiality." With that, Wang Zheng strolled away leisurely, thinking it for the best. Such a woman was ill-suited for Yin Xiaosu. She would only bring misfortune. Yi Zissou stared for a moment, surprised by Wang Zheng's demeanor, realizing that he had a knack for appearing cool. This incident was merely a minor episode for Wang Zheng, that he had contemplated it all night, grappling with the idea of not giving up. Perhaps enlisting directly in the military could be an option. Even as a logistics soldier, it was a possibility that it was said that soldiers who performed well might be sent to military academies for further training, potentially even promoted to mobile warriors. That he truly believed he could become a commendable soldier. Having grown up without his parents, Wang Zheng had cultivated a strong sense of independence over the past 16 years. Yet, this recent evaluation had dealt a significant blow to his confidence. "Wang Zheng, do you believe in yourself, as you do in the evaluation?" Before long, Wang Zheng found himself standing on a large rock by the lake, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, his spirits lifting considerably. 28 is just 28. What of it? Throughout human history, many have succeeded without innate talent. Einstein was once considered a fool, and Alan Turing nearly failed to get into university. I, Wang Zheng, shall undoubtedly become a glorious mobile warrior. War God Academy, prepare to welcome your master. Charge! Roaring with youthful exuberance, Wang Zheng leaped into the air, envisioning the gates of War God Academy ahead, unyielding in his pursuit to midair. A sobering thought struck him. Wait, I can't swim. Splash! From a distance, a cacophony of shouts erupted. Someone jumped into the lake. Quick, save him! After a night of contemplation and a leisurely midday, Yin Xiaosu emerged from his retreat, feeling exceptionally fortunate. The days of vacation for youngsters were always so liberating. He had triumphed in most endeavors, thoroughly enjoying himself, as a super VIP in this space. He indulged in a sumptuous lunch, then opened his campus news app, casually browsing the latest updates, with graduation approaching. The atmosphere in the school had grown somewhat tense, as many were disheartened by their gene evaluations that a bold red headline caught his attention. Only fresh, sizzling news would appear in such a hue. Yesterday, Yi Zhisu achieved a staggering gene score of 92, delivering a crushing blow to the losers. Beauty, intellect, and wealth combined, she is the goddess. An ardent male made a failed confession to the goddess Yu Jing. He jumped into the lake to make a statement. The post had garnered over 1,000 replies, as it seemed everyone had been feeling too pent up lately. The news arrived like a timely rain, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Yin Xiaosu chuckled, well, if you dare to compete with me, you must bear the consequences of tragedy. Good news, of course, should be shared with friends. He promptly dialed Wang Zheng's communication device. Once connected, Yin Xiaosu erupted like a hyperactive mushroom. Boss, did you see the school paper? Some new age fool confessed to my goddess and ended up jumping into the lake. Can you believe it? Is there anyone more foolish than him? This guy is destined to be enshrined in the annals of our Dawn High School history. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Hey boss, are you listening? Meanwhile, Wang Zheng lay on a hospital bed, holding his communication device, articulating each word carefully. Yin Xiaosu, I am the very new age fool you speak of. Destined to be enshrined in history. Yin Xiaosu sprayed his drink all over the service attendant. Wait, this girl isn't suitable for you. Wang Zheng sighed. Indeed, did he then summarize the situation? Boss, I was just trying my luck. I was so touched that you jumped into the lake to make a statement. Yin Xiaosu babbled excitedly. You truly are a brother, willing to sacrifice yourself for unrequited love. Get lost. I slipped, Wang Zheng shouted, while Yin Xiaosu on the other end laughed uncontrollably. Talk about irony. One can choke on even the simplest of waters. At that moment, the school doctor approached. All right, you should go home and rest. Young man, you can't even handle a minor setback. What will you do in the future? Wang Zheng's face flushed with embarrassment. He had truly made a spectacle of himself that he could only smile awkwardly and nod. Thankfully, tomorrow was the weekend, allowing this matter to cool off for a couple of days. Who was the fool that published this in the school paper? Wang Zheng had inadvertently become famous, with a gene score of 28 and now a lake-jumping incident. He had gone from obscurity to notoriety in a matter of moments. The magnetic levitation public transport ride from school to home took merely 20 minutes, yet it felt quite remote, having long left the city. Not bothering to return home, where no one awaited him, Wang Zheng headed directly to the nearby bookstore. The store was owned by an elderly man, affectionately known as Old Jia, who had been running the shop for nearly a decade. In an era where reading in bookstores had become a cultural indulgence, the problem was that Old Jia's collection primarily consisted of esoteric texts, particularly in science, leading to a sparse clientele. Wang Zheng treated his visits as a chance to converse with the solitary elder. And over time, they had formed a friendship. Old Jia had two passions, drinking and teaching. Wang Zheng was his only pupil. Old Jia, I'm back. I'm starving. Wang Zheng threw down his bag and made a beeline for food. You little rascal. You'll be the death of me. Old Jia replied, leisurely flipping through a book. Have you finished reading the A Fong number theory? Completed it, but there was nothing particularly novel in it that I must say. Why don't you get a communication device? It would be much more convenient. After a long day, Wang Zheng's stomach truly growled with hunger. Once he finished Old Jia's assignment, he could enjoy free meals and lodging here. This peculiar arrangement had lasted over 8 years. From the fundamentals of number theory to his current studies, Wang Zheng had advanced far beyond the school curriculum. Old Jia remained silent, patiently waiting for Wang Zheng to finish eating, that he then pointed to a chair across from him. Come, let's chat. What do you think about Ifong's theory of untouchable spatial laws? Right or wrong? Wang Zheng wiped his mouth. Compared to A Fong, I prefer Turing's parallel theory. There indeed exists a cosmic energy barrier between parallel spaces. Yet according to momentum theory, at some point, there will be an opportunity for natural docking, albeit with a near-zero probability of occurrence. Old John nodded in satisfaction. Kid, you are born to be a scientist. To become a mobile warrior is a waste of such intellect. How did you know my gene score is only 28? Wang Zheng blurted out. Old Jia was taken aback. 28? You truly are remarkable. Wang Zheng wished he could slap himself for speaking too soon. With a resigned shrug, he said, My life was given by my parents. It cannot be changed that I have no interest in becoming a scientist. Life is about movement, something the elderly cannot comprehend. Old Jia, however, did not laugh. I hope that no matter what you encounter, you can maintain your optimistic spirit that you'll become a significant figure. You must face life with a smile. Old Jia, don't speak as if you've encountered significant figures before. Once I receive my diploma, I plan to enlist in the military, that I may not be able to visit you as often. Wang Zheng stated resolutely. Old Jia smiled faintly. You think highly of yourself. Don't you? At your age, you've done quite well. Remember, mathematics is the foundation of all things. Even if you become a mobile warrior in the future, it will serve you well. Physics provides a grand perspective of the universe. Understanding one concept leads to understanding all. Be a warrior with intellect. Old Jia, a fervent devotee of science, often found it inexplicable how he ended up running a small bookstore. Every time he mentioned this, a certain pride would emanate from him. Boy, you are soon to reach adulthood, and this is my gift to you. Saying this, Old Jia placed a rather simply wrapped box on the table. Wow, could it be true? The legendary miser Old Jia is actually giving a gift. The sun must be rising in the west. He wouldn't be trying to fool me, would he? Wang Zheng hurriedly glanced out the window. You little rascal, how could I be like your father? I am knowledgeable. He is merely a charlatan. Old Jia chuckled, reminiscing about how, when he first arrived, he became friends with Wang Zheng's family. After Wang Zheng's parents departed, he entrusted the boy to Old Jia. Wang Zheng did not argue. He had never encountered a bookstore owner as erudite as Old Jia. Even if he couldn't become a university professor, he could certainly hold his own in conversation. Life is governed by fortune, young lad. Even the nearly impossible pursuit of traversing parallel dimensions relies on luck. When luck is on your side, it's absolute. The breathing technique your family passes down is actually an ancient treasure of humanity. At 28, you may seem worthless in this world, but in another, you could be a genius. Old Jia, could you not be so blunt? You truly lack the art of consolation. This old man seemed to derive joy from building his happiness on others' misfortunes. Haha, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. At this moment, Old Jia spoke mysteriously. Old Jia, are you feeling all right? Wang Zheng thought Old Jia was acting rather strangely today. However, he wasn't the only one. Wang had been having a string of misfortunes lately. Damn it, I must have had too much to drink. I'm feeling a bit dizzy that I need to close up shop and rest. You can leave now. Old Jia waved his hand dismissively. Wang Zheng chuckled, snatched the gift, and dashed out. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Old Jia revealed a slight smile. 28. The world has no idea what true genius is. One day, you will make this world tremble. Upon returning home, Wang Zheng dutifully practiced the 8-section breathing method. Otherwise, he found it impossible to calm his mind. That would be a lie to say he wasn't discouraged. He felt quite extraordinary for not succumbing to depression. Was he truly meant to pursue academia? The thought of sitting in an office all day, writing and drawing, made him feel dizzy that he had no inclination in that direction, despite considering scientists to be the greatest group among humanity. His gaze fell upon the gift Old Jia had given him. Wang Zheng leaped up, grasping the gift. It was small yet surprisingly heavy. He tore away the outer wrapping. He was taken aback to discover that the silver box was made of metal, exuding an air of sophistication that seemed incongruous with Old Jia's usual demeanor. His anticipation grew. Upon opening the box, he found a dark iron block inside, resembling the shape of a Rubik's Cube he had played with as a child. What on earth was this? He rummaged through the box, but there was no instruction manual. Wang Zheng tapped the iron block. It was solid. Biting down on it confirmed its hardness. He almost lost a tooth. What was this thing for? A hidden weapon. It was heavy enough to knock someone unconscious if thrown. Could it possibly be made of gold? The little miser immediately rolled up his sleeves and began rubbing it vigorously, imagining that beneath the black surface could lie a dazzling gold. Wang Zheng chuckled to himself. This was his first gift upon reaching adulthood. He would be grateful to old Jia, even if it turned out to be a worthless piece of scrap metal. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him. The iron block felt smooth but had unexpectedly broken his skin, and it began to suck his blood like a leech. He flung it away, but it wouldn't budge. In a flash, a burst of golden light erupted, and Wang Zheng felt as if he had been struck by a maglev train. What the hell was happening? Even if it were a tragedy, some foreshadowing would be appreciated. This was the last thought that crossed Wang Zheng's mind at tick-tock, tick-tock. It seemed like the sound of dripping water. Slowly, Wang Zheng opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness. Where was he? A sharp pain throbbed in his forehead, but the components of his body appeared to be intact, that he silently observed his surroundings. It felt like some kind of cold ground, and the pitch blackness obscured everything. Is anyone there? Could someone turn on a light? Wang Zheng cautiously called out, having never encountered such bizarre circumstances in his life. Boom! In an instant, a blinding white light flooded his vision, nearly blinding him. Once he finally regained his sight, he was almost scared out of his wits by what stood before him. That a red entity stood almost nose to nose with him. A skeleton skull. The exclamations echoed thunderously in the space, nearly knocking Wang Zheng unconscious. After howling for a while and receiving no response, he felt a bit embarrassed. He found himself in a sealed room, surrounded by pure white squares, facing what appeared to be a robotic figure. Though he had no idea who designed it, it looked like a skeletal frame, and it would be far more appealing if it were not so grotesque. What kind of place is this? If there are any living beings here, let out a sound. Wang Zheng shouted, having experienced more absurdities in one day than in the previous 15 years. How had he ended up in this peculiar house? Gene assessment commencing. The skeletal robot suddenly extended its hand, and a red light enveloped Wang Zheng. Thankfully, it wasn't painful, just slightly itchy. Moments later, a string of information appeared before him. Wang Zheng male, original genes preserved intact. 15 years and 10 months, gene assessment score 18. This number stood out glaringly. Wang Zheng felt an urge to curse. What the hell? This is blatant bullying. At 28, I was already embarrassed enough, and now I've dropped another 10 points in just a few days. If this continues, I'll be no better than a pig. This must be a nightmare. However, the skeletal robot suddenly saluted, congratulating Wang Zheng on passing the assessment, stating his score was genius level with the potential to become a war god, with a success rate of 100%. Shall we initiate the super soldier program? Wang Zheng flushed, clearing his throat. Please don't mock me. Regardless of my lack of talent, I owe my existence to my parents, and I am grateful to them. This test carries no margin for error. Shall we initiate the super soldier program? The robot stated with unwavering precision. Communication was seamless, and Wang Zheng quickly understood that this was the super soldier system of the fallen Lan Empire, designed to select and cultivate exceptional talents. The cube served as a special training space where time almost stood still. It was also the Lan Empire's ultimate weapon for conquering the universe. Yet, the Galactic Alliance had no notion of such a Lan Empire, let alone the technology for time manipulation. What a far-fetched fantasy. Hey, who is playing a prank? Let me out, or I swear I'll make you pay for this. Wang Zheng resolved to take a serious tone. But 3 seconds later, he was convinced. The skeletal robot delivered a rather persuasive electric shock, proving that sometimes force is the most convincing argument. Under the oppressive gaze of the skeletal robot and the flickering lightning of its hand cannon, Wang Zheng did not hesitate to choose the super soldier program. Recognizing the times and adapting was part of his family's teachings. Phase 1 of the super soldier program initiated. Matching techniques. 2 silver orbs of light appeared in the space, sweeping over Wang Zheng. This time, it was somewhat painful, and he widened his eyes in curiosity. Everything before him felt surreal. What on earth was old Jia up to? Unity technique. 3 ancient characters materialized in the air, now a rare sight. Congratulations, you have matched the Unity technique. All methods converge into one. Throughout the 10,000 years of the Lan Empire's history, only 3 individuals have matched this technique. The first phase of the training task is to achieve the first level of Yuanjue. 32 training methods. 32 points of light appeared on the skeletal robot, and Wang Zheng finally understood the rationale behind this form. What could be clearer than this? In another parallel universe, humanity had taken a different developmental path. Technology existed, but the emphasis lay on uncovering inner strength that in terms of gene assessment, the differing approaches yielded starkly opposite results. To put it simply, one relied on physical enhancement with technology as a supplement, while the other prioritized the body and used technology to assist. Yet, Wang Zheng sensed that the latter seemed more terrifying. The skeletal robot explained in detail, seemingly perplexed by the concept, but Wang Zheng found it truly clear. This was somewhat akin to the breathing method he had inherited, just more complex, that he had been lured into practicing the breathing technique since he was 3. With the promise of a lollipop from old Jia, who would have thought it would prove useful here? Shall we initiate the meridian opening technique? The skeletal robot inquired. Hearing such a coarse term as opening, Wang Zheng felt a sense of foreboding. Cough. Is there an option to refuse? No. The robot brandished a collection of gleaming silver needles, each over 30 centimeters long. What does it intend to do with those? Wang Zheng thought, feeling a surge of anger that in an instant. 32 silver needles pierced Wang Zheng's body, causing him to shiver, but the sensation was not unbearable. 3 seconds later, the space echoed with Wang Zheng's cries as a powerful electric current surged into his body, following the flow of the current to open his acupoints, guiding his spirit. Wang Zheng found himself in a state of semi-consciousness, unable to fully succumb to the depths of oblivion. The notion of executing his martial arts practice seemed utterly absurd, as his body had relinquished all control. Yet, at that moment, the breathing technique he had mastered since childhood began to operate autonomously, wondrously guiding the flow of energy. The IT expanded from 8 segments to 16, and then from 16 to 32. With each activation of an acupoint, Wang Zheng's agony diminished slightly. Time became an indistinct blur, and gradually, his awareness returned, allowing him to concentrate his intent on stimulating the acupoints. Finally, when all 32 acupoints were interconnected, forming a complete circuit, the energy dissipated, leaving him devoid of sensation. When Wang Zheng opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by the sight of the skeletal robot before him. Congratulations, Soldier Wang Zheng. You have set a new record for awakening, completing the preliminary cycle in just 10 days. The robot praised with meticulous formality, executing a precise military salute. Despite the commendation, Wang Zheng felt no sense of complacency. The courteous demeanor of the skeletal robot belied its ruthlessness. Am I allowed to leave now? He inquired. For the time being, you must solidify your martial arts practice and complete the first level, alongside some targeted basic training for soldiers, the robot replied. Perhaps attempting to soften its expression, it managed a somewhat unsettling smile. Clearly, the robot lacked any understanding of the necessity for rest and immediately commenced the training regimen. Stance training, it commanded. Wang Zheng thought to himself that anyone who squats for an entire day would be driven to despair, that he had previously trained in push-ups, long-distance running, and sprints, all within the realm of normalcy. Yet, in this instance, the robot was nothing short of a demon. On the first day, unable to contain his frustration, Wang Zheng asked, "Will squatting like this really make me a super soldier?" "Apologies. Your inquiry exceeds the scope of my responses," came the robot's dispassionate reply. Wang Zheng surrendered to the futility of the conversation, that he could sense some benefits to this balanced training. But was it truly necessary? Once commenced, halting was not an option. Any deviation from the prescribed movements resulted in electric shocks. Worse than squatting for a day was the prospect of squatting for 6 months. Wang Zheng began to wonder if his legs would become deformed. The monotony was maddening, and in that madness, he discovered that practicing the unification technique was the only way to pass the time, that he truly felt his spirit of optimism being tested to its limits. After 6 months, the robot finally introduced a new task. The space was filled with a series of cylindrical pillars, and Wang Zheng's assignment was to traverse them. Whenever a pillar illuminated, he was to ascend it immediately, for the original would vanish. What would happen if it disappeared? Nothing catastrophic, save for a fall of approximately 6 meters. Would it hurt? It felt like a brush with death. Wang Zheng believed he was trapped in a dream. But the pain was very real, though the glow of his bones always seemed to heal him. Human potential tends to be unleashed in moments of adversity. To avoid succumbing to madness, Wang Zheng began to leap around like a kangaroo. Gradually mastering the 32 segments of the unification technique that a month later, he found himself exuberantly bouncing from pillar to pillar, having learned that this was known as plum blossom pillar training, a mere arrangement of numbers and shapes. Once he mentally mapped it out, everything became considerably simpler. Bone structure, this is no longer a challenge. I am invincible, he declared. Indeed, the robot replied, ever direct and unembellished. Then, the pillars remained pillars, but their diameters shrank from 20 centimeters to 10. The height remained 6 meters, yet the ground was now littered with an array of spikes that belie the heavens. I have a fear of clusters, Wang Zheng exclaimed. Chapter 4. The god of war packed Wang Zheng's entire being tingled, and as his mood soured, he soon understood the meaning of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. The wails echoed unceasingly. Wang Zheng began to comprehend what it meant to be a genius. It was nothing but a pitfall. How foolish he had been, duped by mere flattery, that he desired to escape, but the skeletal structure insisted that he could not leave until he completed his training, that he contemplated quitting, but the structure warned him that for lazy soldiers. It had prepared 108 methods to awaken their fighting spirit, none of which Wang Zheng had any desire to endure. Acquainted with the plum blossom pillars, Wang Zheng spent half a month mastering them. Astonished at his own potential, that he wondered how this related to becoming a super soldier. Did the Lan Empire truly believe that mere bouncing would suffice? Regardless, he would no longer fret about dancing in the future. Human potential is boundless. Soon, Wang Zheng realized that fears of heights, clusters, and weaponry could all be conquered. After a fortnight, he began to taunt the skeletal structure, his only source of amusement. Any new tricks today? Whether it's not worms or stinky bugs, I fear them not. Wang Zheng nimbly hopped from pillar to pillar, even raising a middle finger at the structure. However, what awaited him was not some grotesque abomination, but rather an exquisitely beautiful naked woman, her skin as delicate as porcelain and her eyes as gentle as autumn waters. Wang Zheng's anguished cry erupted once more, that I am still a minor. Can you not maintain some boundaries, bone structure? The skeletal figure appeared to revel in his distress, its electric shocks delivering a cruel satisfaction. Failure bore punishment. After half a month, Wang Zheng finally grasped the essence of existence. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, and even rosy flesh is but a skeleton. Just when he believed the plum blossom training had concluded, the configurations shifted once more. The pillars he had trained on were merely the Big Dipper pillars. Now he faced the 3 stars, the starry sky, the heavenly gang, and the 8 trigrams pillars. That a change in pattern seemed simple enough, but completing these formations took over 5 months. The interference tactics were relentless. The skeletal structure introduced swarms of venomous snakes, blade formations, heaps of corpses, nests of maggots, and even some types he had never encountered before. Whatever could disturb or disgust Wang Zheng was unleashed upon him. Wang Zheng's sole source of joy lay in retreating to a corner to draw circles after training, each circle enclosing a skeletal figure. Ultimately, this hellish year passed, and Wang Zheng's practice of the unification technique had reached remarkable proficiency. A warm sensation, akin to a small finger's width, coursed through his being, something he had occasionally felt during the 8-segment training, but now it was entirely different. Congratulations, you are now ready to proceed to the 3rd training phase, which is also the final part of your first stage plan, the robot announced. For the first time in a year, Wang Zheng found the skeletal structure to be almost endearing, that he embraced it. Exclaiming, "Dear bone structure, though you may be ugly, you are truly kind, that I shall miss you dearly. Once you have stored sufficient combat energy, you may begin the 2nd stage of training," the skeletal structure replied calmly. Wang Zheng's inner laughter erupted. "You think I would return? Dream on." Training reminder. According to the Super Soldier Confidentiality Program, if you fail to accumulate sufficient combat energy within 2 years, a humane destruction protocol will be activated. The robot stated with utmost seriousness. "What? Destruction? What do you mean? Are you for real?" Wang Zheng cried out in despair. "That I look forward to your next visit," the skeletal structure replied, its expression revealing a hint of stiffness. As Wang Zheng felt the space around him dissipate, he experienced a profound sense of detachment. "That my God, bone structure, you haven't even explained what combat energy is," he shouted. "You can't do this to me." With a sudden start, Wang Zheng awoke, finding himself back at home, the room reeking as if 1,000 foul odors had fermented for ages. that he promptly flung open the windows, nearly suffocating from the stench. What on earth is this? Oh, the sun, the earth, the divine presence. He has truly returned. After a moment of pause, he glanced at the clock on the wall. How is this possible? He distinctly remembered having spent 2 years within the super soldier system. Yet only 2 days had elapsed here, that it was now Sunday evening, and upon opening the celestial news, he confirmed it was indeed correct, although he had missed dozens of messages from Xiao Su. He slapped his own face. Where's the Rubik's Cube? It had vanished. Were it not for that empty box, Wang Zheng would have doubted whether he had merely dreamt a long, drawn-out dream. Suddenly jolting, he crouched down, clutching his head, tears welling up, cursing, almost painfully overwhelmed. Yet there was no time for such thoughts that in a swift motion, Wang Zheng dashed towards old Jia's bookstore, only to find the place deserted, save for a letter resting on the table. Kid, don't ask that I don't know either. Keep a low profile, be careful not to get dissected. Good luck. Oh, and I took your reserve funds. Consider it tuition for these years. Reserve funds? Damn it, that was Wang's life savings. This meant that the soon-to-be adult Wang Zheng had nothing left but the 300 coins in his pocket. How long would that last? After 10 minutes of clearing his mind, he realized he was still alive. The Rubik's Cube had transformed into a tattoo on his chest, and he was indeed different now. This was not a dream, and old Jia was clearly no ordinary old man. He was a rogue. How could he have the heart to exploit a poor student? What a travesty! A few hundred meters away from the small house, a window silently observed the frantic Wang Zheng at that moment. Old Jia had undergone a transformation, his face betraying a mix of emotions, nostalgia, excitement, and joy. Little one, I knew you could do it. I truly hope I can live a few more years. Wang Zheng took whatever food remained in the bookstore. Even the expired items. Curse it, he had now become a complete pauper, forced to save every penny. Fortunately, having followed his father since childhood, he had grown accustomed to it. After all, in this day and age, attempting to deceive others with a millennia-old legacy was no easy feat. He truly could not fathom what his beautiful mother saw in him. AS for combat energy. Who could fear death after enduring 2 years of such hellish training? Youth, sunshine. I, Wang Zheng, have returned. Boss, I thought you had gone missing. Yin Xiao Su exclaimed in desperation. The reason she called Wang Zheng boss was primarily for assistance with her homework. It had become a habit. Wang Zheng was undoubtedly a genius when it came to assignments, a fact that Yin Xiao Su greatly admired, even if he barely scraped by in every exam. Missing? Nonsense, he had just woken up. Hearing Yin Xiao Su's voice again was akin to encountering a goddess in Wang Zheng's mind. Ahem, boss, there's something I need your help with that we're missing one player that I know you're not interested. But today is my first match in the promotion tournament that I've been preparing for 3 months. Originally, Xie Yusin was supposed to join, but she bailed on me at the last minute. Can you really bear to leave me hanging? Yin Xiao Su said, her eyes glistening with tears that to Wang Zheng's surprise. He readily agreed. No problem. Boss, I love you for life. Get lost. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Wang Zheng needed a shower. He felt he was on the verge of becoming unbearable. Things that had previously held no interest for him now intrigued him. Living truly felt wonderful. Brother Internet CAF. This was the most popular Internet CAF near the school, aptly named. No brotherhood, no passion. Without comrades, it was difficult to navigate the God of War alliance. Even if you had for skilled players, a single weak link could doom the entire team. 1 against 5? What a far-fetched notion. The God of War Alliance, abbreviated as CT, was a pan-galactic mecha battle game, with mobile suits becoming the most ubiquitous tool and weapon in human life, a perfect blend of biological and mechanical technology. Through tactile interfacing, actions taken by a pilot in the cockpit would translate into the movements of the mecha that, of course, operating a real mecha imposed significant physical demands, while CT required none of that, making it exceptionally accessible. However, to become a master, one needed an exceptionally strong combat awareness, skills, and experience. Chapter 5, Fragile Skin. Upon its release, it immediately became a sensation throughout the Galactic Alliance, attracting a multitude of female players. The Galactic Finals of the God of War Alliance, held every 4 years, ranked among the top 10 most viewed programs in the entire galaxy. There was no denying that youth dictated the mainstream. In every match, victors earned points ranging from 1 to 10 based on their performance, while losers faced deductions of 1 to 5 points. Accumulating 1,000 points allowed one to enter a promotion match. Success would elevate them to bronze rank, simultaneously qualifying them for ladder battles. The professional terminology was bro, you're finally no longer a novice. Players were categorized into 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. The 10 strongest diamond players from each planet were revered as kings. It is noteworthy that there were only 10 individuals of such caliber on any given planet, and their influence rivaled that of celebrity stars that as for Yin Xiaosu, despite her constant boasting before Wang Zheng. She had yet to earn any titles, remaining a fresh rookie. Securing enough points for the promotion match was crucial, as failure would incur a direct penalty of 50 points, necessitating a restart. This led some to resort to underhanded tactics, seeking assistance from skilled players, such as Yin Xiaosu. Xie Yusin was another close friend of Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu, yet she was entirely different from them, with a genetic score of 90. Despite her somewhat effeminate name, she was strikingly handsome and exuded a cool demeanor. Many in the Dawn community found it baffling that someone like Xie Yusin would associate with Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu, as it seemed to lower her status. At this moment in the brother internet CF, Yin Xiaosu was busy apologizing. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me a moment. My buddy will be here shortly. Hurry up, we charge by the clock. Understood, understood. Thank you, thank you. Yin Xiaosu had no choice but to put on a smiling face, as it was not easy to secure 3 bronze-level players to help him through this ordeal. With Xie Yusin, victory was practically assured. Aside from his looks, his skills were formidable, and his lack of advancement was merely due to limited playtime. That it was of no concern if he was inexperienced. He could simply remain at home. Rest assured, esteemed players, I will make the necessary arrangements. The trio across the video nodded. 3 bronze players could easily dominate 5 novices. The disparity in strength was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. CT was easy to pick up, yet becoming a master was challenging. While there was no physical burden, proficient operation required qualities akin to those of a certified pilot. Before long, Wang Zheng arrived that he had some understanding of CT. Having observed those around him play, including Yi Yun, boss, you're reliable in critical moments. Quickly, this one is yours. Just walk in and register an account. Listen to the captain's commands later. These players were quite expensive. Charging by the clock, so Yin Xiaosu dared not delay. Wang Zheng stepped into the simulated cockpit, and it was surprisingly reminiscent of reality. No wonder so many were drawn to it. With a headband, 2 wristbands, and 2 ankle bands, a dazzling display lit up his vision, revealing an enchanting figure that appeared almost human. The CT game guide, adorably charming and nice. That it was said that many male players were initially attracted by her. Welcome to the God of War Alliance. Please confirm your ID and select your desired mobile suit. Before Wang Zheng stood 5 gleaming mechs. Despite knowing they were artificial, he felt a surge of excitement. As for the name, Wang Zheng suddenly smiled and decided to call it Skeleton. The 5 mechs offered to novice players included 1. Magic Wolf V-Type, Assassin, 2. Rampage Beast 3, Tank, 3. Bata V-Type, Warrior, 4. Hunter 3 Output, 5. God of War number 1, Self-Selected Weapon. Among them, the Magic Wolf and Rampage Beast belonged to the Beast-Type series. The Magic Wolf was highly agile, suitable for complex terrains, leaning towards the assassin role, while the Rampage Beast was an assault type, designed for breaching fortifications. The Bata and Hunter were humanoid mechs. The Bata was a balanced warrior, a classic training machine already in its 5th generation, while the Hunter was a sniper type, excelling in stealth and long-range attacks. The God of War number 1 was a novice-exclusive humanoid mech. Unremarkable, primarily designed for familiarization with basic operations, equipped with selectable alloy combat knives and laser guns. The most ordinary type, allowing novices to battle against computer-controlled mechs. Let that rookie hurry up and select. We can't waste time. A voice interjected. ID. Rampage Warrior, a Bronze 2 rank, was the highest among the 3 bronze players. Known for his temper, Yin Xiaosu quickly nodded. Boss, just pick any. You only need to fill the spot. Wang Zheng had intended to take a moment to understand the options available, but seeing Yin Xiaosu's urgency, he casually selected God of War number 1. As it had a flashy name, in a flash of light, their team's 5 mechs manifested, and a small window displayed the details of the other 4 partners. Yin Xiaosu's ID was High Wealth Handsome, with no title, piloting the Rampage Beast 3, known for its toughness and ferocity, but its mobility was its Achilles heel, a fact not surprising given Yan's timid nature. Wang Zheng's ID was blank, marking him as the most outstanding rookie. The other three avatars bore bronze-colored glows, signifying their status. ID: Rampage Warrior, Magic Wolf V-Type ID. Just love to dominate, Bata V-Type ID. Not saying a word. Hunter 3, all three were Yin Xiaosu's hired helpers. And there was no doubt that the captain was Rampage Warrior. He had participated in several promotion matches before, as long as they played it safe. There shouldn't be any major issues. The three would handle the combat, while the other two novices merely needed to assist in clearing out the robots. However, upon seeing Wang Zheng's choice, all three were left in shock. What the heck, kid? Why are you using a fragile mech? Have you lost your mind? Rampage Warrior exclaimed in frustration. What exactly is a fragile mech? Wang Zheng found himself in a state of bewilderment for the first time, resembling a curious child utterly indifferent to the anger radiating from his opponents. The expressions of those around him were filled with exasperation, as if they were questioning from which crevice of stone he had emerged. Just stay put in the fortress and don't venture outside, exclaimed the Berserker Warrior. Hi, handsome, and wealthy. This task has become considerably more challenging. I demand an increase of 20% in compensation. Yin Xiaosu wiped the sweat from his brow. Responding, no problem, I appreciate the great deity. I truly feel embarrassed for causing you trouble. Yin, in his eagerness, had momentarily forgotten that Wang Zheng had never encountered such technology before and hurriedly began to explain. The War God number 1. Its name sounds impressive, yet it is impractical in real combat. It's not that this mech is subpar. Its performance is adequate, and it strikes a balance between offense and defense. The primary flaw, however, is the absence of an energy shield. A mech without protection is akin to facing a fully armed opponent in the nude. It's utterly unmanageable, and one misstep could see even the weakest of robots overpower it. The team mode consisted of 5 against 5, with each side possessing a fortress that periodically produced robots to assault the enemy. The ultimate goal was to demolish the opposing fortress in this free matchmaking system. Players could summon friends for assistance, yet the identity of the opponents remained a mystery, relying entirely on fortune. The 5 adversaries made their entrance. Wang Zheng disregarded the disdainful gazes directed at him, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within. He had never anticipated such a profound sense of realism, which surely explained the allure it held for so many. The countdown to battle commenced. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. A blinding flash illuminated the arena as everyone plunged into the fray, the tactile sensations indistinguishable from reality, while the other 4 members entered a state of heightened alertness. Wang Zheng resembled an infant taking its first steps. That he had long dreamt of piloting a mech, but never imagined it would come to fruition in such a manner. With a gentle step forward, he experienced the authentic sensation of the mech's foot striking the ground. Gazing skyward, he yearned to unleash a primal roar. This is astonishingly exhilarating. No wonder Yin Xiaosu is so infatuated. Meanwhile, the other 4 mechs had already surged outward, with 3 bronze-tier players leading the charge, and Yin Xiaosu positioned centrally. Overwhelmed with excitement, he suddenly remembered Wang Zheng's presence on the screen. Wang Zheng was awkwardly maneuvering the arm of War God No. 1, raising his head, shuffling awkwardly, taking a hesitant step forward, then retreating. The Berserker Warrior and his companions took note of Wang Zheng's predicament. Hey, where did this exceptional little kid spring from? Yin Xiaosu stifled his frustration, eager to chastise, but refraining, for the deity must not be offended, especially as he was affiliated with the Hunter Legion. He is new to this, so let us be understanding, he said with a forced chuckle. The trio, being mercenaries, were not inclined to be excessively harsh. Nonetheless, they were internally vexed that a modicum of skill could have alleviated some of their burden, but as it stood, their chances appeared bleak. The opponents pressed forward, and given Yin Xiaosu's circumstances, it was unlikely they would face a weak adversary. Yet encountering 3 veterans meant they were destined to capitulate. Suddenly, Wang Zheng accelerated, causing the mech to wobble precariously, nearly toppling over. Yet within the cockpit, he wore a radiant smile akin to a child who had discovered a cherished toy. Although it was not a genuine mech, Wang Zheng found it impossible to resist its allure. On the opposing side, the fortress had begun producing expendable robots, and the air was filled with the sounds of cannon fire and explosions. Wang Zheng remained where he was, akin to a newborn learning to walk. Recognizing that his task was to stay put, he resolved to do just that, contemplating that he might truly engage with the game at a later time. Ever since being bested by Bone, he had come to terms with the idea that life should be savored to the fullest. The battle for the central line erupted, and chaos ensued. The communicator crackled with the Berserker warriors' urgent warnings. "Watch out, they have veterans on their side. Everyone stay alert." The Berserker warrior remained professional, acutely aware that reputation was at stake, as business relied heavily on word of mouth. Yin Xiaosu's heart sank as he realized they were up against equally seasoned opponents. It was turning into a fierce struggle. However, he doubted that their opponents could afford such extravagant expenses. Indeed, they had only hired two, yet their skill level surpassed Yin Xiaosu's, and they outnumbered him in the midst of the chaotic skirmish. Yin Xiaosu unleashed a barrage from his laser gun, only for alarms to blare suddenly. "Get back! You're out in the open!" The Berserker warrior shouted, but it was too late. The slow beast was already lagging behind. While Yin Xiaosu, caught up in the thrill of battle, had advanced recklessly. Realizing he was isolated, he found himself engulfed in flames. Damn it. The Berserker warrior refused to retreat. Doing so now would mean certain defeat. With Yin Xiaosu as bait, the trio quickly launched their assault, determined to eliminate the enemy's wolf demon. The energy shield of the slow beast faltered under the relentless onslaught, crumbling into flames in mere seconds. "High, handsome, and wealthy. Over." Yin Xiaosu grimaced in frustration. After dispatching him, the opposing team immediately withdrew, clearly demonstrating the Berserker warrior's exceptional skills, which had left the enemy's wolf demon on the brink of collapse. However, their numerical superiority allowed the wolf demon to escape. This was a significant loss, resulting in a 5-3 scenario, igniting the Berserker warrior's fury. As a bronze-tier player, he was incensed to be outdone by a novice. "High, handsome, and wealthy. Your tactics have left us helpless. That guy contributed nothing, and now we're doomed," grumbled the Berserker warrior. Yin Xiaosu's chubby face mirrored his indignation, his tone shifting slightly. "Deity, this ain't how things should go. You boasted endlessly beforehand, and when it mattered most, you faltered, belittling my brother, that if we win, I'll pay double." Despite his typically placid demeanor, Yin Xiaosu could no longer tolerate the relentless jabs at Wang Zheng. It seemed they had reached an impasse. Such a golden opportunity might not present itself again for quite some time. The power of money is formidable. The three mercenaries exchanged glances, realizing that to maximize profits, they would need to increase the difficulty. Who would have thought Yin Xiaosu would be so generous, nodding in agreement. They resolved to take this matter seriously. "Let us not hold back. Since High Brother is so forthright, we'd be remiss not to show our true capabilities. The old rule applies. Let us take them down." The Berserker warrior and his companion nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the "let us take them down" initiative transformed into a leadership role, despite the fact that while the Berserker warrior had the highest rank, the "let us take them down" player possessed superior skills, albeit lacking a notable track record. The trio's execution improved significantly, and Yin Xiaosu finally recognized he had been outmaneuvered. Their initial high demand had merely been a tactic to extract more money. The "let us take them down" player boldly infiltrated from the left, drawing attention while the Berserker warrior and his companion flanked from the side. The fierce battle captivated Yin Xiaosu, while Wang Zheng reveled in the joy of piloting the mech. Keenly observing the unfolding conflict, an overwhelming desire surged within him, causing his hands to tremble. That it must be said, seriousness is the enemy of folly. As a CT expert, once one becomes earnest, trivial matters fade into the background. The trio showcased their skills, gradually turning the tide despite their numerical disadvantage. The enemy's wolf demon lay in tatters, ultimately succumbing to a swift execution. That shot was stunning, prompting Yin Xiaosu to applaud in admiration. The deity truly is magnificent. However, the position of "let us take them down" was also revealed 10 minutes later. Both sides engaged in a fierce clash at midfield. The Berserker warrior fell, and the companion was also defeated. "Let us take them down" managed to eliminate 3 opponents, yet met the same fate. At that moment, the enemy's slow beast charged forth. The sniper-type mech faced the tank-type mech in a devastating encounter. Both sides fought valiantly, and the slow beast seized the hunter, ripping it apart with a thunderous roar. The opposing team erupted in cheers, while the slow beast's howl echoed triumphantly on Yin Xiaosu's side. A heavy silence descended. Had they fought casually, a loss would have been acceptable. Yet having invested so much effort, they were now on the brink of failure. The Berserker warrior and his companions struck the control panel in frustration. The slow beast surged toward the target fortress, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration coursing through them. Not far away, they spotted another target. The slow beast players were startled, initially suspecting a trap, only to discover war god no. Damn it. No wonder it hasn't emerged. It turns out, a fool chose the wrong mech. Wang Zheng, having unknowingly stepped out of the fortress, was met with the exuberant call of "Let us take them down." Use the laser gun. There is still a chance. Shoot him. Take him down. Yin Xiaosu urged frantically. Wang Zheng, eager to comply, faced a dilemma. Where was the gun? The suffocating lament echoed in his ears. Choosing war god no. One was already a blunder, but how could one go into battle unarmed? Had anyone ever seen a soldier enter the battlefield without weapons? Yin Xiaosu collided with the wall in disbelief. What a disaster. On the opposing side, the slow beast mech reveled in the moment, having never encountered such a novice after prolonged combat. IT opened a public channel, taunting, "Little one, I'll ensure you remember this moment forever." The slow beast surged forward with an unstoppable force aimed at Wang Zheng. Yin Xiaosu sighed deeply, and the other three, to be honest, were too disheartened to even curse. This was beyond a blunder. It was a chasm of despair. Just when they thought they had grasped a lifeline, it turned out to be an illusion. The war god number 1 stood there, oblivious to its fate, as vulnerable as a fragile shell against a heavily armored beast. Death was the only outcome. With a resounding crash, the battlefield erupted in fireworks. An agonizing silence followed as the computer judge's voice, filled with emotion, declared, "Ironheart Berserker, over. Total annihilation. Red team wins." In that instant, the opposing team began their celebration. Yet the next moment, all were left in shock. Wait, the victors are the red team? It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The system has malfunctioned. Yet the only entity standing on the battlefield is the battle god No. 1, alongside the Savage Beast Model 3. The machine exploded. Wang Zheng, with closed eyes, absorbed the impact of that moment, suddenly opening his eyes to emit a piercing brilliance, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Oh my god! The final kill, captured in slow motion. The Savage Beast warplane charged forward, and Wang Zheng's hands, trembling with extreme excitement, suddenly became as calm as ice. The battle god mech leaned forward at a 45-degree angle, and under the violent collision, it was instantly pushed back 4 to 5 meters. Astonishingly, it held its ground. What followed was even more miraculous. Taking advantage of the inertia, the massive Savage Beast Model 3 was flung into the air, crashing upside down into a golden bell. The head of the Savage Beast warplane smashed into a giant rock, folding and twisting upon impact, followed by a magnificent explosion that a defenseless battle god No. 1. Look at that. This is true mastery. You all are mere amateurs, a disgrace to your entire family. The 5 opponents quickly logged off, not wishing to linger for even a second longer. The fully armed Savage Beast was taken down in an instant by someone with nothing but a fragile exterior, a humiliation that could only be compared to losing face on the grandest scale. The 3 bronze-tier players on the other side had no reason to boast either, hastily logging off without even the pretense of pleasantries that they exited the Brotherhood Internet CAF. Yin Xiaosu was unable to contain his excitement, more thrilled than when he successfully advanced to the bronze tier. "Boss, you were incredibly lucky. I told you, fortune turns with the tides. You must be on the rise now." Yin Xiaosu was no novice either. For a fragile character to withstand the impact of the Savage Beast, was it not sheer luck? Wang Zheng smiled faintly, though internally, he was far from as composed as he appeared at that moment. He felt truly alive, as if a door had swung open as, "Oh, this is what combat feels like." Suddenly, Wang Zheng began to yearn for the day he would return to the cube. This was merely the first stage. What other wonders lay ahead? Originally, Yin Xiaosu intended to treat Wang Zheng to a grand meal, but his father, in a fit of rage, summoned him away. This fellow even resorted to using his tuition fees to hire a substitute player, which infuriated old Yin to no end. Upon returning home, Wang Zheng removed his clothing and scrutinized the cube mark on his chest. In the instant the battle concluded, the cube had inexplicably burned him. He recalled what Bone had once said about combat energy: it's all about combat comprehension. Technique is lifeless. To truly merge with one's essence, practical experience is essential, ultimately creating a combat system that resonates with oneself. That is the combat energy of the cube. Each super soldier is unique. Wang Zheng examined the cube mark closely, noticing a faint white line at the bottom with a small red. This was his combat energy line. As for military combat, that was off the table. He certainly couldn't resort to street fighting as a gangster. The CT was undoubtedly tailor-made for him. Without the threat of being destroyed, Wang Zheng couldn't help but whistle cheerfully. Where there's a will, there's a way. At Shuguang High School, during the final stretch before graduation, most were busy preparing for the exams at the Battle God Military Academy, while the majority relished their last moments of high school life. Following the Jin event, Wang Zheng gained renewed fame, and along the way, Yin Xiaosu cheerfully greeted others. "Boss, don't I look handsome today? Why are so many girls staring at me?" Yin Xiaosu remained blissfully unaware, prompting a wry smile from Wang Zheng, who realized that this troublemaker often left him to clean up the mess. Two girls approached, seemingly waiting for them. They were the prominent figures of Shuguang High School. Yu Jing and Yi Zisu. Both had dressed meticulously. The youthful, fair-skinned girls needed no makeup, yet exquisite accessories adorned them, complemented by specially tailored uniforms that showcased their figures splendidly, leaving the surrounding boys in awe. "Wang classmate, my birthday is this Sunday. Do you have time to attend?" Yu Jing inquired, her gentle smile blooming like a garden in full bloom. Beside her, Yin Xiaosu was utterly spellbound. He had never witnessed Yu Jing speak so softly before. Wang Zheng stammered, feeling no connection to such individuals, but Yin Xiaosu, unable to contain himself, jumped in. "Of course, we would be honored to attend you classmates' birthday party." Yin Xiaosu promptly inserted himself into the conversation. You must be Yin Xiaosu, indeed quite adorable," remarked Yi Zisu. Yin Xiaosu was filled with a euphoric sense of elation, puffing out his chest, feeling like a man for the first time in his life. The surrounding students were astounded. Attending the goddess's birthday party was no privilege afforded to just anyone. Chapter 7. A poem. It is said that besides the elites of Shuguang, several seniors from the Battle God Academy would also be attending, presenting a golden opportunity for mentorship. Yet, why would she invite these two? "Well, I look forward to your presence. I shall send the invitations shortly," Yu Jing stated. Today, both Yu Jing and Yi Zisu exhibited unusually amiable attitudes. And Yin Xiaosu found himself in close proximity to those he admired, completely oblivious to his own surname. "Boss, what do you think my chances are?" Wang Zheng shrugged. These two girls were exceptional beings. If Yin Xiaosu fell for them, he might not emerge unscathed. What could he say? In every situation, there remains a possibility. He hoped for Yin Xiaosu's good fortune that in the distance, Yu Jing and Yi Zisu laughed joyfully. Clearly amused by the two fools that on that day, they will be even more surprised, Yu Jing coldly remarked. She had heard from Yi Zisu about Wang Zheng's disregard for her, and with her lofty self-regard, she intended to teach this fool a lesson about unattainable heights. The lazy frog yearning for the swan is a sin. The lazy frog ignoring the swan is an even greater sin. Class had devolved into a casual gathering, with everyone discussing their futures and aspirations. Those with secured plans were particularly passionate. Finally, Yin Xiaosu could enjoy a carefree nap, knowing the teacher wouldn't mind at this moment. While Wang Zheng contemplated his own future, military school was out of the question. His gene count did not even qualify him to participate, that he could only wait for the conscription 3 months later. Now, he needed to think about how to survive these 3 months, which felt akin to graduation, requiring only a certificate to mark the occasion that he had to strategize for tomorrow's sustenance. Opening Tianxuan, job postings appeared clearly. Yet most required prior experience, with ages typically over 20. Such opportunities were not suited for a mere high school graduate. Wang Zheng scanned through in frustration. Would he truly starve? After school, he embarked on his job-seeking journey. A rather awkward predicament. He was caught between high aspirations and lowly options. However, a position as a kitchen aide at Quanjuxing Duck Restaurant seemed feasible. Standing at the restaurant's entrance, Wang Zheng adjusted his expression, donning a kind and sincere smile, reasoning that such a position likely required minimal skills. Just as he was about to push the door open, it swung open on its own. How fortuitous! Suddenly, a figure crashed into him, and Wang Zheng instinctively sidestepped. Help, a bad guy is chasing me. A pair of fair, jade-like hands clutched Wang Zheng's arm, and as the duckbill cap tilted slightly upward, it revealed a grimy little face. Sighing, he thought, alas, we are all lost souls. Two well-dressed black-suited waiters burst forth, one of them cursing, "You little brat, daring to dine and dash, seeking death. Pay up, or we'll take you both down." Truth be told, Wang Zheng wished he could dismiss them with a wave, leaving without a trace. Yet for some inexplicable reason, those pitiful eyes tugged at his heartstrings that he could only imagine the trouble he'd face if Bone caught wind of this. "How much is it?" Wang Zheng asked, speechless that a meal here shouldn't cost more than a few dozen bucks. Why the need for violence? "Well, it's $530. Consider it a discount at 500 flat." Came the reply that "Don't fool me. Your meals are worth at most 100 or so." Wang Zheng exclaimed, bewildered. "Nonsense. That girl ordered one of everything on the menu." Wang Zheng learned a valuable lesson. If you're broke, don't play the hero that "I only have 300 bucks. Take it or leave it. Otherwise, we're off to the police station." Wang Zheng shrugged nonchalantly. "Or just beat me up? I don't mind," although somewhat vexed. Giving up halfway was not Wang Zheng's style. The two waiters froze, staring at Wang Zheng's 300 bucks, snatching it away. "You little punks, scram." One of them threw a punch at Wang Zheng, but with a thud. The assailant immediately clutched his hand and hopped around in pain. Wang Zheng touched his face, quickly retrieving 100 from the 300. Thinking it wasn't enough, he could always come back for more. When someone strikes your left cheek, it's wise to offer your right cheek as well. 100 bucks can last several days. The two exchanged glances, their hands swelling, and with a furious glare at Wang Zheng. They fled. Wang Zheng shrugged in resignation. Clearly, he wouldn't be returning to this establishment. Why was finding a job so difficult in this day and age? A little tail had begun to follow him. Wang Zheng halted, turning around to find the little tail had stopped too, looking up with those same pitiful big eyes. Damn it, Wang Zheng thought, suppressing the urge to shout. The sight of this filthy girl's eyes possessed a strange power. "Classmate, we are both lost souls. You needn't thank me, but please don't follow me to be honest. I'm penniless. What I just offered was my entire fortune, and I have no lead on my next meal. I might end up dining and dashing myself." With that, Wang Zheng turned to leave. He had to find work. This was no laughing matter. Without food, even a mighty warrior could be rendered soft as candy. Yet the little tail stubbornly continued to follow. "Little girl, if you keep following me, do you believe I will hit you?" The dirty girl appeared to be about Wang Zheng's age, clad in ill-fitting sportswear, her pitiful expression making her seem even smaller. Instantly, her tears began to fall, and Wang Zheng felt at a loss. He chided himself for being shameful. How could he raise his voice at a girl? "Apologies, I must introduce myself. That my name is Wang Zheng. What is yours?" Suddenly, Wang Zheng realized that the person before him seemed to be of a similar age, making it awkward to refer to her as a little girl. The young woman had tears glistening in her eyes, and she lamented, "I don't know. I can't remember anything." Wang Zheng felt a bit lightheaded. He hadn't yet secured a job and had inadvertently brought back an extra burden. He named the girl Xiao Shi, a code name derived from the sound of amnesia. Fortunately, there were still provisions at home. Wang Zheng rummaged through his belongings, almost turning the house upside down until he finally discovered 80 yuan. And then 180. Life wasn't too shabby after all. Upon entering Wang Zheng's modest abode, Xiao Shi appeared to find a sense of tranquility that contrasted sharply with the fear she had felt outside. "Xiao Shi, why don't you freshen up? I'll prepare something to eat." That I must confess, the scent emanating from this young girl was somewhat unseemly. After a long day, with nightfall approaching, Wang Zheng was already famished. Instant noodles and cola would suffice as a meal. The sound of water ceased in the bathroom, and Xiao Shi timidly emerged wearing Wang Zheng's t-shirt. "That I'm sorry. This was the only piece I could find. Wear it as you like. Tomorrow, I'll take you to..." Even with Wang Zheng's usual composure, he found himself momentarily entranced. Could fortune truly be smiling upon him, allowing him to serendipitously encounter a fairy? Her long, slightly curled lavender hair, dyed somewhere, appeared remarkably natural. Her skin, as smooth and luminous as white jade, was something Wang Zheng had never seen before. Most striking of all were her starry eyes, clear and sparkling, rendering Yizissa merely a sweet potato in comparison. She exuded a refreshing aura. My goodness, such a beautiful Xiao Shi could fetch a handsome sum. Wang Zheng mused, running his fingers through his hair. Xiao Shi, sitting across from him, gasped, "Zheng, please don't sell me. I'm quite strong and could do many tasks." "Just joking." Wang Zheng felt a twinge of guilt for teasing a girl with amnesia. At that moment, he noticed that Xiao Shi was clad in his shirt, which barely covered her backside, revealing long, straight legs that could only be described as a work of art. Every inch of her was perfection, an existence that seemed almost impossible. "Wow, this girl is not as young as I thought. It's strange for me to be like this." Xiao Shi tugged at the hem of her shirt, a gesture that struck Wang Zheng with even greater impact. "Ahem, Xiao Shi, tomorrow I'll take you to check the Tianxuan public service system and then send you home. For tonight, let us make do here." Wang Zheng forced his attention back to his noodles, cursing under his breath. After 2 years of training his composure, it had all collapsed in an instant. "Thank you, brother." Xiao Shi's voice was melodious, soft enough to penetrate the heart. She polished off her noodles in no time, unabashedly belching afterward. Life, after all, is about eating, drinking, and sleeping. What a joy! Wang Zheng took everything in stride. "I'll sleep on the sofa. You can take the bedroom." He tossed off his shoes and stretched out his feet in sheer comfort. For him, sleep was a source of happiness that in the past. Even sleep had been a nightmare, but now, this mundane existence felt like paradise. Almost 3 seconds later, Xiao Shi was serenaded by the sound of Wang Zheng's snoring. His room was not cluttered, as it contained very little. As Xiao Shi lay on the bed, a glimmer of light sparked in her eyes, while the rumbling snores from outside were anything but courteous. Unable to resist, she smiled softly, finding amusement in such a silly fellow. Though the bed was uncomfortable, her spirits remained high. At dawn, Wang Zheng set out for his morning exercise. The bones had advised that to become a super soldier, one must cultivate both inner and outer strength. Internal training was essential, while muscle and endurance training constituted the external. Both aspects needed to be harmonized for optimal results. Physical fitness had to be maintained, and after a restful night, it was evident that the sudden presence of a girl in his home had created a familial ambience. Not long after entering with breakfast, the doorbell rang urgently. "Boss, open up!" Upon opening the door, Yin Xiaosu appeared unscathed, looking quite well. "Not bad. All parts intact. You think I'd let you off so easily?" Wang Zheng teased. "Damn it, I'm in trouble. But with my charm, I'll manage." "What excuse did you use this time?" Wang Zheng was curious, knowing that Yin Xiaosu was quite adept at persuasion. "Of course, it's the goddess's birthday. I insisted we uphold the reputation of the Yin family. After all, we are well-known figures in the capital." Yin Xiaosu puffed out her chest with a grin. The old man values his image, and the birthday banquet of a councilman's daughter struck right at his soft spot. "I am well prepared this time. If I can win over Yi Zissou, my life will be complete. Shouldn't you also find a target? You can't marry your mech. Graduation is approaching, and you're still a virgin. What a disgrace." "Zheng, do we have guests?" A crisp voice chimed in, causing Wang Zheng to momentarily forget the situation. Yin Xiaosu froze, staring at Xiao Shi in stunned silence, drool cascading like a waterfall. Yin Xiaosu suddenly grasped Wang Zheng's hands earnestly. "Brother, please introduce me to this beautiful lady before us." Chapter 8. Imagination unbounded. Wang Zheng shuddered and hastily pushed Yin Xiaosu away. "Get lost. This is Xiao Shi." Xiao Shi had already stepped forward, gently taking Wang Zheng's arm. "Hello, I am Wang Shi, Zheng Ji's distant cousin. It's my first time on Earth. Please take care of me." Both Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu stared dumbfounded at the ethereal girl before them. Wang Zheng panicked. Was this girl planning to cling to him? Surely not. There seemed to be no familial resemblance whatsoever, that if the boss had even a tenth of her genes, he could easily be the campus heartthrob. Yin Xiaosu mercilessly jabbed at Wang Zheng's pride. "Xiaosu, are you itching for a beating?" After a playful scuffle with Yin Xiaosu, the three of them sat down at breakfast together. "Xiao Shi, aside from my dream goddess, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." "Well, actually, you're just a tad more beautiful than her." "Oh, is she truly that beautiful?" Xiao Shi inquired, her curiosity piqued, as attractive girls often take an interest in other attractive girls. "Yin, I'm trying to eat breakfast here. I might get indigestion," Wang Zheng retorted, feeling indifferent towards Yi Zissou. "What is going on?" Xiao Shi asked, intrigued. "It's a long story. Let me tell you in detail. I asked the boss to help me deliver a love letter. And what happened next?" Ignoring Wang Zheng's stern attempts to halt the tale, Yin Xiaosu launched into the story like a burst of fireworks. Even Xiao Shi, whose standards for humor were high, couldn't he help but chuckle. Was there truly such a foolish person in the world? Yet, reflecting on it, he could very well pull off such a stunt. Tell me, is there anyone more loyal than the boss? Yin Xiaosu declared, as if recounting a tale. Zhenggu, why did you jump into the lake? Xiao Shi's endearing expression resembled that of a curious child. Impulsiveness is the devil. Wang Zheng exhaled deeply, ultimately shrugging in resignation. The past was not something to be revisited. Hearing Wang Zheng's true account, Xiao Shi burst into laughter. Zhenggu, you're simply adorable. Wang Zheng rubbed his nose, pondering if that could be deemed a compliment. After breakfast, Yin Xiaosu insisted on playing the gracious host, and Xiao Shi was eager to have fun. Originally, Wang Zheng planned to take Xiao Shi to investigate the public service system. But seeing her joyful demeanor, he decided to delay that plan. What could a little more time matter? Truth be told, Xiao Shi's smile radiated warmth, making Wang Zheng feel as though he had gained a sister. At the Asia Human History Museum, which chronicled humanity's Bronze Age, Silver Age, and the current Golden Age of interstellar exploration, Yin Xiaosu was rather clueless about it all, leaving the explanations to Wang Zheng. This is the earliest seismograph known to humanity, dating back thousands of years. The principles behind today's supervibrational stellar detection devices are about 70% similar. Wang Zheng explained, having spent years working in a library and reading extensively. Oh, that is one of Dr. Jacques Rogge's masterpieces. Do you understand it, Zhenggu? Xiao Shi asked. Haha, while I'm unsure if it's mere coincidence compared to this seismograph, it simply incorporates the theory of subspace wave vibrations. It is actually quite straightforward. Of course, those who can make such discoveries are undoubtedly remarkable. Wang Zheng had unknowingly adopted old Jia's manner of speaking, although the latter would have scoffed at such a comparison. Almost no one caught his attention. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Shi's eyes. But that was only the beginning. Their conversation spanned a vast array of topics, astronomy and geography in particular. Wang Zheng soon realized that aside from her amnesia, Xiao Shi's other memories appeared intact, and she seemed to be well educated. The memorial for curved flight was immense, a pivotal factor in ushering humanity into the Golden Age. Lauren Li, a citizen of the Aslan Empire, must be acknowledged. This empire had birthed countless scientists, holding an extremely significant position in the history of human development. Currently, our speed surpasses yours by 4 times. But in the future, mainstream travel will likely be achieved through warp jumps, which should greatly enhance speed, Wang Zheng remarked. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaosu had nearly dozed off. Although she had initially been serious, the conversation's depth and dryness proved too much. And without anyone around, she leaned against the great minds for a brief rest, which indeed provided a unique angle. Xiao Shi, however, was genuinely startled. The theory of warp jumps had yet to be made public. This remains a closely guarded secret among the upper echelons of the galaxy, with various nations conducting intensive research. She happened to overhear her mentor mention it in passing, and yet Wang Zheng seemed to possess a considerable understanding of the matter. How could this be possible? Brother Zheng, you must be an exceptionally talented student at the War God Military Academy. Wang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, I haven't been admitted yet. I only have a few days left before graduating from high school. You will undoubtedly succeed. Compared to you, I feel utterly ignorant. Wang Zheng chuckled softly. I was merely speaking casually. Brother Zheng, do you have a girlfriend? You must be quite popular in school, Xiao Shi exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaosu quickly interjected. Sister Xiao Shi, I swear on my life the boss is a virgin. Yin Xiaosu, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll twist you into a pretzel. Even Wang Zheng, with his thick skin, could not withstand Yin Xiaosu's flamboyance. Xiao Shi was momentarily taken aback, and then stifled a laugh, her face turning crimson as she glanced between Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu. Ahem, having wandered around for so long, shall we find a place to rest? Sensing Wang Zheng's irritation, Yin Xiaosu swiftly changed the subject. You wouldn't be thinking of playing CT again, would you? Haha, Sister Xiao Shi, I am quite skilled and about to reach the bronze level. Yin Xiaosu began to boast as soon as the topic was mentioned. Is that so? I haven't played it yet. Is it fun? Xiao Shi genuinely expressed interest. Fun? No, it is incredibly enjoyable. This is the hottest game in the galaxy. It transcends mere gaming. It's life itself, a life of combat. A life of passion, where the fervor of men and the allure of women unfold amidst the sparks of mechs. Yin Xiaosu gestured animatedly, as if addressing a captivated audience from a grand podium. Thus, the three of them took the urban rapid transit system to the brothers' internet SIF boss my private room. Yin Xiaosu shouted as she entered, prompting the owner to greet her with a beaming smile. This is a high-end VIP room, that no problem. How many machines? 3. This is my buddy, and this is my buddy's sister. From now on, their expenses will be on my tab. Yin Xiaosu proudly declared that no problem. Please come in. 3 of you. What would you like to drink? We have nebula water and various beverages, all available for free today. The owner, momentarily taken aback by Xiaoshu's sweetness, suddenly became generous. 3 bottles of Coca-Cola. This was Yin Xiaosu's favorite. Why? Simply because Coca-Cola exudes an aura of dominance, boasting a rich history and a grander image. As long as humanity exists, as long as there is a need for water, Coca-Cola will thrive, perfectly suited for the affluent and handsome. Once they entered CT, Yin Xiaosu was fully immersed in excitement, calling out to friends that, oh no, I forgot, you two are both novices. Get familiar first. I'll jump in a battle. Wang Zheng logged into his account, already having accumulated 10 points with a series of victories. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu entered the ID Oslin's Little Freedom. Yin Xiaosu shook her head. Lack of creativity. Look at my ID, high wealth and handsome. How imposing. Newbies should start with one-on-one matches to familiarize themselves with the match performance and data. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. That I'm off now. You two feel free. There are no cameras here. Yin Xiaosu smirked, knowing that despite the playful banter, she had known Wang Zheng since childhood and had never heard of any relatives that a slow burn type. He needed her expertise in romance. Xiaoshu paused. Are we really that casual? Ignore him. This guy's been acting up lately. Xiaoshu appeared unfazed by this. Equally eager to dive into the action, they exchanged a knowing smile and enthusiastically began their CT journeys. The skeleton was eager to discover the extent of what he had learned in the cube in a dazzling one-on-one mode. ID. Skeleton War God number 1. System matching. The matching considers win rates, levels, and total victories. In a luxurious room, 3 young people were also waiting for their opponents to be matched. The 500 square meter private gaming room certainly lived up to its opulence, with a restroom larger than Wang Zheng's abode. Captain, today you must show us your legendary Pegasus 5 slashes. Is it really feasible for the Wolf Demon V-type to execute the Pegasus 5 slashes? The 2 young men standing behind Ma Xiao were filled with anticipation. Ma Xiao, a diamond-level expert in the Asia region, had these 2 as new members of his Dragon God team. As captain, demonstrating his skills with a low-level account also served to establish his authority. The Wolf Demon V-type had commendable mobility, and its only weaknesses could be exploited by advanced mechs. In this area, it was invincible that it's easy to toy around with a low-level account, Ma Xiao remarked casually. As a top-tier expert occasionally indulges in using a secondary account. The secondary account, Dragon God 007, boasted a flawless record of 3 victories. System matching. Skeleton versus Dragon God 007. Oh no, it's a rookie. This is truly using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. To perish under the Dragon God's 5 consecutive kills would indeed be a stroke of luck. The 2 behind him were ecstatic, as they could witness the captain's first-person perspective, a rare learning opportunity. Both were gold-level players, important reserves for the team, and freshmen at the War God Academy. Are you serious? It's a squishy character. 1 hit, and it's done. Ma Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Unfortunately, this account's level was relatively low, and the opponent, akin to a computer, posed no challenge. Yet the opponent had chosen a squishy character, which was easily dispatched. The platform glimmered as 2 mobile warriors materialized. Ma Xiao, unwilling to waste time, initiated the battle. The Wolf Demon V-type executed a pull lever, a common tactic among experts that slightly delays the action to enhance the mech's instantaneous explosive power, particularly effective for beast-type mechs. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, and the mech charged toward War God number 1, that almost instantaneously. It closed the distance. Watch closely. The timing of the Pegasus 5 slashes is crucial. Chapter 9. Rampaging Rookie. Although the squishy character could not fully showcase the move's might, it offered an opportunity to warm up. In an instant, the Wolf Demon V-type lunged forward, while the squishy character relied solely on its energy shield to fend off the attack. However, the squishy character lacked an energy shield and had only 2 options: to fight back or evade. Could War God number 1 evade the Wolf Demon V-type? War God number 1 retreated slightly, managing to dodge the assault. Ma Xiao smiled faintly, as the follow-up attacks were relentless. Once the Pegasus 5 slashes connected, there was no escape. Retreating meant falling into an abyss. The first strike could be either a feint or genuine, but the subsequent impact would be deadly, leaving no room for evasion. Yet, remarkably, War God No. 1 executed a spin. The assault swept through, followed by a leap. War God number 1 moved like a phantom, narrowly evading the leap. Each dodge was executed with precision, yet Ma Xiao's Pegasus 5 slashes were imminent. A series of actions led to a deadlock, with movements becoming habitual. The Wolf Demon opened its maw. Laser cannon. At such close range, evasion was impossible. Boom. A perfect finishing move. Yet, astonishingly, War God number 1 shifted sideways, showing no signs of hesitation. The entire evasion sequence appeared rehearsed. Just as the Wolf Demon opened its mouth, War God number 1 had already made its move. The attack missed. In an instant, a warning blared, and as War God No. 1 shifted to the left, it charged forward. Being a diamond-level player, there was no time for evasion. The energy shield deployed instantaneously. War God number 1 surged forward, launching an assault. Boom. Upon impact, energy exploded forth, sending Ma Xiao reeling. But War God number 1 pressed on, charging with the ferocity of a cannonball. What explosive force was required for such an advance? The Wolf Demon V-type could not entirely evade, at least sustaining a portion of the impact. And then War God number 1 followed up with a sweeping attack. The Wolf Demon possessed a mechanical tail, granting it remarkable agility, while War God number 1 relied on its legs, which should have slowed it down. However, Ma Xiao sensed impending danger. Boom! A hit. In the next moment, War God number 1 leaped, its titanium blade aimed at the Wolf Demon's chest. In a flash, Ma Xiao countered, but the unbalanced Wolf Demon V-type was sent flying. Just then, the mech suddenly swayed to, oh my god! War God number 1 grasped the Wolf Demon's leg, the titanium blade poised at its head. Boom! The energy shield shattered, and the titanium blade plunged into the Wolf Demon V-type's head. Sparks erupted. Boom! The Wolf Demon collapsed. Skeleton win 2 consecutive victories. The lavish training room fell silent, all in shock. How could this be possible? The Pegasus 5 slashes of a humanoid mech? And it was executed against the founder, Ma Xiao. Was this merely an illusion? Ma Xiao remained still, replaying the series of actions in his mind. Not a mistake. He had made no errors. This had to be his secondary account, yet the opponent's diamond-level skill was remarkably cunning. Who are you, Carlos? Is this your secondary account? Ma Xiao typed a flurry of question marks. Carlos was his primary rival and frequently enjoyed flaunting his skills with War God number 1. The Wang Zheng, on the other hand, paid no mind to Ma Xiao's frustration, recognizing that the opponent was somewhat inexperienced and rushed in with an aggressive attack, a tactic reserved for situations where the disparity in skill was vast. As an unfamiliar adversary, his behavior warranted only a single point. If he were more formidable, he would surely be met with 1,000 volts of lightning. Ma Xiao was infuriated, as the opponent had completely disregarded him and directly proceeded to match with another opponent. He immediately initiated a match, but unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Meanwhile, 2 pinned trending videos appeared in the newcomer section of the CT Asia region's official forum. The titles read, "Guess whose secondary account this is?" Skeleton, 2 consecutive victories. Utilizing the mech model War God number 1, that the click-through rate has already reached tens of thousands, with replies numbering in the thousands as well. While it may not compare to that of celebrities, it has certainly generated considerable heat in the newcomer section. Goodness. One can vanquish the ferocious beasts without any weaponry. This individual must be the alternate account of the first European feral beast. Maru, it could be mere coincidence. Such odds do exist. The feral beast charged forth so fiercely that not many masters have the leisure to engage. The moderator must be rather bored to elevate such commonplace posts, as this is merely an ordinary bronze ranking match. However, with the emergence of the second video, the tide has swiftly turned. This must be Carlos's alternate account. Can anyone guess who Dragon God 007 is? It couldn't possibly be Dragon Horse Ma Xiao, could it? Though few can execute the whimsical 5-kill combo, the technique of the Wolf V-type is simply remarkable, and the fact that War God No. 1 could completely evade it is nothing short of ghostly operation. Astonishingly, They proceeded to unleash the whimsical 5-kill combo, typically reserved for beast-type mechas, while utilizing a humanoid mech. Clearly, the previous occurrence was no mere coincidence. It's hard to imagine this post not going viral. The textbook-level evasion showcases that the whimsical style is a result of extensive research and training. Some seasoned players can no longer hold back their excitement. In slow motion, War God No. 1's evasion neared the brink of impossibility, with anticipation executed flawlessly. Despite Dragon God's impeccable attacks, perfection in moves is unattainable. Only perfect strategies exist. Aina also secured a victory, yet accustomed to the tactics of true mobile warriors, finds little interest in such entertainment. Instead, she is curious about Wang Zheng's gameplay. How skilled is he? Wang Zheng's third opponent has appeared ID. Chaos Era Gunner Hunter Type 3, with 130 victories and a win rate of 53. Ranked at bronze level 5, that while Wang Zheng's 2 consecutive victories are not particularly rare, his high win rate prompts the system to randomly match him against stronger opponents. Yet to find himself matched against a bronze level 5 player after merely 2 battles is surprising. Although it is a lower-tier bronze, it is sufficient to wipe out all novices. Once a rank is established, the disparity with average players becomes quite substantial. Skeleton vs. Chaos Era Gunner was initially an unremarkable match. Yet numerous players who viewed the video on the official forum became intrigued. Such an ordinary battle attracted hundreds willing to pay to watch. The Chaos Era Gunner was also taken aback. Such good fortune? In these matches, the CT undoubtedly reaps the majority of the earnings, but bonuses are awarded based on the excitement of the battle, with victors receiving a larger share. Who is the opponent? 2 battles. 2 victories. This is evidently an alternate account. The Chaos Era Gunner chuckled, relishing this unexpected fortune, and promptly opened the Star River search, quickly locating the opponent's commentary that an adept close combat fighter. Their skill level is commendable. But encountering him would be merely bad luck. Whether a true alternate account or a fortunate novice, they must be eradicated. War God No. 1 vs. Hunter Type 3, the battlefield, jungle. The jungle serves as an optimal location for sniper ambushes. Without an energy shield, one shot could be fatal. Xiaoshi glanced at the calm Wang Zheng, evidently confident in his marksmanship. However, Wang Zheng's choice left Xiaoshi speechless. War God No. 1, weapon selection, titanium knife, no laser gun? Not even Xiaoshi could comprehend this. Even the Chaos Era Gunner laughed. There truly someone so arrogantly self-assured in this world? He has already gained a significant advantage by pre-selecting the scene. Yet his opponent only wields a meager knife. Does he really think he can engage in close combat? With over 300 viewers, half already regretted their decision. Impulsiveness indeed is a devil that a mere ordinary match costs $10. The money is secondary, but this is utterly devoid of value. The crowd felt a twinge of disappointment. However, there is no refund in the match. They have fallen for the official site's trap again. To boost performance, the official site promotes intriguing players widely, casting a broad net, ensuring that some will take the bait. This skeleton must be delusional. How could he choose War God No. 1 in this scenario? Come on, and without a laser gun, does he think his opponent is a fool? What a pitfall, deceived once more. Could those 2 matches have been staged? Who knows? Goodness, that gunner is an experienced player, already lying in wait. As the battle commenced, the Chaos Era Gunner swiftly found his ambush spot. Having watched the videos of the previous 2 matches, he understood that he must not afford his opponent any opportunity to close in. This jungle resembles the style of Northern Star, with tall, peculiar vegetation creating gaps, providing both concealment and excellent visibility for the sniper. The Chaos Era Gunner did not choose the typical high ground for ambush, but rather a low-lying area. The likelihood of his opponent being a fool is exceedingly low. It's far more probable that he is a skilled show-off, so the high ground would certainly be a focal point for the opponent's observation. The Chaos Era Gunner selected a conspicuous dip and camouflaged himself, awaiting the appearance of his adversary. As this arrangement unfolded, everyone sighed. What left them most speechless was how effortlessly War God No. 1 traversed the terrain. Is this a joke? Facing the hunter, he walks in a straight line. Does he lack common sense? Is this a deliberate invitation to death? Xiaoshi, unaware of the opponent's situation, grew increasingly anxious. Surely the adversary was lying in wait. Yet why does Wang Zheng move so effortlessly? Instinctively, Xiaoshi glanced at Wang Zheng's expression and was taken aback. He bore a smile, seemingly reveling in the moment. What state is this? Wang Zheng indeed relished the experience. Despite it being virtual, he had achieved half of his dream. Appearing relaxed, every cell in Wang Zheng's body was extraordinarily alert. Danger has a scent. The mech advanced with ease, gradually entering the Chaos-era gunner's line of sight. The Chaos-era gunner remained still, patiently waiting for his opponent's arrival. Closer, closer, just a bit more. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. At about 5 meters, it was the rhythm for a headshot. Just then, War God Number 1 suddenly halted, beginning to wander in place as if searching for something, before unexpectedly turning around to leave. What on earth is happening? The Chaos-era gunner felt a bit dejected, but his mood quickly improved as War God Number 1 reappeared, entering his firing range. The screen flickered continuously. Good grief, this fellow moves swiftly, making it difficult to lock on. He switches between trees almost every second. The sniper's principle is to hit with precision, especially with a heavy sniper. War God Number 1 cannot fully conceal himself, yet every step the opponent takes makes it impossible to lock on, forcing him to proceed with caution. Chapter 10. Dear sister players were puzzled. Is the Chaos-era gunner daft for not taking a shot? An excellent sniper must possess patience. And suddenly, an alarm signal blared. Oh no! War God Number 1 is accelerating towards him. He has been discovered. While continuously seeking the right moment to strike, Wang Zheng is driving War God Number 1 at high speed towards Hunter Type 3. The Chaos-era gunner could no longer afford to remain hidden. The opponent's speed was not fast enough. A brilliant flash, the laser cannon roared, and a beam shot towards War God Number 1 that almost in an instant. War God Number 1's body abruptly tilted at a 45-degree angle, the beam whizzing past him, the intense energy seemingly threatening to strip the outer coating from War God Number 1, that with only a slight pause. War God Number 1 resumed his charge. Due to minimal evasive maneuvers, his speed remained largely unaffected. Stay calm. The Chaos-era gunner reminded himself repeatedly. Such scenarios are not uncommon in team battles. Only a composed sniper can survive to the end. Sniper cannon locked on. The second shot fired. War God Number 1 leaped into the air. Goodness, why would he choose to jump at this moment? The second shot missed again. The distance was closing rapidly, and the energy for the Chaos-era gunner's third shot was gathering. At this point, time equates to life. As War God Number 1 landed and surged forward. There was no longer any cover between the two, yet the distance remained too great. The energy for the third shot was fully charged. Die! The Chaos-era gunner roared as he unleashed the third shot, exhilarated, yet his hands remained remarkably steady. This was the experience accumulated from over 100 battles. War God Number 1 was now unable to evade. The beam roared, yet at that moment, War God Number 1 executed a dazzling arc. Everyone present was left speechless. Good grief, $10 to witness an arc slide. War God Number 1 astonishingly carved a 30-degree arc while charging in a straight line, nearly returning to that trajectory the instant the beam passed. This was a super technique of the assassin-type mech, executing a frontal kill against a sniper mech under unfavorable conditions. The intense maneuvering caused War God No. 1 to emit creaking sounds, leaving the Chaos-era gunner stunned, standing immobile. Goodness, is this really just the novice player zone? Is there such blatant bullying? Arc sliding. War God Number 1 dodged, and the head of Hunter Type 3 flew off, resulting in a violent explosion. Skeleton win. On Earth, a young man in his 20s slammed his fist against the machine, cursing, "This is downright bullying. Whose alternate account is this?" Meanwhile, in the audience area, a profound silence fell, swiftly followed by an eruption of cheers. Witnessing a classic underdog victory against a sniper was undoubtedly a steal for $10. Xiaoshu stood by Wang Zheng's side, clearly observing the smile that never left his face throughout the cockpit. A kind of indescribable confidence and ease, as if the battle were a form of transcendence. Arc sliding. Once such a high-difficulty maneuver is executed, it cannot be completed without matched physical strength, even within the confines of CT. Moreover, the prior judgment of danger could only be accomplished by an experienced warrior. Wang Zheng removed the tactile sensors and exited the cockpit, seeing Xiaoshu outside. That wasn't it rather dull, before Xiaoshu could respond. A scream erupted from the adjacent room. That group of fools has duped me again. My points. Yin Xiaosu emerged with a troubled expression, declaring her disinterest in continuing the game, lamenting that all the children were on summer break and that the world was fraught with pitfalls. Zheng Ge is a master. Why not let him guide you? AI Na suggested with a faint smile that it's frustrating. Today is only the second time the boss has played, and no matter how gifted he is, he still needs practice, Yin Xiaosu replied. Boss, it's not that I doubt your capabilities, but to truly understand the mech environment, strategies, and tactics, one needs to have engaged in hundreds of matches. Those diamond-level experts are seasoned veterans, having fought thousands of battles that a comprehensive knowledge system, exceptional combat awareness, and diligent practice. Such students are coveted at the War God Academy, that is the talent pool in the Asian region, so abundant. Wang Zheng nodded, acknowledging that while training is rigid, real combat is ever-changing and can indeed provide substantial assistance that lets go shopping. That's the quintessential delight for girls, Yin Xiaosu proposed, asserting that most girls have an inherent fondness for shopping. Xiaoshi was indifferent, but Wang Zheng felt compelled to send her off with some souvenirs. Xiaoshi, if you see anything you like, just speak up. It's on me, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Though their time together had been brief, he genuinely felt as though he had a little sister, and the thought of having such an adorable sibling was quite heartwarming. That it's rare. I've spent nearly half my life with the boss, and he hasn't gifted me a single present. That a stout, square-faced fellow was trying to appear cute, making it impossible for Xiaoshi not to smile. Surprisingly, along their way, Xiaoshi managed to glean a wealth of information from Yin Xiaosu, especially the revelation that Wang Zheng's gene count was merely 28. Xiaoshi's immediate reaction was disbelief, yet Wang Zheng's confirmation only intensified her curiosity. How could this be? Yin Xiaosu had shared even the most embarrassing anecdotes from Wang Zheng's childhood. Xiaoshi, if you happen to know any sisters or friends without boyfriends, do introduce them to me, that we're all part of the same circle. Why let good fortune slip away? Though I have a cousin. You already have a goddess. What a pity, alas, for the sake of a single tree, I abandoned the entire forest. Such devotion. Yin Xiaosu habitually praised herself. Boss, I'm off to resolve some personal matters. You all continue shopping. I'll contact you later. With that, she slipped a card into Wang Zheng's hand, winked, and dashed away. Wang Zheng chuckled knowingly. Brothers for life, he would not stand on ceremony now. Your friend is quite enthusiastic that he is my best mate. Zheng Ge, will you remember me in the future? Xiaoshi suddenly sighed, aware that parting was imminent. Even if Wang Zheng remained silent, she would have to leave. That, of course. You are the only beacon of light during my dark times. Even if you nearly led me to financial ruin, Wang Zheng replied with a grin. Xiaoshi couldn't help but laugh. Money held little significance for her, yet she understood its different implications for Wang Zheng. Deep down, she felt grateful, as she had begun to regret her impulsiveness until she met him. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's expression darkened as he lunged toward Xiaoshi, and at that precise moment, the ground erupted with the sound of a gunshot. A sniper, Xiaoshi exclaimed, having undergone counter-assassination training. Wang Zheng shielded Xiaoshi with his body, pulling her into the crowd for cover, just as a series of shots rang out. One bullet grazed Wang Zheng's arm, blood splattering as he clutched Xiaoshi and dashed behind an advertisement board. Damn it, they're targeting you. You need to get away, Xiaoshi insisted, attempting to push Wang Zheng aside. You are my sister. You can try to leave, but you'll have to consider my consent first. Wang Zheng replied coolly that they're professional assassins. You don't understand, Xiaoshi hurriedly warned, realizing that this was beyond what any student could handle. In the next instant, Wang Zheng leapt with Xiaoshi in his arms, as the advertisement board exploded into shards, sending chaos through the street. Amidst the turmoil, a frantic middle-aged man rushed toward Xiaoshi, a glinting dagger in hand. His movements were swift and lethal, closing in on her throat without hesitation. Xiaoshi's eyes widened as she watched the dagger approach, the assassin's pupils contracting with excitement. Yet just as swiftly, he found his blade seized, stunned as Wang Zheng grasped the edge with a fierce grip. The pain coursing through Wang Zheng's hand did not even cause him to flinch. A moment's hesitation could alter the outcome. Watch out. With a resounding crash, the assassin was propelled backward as if struck by a cannonball. Almost simultaneously, another bullet was fired. Wang Zheng sidestepped, the projectile barely missing his chest. As he dragged Xiaoshi into a store, finding refuge in a corner, one arm cradled Xiaoshi while the other inadvertently brushed against pink lingerie. Oops, this is a women's lingerie shop. Xiaoshi leaned quietly against Wang Zheng's chest. believing her demise was imminent. Yet, she had a sense that the Imperial Guard should have responded by now. If they had not, they were unworthy of their title. Outside, sirens blared as police sealed off the area. Special forces and individuals in distinctive uniforms surged into the crowd with remarkable speed. Listening to the cacophony of sirens and police commands, the situation was gradually being brought under control. Xiao Shi. Next time, don't wander off alone, Wang Zheng remarked with a gentle smile, the danger dissipating. Before Xiao Shi could respond, the store door burst open, and special forces rushed in. They exited amidst a tight perimeter. A noble and elegant woman leading a group of Imperial Guards to retrieve Xiao Shi. From start to finish, the special forces did not afford the two a moment to converse. Wang Zheng shrugged and tore a piece of cloth from his clothing to wrap around his injury. Yin Xiaosu caught hold of Wang Zheng, worriedly observing him from the chaos. Boss, what happened? How did you get hurt? It's nothing, just a scratch that wears Xiao Shi. Her family took her away. That girl is clearly not an ordinary person. She exudes an air of privilege that might even surpass my own. What a shame. We should have claimed a reward. Shut it, she's my sister. It's rare for me to have a manly moment. Haha, boss. You always manage to inspire my admiration. Yin Xiaosu tightened her grip on Wang Zheng's injured hand, exacerbating the pain. Discussing money damages relationships, and discussing relationships damages money. That's the motto of the Yin family. It seemed Xiao Shi's family was indeed well off, mobilizing so many people for her search. Yet wealth was a double-edged sword. It attracted danger, as evidenced by the assassin's pursuit. Chapter 11. You truly do not deserve him. Xiao Shi came and went like the wind, leaving Wang Zheng's life unchanged. As he continued his training in anticipation of his graduation certificate, that he secured a part-time job at the Shangri-La Hotel, where students from Dawn High were known for their diligence. Xiao Shi did not reach out to him again. They had not exchanged contact details, and after such an ordeal, her family would likely be even more protective. Wang Zheng's life remained fulfilling. His experience from the incident had showcased the terrifying effectiveness of the return to one technique, accurately sensing impending crises. Bone often remarked that Wang Zheng was a born warrior. His recovery was swift, and his body, having undergone bone modifications, was significantly stronger than average. While an ordinary person might have nightmares from such an experience, Wang Zheng harbored a faint anticipation, as deep within. He was filled with the fervor of combat, yearning for the battlefield. As he played music, the top-ranked song Note Afraid resonated with power, courage, and the fiery spirit of battle. Wang Zheng's favorite, while he busied himself with workouts. Yin Xiaosu was equally occupied preparing for the weekend, the goddess's birthday gala. For the past few days, she was tirelessly arranging her outfit, purchasing gifts, and consulting stylists to create her look, that in her words. She intended to present herself as a dazzling sight before the goddess. Wang Zheng held reservations, believing that if someone truly liked another, their attire would matter little. If not, one shouldn't undermine other spirits. The weekend arrived. Eagerly anticipated by Yin Xiaosu, who had surprisingly not played CT in days, a rare occurrence. Early in the morning, he drove his father's new model of the Galactic Aero Maglev to find Wang Zheng, chattering incessantly about his plans for the event. Revealing his evident nervousness, at 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel, and while Wang Zheng was somewhat taken aback, it was also expected. This was the most luxurious hotel in the Asian region, reputed for hosting prominent figures. The top 50 floors had been reserved, and the originally scheduled birthday gala had been canceled for unknown reasons. Yet, the other party seemed unconcerned, allowing it to resume, which brought great prestige to the Yi family. Yin Xiaosu had donned height-enhancing shoes, standing tall at 1.70 m. Boss, does my bow tie look straight? Perfectly aligned. Go for it. With 99 galactic Yaoji flowers in hand, Yin Xiaosu stepped onto the red carpet. Upon entering the banquet hall, the atmosphere was already vibrant. His gaze immediately landed on Yu Jing, who was resplendent in a white evening gown, her long, pristine neck adorned with an exquisite coral necklace. Tonight belonged to her. She was the princess of the event. Yu Jing, in a sky-blue evening gown, showcased her own flair for capturing attention, despite the fact that this was Yu Jing's stage. Beside Yu Jing stood a commanding middle-aged man, the esteemed member of parliament, Yu Long, a figure of considerable influence within the Asian district. This banquet was not only attended by the younger generation, but also by several relatives and friends of the Yi family. marking a truly grand occasion. Amidst the festivities, a group of elegantly dressed young individuals engaged in conversation. Both men and women exuding an air of sophistication and pride. Clearly, those who qualified to attend were not ordinary folk. However, there were exceptions, notably Yu Jing's classmates, each wearing expressions of envy, as this event might be one they would never experience again in their lifetimes. In the realm of humanity, only death renders us equal. Although they had all attended the same school, everyone understood that once they stepped beyond those gates, everything would change. Aspirations are often lofty, while reality can be starkly unyielding. If they could cherish this camaraderie, perhaps they might later seek Yu Jing's assistance. Today, Yu Jing was there to receive accolades that as her gaze drifted toward the entrance. A radiant smile illuminated her face as she moved to greet the guests, eliciting astonishment from the young people who had been surrounding her. "Happy birthday, Yu Jing!" exclaimed Yin Xiaosu, usually articulate, now stumbling over his words as he hurriedly presented a bouquet of flowers. Yet, Yu Jing declined to accept them. "What a remarkable gift, 99 galaxy beauties. This must be quite expensive." "Ha, Yu Jing, who brought this? How outdated." Yu Jing offered a slight smile, signaling her attendant to take the flowers away as she introduced, "This is my classmate, Yin Xiaosu. Surely, you are familiar with the renowned Little Fortune Star sanitary napkins. They are his family's enterprise." The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by a burst of laughter. "Xiao Jing, when did your standards drop to this level? Regardless of how approachable you are, this is hardly the caliber needed to attend." Yu Jing maintained her serene smile, asserting, "We are all classmates. Everyone present is a guest. Next to me is Wang Zheng, an elite from our Dawn Academy. His presence here is a testament to my standing. He typically avoids acknowledging me." The more cordial Yu Jing became, the more her words stung. Wang Zheng understood that banquets often hold no true merit. Yet being classmates, he was taken aback by Yu Jing's audacity. "Elite of Dawn Academy. Had you not mentioned it, I would have thought he was merely an attendant, dressed so casually." Wang Zheng shrugged nonchalantly. "That's just how he is. There's no need for pretense." Soon, more guests arrived, diverting attention from them. Yin Xiaosu felt disheartened, realizing that they were merely the source of amusement for others. Wang Zheng patted him on the back. "Failure is the mother of success. Now that we are here, we might as well enjoy ourselves." Yin Xiaosu clenched his fist. "Darn it. One day, I will reclaim my dignity. What is wrong with being the Little Fortune Star? Sanitary napkins are essential for every woman." Wang Zheng raised his thumb. "Are you saying your ambition is to sell sanitary napkins across the entire galaxy?" The two felt utterly out of place among the so-called elite. Even Yu Jing's classmates busied themselves exchanging contact information, knowing that with graduation approaching, every connection could lead to new opportunities. To be honest, I've been working here for a few days now, and the food is actually quite delightful," said Wang Zheng, indulging in the offerings without reservation. Yin Xiaosu, ever optimistic, soon joined in. "Well, since the galaxy beauties are pricey, let's make the most of it." Their merriment was soon overshadowed as the lights dimmed. Focusing on the central stage where a towering 3-meter birthday cake emerged, accompanied by the familiar tune of Happy Birthday and a resounding applause, leaving the two in the corner far removed from the spotlight. Yi Su, however, noticed the pair devouring their food without a care, oblivious to Yu Jing's temperament, which was not one to be easily overlooked. Jing, why not make a wish? Everyone will help you fulfill it," suggested the crowd. Yu Long nodded. "Today, your uncles and aunts are all present. Speak up and we will help make it happen." Yu Jing smiled softly. "Today, I wish to fulfill someone else's desire, although he may view me as superficial. We are still classmates, aren't we, Wang Zheng?" The atmosphere shifted as the crowd sensed impending trouble. Yu Jing's temperament was well known, and they wondered who had drawn her ire. Pointing her finger, the lights illuminated the corner where Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu stood, instantly making them the center of attention, with no escape in sight. "Wang Zheng is an elite from Dawn Academy. I hope the War God Academy can grant him an opportunity to take the exam. Every fresh graduate from the Asian district deserves that chance." That a young man clad in a white evening gown stepped forward with a smile. "Xiao Jing, everyone deserves a fair chance to take the exam. As the president of the student council at the War God Military Academy, I can assure you of that. Senior Wu Jin, I believe you, but Wang Zheng's genetic score is only 28. Yu Jing replied with a smile, her gaze brimming with triumph. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Is this a pig we're discussing? Wu Jin appeared momentarily stunned. The academy has standards, and those scoring below 60 were not permitted to sit for the exam. 28? I've never heard of such a low score. It's comparable to an animal. Wang Zheng was equally astonished by Yu Jing's boldness, realizing that offending a woman could be riskier than offending a man. Yet this situation bore little consequence for him, that a subtle, cold smile crept across Yu Jing's lips. She found Wang Zheng's self-satisfied demeanor utterly intolerable, that a pauper and a waste should have a sense of their own limitations. She thought, determined to shatter his fragile pride. Suddenly, Yin Xiaosu slammed his cup on the table. Yu Jing. Even so, Wang Zheng, wouldn't he look at you? Don't you think we make a rather fitting pair? Menstruation and sanitary napkins. A match made in heaven, destined to produce a little fortune star. Yin Xiaosu earnestly proclaimed, attempting to make his large eyes appear watery. The crowd fell silent. Menstruation. Yu Jing, sanitary napkins? Laughter erupted, though many attempted to stifle it. The pun was simply too risky to ignore. Yu Jing's expression darkened. Get lost. Someone like him isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. You truly don't deserve him. A celestial voice interjected, drawing everyone's gaze toward the entrance as a throng of azure-clad guards swept in, adorned with a golden trident emblem on their chests. Amongst this radiant entourage emerged a girl, whose presence dimmed the stars themselves. Her long, pale purple hair was elegantly styled, her skin as luminous as jade, and her exquisite beauty compelled all the girls present to lower their gazes, complemented by her uniquely star-like eyes. This was none other than the first princess of the Aslan Empire, Aino Aslan, the most brilliant star in the galaxy. Yu Long and the others displayed respectful smiles as they bowed in greeting, recognizing the immense honor of her presence. The Aslan Empire, one of the 9 permanent member states of the Galactic Alliance and ranked among the top 3 in comprehensive strength, was known as the Empire of Elites. Princess Aina was visiting the solar system, with the Asian district being her final stop, though a minor incident had delayed the press conference. Who could have anticipated that such a distinguished figure would grace this gathering? Although Yu Long was a member of parliament, he lacked the qualifications to participate. Chapter 12. Soy milk and fried dough sticks. As she regarded the attendees, Aina merely nodded slightly. In that moment, she was not merely a girl but the first heir to the Aslan Empire, the focal point not just of Earth or the solar system, but of the Galactic Alliance. Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu were equally taken aback, having surmised that the girl might belong to a wealthy family. However, this was beyond their expectations. Yu Jing, who fancied herself a princess, appeared utterly outclassed in the presence of a true royal. What was a country bumpkin? A soft-shelled turtle, easily crushed, staring at Aina Aslan. Yu Jing gaped, unable to utter a word. Yet the princess paid her no mind, instead striding directly toward Wang Zheng. Their eyes met, and Wang Zheng greeted her with a bright smile. For friends need not concern themselves with status. The accompanying guards disregarded the surroundings. Wherever the princess walked, it became the diplomatic territory of the Aslan Empire, isolating any outsiders. The princess extended her hand, leaving Yu Long and the others in shock. After all, the princess would hardly acknowledge the chairman of the Asian district. Today, Xiaoshi looks beautiful and charming. Aina smiled gently, winking subtly, instantly countering the princess's aura. The Asian district is the cradle of human civilization. I am truly delighted to be here, especially to meet so many new friends. Before my arrival, I believed that only the Aslan Empire possessed elites. But Wang Zheng made me realize my ignorance. He is a future of which the Galactic Alliance can be proud. This was an astonishingly high compliment. The atmosphere of the banquet shifted dramatically. Yu Jing was completely overshadowed, much like a menstrual cycle forgotten. Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu had certainly made a name for themselves. Are these 2 friends of the princess? How does that even connect? The princess's visit to the Asian district had officially commenced. The following day, the headlines across the entire Asian district were dominated by news of the princess, though the focus was not on Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu. Rather, it highlighted the princess's approachable demeanor. The Aslan Empire's elite-centric governance had recently begun to shift, and the princess's friendly diplomacy yielded remarkable results. Of course, the Little Fortune Star sanitary napkins saw a surge in sales, leaving Yin Xiao in high spirits, as being associated with such monumental news amounted to the greatest advertisement. Yin Xiaosu felt as though he were living in a dream, never anticipating that a day of despair could suddenly transform into such a remarkable turn of events. The subsequent broadcasts were almost entirely devoted to the princess's engagements in the Asian district. Aina Aslan has captivated the earth with her beauty. The most exquisite princess extols the prospects of the Asian region, heralding a renaissance on the horizon. The enchanting Princess Aslan finds herself utterly mesmerized by the rich tapestry of Asian culture. She lauds the educational system in the region, an advanced framework that rivals that of the Aslan Empire. In a fleeting moment, a whirlwind of princess admiration sweeps across the entire Asian region, with every action of Aina setting trends, and the allure of her starry eyes becoming a widespread sensation. Concurrently, a growing number of individuals begin to delve into the culture and ideals of Aslan. Naturally, the security measures surrounding the entire event are of the highest caliber. The princess, embodying both grace and fortitude, remains undeterred by the terroristic acts of certain extremists within her homeland that, on the contrary, she stands resolute. At the final press conference, thousands of media outlets converge at the Shangri-La Hotel, with cameras flashing incessantly. Your Highness, I am a reporter from the Daily Times. May I inquire if you plan to return to the Asian region? Aina smiles and nods. Indeed, should the opportunity arise, I will certainly return. The beauty of this place is unforgettable. Your Highness, I am a journalist from the Financial Weekly. How do you perceive the diminishing influence of Earth within the Galactic Alliance? And will the Aslan Empire engage in a series of strategic collaborations with the Solar Federation? As they watch the composed figure on the television, Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu are momentarily taken aback, both indulging in oil sticks dipped in soy milk. Boss, is that really that little poet? Goodness, I must ask her for an autograph. It could fetch a handsome price. Yin Xiaosu exclaims, his mouth agape. Indeed, her hair is not dyed. The purple locks and starry eyes are symbols of the Aslan royal lineage. Who would have imagined? Even if the little poet herself were to declare it, few would believe this moment. Aina responds with eloquence, her answers impeccable, and the press conference proceeds seamlessly. Your Highness, I am a reporter from Daily Entertainment, representing all the single men in the world. What are your criteria for a partner? The question hangs in the air, rendering the entire conference silent, all eyes fixed on the princess, for her romantic endeavors are undoubtedly the most scrutinized in the galaxy. A nearby press officer swiftly intervenes. I apologize, but Her Highness will not respond to personal inquiries. Suddenly, Aina waves her hand, rising to her feet, a mischievous smile gracing her face. One day, he will take me home and prepare a breakfast of oil sticks and soy milk. Gently calling my name, splutter, Yin Xiaosu sprays soy milk all over Wang Zheng's face. Boss, you are my idol. No, you are nothing short of a deity. The press conference concludes triumphantly, thunderous applause reverberating, particularly in response to her final remark about oil sticks and soy milk. A testament to the princess's genuine understanding of the Asian region, winning her immense admiration. Consequently, oil sticks and soy milk have emerged as the latest culinary trend across the galaxy that as the princess embarks on her return journey. Her visit to the solar system is deemed a resounding success. Her beauty and approachable demeanor have left the entire solar system enchanted, significantly softening the Aslan Empire's previously hard-line diplomatic stance. A week after her departure, the fervor of the news begins to wane, and life returns to normal for Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu. Of course, Yin Xiaosu occasionally boasts about their encounter, yet no one believes him. Although a minor incident occurs at a birthday banquet, people merely regard it as the princess's righteous intervention, a small lesson for those who bully the weak. The duo of Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu officially graduates. And congratulations are in order as Yin Xiaosu secures admission to the War God Military Academy's Interstellar Commerce Department, while Wang Zheng actively prepares to enlist. Xiaoyu, you are truly inconsiderate, always vanishing at crucial moments. Yin Xiaosu complains, lamenting the absence of their companion. Xiaoyusen, another friend of theirs, differs from Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu. She is a genius with a genetic score exceeding 90, having achieved exceptional academic results, and is the only student directly recommended to enter the War God Military Academy, specifically the Military Command Department, a cradle for officers. She embodies both handsomeness and intelligence, despite her perpetually cold demeanor. Attracting countless admirers, Xiaoyusen places an envelope on the table. Wang Zheng, this is for you. Hey, don't think you can escape with just a letter. I won't let you off the hook until you're thoroughly inebriated. Yin Xiaosu seizes it, but upon seeing the letterhead, he is stunned. This is the special entrance examination for the War God Academy. That's all I could do. Xie Yusin smiles faintly, for she only smiles when with Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu. Wow. Dear Xiaoyu, I misjudged you. Come here, let me give you a hug. Yin Xiaosu immediately lunges forward. Honestly, it's perplexing how someone like Xie Yusin could be friends with these two. How did you manage that? Nothing much. I sat quietly in front of the principal's house for half a month, thinking it would take longer. Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu exchange glances, giving a thumbs up. Bro, you truly shine. Who would have thought that such a cool and aloof person could be so capricious? Wang Zheng, I have always believed that genetic scores should merely serve as a reference. Your capabilities are more than sufficient for you to enter the War God Academy. Xie Yusin asserts that I in truth. The trio's acquaintance began with a clash. Xie Yusin was the pride of Dawn High School, yet Wang Zheng made her realize that there were realms beyond her comprehension, and his knowledge far surpassed hers. Despite her superior scores, Wang Zheng, on the other hand, felt helpless, as old Jia had insisted that his scores must remain at a passing level, unless one day he were to disappear. Here's to your future success. Haha, the boss will undoubtedly succeed. The three of us shall dominate the galaxy. The trio raises their beers in a toast. This is merely youthful banter, yet legends often have humble beginnings. Principal Gyuda, you know I am quite busy and have numerous experiments to conduct. In the office stands a sprightly old man with silver hair, the 23rd principal of the War God Military Academy. General Gyuda, a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, is one of the planet's few esteemed scientists. Having attained dual doctoral degrees in space and physics at the age of 13, a genius physicist with a genetic score of 98. Cough, cough, Dr. Xiao Fei, there is a special student who may require your assessment. It is said that he possesses exceptional talent in physics. Gyuda expresses his mild frustration toward the doctor before him, for geniuses tend to be quite peculiar, especially those studying spatial physics. That so? I hope not to waste my precious time. Gyuda nods. Xie Yusin is his granddaughter, and this little rascal has taken to sitting quietly at his house every day. Genetic scores should indeed only serve as a reference. Yet unspoken rules are the primary criterion. Having shown minimal discrepancies while significantly improving efficiency, that if he is truly talented, he should not be overlooked. Outside the office, Wang Zheng is preparing for his examination. Uncertain of what to expect, come in. When Wang Zheng sees the examiner, he is momentarily taken aback. She is a teacher not much older than himself. The DO teachers nowadays look this beautiful. What a privilege. Xiao Fei gestures toward a chair. Sit. First and foremost, I despise cases of favoritism, so I hope you are not wasting my time. Let us get straight to the point. Share your thoughts on space. Xiao Fei, initially dismissive, grows increasingly engaged as Wang Zheng articulates his ideas that he had debated these topics extensively with old Jia, that I personally believe that space technology is a primary direction for human advancement. Contingent upon the establishment of a theoretical framework for space, current mainstream theories of space are somewhat myopic. Warp theory merely scratches the surface of our understanding. Humanity's future lies in the utilization of spatial jumps and folds. I believe certain aspects of the parallel space theory can be integrated into our current spatial system. While some elements may be ahead of their time, others are ripe for research today. Wang Zheng speaks passionately, echoing his heated arguments with old Jia, who had stubbornly dismissed notions of theoretical decline. Yet Wang Zheng believes that suitability is paramount. Chapter 13. Divine Maneuvering. Xiao Fei, initially unimpressed and perceiving theoretical discussions as lofty aspirations, finds herself increasingly captivated by Wang Zheng's fervor. By the time he finishes, she is utterly engrossed. What did you say your name was? Reporting in, Wang Zheng. Excellent, Wang Zheng. You have been accepted into the physics department. Xiao Fei suppresses her excitement, finally encountering a mind that resonates with her own, for geniuses often find it frustrating to converse with the less enlightened. Wang Zheng is taken aback. Teacher, I came to apply for the mecha department. Xiao Fei is momentarily stunned. That won't do. You are a born scientist. Wang Zheng scratches his head, bewildered by the turn of events. Xie Yusin had indeed recommended him for the physics department, acknowledging his unique insights in that field. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zheng rises and bows deeply. Thank you for your time, but I genuinely wish to become a warrior. My apologies. Don't go. Wait. I will consult the old man. Stay put, Wang Zheng. Perplexed, wonders how merely discussing abstract theories could lead to such outcomes. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Xiao Fei slams her palm on the table. Principal, this individual is a rare physics prodigy. We must retain him. Cough, cough, but he wishes to enter the mecha department, does he not? Gyuda chuckles. Old man, do not play games with me. You hold the final say that I care not how you manage it. He is coming, Xiao Fei stated emphatically. Gute smiled faintly. This matter is rather challenging, you see. Although I hold the position of principal, I cannot act recklessly. That IT is indeed difficult. Xiao Fei clenched her teeth and replied, You've got some nerve. Speak. What are the conditions? But the budget cannot be reduced. Haha. No one dares to touch Dr. Zhao's budget, but you must increase your large classes twice a month. Xiao Fei's greatest headache was lecturing a group of pretentious fools, which is why she only conducted small classes. However, her field of expertise was highly popular and was a signature of the War God Academy. Deal? Haha. That's simple. Grant him admission to the mecha department. But he must complete the rigorous training program there.as for the physics department. You are the head, so you can decide on that. Gut's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a win-win situation. Upon leaving the principal's office, Xiao Fei realized she had been outsmarted by the old fox. No salary increase, but an increase in workload. Thus, Wang Zheng became a special admission student at the War God Military Academy. As he departed the admissions office, Wang Zheng still felt as though he were dreaming. Gazing at the azure sky, a flock of geese soared high above. He, Wang Zheng, would surely have his day too. Opening the admission details, a string of numbers was quite shocking. Tuition, 20,000. God, this is blatant exploitation. This sum indeed troubled Wang Zheng. With only a month before classes commenced, even if he washed 10,000 dishes a day, it wouldn't suffice. Wang Zheng checked his balance, which had dwindled significantly over the past few days, leaving him with just over 100. Wang Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief when the system displayed that his balance was 683. God, where did this money come from? Upon reviewing his transactions, he discovered a 500 transfer from CT just a few days prior. Wang Zheng immediately searched for information on CT. It had a payment system, which explained why those skilled players were so glamorous. There was money to be made. This seemed to be a win-win situation that a plan began to form in Wang Zheng's mind. He had even contemplated selling himself. But heaven does not close off all paths. Everyone has their worth. Fight on, young man. At the Brother Internet CF, the boss warmly invited Wang Zheng into the VIP room. Recently, Yin Xiaosu had been visiting less frequently. That birthday party had made her realize certain things. Although she appeared carefree, she was deeply affected and had started to attend various events with her father. What was wrong with selling sanitary napkins? Boys must experience certain things to mature. Some women often lament that all the good men have vanished from the world. Yet, they fail to recognize that the bad men are often products of their own making. Unrequited love is always met with indifference. Wang Zheng logged on a CT, and an avalanche of messages flooded in. Some were challenges, others inquiries, and many sought his counsel. After 3 battles, he had gained a modest reputation. Discussions about Skeleton were indeed lively on the forum, and Carlos had publicly clarified that this was not his alternate account, despite his penchant for IT. That IT was instead that Dragon God 007. Reminiscent of Long Shun Ma Zhao's alternate handle, if it were truly him, then the Dragon God had indeed met a downfall. Many players had taken an interest in Skeleton. As his avatar lit up, everyone awaited in anticipation. Wang Zheng engaged in free matching, and soon an opponent appeared. Idaho Unyielding Road Tyrant Model 3, that Wang Zheng opted for War God No. 1, wielding a titanium blade. The Unyielding Road Tyrant chuckled. As a player with over 100 battles and a win rate nearing 50%, he was far from a novice. Skeleton had gained some renown in the community, and he had seen the videos. Yet he truly did not believe that War God No. 1 could withstand the onslaught of Model 3, that IT was illogical. He chose the conventional arena. The so-called conventional arena meant no complex environments or obstacles, just a straightforward one-on-one. Would the opponent accept? Almost immediately, Skeleton chose to agree. Unbeknownst to Wang Zheng, many players were already watching their choices, and when he confirmed the match, the entire novice forum erupted, so domineering, so arrogant, in an unobstructed arena. How will War God No. 1 face Model 3's charge? If the last match was an accident, now Skeleton is regarded as a minor celebrity, the opponent would not take this lightly. How could a fragile unit withstand a heavy tank like Model 3? The officials quickly released a promotional statement. Was it coincidence or a miracle? A fragile unit against a tank in a conventional arena. Instantly, the number of paid viewers surged past 500, with many others observing. The arena materialized and two mechas slowly emerged. Skeleton's War God Number 1 and the Road Tyrant's Model 3. Skeleton. Regardless of whether you're an alternate account, today marks your end. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being too ostentatious. The Road Tyrant opened the public channel, launching a direct provocation. Yet, Skeleton remained silent as the battle commenced. The number of viewers had exceeded 700, quite impressive for the novice zone. Model 3, a beast-type mecha resembling a rhinoceros, boasted exceptional impact and fierce defense, but its agility was lacking. In such an open arena, charging at a fragile unit was akin to attacking paper. As the battle commenced, Model 3 roared and charged towards War God No. 1, accompanied by the Road Tyrant shouts. He had never been so focused before. To dodge or not to dodge? Everyone was left wondering. Clearly, from the previous match, Skeleton's skills were commendable. He could employ arc sliding to evade Model 3's charge. But in such a confined space, dodging once would not suffice for a lifetime. War God Number 1 remained motionless. Although Model 3 had a slow acceleration, once it charged, its top speed was terrifying, putting immense strain on the pilot's control. Model 3 was now less than 10 meters from War God Number 1, and at this point, no maneuver would help, as arc sliding also required high-speed inertia. In an instant, Model 3 collided. The destruction was instantaneous. Boom! The entire live stream fell silent, only to erupt into earth-shattering cheers. God, Skeleton wins. Model 3 exploded, and the Road Tyrant stared blankly at the screen, utterly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. He could hardly react. This was not a coincidence, nor a miracle. For Skeleton, it was merely a battle. Wang Zheng was indifferent, but the Rubik's Cube seemed unresponsive. Confused, he pondered. Indeed, such a battle lacked technical complexity and did not signify a new understanding. Recently, Wang Zheng had discovered that his training could enhance combat energy, but if he grew complacent, the accumulated combat energy would diminish. Without suitable opponents, it was indeed meaningless. This Rubik's Cube was truly demanding, particularly difficult to satisfy. Although he was a special admission, he still had to undergo physical assessments upon entering the academy. If he failed, he would be sent home just the same. Regardless, he would engage in a match whenever he had time. Furthermore, Wang Zheng felt a bit embarrassed to truly hold Yin Xiaosu accountable. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. After paying for internet access, Wang Zheng decided to take on a part-time job. Having multiple sources of income was safer. At least it would cover his living and internet expenses. Wang Zheng strolled leisurely away, while the forum was in an uproar. Cheating. This was evidently impossible. Yet even the opponent was baffled. How could War God Number 1 withstand the impact of Model 3 in a head-on clash? The forum had already amassed over 5,000 replies, with everyone eagerly awaiting a breakdown of the video. The official analysis had yet to be released, but amateur experts had already compiled their own. The moment War God Number 1 made contact with Model 3, it indeed had to withstand the impact. However, due to the angle, the force exerted at that moment was only 1/5 of the total impact. Before the full force could be unleashed, Model 3 was pulled upward at an angle, flipping over like a turtle, leaving its vulnerable spots exposed, and War God Number 1's titanium blade sliced through as smoothly as flowing water. All players who watched this video were rendered speechless. The tech-savvy already attached their comments. The military also acknowledged Model 3's weakness in this charge, but due to the fleeting moment of vulnerability, it was nearly impossible to capture. Even if one could seize the moment, it would be challenging for any pilot to respond accordingly. Thus, the theoretical weakness held little practical value in combat. Model 3 was also a standard configuration for military units. However, within CT, someone had completely exploited it. This was textbook-level timing for a kill, whether seasoned players or novices. They roared in admiration. This was true mastery. In less than a second, the timing was seized with formidable control. Had there been a slight delay, War God Number 1 would have been torn to shreds. Yet the opponent displayed such overwhelming confidence and composure. Incredible maneuver. A divine operation emerged in the novice zone. A super soldier appeared. Skeleton defied the odds. Was this the dawn of a new era? Chapter 14. The invitation from Yi Zisu the novice zone had never been so lively. Experts occasionally played with alternate accounts, but no one took it seriously, as they would inevitably be discovered and lose face. Moreover, the mechas in the novice zone had limitations. As matched opponents grew stronger, even experts could falter that an seasoned player would be so focused. The forum exploded with speculation, but curiously, Skeleton style had no particularly matching diamond-level players. 4 consecutive victories only amplified the excitement that, of course, many watched with skepticism. Such situations had occurred numerous times before, yet they would soon fall from grace, either being exposed or having their alternate accounts found, merely a matter of time. Furthermore, this player's technique was quite niche, focusing on close combat and entirely lacking in long-range capabilities, which would make him a target. Basic mechas have limitations, but many excellent mechas did not. However, these debates had no bearing on Wang Zheng. What he cared about was ensuring that this prize exceeded his internet expenses. Otherwise, he would suffer a significant loss, especially since he had gained no combat energy from this battle that he hoped for better luck in the next match. Soren, the senior vice president of the CT Earth sector, holds primary responsibility for the performance in the Asia region and the novice zone. Within CT, this role is considered somewhat superfluous, as the novice zone circumstances pale in comparison to those of more advanced regions. Without tangible results, prospects for advancement remain bleak, let alone any thoughts of the future. Despite his efforts to strategize, diligently seeking out newcomers through university tours, and even hiring diamond-level experts to masquerade as novices, he has yet to break through. It is inconceivable for someone at the diamond level to remain entangled in lower-tier complexities for mere monetary gain, and moreover, such undertakings lack value. Invariably, players see through these ruses. The emergence of the player known as Skeleton has captivated Soren's attention, as the large screen before him showcases 4 of Skeleton's battles. At 55 years of age, Soren is acutely aware that in the fiercely competitive environment of CT, he is nearing retirement age, that if he does not produce something remarkable, retaining his position may become a significant concern. Soren considers himself an absolute veteran, thoroughly versed in the nuances of expertise, yet the impact of Skeleton S4 battles profoundly shakes him. He watches intently, grappling with an internal conflict, sees the opportunity or let it slip away. He recognizes that his competitors are poised to exploit any mistake he makes. Should he hesitate, he risks ceding his position. After scrutinizing the data for an entire day and night, Soren finds himself fixated not on the results, for consecutive victories are common, but rather on the meticulous attention to detail and the undeniable confidence exhibited. Qualities that are not easily replicated. Soren arrives at 2 conclusions. This individual is a novice, yet also possesses adept skills in reality, that an experienced player would unconsciously reveal familiarity with combat and instinctively take shortcuts. Yet this individual does not ask for the level of skill. It is apparent that only those with exceptional physical capabilities can execute certain maneuvers, a requisite for long-term success, while entry into CT is relatively effortless. Mastery, especially to a significant degree, demands commensurate physical prowess to the highest levels. Even if one lacks the true mobility of a seasoned warrior, there remains a striking resemblance. Elite pilots are undoubtedly experts in CT, and top-tier players possess a 50% likelihood of becoming elite pilots, which explains why many of CT's leading figures hail from military academies. This person an opportunity as the screen dims. Soren hears the rapid thump of his own heartbeat. Thud. He slams his hand on the table, activating the communication system to notify the publicity department of a meeting scheduled for 9 o'clock the following morning, with all personnel required to attend. Upon shutting down the communication system, Soren once again finds himself enveloped in darkness. Having graduated, everything is set to begin anew for Wang Zheng, Yin Xiaosu, and Xie Yusen. Their life goals having shifted. The 3 gather in the CAF of Dawn High School, fortunate to have all been accepted into the God of War Military Academy. Xie Yusen's admission is assured. While Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu's journeys have been tumultuous, Yin Xiaosu's father, Yin Su, provided a sponsorship to the institution, allowing Yin Xiaosu to enroll in the Interstellar Commerce program. Notably, Yin Xiaosu has finally adopted a serious attitude. The previous banquet had profoundly impacted him, leading him to abandon CT for a time, dedicating himself to learning from his father. Dignity is not something bestowed by others. Xie Yusen's ambition is crystal clear, to become a battleship captain and a general of the Solar Federation. Wang Zheng's aspirations are equally defined. He has long desired to become an exceptional mobile warrior. After numerous twists and turns, he has finally achieved his dream. Boss Xiaoyu, tomorrow I'll be heading to Mars with my father. I'll return before school starts, paving the way for my future as the world's richest person, an ace pilot, and a general captain. Yin Xiaosu raised his coffee cup, but no one paid him any heed. How rude. What are your plans for the summer? Part-time work, training, the usual, came the replies. Xiaoyu, what about you? Wang Zheng expressed his gratitude towards Xiaoyu, who, despite his frosty demeanor, possesses a warm heart. That I have some matters to attend to. Seeking to experience higher levels, that Asia is not the end. Earth is certainly not. The galaxy is our true realm. The three share a sense of yearning. Earth feels too small, and the vastness of the universe beckons. The thought of remaining confined to this place for a lifetime is unimaginable. They must venture forth. Following humanity's entry into interstellar exploration, a plethora of great adventurers have emerged, akin to the illustrious navigators of yore, such as Magellan. The allure of the unknown propels mankind's insatiable curiosity forward, and these three youths are equally reluctant to resign themselves to a life on Earth. Yin Xiaosu is acutely aware that if he wishes to avoid a lifetime of selling sanitary products, he must initiate personal change. Wang Zheng and Xiaoyu have both set clear goals. In fact, both Xiaoyu and Yin Xiaosu have counseled Wang Zheng that pursuing a career as a mobile warrior may not be the best choice for advancement. It's arduous, perilous, and fraught with challenges. The conditions and ranks in the space forces far surpass those of ground troops, yet Wang Zheng's character remains steadfast. Yin Xiaosu and Xiaoyu embark on their journeys, destined to gaze upon the expansive cosmos, undoubtedly gaining new insights. Wang Zheng is delighted for them, yet he too has his own pursuits to consider. Strangely, with both of them absent, he feels a profound solitude. Two messages appear on his communication system, certainly not from Xiaosu or Xiaoyu, and it seems he has no other friends left. The first message surprises him. It appears to be from an email account he used during his registration for CT, revealing a middle-aged man. Greetings, player skeleton. I am Soren, the vice president of the CT Earth sector, and I hope to discuss future prospects with you. Wang Zheng shrugs in disbelief. What a world we live in. Even a pauper like me is targeted for scams that he decides to respond curtly with a single word, scram, and deletes the message with satisfaction. Such people deserve to be dealt with harshly. The second message is even more unexpected. It is from Yi Zisu. Wang Zheng, I would like to have a conversation with you. Do you have time? The expression on Yi Zisu's face in the video is earnest, yet Wang Zheng's initial reaction is skepticism. Following the incident at the Shangri-La Hotel, he has not seen Yu Jing again. Any connection they might have, it seems more like a cursed fate. Although Yi Zisu is not as extreme as Yu Jing, he wonders what they could possibly discuss. However, since she has taken the initiative to reach out, he feels he has no grounds for trepidation. Time and place, he replies, just as he prepares to take a shower. The communication system chimes. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, by the pavilion by the school lake. Yi Zisu's response is succinct. A lovely location. Are you planning to toss me into the lake? Wang Zheng shrugs nonchalantly. He truly dislikes engaging in disputes with girls unless absolutely necessary. The last event was quite unfortunate, but it stemmed from Yu Jing's excessive behavior, not anything related to Yi Zisu. At 1:50 in the afternoon, Wang Zheng arrives at the location, a place he knows all too well from his time with Xiaosu, though he suspects visits may dwindle in the future. To his surprise, Yi Zisu is already there. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt devoid of logos, paired with a blue skirt, her long hair casually tied in front, he cannot help but acknowledge that she looks quite pleasant. Upon seeing Wang Zheng, Yi Zisu beams, I thought you might not come. Wang Zheng smiles back. After all, we are classmates. That you'd only toss me into the lake, and I trust you would remember to fish me out. Yi Zisu pauses, then chuckles knowingly. I owe you an apology for recent events. Wang Zheng waves his hand dismissively. It's really nothing. Such matters are subjective. Besides, it has nothing to do with you. Yi Zisu shakes her head. I bear some responsibility as well. Xiao Jing was merely a bit proud. This incident has hit her hard. She has since transferred schools. Nevertheless, we are still classmates, and I am now a first-year student in the mecha department at the God of War Academy. Wang Zheng, we are classmates again. Yi Zisu extends her hand. Observing her fair hand, Wang Zheng gives it a gentle shake, feeling an unsettling sense of dissonance. Old Jia often warns to be wary of sweet words and the dark world. And today, Yi Zissou epitomizes the ideal of femininity, albeit with the wrong target. How did you know I was accepted into the mecha department? Yi Zissou smiles softly, brushing a few strands of hair blown by the breeze. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I have always thought you could become a mobile warrior. Regardless of whether you enter the God of War Academy, no one can persist in 4 years of rigorous training without faltering. Wang Zheng is taken aback. How do you know? Haha, you're too focused that you're not the only one who enjoys morning exercises. That Yi Zissou is another who has dedicated herself to training. Having noticed Wang Zheng long ago, she recalls a torrential downpour when she was resting in her dormitory, thinking he would not show up, only to spot him through binoculars, still enthusiastically training amidst the rain. The image of his smile in that downpour lingers vividly in her memory. Chapter 15. The slim can also kill. It is not merely the salary that matters. Rather, it is her acute awareness of Wang Zheng's profound fondness for mechas. Enduring a single day, or even a month, is feasible. Yet persevering for 4 years amidst the allure of entertainment is unfathomable. Although Yi Zissou diligently strives to inherit her family's business. As a young woman, her love for beauty, social gatherings, and shopping remains indispensable. Were it not for her attention to detail, how could she possibly remember Wang Zheng's name, along with the astonishing figure of 28 genes? If it is possible, then I extend my gratitude. Indeed, Wang Zheng yearns to engage with authentic mechas. Yi Zissou smiled, graciously accepting his thanks as a form of reconciliation. They are now even at that moment. Wang Zheng felt a sudden warmth in his heart, realizing that a kind-hearted girl could be quite delightful. The internship at OMG is undoubtedly far superior to working in a restaurant at OMG's headquarters in Beijing. Wang Zheng and Yi Zissou have been working for 3 days now, and here, no one knows who Yi Zissou is. Both entered as interns, and this young lady from OMG is genuinely here to learn. The facility houses an array of mecha schematics and various components, with their primary tasks revolving around research and repairs. This presents an unparalleled opportunity to gain a thorough understanding of mechas. And it must be said, this is the best place Wang Zheng could have envisioned, that he has chosen the practical department, where he interacts directly with mechas, which inevitably leads to him getting quite dirty and greasy. Yi Zissou is in the design management department, and having been there for a week, Wang Zheng has found his time to be immensely fulfilling. Kid, have you cleaned up? Move your hands and feet a bit quicker. There is still much work to be done. An elderly man, over 60, entered the room, his spirit remarkably vivacious. Wang Zheng has become his laborer, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk, occasionally needing to stay late to tackle various arduous tasks. You can trust me to get the job done. Old Luo.is this magic wolf V-type irreparable. There is no mecha that I, Luo Mu, cannot fix. Come here and take a breather. Wang Zheng slid down from the mecha. Our equipment in the Asia region is rather subpar, isn't it? I've heard the lunar military has already moved beyond the 4 basic models. Kid, do not underestimate the 4 fundamental mechas. They are the foundation of all. Those so-called advanced models are merely enhancements built upon their legacy, and as long as you grasp the intricacies of these 4 types, the rest will be mere trifles. Luo Mu exuded an air of pride, yet Wang Zheng recognized that this stubborn old man indeed possessed considerable skill. Wang Zheng resonated with Luo Mu's temperament, unlike the typical youth who often overestimates themselves. It was evident that he genuinely loved mechas and worked diligently. After a week here, he meticulously completed every task assigned by Luo Mu, allowing him some freedom. The facility offers detailed introductions and components related to mechas. And if one has an interest in them, there is no better place than this. Throughout the week, Wang Zheng had been sleeping in the warehouse, where the overall design schematics of the mechas posed no challenge for him. His proficiency in 3-dimensional analysis has always been exemplary, and the warehouse contains components for comparison, providing Wang Zheng with the best opportunity to understand mechas that a week passed swiftly, and old Luo eventually sent him away. Weekends are meant for leisure, after all. Young people should not rush. There is plenty of time to learn that in truth, Wang Zheng was rather fond of the complimentary meals provided at the company, which were quite cost-effective. At the Internet CAF, the owner appeared somewhat teary-eyed upon seeing Wang Zheng. Ever since Yin Xiaosu abandoned CT, the owner had lost a significant patron To expresses gratitude. The owner even gifted Wang Zheng a drink. A rare kindness in these times. CT not only offers combat, but also boasts a lifestyle community for players to interact. The virtual world serves as an alternate lifestyle where many engage in conversations, browse forums, and meet new friends. However, Wang Zheng held no interest in this and opted directly for the matchmaking mode. After finally managing to carve out some time for a match, he hoped for a formidable opponent, unwilling to squander his internet fees. "Come on, let us make this worthwhile." Wang Zheng silently prayed that moment. A group was engaged in an intense 5-on-5 match, the channel buzzing with excitement. Suddenly, the opposing team, holding the advantage, conceded. What on earth is happening? The arrival of the skeleton player sent ripples of intrigue through the ranks. Who is this individual? Are they renowned? It was said that they possessed extraordinary skills, prompting some to suggest checking it out. In the novice area, Skeleton's reputation had grown significantly. Despite a week-long absence, their influence had not waned, but rather intensified players' anticipation, particularly as this level was severely lacking in skilled competitors. Soren had recently been plagued by headaches, and upon sending an email, he inadvertently frightened the recipient away. What kind of nonsense is this? The moment Skeleton logs on, my headache vanishes. He swiftly issued an official announcement. "Give me a level advertising space," Soren declared emphatically. "Boss, this might not be wise. What if the inspectors catch wind of it? Make it happen immediately." "Yes, boss." The staff hurriedly rushed out, while Wang Zheng anxiously awaited his matched opponent. Wondering why the process was taking so long, there a shortage of players lately? The forums had exploded with activity, a bold red headline proclaiming Skeleton's return. The buzz had evidently doubled, and not only novice players but some experts also began to take notice, despite still suspecting this was merely a smokescreen. Yet up until now, no suitable challengers had been found, but as battle loomed, it was hard to believe Skeleton could remain hidden. Of course, if he were to lose, there would be no need for further investigation. Ding dong. Wang Zheng's opponent was finally matched. With 4 consecutive victories, although his score was low, the opponent he faced was formidable. ID: 1 flag war god number 1. Record: 15 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. The sole defeat was due to an excessively high win rate, resulting in a matchup against a higher-tier mecha, leading to a lopsided battle. Undoubtedly, this was an alternate account. And while no one had officially confirmed it, many speculated it belonged to Justin of the Diamond League's Savage Legion, who had lost a match and subsequently created this account, only to resurface at this moment. The entire forum ignited with excitement. Clearly, some could not bear to see this alternate account gain attention, a tactic that had been popular years ago but was now frowned upon. Anyone attempting to do so would likely face a skilled adversary. And so, it happened. Soren felt a weight in his heart. He truly did not wish for Skeleton to encounter such a strong opponent prematurely, yet this was beyond his control, but he knew all too well that this 1 flag was indeed Justin, a player notorious for taunting his opponents after defeating them and checking their banners, exhibiting a rather flamboyant personality. Ranked among the top 10 mid-laners in the European region, Justin gazed at the screen, a smug smile gracing his lips. I can't stand it when someone tries to show off, but of course, my own showing off is an exception. Justin prided himself on being a versatile and ferocious mid-laner, capable of maximizing the potential of humanoid mechas that to him. Humans were mechas, and mechas were humans, exhibiting superlative agility. Armed with a titanium knife, he dominated the battlefield, and the common wisdom among players was to avoid close-quarters combat with Justin and strike unexpectedly to secure victory. Justin had published a book because this so-called skeleton had the audacity to mimic his flamboyant approach. War God number 1 wielding a titanium knife, a strategy he had employed 2 years prior, only to be defeated in the end, and now the opportunity arose for him to exact revenge. Naturally, he would never admit to the outside world what he truly thought. Skeleton versus 1 flag. This clash promised to be entertaining. 2 show-offs pitted against each other. Who would emerge victorious? The officials swiftly released an announcement. Who is the true war god? The click-through rate skyrocketed past 100,000. Driven not only by Skeleton's allure, but also by 1 flag's previous notoriety, having once caused a seismic shift in the realm 2 years ago. It has to be Justin. This guy can't stand anyone eclipsing his fame. This was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Justin firmly held his place among the top 10 mid-laners in Europe, and even if he did not secure victory, his opponent would be exposed. Lose? Are you joking? Justin excels in one-on-one combat. His ranking suffers solely because of his reckless and aggressive playstyle. In solo matches, he could easily break into the top 10 of the Earth region. Enough of this nonsense. I'm paying to watch. Ma Xiao paused his training as a group of teammates gathered around. Captain, is one flag really Justin? Indeed, it's no secret in the circle, but what he doesn't know is that the account that got the better of him was a smurf. Ma Xiao chuckled. This kid is far too arrogant. During that period, one flag was indeed a force to be reckoned with that if his gear were slightly inferior, Justin's exceptional close combat skills could compensate, but if they are of equal tier with superior equipment, then it's game over. Justin would eventually realize this, feeling frustrated but unable to play. However, it seems this kid holds a grudge and is seeking revenge on Skeleton. Yet, Justin remains quite the gentleman. War God number 1 faces off against War God number 1. Wang Zheng glanced at his opponent's record, recognizing that this challenger was formidable, and the fact that they too had chosen War God number 1 suggested significant confidence. Boss, the number of paying viewers has surpassed 2,000 and is still climbing. Our promotional time was far too short. Under normal circumstances, this kind of immediate situation could easily break 5,000. The staff member reported excitedly, but Soren felt no excitement at all. These damned fools, can't they let Skeleton gain a bit more notoriety before taking him down? This is just the beginning of garnering attention. Soren waved his hand in exasperation to go. Take care of it properly. I need a moment to rest. Curse it, my headache is returning. Chapter 16. Ruthless Slaughter. The battle begins. The map is randomly assigned. Desert. Justin certainly does not need to take advantage of anyone. Yet it seems that fate itself is on his side. That is a master of close combat. Justin's adaptability to various geographical environments is unparalleled. For an average player, the desert represents despair. Maneuvering in such terrain is an entirely different affair. Skeleton versus Justin. Two Mets materialize in the boundless expanse of the desert, appearing simultaneously, but the Skeleton's War God number 1 visibly wobbles. Some seasoned players feel a pang of concern. This is a clear indication of an inability to acclimatize to the desert. Anyone who has not advanced beyond bronze ranks is forever a novice. Yet even novices harbor dreams, hoping for one among them to challenge those arrogant titans. However, dreams remain dreams, and no one believes that Skeleton is indeed a novice. Yet astonishingly, he truly is. War God number 1 stumbles a few steps in the desert, a blatant sign of disorientation. Anyone piloting a mech for the first time in such conditions would behave similarly. Justin, bemused, thinks to himself, for heaven's sake, if one lacks the skill, why pretend to be formidable? He had assumed his opponent possessed some degree of competence, only to find this a mere slaughter of the inexperienced. But after a few steps, War God number 1 comes to a halt, the mech slightly sinking, and Justin's expression stabilizes that a true expert reveals their prowess immediately. The opponent's stance suddenly becomes flawless. Interesting, no matter who you are. I shall expose your true form. Justin chuckles ominously. Both sides assume similar postures. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the atmosphere grows tense, players sensing an unusual tension. Almost simultaneously, both War God number 1 spring into action. War God no. 1 ascends in the desert, sand billowing upwards, indicating that Skeleton has adapted to the environment. Yet it is evident that Justin's War God number 1 is faster and more agile, his sand-scooping prowess more effortless. The title of Violent Midlaner is not merely for show. Boom! Justin's attack strikes, showcasing a clear operational advantage, the titanium blade crashing down. What is a Violent Midlaner? In the ensuing moments, it becomes clear to all. Justin's relentless strikes leave no room for his opponent to breathe, the titanium blade ferociously pounding from every angle. This is War God number 1, which signifies a single blow can conclude the encounter, leaving Skeleton's War God number 1 with merely defensive capabilities. Once Justin unleashes his full potential, the opponent may as well close their eyes that A Xiao and the others exchange glances, expecting a fierce contest. Only to witness this overwhelming scenario. Captain, this is a one-sided massacre. It's about to be over before we even know who is winning. Could it be that Justin is deliberately losing? Highly probable. Only Ma Xiao remained silent. Initially, he too believed defeat was imminent. Yet something felt amiss that Justin's assaults are ferocious. Yet Skeleton's defenses remain intact, successfully absorbing Justin's onslaught. However, without a reversal of this situation, the outcome remains unchanged, allowing Justin to unleash his abilities spells doom. Even with his beast form mech, he would not dare permit Justin such freedom. This is the first time Justin encounters an opponent so resilient. Despite his fierce attacks, the adversary maintains perfect positioning. Even the slightest imbalance could open the door for a heavy strike. Yet the opponent's center of gravity is remarkably steady. Who the hell is this guy? Skeleton once stated that losing balance equates to losing one's life, whether in a horse stance or a plum blossom stance. Much of the training focuses on maintaining balance. At this moment, Wang Zheng profoundly understands. The sand creates uneven footing for the mech, each step varying in depth. If one exerts too much force, they risk becoming ensnared. Yet, this is truly intriguing. This opponent is fascinating. Patience. Wang Zheng demonstrates remarkable patience, parrying Justin's strikes with precision, the sparks from their titanium blades illuminating the battlefield. Players in the novice zone have not witnessed such a combat spectacle in ages. Average players cannot withstand this level of assault. They either perish or suffer mutual destruction. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Skeleton astonishingly absorbs all the strikes. Players clench their fists, holding their breath, quietly urging for perseverance until an opening appears for a counterattack. However, Skeleton's opponent is Justin. Justin's relentless pressure is tremendously depleting. Should the opponent prove resilient without yielding results, the outcome becomes uncertain. It is imperative to escalate the intensity of the confrontation that a swift and direct trio of strikes from the titanium blade creates a fleeting opportunity of less than a second. In a moment of brilliance, Skeleton's titanium blade transforms into a reverse strike, a maneuver so unmistakably recognizable that even the least experienced players can discern it. This is Justin's signature move, the Frenzied Executioner. War God number 1 spins like a top, a whirlwind of fury directed toward War God number 1. Clang, 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 clang. A cascade of sparks fills the air. Only Justin can uncover the space to execute his skills amidst such confinement, leaving his opponent with no means of evasion. Boom. Skeleton's War God number 1 is sent flying to Is this the end? Bang. War God number 1 steadies itself upon landing, and Justin refrains from pursuing, for the rapid spin has caused the mech's feet to sink into the sand. A reckless chase would only afford the adversary an opportunity. Who the hell is this guy? Exhibiting such restraint, the series of brutal strikes inadvertently grants him momentum to escape the battlefield, a feat few can achieve against familiar opponents. The battle resumes its initial state, players collectively experiencing a sense of suffocation. For heaven's sake, when has the novice zone witnessed such a clash? Though lacking the grandeur of advanced mechs, it embodies a primal brutality. Kid, no matter who you are, today you shall fall, Justin silently vows. This is a newly honed secret technique he had never intended to unveil in such a contest. Wang Zheng senses the murderous intent emanating from his opponent. He eagerly anticipates the forthcoming moves. Both War God number 1 spring into action almost concurrently, rumbling towards one another. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. In an instant, Skeleton's War God number 1 strikes first, stomping down fiercely, sending a cloud of yellow sand billowing, obscuring all visibility. Supporters of Skeleton are momentarily stunned. How shameless, employing underhanded tactics. There is no distinction between fair and foul on the battlefield. Justin's ferocity in close quarters derives from his adept utilization of the surrounding environment, allowing him to turn the tide even when at a disadvantage. At this moment, Justin is airborne, executing his latest upward spin executioner. From above, the difficulty of execution has increased by at least 50%. Yet after nearly half a year of practice, Justin has finally mastered its fluidity. Even God himself would be compelled to kneel. But where is the target? Suddenly, a mech appears directly in front of him. It is none other than Skeleton's War God number 1. Damn. The titanium blade is also a reverse strike. Does he think this is child's play? Justin's upward spin executioner thrusts the titanium blade downward with ferocity. Yet astonishingly, the opposing War God number 1 retaliates with his own executioner. The alloy blades clash, sending forth a shower of sparks, the thrusters roaring as they sustain the momentum of both mechs, leaving the audience in utter silence. Both War God number 1s nearly touch down simultaneously. In such a brutal exchange, The first to strike will claim victory. It is Justin. It is indeed Justin, his titanium blade rising triumphantly. God. This is the prowess of Europe's premier violent mid-laner. However, Justin suddenly realizes the mech before him is growing larger. Boom. The world spins chaotically. What the hell? Is that a headbutt? In the moment of impact, Skeleton's war god number 1 does not employ a weapon, but rather charges directly forward. While Justin's titanium blade has only just been raised. Whoosh! The titanium blade skids off, a series of explosive sparks erupting. Skeleton's mech head soars through the air, landing far away. The sparks erupting from the neck are painfully bright. Boom! Mech destroyed, Skeleton wins. The audience remains utterly silent. Europe's violent mid-laner Justin has been defeated, and by his own signature move, the top-tier reverse strike. Wang Zheng feels the cube in his chest finally warm. It is a rare reaction. Exiting the cockpit, he reflects on the battle. It is merely an experience, yet the insights and memories are paramount. This opponent's close combat style is distinctly unique. The whirlwind reverse strike indeed significantly boosts attack speed. Yet it is an exhausting maneuver, essentially a gamble that leaves little room for retreat, that in one-on-one scenarios. It is manageable, but in team battles, it equates to self-sabotage, that a desperate move indeed. After contemplating for over 10 minutes, Wang Zheng finally opens his eyes. He feels exhilarated and ready to leave, avoiding any additional charges from the boss. Though standard positions are cheaper, Wang Zheng has grown accustomed to the tranquility of the VIP section, where the cockpit is also superior, that he exits leisurely, leaving no trace behind, while others are left in a frenzy. Who is this person? Astonishingly impressive. He has even taken down Justin, and with Justin's own signature move. No less, members of the Dragon God team are left dumbfounded. How could this reversal happen? You all should watch the replay carefully. I'm going to have a word with Justin. Ma Xiao laughs heartily as he steps outside. Dialing up Tian Sun. Justin remains in a daze. How is this even possible? A prodigious talent has emerged, and he ruminates over his opponents. Yet among those he knows, none possess such skill. Suddenly, Tian Sun rings. It is Ma Xiao. Could it be? Ma Xiao, don't tell me it's you. Have you been on steroids? Justin bellows. Haha, if it were me, that would be delightful that I'm here to check in on you. Europe's violent mid-laner has been taken down. How does that feel? Damn, get lost. Watch out for a real-life PK. The two have been rivals for long, yet their private rapport is quite amicable, that don't be too upset. You re not the first. A Xiao chuckles ruefully. Is that Dragon God 007 truly you? Grandmother, I initially intended to showcase my skills before the newcomers, but I was thoroughly outclassed. This individual truly possesses remarkable prowess, seemingly adept at imitating others. Regardless of who he may be, I must unearth his identity. I am determined to reclaim my honor, that I cannot allow War God number 1 to inhibit my full potential. Justin was engulfed in frustration, especially since his opponent had utilized his own techniques to bring him to an abrupt end. If you ever discover who he is, do inform me. Soren was in his office, indulging in a head massage, contemplating a new plan. However, he had already exhausted all available strategies. Conjuring fresh ideas was no simple task. Any new concept would require funding, yet the finance department maintained stringent controls, making the approval of significant expenditures exceedingly challenging. Chapter 17. Trepidation. Boss. We won. We won. It's only natural for Justin to emerge victorious. He has a penchant for making an appearance at the most unexpected moments. Soren grunted, his head throbbing at the mere thought that no, boss, it was Skull who triumphed, and he did so by employing Justin's own techniques to utterly dominate him. The live stream audience exceeded 5,000, and the forums are on the verge of exploding, with click rates surpassing 100,000. Soren nearly sprang from his chair, his old back feeling rejuvenated as if he were 18 again. How can this be? Indeed, how is this possible? Like a deep-sea bomb, it had caught many off guard. Unlike the battle with Dragon God 007, where speculation reigned, many techniques could be mimicked by players. However, the iconic red flag was widely recognized. And to wield the infamous butcher skills to such an extent must undoubtedly be Justin's doing. This fellow had a refreshing personality and was unreserved when among friends. Yet, Justin had been bested by an obscure account. The video was being viewed by countless players, Clearly, this individual was initially ill-suited to the desert environment, exhibiting movements that novice players could relate to. They had also stumbled during their first foray into the desert. Yet, Skull seemed to have adapted. What incredible adaptability! Could it be an act? If so, it was astonishingly lifelike, deserving of a galactic Oscar. The slow-motion footage of the Butcher's strikes was nothing short of violent. Such explosive exchanges were rare, even in higher tiers, with both players pushing War God No. 1's capabilities to their utmost limit. The final adaptation was utterly unexpected. It turned out to be a headbutt. The ever-adaptable Justin was thus outmaneuvered. The Butcher's extraordinary skills were on full display once more. The latest technique, analyzing the upward spinning Butcher strikes. Legend has it, who will be next to challenge Skull's advance? Wang, while enjoying instant noodles, was perusing the Tinshuan build to his dismay. He found not a single cent. How could this be? At this rate, he might not even afford instant noodles. The sound of Tinshuan chimed. It was Yi Zissou. What is the matter, Zissou? Yi Zissou chuckled, bemused, as Wang Zheng stuffed his mouth with noodles. Was this all he consumed at home? I can't just leave you alone. With Xiaojing away, it's rather dull. Let's go sing together. Wang Zheng hesitated. This could be quite perilous. What do you mean? When I sang as a child, I frightened the neighbors' pets into unconsciousness that Yi Zissou couldn't help but laugh. Fear not. I possess strong resilience, and my singing is quite melodious. Indeed, as Wang Zheng got to know Yi Zissou better, he found her quite likable. That it was perfectly normal for a girl to exhibit a bit of pride. And after understanding her better, they could certainly become friends, especially since they were both from the same department, having attended middle school and university together. Ultimately, it became apparent that Wang was ill-suited for singing. Despite his enjoyment of humming, he left Yi Zissou in stitches, shattering any semblance of a demure image. That a month flew by, and especially for Wang Zheng, whose life was immensely fulfilling. The commencement of classes at War God Academy involved physical assessments. Particularly for military students, those who performed inadequately would be directly eliminated. Wang Zheng couldn't afford to slack, as he was still somewhat unconventional and couldn't afford to falter. To the OMG headquarters, hundreds of employees were cheering on 10 young repair technicians. Uncle Rom, Wang Zheng has only been training for a month. Isn't that a bit hasty? In the crowd, Yi Zissou expressed her concern that OMG regularly organized repair competitions to motivate technicians, while there were no prohibitions against interns participating. The outcome was predictable, yet Rom had enrolled Wang Zheng. Rom shot a surprised glance at Yi Zissou. Little girl, did you exert yourself to get him in here without knowing his abilities? Yi Zissou was taken aback momentarily. She perceived Wang Zheng as diligent and earnest, yet this had little to do with talent, especially given his genetic count. Child, don't place too much faith in genetic counts. They are merely a reference. Rom replied. Initially reluctant to take on the responsibility, he was swayed by Yi Zissou's earnest entreaties. Never anticipating he had stumbled upon AGM, that as the competition commenced, the 10 contestants hailed from Beijing and neighboring regions, with Wang Zheng being the least familiar face among them. They were all around 30 years old, yet Wang Zheng was not slow in his pace. Yi Zissou watched intently as Wang Zheng, like a seasoned professional, swiftly disassembled the components. Rom stroked his beard, nodding frequently. This lad did not resemble a novice at all. Crucially, he did not falter under pressure. Some could perform well in practice but crumbled during competition. Yet Wang Zheng appeared even more exhilarated. Little girl, this lad is a talent worth nurturing. It's a pity for him to be merely a technician. Though I haven't encountered many exceptional individuals, I dare say this boy is far from ordinary. Rom was thoroughly impressed with Wang Zheng, and Yi Zissou's heart raced. What did Rom mean by not encountering much? He was an expert in resolving complex mech issues and the ace of OMG. Rarely taking action. In fact, he had previously been invited by War God Academy to serve as a guest professor for an elective course in mech engineering. Uncle, you really should consider War God Academy's invitation. You could pass on more of your expertise. Humph, do you think I don't understand today's youth? High aspirations but low abilities, afraid of dirt and exhaustion, and seeking the spotlight. Rom replied, but you have a student like Wang Zheng. You need to cultivate such talent. Yi Zissou continued to encourage a seasoned technician like Rom, who held considerable influence and shares in OMG. Becoming a professor at War God Academy would undoubtedly enhance OMG's brand image. Ah, little girl, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Nevertheless, there is some merit to what you say. Allow me to ponder IT. IT must be said that Wang Zheng had indeed caused Ram to regard these high-achieving students with newfound respect. Time ticked by, and Wang Zheng was the first to leap from the mech, achieving a remarkable 18 minutes and 65 seconds, establishing a new record at the Beijing store. Ram laughed heartily, nodding, incredible. His best time previously was 25 minutes. He is truly a performer under pressure. The judges were already inspecting the assembly, and shortly thereafter, they signaled an OK with their hands, eliciting even louder applause from the audience that a great teacher nurtures a great student. Yi Zisa clapped, recognizing the unexpected outcome. Wang Zheng breathed a massive sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded. With his internship salary and bonuses, he could cover his tuition fees. Recently, Soren had been as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Having sent countless messages to Skull, yet to no avail that he mulled over what had gone amiss, never imagining it was due to that trifling bonus. The first installment of CT's bonuses was immediately disbursed, while subsequent payments required accumulating a certain amount before being issued in one go. Little did he know that someone was busily preparing for a feast. Wang Zheng was fully immersed in his work, and Ram was imparting knowledge diligently. Who wouldn't appreciate such a hard-working young man unafraid of dirt and fatigue? Crucially, Ram recognized that Wang Zheng truly enjoyed what he was doing. Ultimately, Wang Zheng emerged as the champion of the mech repair competition, breaking Ram's own record of 1 hour and 13 minutes, completing the task in 59 minutes. Wang Zheng's remarkable agility was unparalleled. What delighted Wang Zheng most was that the month of early mornings and late nights had been worthwhile. He no longer had to worry about tuition fees. The time was short, but the rewards were immense. Wang Zheng gained a solid understanding of the fundamental structure of mechs, comprehending not only the how, but also the why. Furthermore, he had made a friend in Yi Zissou, discovering that the goddess was not as unattainable as she seemed at first glance. Friendship was ultimately about connection, as a round-faced chubby fellow once said, fate. Yin Xiaosu and Xie Yusin had also returned. Each had undergone transformations during their time away from school. Yin Xiaosu's face had become more rounded, yet his metamorphosis was significant. This journey to Mars had broadened his horizons. And now he found himself somewhat grateful to Yu Jing. Without her, he might still be aimlessly drifting through life. Xie Yusin, on the other hand, did not elaborate on his experiences. He was always reserved. However, it was evident that this trip had ignited a renewed spirit within him. War God Military Academy had commenced. The entrance of the academy was teeming with people, with various luxurious maglev vehicles lining the streets. And enthusiastic upperclassmen were everywhere. Especially the senior brothers burst forth with an unprecedented fervor, their eyes scanning the crowd like laser beams, ready to charge the moment they spot a target. How youthful and radiant the junior sisters are. In these times, the early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer only sips the soup. Indeed, there are a multitude of volunteers. Yet, Wang Zheng, Yin Xiaosu, and Xie Yusin stood there for quite a while, without a single soul acknowledging them. The trio gazed at the dilapidated gate of the War God Academy, remarking how shabby it was. When I have the means, I shall replace it with the most splendid one in the galaxy. Wang Zheng and Xie Yusin exchanged knowing smiles, and Xie Yusin suddenly declared, Wang Zheng, I cannot believe your consistent score of 60 is merely a coincidence. This time I hope to compete with you fairly. Wang Zheng was taken aback. Bring it on. The three then dispersed to report to their respective departments. Upon arriving at the mecha department, the admissions officer adjusted his glasses and remarked, Are you certain you belong to the mecha department? Your name does not appear on the list. Wang Zheng was momentarily stunned, thinking this can't be a ruse, can it? Sir, could you please check again? Wang Zheng, let me see. Ah, here it is. You are actually enrolled in the physics department. You've taken a wrong turn. Exit and turn right at the third intersection. Next. Wang Zheng felt bewildered. Wasn't he had agreed that dual degrees in mecha and physics were possible? Could it be? He located the physics department's building and asked many students before finally finding Xiao Fei. Doctor, why is there no record of me in the mecha department? Wang Zheng inquired anxiously, not wishing to spend his days dealing with numbers. Xiao Fei looked up with a slight smile. Calm down, have a seat. Doctor, this isn't a joke. I remember you promised I could study in both departments. Wang Zheng felt dizzy, having already missed the registration for military enlistment. Chapter 18. The classmates begin school, haha. When has what I, Xiao Fei, said ever been untrue? You entered as a special admission student of the physics department. The old man has specifically granted you a seat as an auditor in the mecha department. Xiao Fei's gaze towards Wang Zheng was akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Wang Zheng was stunned, realizing that without a mecha department diploma, how could he enlist after graduation? Were there no other options? Wang Zheng, one must not act impulsively. Think it through. You have no way back now. Tuition is non-refundable, and this year's enlistment is already concluded. Even if it hadn't, I have ways to ensure you don't pass. So be a good assistant to me, that if you possess the capability, earn your spot in the mecha department. Xiao Fei smiled, her demeanor decidedly wicked. This genius doctor was notorious for her ruthlessness, yet Wang Zheng was beguiled by her appearance. And Xiao Fei was intrigued by having a student who could engage in a rational discourse, unlike the dim-witted one she usually encountered. Wang Zheng was speechless. What was this predicament? He had no interest in physics, having previously engaged in conversations merely to keep the lonely old man company. After all, old Jia was rather pitiable. Actually, I and the principal have made considerable efforts. Think about it. Who would want you given your situation? You are here as a special admission student under my title. Yet no one in the mecha department has made a special concession for you. It is up to your actions to prove yourself. I have taken a significant risk in this matter. You don't strike me as an irresponsible person, Xiao Fei said with a melancholic expression, as if Wang Zheng had committed an unspeakable crime. Wang Zheng understood. He was already on board, and stepping back was not an option. Fortunately, opportunities still existed. Ahem, thank you, teacher. I will certainly strive to do my best. Excellent. That is the attitude a student should possess. Your macro concepts are commendable, but the details are somewhat rough. Study diligently, and you will surely have a promising future, Xiao Fei declared with an air of authority. Wang Zheng smiled bitterly, thinking to himself. He certainly did not wish for a future in physics. Resigned, he found his dormitory, where his 3 roommates had already arrived, though they were nowhere to be seen. Wang Zheng tossed his belongings onto the sole, unoccupied bed, and the campus messaging app began to ping incessantly. Boss, gather at the flower bed by the school gate. The first gathering of university students is commencing. Yin Xiaosu had fully embraced the vibrant spirit of youth, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Upon Wang Zheng's arrival, Yin Xiaosu and Xie Yusin were already present at So. How does it feel? Not bad, right? Xie Yusin asked, and I'm dizzy. Did you know beforehand that I was placed in the physics department? Wang Zheng retorted. Xie Yusin shrugged. There is nothing that can be done. Only professors have the authority to make special admissions. Isn't it good that Xiao Fei has her eye on you? After all, you have the chance to audit in the mecha department. Why not seize it? Wang Zheng recognized that it was indeed a decent opportunity. Xiao Yu, you're being rather unfair. Shouldn't you have mentioned that Gu Tei is your relative? That sponsorship fee would have been splendid to use. Yin Xiaosu lamented. The school is not run by my family. I merely sought an opportunity. With Wang Zheng's capabilities, it was only fitting for him to be admitted. Dante involved me in matters of privilege. While impressive, one of the 4 campus heartthrobs truly lives up to his reputation, Yin Xiaosu remarked with a grin. What are you talking about? Wang Zheng interjected. Haven't you caught on? Our Xiao Yu is the grandson of the principal, the top student of Dawn High School, and so handsome and tall. He has already been dubbed a campus heartthrob. Yin Xiaosu explained. Such trivial matters. You take them seriously? Xie Yusin said with a bland expression, having no interest in such affairs. I knew you would react this way. Isn't it convenient to use that title to attract girls? Just remember to introduce us to more connections and organize social events. My and the boss's future lives depend on you. Xiaosu, don't rope me in. Wang Zheng replied. Come on, you're all righteous. Isn't college about meeting girls? Yin Xiaosu was quite eager, opening the campus messaging app, revealing an advertisement brochure. I'm counting on you too. I'm destined to be single for life. Wai Zissou has already been crowned the #1 newcomer. If she could introduce a couple of friends, that would be splendid. After all, she is also an alumnus. Wang Zheng and Xie Yusin felt helpless, although it is said that the nature of men is attracted to beauty. This girl seemed overly anxious that it appeared that Yu Jing had vanished from his life, which was perhaps for the best. Wherever there are people, there are social circles. The academy is also a circle. As one of the 3 major military academies on Earth, the War God Military Academy naturally attracted outstanding students from around the globe. In this new place, this new battlefield, the exceptional individuals would surely compete fiercely in their respective fields. Yet among the talented, there were still those who stood out, deemed the favored children of heaven. Xie Yusin, with a genetic evaluation of A, was granted special admission, noted as the principal's grandson, hailing from a prestigious family with significant influence in education and the military. Marses, from the moon, also with a genetic evaluation of A, was specially admitted, noted for having rejected an invitation from the prestigious Atlan Academy on the moon to come to Earth. Karu, from Mars, likewise with a genetic evaluation of A, was noted as the principal's coveted recruit, having made 3 trips to Mars specifically for him. Marses and Karu were Gute's trump cards, acquired through considerable connections and favors, which undoubtedly offended Atlan Academy. A classic case of poaching. As one of the 3 prestigious institutions on Earth, it had been on the losing end in recent years regarding student recruitment, with the Zeus Military Academy in Europe and the Apollo Military Academy in the Americas firmly occupying the top 2 spots. Gute, in dire straits, decided to adapt. Rather than wait idly, he chose to scout talent from stronger institutions. Only exemplary achievements could attract outstanding students, and Gute had no desire to see the War God Military Academy's reputation tarnished under his watch. With evidence in hand, among the 3 new students, in terms of appearance, Xie Yusin could undoubtedly outshine both Marses and Karu, which made Yin Xiaosu quite proud, as he could use Xiao Yu's name when pursuing beauties. There are indeed so many bored individuals. Of course, we are in the age of rapid information exchange. Is that so? It's not that quick. At least Wang Zheng hasn't made a move. Xie Yusin remarked, observing Wang Zheng with interest, always feeling there was something off about him. Yet this guy remained unfazed, always eluding her scrutiny. Wang Zheng rubbed his nose. Don't involve me. Keep it low-key. Haha. Sometimes even if you wish to be low-key, it's not feasible. I plan to join the photography club to capture the beauty of life. What are your plans? I have no particular thoughts at the moment. I don't intend to waste time on clubs. Xie Yusin replied, that I'm afraid I'll have to see how things go. Dr. Xiao has asked me to be her assistant. Dr. Xiao? Xiao Fei? Wait. Yin Xiaosu began frantically scrolling through the campus messaging app, pulling up an image of Xiao Fei. Boss, is that her? Wang Zheng nodded, and Yin Xiaosu seemed quite excited. Wow. I'm still searching for my match, and you already have a partner. My teacher Xiao Fei is one of the campus flowers. In a dimly lit lab, a lonely man and a woman, sparks flying, teacher and student. Wang Zheng and Xie Yusin simultaneously shot, Yin Xiaosu a disdainful look. This guy could connect anything to that topic. He must be quite desperate. Ahem. However, I've heard that this beautiful Dr. Xiao is quite the firecracker. Students who have crossed her have not been few, and she is not much older than us. How is she so clever? Dr. Zhao's genetic evaluation is S-level, classified information, naturally different from us ordinary folks, Xie Yusin explained. Her grandfather put in considerable effort to secure her, as the Aslan Empire had extended an invitation back then. In the galaxy, few can refuse an invitation from the Aslan Empire, which signifies the highest nobility and the best benefits. It's a world reserved for elites. The Aslan Empire enforces the most stringent entry requirements in the galaxy. Talent immigration necessitates a lineage of 3 generations, with only indispensable elites having the possibility of entry in a single generation. In a decade, only a handful have succeeded, and yet Xiao Fei astonishingly declined the offer, which sparked considerable discussion at the time. Can you guess the reason she provided? I've heard about this incident as well. It is said that the head of immigration for Aslan nearly bled out from shock. Yin Xiaosu laughed heartily, speculating, it couldn't be because she wanted to stay close to home. Could it? Wang Zheng casually remarked. Yin Xiaosu and Xie Yusin gazed at Wang Zheng in disbelief, exclaiming, you truly share a common language. How absurd, one might think that could be a valid reason. However, given Xiao Fei's character, it seems entirely plausible. This incident has certainly brought prestige to the Solar System Federation and enhanced the reputation of the War God Academy, making it exceedingly popular among students. Unfortunately, she only agrees to take on 30 students each year. That we owe our gratitude to Wang Zheng, as this year there will be a grand lecture, allowing everyone to witness her brilliance. Xie Yusin remarked, my grandfather mentioned that he has never seen Xiao Fei admire anyone as much as she does now. In her eyes, aside from Alan Turing, everyone else of this era is utterly worthless. Xie Yusin scrutinized Wang Zheng, feeling that this young man harbored secrets, something amiss. Yet she couldn't pinpoint what it was. After a brief gathering, the trio returned to their respective dormitories, as the first days of school were bound to be busy. Upon returning to the dormitory of the physics department, Wang Zheng found his three roommates already present, and he was delighted to meet new friends. Yao Ailuan from Madagascar exclaimed, "I came here for Dr. Xiaofei. She will undoubtedly be the greatest physicist of this century." Yao Ailuan, of average build, wore glasses and appeared somewhat youthful, speaking with his head slightly lowered, yet a fervor ignited within him whenever Xiaofei was mentioned. Chen Xiao, hailing from Chongshan City, greeted brothers, "Please take care of me in the future," and promptly bowed. "How is it that I ended up in the same dormitory as you?" Wang Zheng wondered aloud. Yao Ailuan, the only middle school student from Earth to receive the Federation's first prize in physics. Chen Xiao, a 14-year-old genius, the youngest in the entire academy. "My name is Zhang Shan, but you can call me Dehan." Dehan towered nearly 2 meters tall, hardly resembling a physics student. Yao Ailuan adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Zhang Shan, son of Dr. Zhang Diyu, has always been his assistant." Dr. Zhang Diyu was also Dr. Xiaofei's university professor and has recently co-authored a paper titled The Movement Manifestation of the God Particle in Space. While the accolades belong to Dr. Zhang Diyu, the outside world claims you contributed significantly and provided crucial insights. Fascinating. At the mention of this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Yao Ailuan's eyes. Chapter 19. All experts. Chen Xiao, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head. "I feel rather foolish. At this point, Dr. Xiaofei has already embarked on independent research into spatial penetration." The three turned their gazes towards Wang Zheng, who felt quite dizzy from the revelations. Where on earth was he? He merely wished to pass time before transferring to the mecha department. "Ahem, I am Wang Zheng, from Beijing. I don't really have any specialties." Instantly, all three roommates locked their eyes on Wang Zheng, exclaiming in unison, "You are Wang Zheng? Is there a problem?" The three exchanged glances, astonished that the Academy's most enigmatic special recruit was residing in their dormitory. "Brother Wang, I have heard you are Dr. Xiaofei's special assistant. I hope you can guide me in the future," Chen Xiao said, gazing at Wang Zheng with admiration. Wang Zheng felt a bit overwhelmed. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, while these three were undoubtedly formidable talents. Zhang Shan scrutinized Wang Zheng seriously. "Excellent. My father mentioned that the doctor discovered a rare genius. I never imagined we would share the same dormitory. That we have 4 years to get to know each other. Wang Zheng, I will set my sights on surpassing you. Beware, for I am determined to become the doctor's assistant. It's the very purpose of my existence." Yao Ailuan's eyes sparkled with ambition. Wang Zheng was at a loss for words, wondering what kind of place this was. As he merely sought to blend in, it seemed that university life would not be as carefree as he had hoped. The three scientific enthusiasts quickly shifted the conversation to recent trends in the scientific community, prompting Wang Zheng to tactfully excuse himself. Xiaofei must have orchestrated this. No matter the arrangement, it was futile. He was a warrior born for mechas, with other pursuits merely serving as hobbies. The campus buzzed with excitement. Students bustling about, their eyes ablaze with youth and ambition, Wang Zheng included. Yet he felt like an observer, burdened by the weight of his own training, which had left him feeling like an old man. Checking his inbox, he discovered that the persistent scammer had sent him over 100 emails, flooding his inbox with spam. Wang Zheng deleted them all without a glance, but felt a twinge of nostalgia for the battles he had not fought in some time. After wandering around, he headed straight to the internet cafe. Wang Zheng was somewhat sentimental, primarily reminiscing about the discount the owner used to offer. Soren had been feeling the passage of time acutely, his hair thinning rapidly, that he had penned countless heartfelt emails, channeling all the passion of a university student writing love letters, yet the recipient remained unresponsive. After the skeleton defeated Justin, Soren was convinced this was his destiny. He was prepared to gamble everything. Failure meant death. However, the problem was that his resources had vanished. What a conundrum! At that moment, his assistant burst through the door in a frenzy, startling Soren, who was about to unleash a tirade. But noticed the assistant's face was as red as a beet. "Boss, he has finally appeared. God, you have finally arrived. I thought I would wither away waiting for you. Execute the plan immediately. We need to promote this comprehensively." "Yes, boss." Everyone has been on high alert. The staff outside were equally exhilarated, as they had finally found hope after consistently being at the bottom of CT's performance rankings. While CT offered excellent benefits, the long working hours and meager pay were unbearable. The stakes were high. CT was a collective department, with promotions and operations counted separately, that if investments were made here, results were expected. Otherwise, responsibility had to be shouldered. And the rookie zone was notoriously unpredictable. The previous defeat of Justin by the skeleton had revitalized the long-dormant novice area, especially among the elementary students, who were now utterly captivated. Fortunately, the first day of school brought a significant surprise. Report, boss. Even before we began, the attention has already exceeded 10,000. Excellent. Continue. As soon as he makes a choice, we will act immediately. Soren drummed his fingers on the desk, brimming with excitement. What could he possibly want? Such a person likely lacked for money. Was it fame? If he sought notoriety, there was no need to linger in the rookie zone. What did he truly desire? He had to cater to his whims for long-term collaboration. Such a headache. If only Wang Zheng were here, he would undoubtedly shout, money sometimes. The answer is indeed the simplest. This time, Wang Zheng opted for a 5-on-5 format instead of 1-on-1. Eager to experience the team dynamics he had observed his friends enjoy previously. Individual skill might not be particularly demanding, but teamwork involved a wealth of strategy. Entering the matchmaking phase, Wang Zheng's choice kept the staff on their toes, as they had to revise the prepared promotional materials. Who would have thought he would suddenly opt for 5-on-5? 20 seconds later, the matchmaking concluded, and Wang Zheng entered the squad mode. Teammates, it's me and Zhou Jie, riding a donkey to find a mule. Oh no, we're all in trouble, Yin Yu. Hello everyone, I'm a girl, so I might cause some issues. Please bear with me, Yin Yu said, her voice pleasant even if her appearance was unseen. Haha, no worries. Sister, I'm a pro, so let's exchange contact info. I'll guide you later, said riding a donkey to find a mule who confidently activated his video, revealing a handsome profile, expertly capturing his angles. An old hand at charming the ladies. What is the strategy? Oh no, we're all in trouble, he inquired. Just play casually. It's not like we're in high-level combat, Zhou Jie replied. All right, let us just play freely and crush them. What the heck? How did we match with a legion? The novice area also had legions, with any relatively strong legion adopting a tiered training model. Novice, bronze, silver. Although the opponents were also novices, the Xuanwu Legion was a renowned diamond-level legion. And ordinary people could not gain entry. Oh, look, there is someone with a 100% win rate. Haha, coming to the novice zone to show off? Better watch out for lightning strikes. Let us take him down. I love breaking in newcomers. The game loaded. 10%, 50%, 100%, map, Northern Star distorted jungle. Everyone be cautious. The opponents are from a legion. Just don't lose too embarrassingly. What the heck, skeleton? Are you insane? What kind of squishy character is that? Riding a donkey to find a mule exclaimed in disbelief. Forget it, one girl and one novice. With them being from a legion, it's a guaranteed loss. Let us just have some fun. Zhou Jie and I remained quite nonchalant, driving our V-type demon wolf straight into the fray. Ugh, today is just unlucky. I've lost all day, and now there are so many kids around. Riding a donkey to find a mule lamented as he piloted his V-type bata into the action. The other two also set out, with 2 heading up and 2 going down, leaving Wang Zheng to navigate the middle lane alone. The robots dispatched by the fortress surged forth, capable of aiding in vision. It was said that Norton Star's gravity was 5 times that of Earth, but here it felt the same, that he couldn't fathom how formidable one must be to battle under such conditions. Wang Zheng was in no hurry, as he had yet to spot a single enemy to AT this moment. The competitors were unaware that this seemingly inconsequential match had garnered over 15,000 paid viewers. With post-click soaring to 500,000 within less than 5 minutes, the system issued a notification. Player Yinyu Wu's machine was destroyed, resulting in their exit, although she was a female player. Her opponent was oblivious, as they swiftly eliminated her the moment she exposed herself, with a direct headshot from the Hunter Type 3. Alas, the misfortunes were abundant. A mere second's delay in warning led to her demise. With neither the option to fight nor to retreat, the opponent's Bata V-type had already appeared, its titanium blade striking fiercely. Despite the numerous pitfalls, they still demonstrated some skill, yet the covert sniper's laser cannon arrived with a thunderous roar. Almost simultaneously, another Hunter Type 3 emerged, turning the odds to 3 against 2. Game over. The disheartened player lamented, "All these pitfalls have left me in despair." To AT the 7-minute mark, the red team suffered yet another mech loss. Oh dear. The machine was obliterated. Searching for alternatives amid the chaos was futile. They were surrounded by traps that a skeleton. Is that the infamous skeleton? exclaimed Wang Zheng, who was curious whether Sister Zhou was his sister or girlfriend. The Hunter Type 3, moving slowly, opted to defend the middle lane, while the Magic Wolf and Bata made their way to support the bottom lane. The middle lane was manned by a fragile novice. Although the Hunter was a heavy sniper, there was little to fear. Wang Zheng refrained from recklessly advancing, sensing the impending danger. Meanwhile, the battle in the bottom lane was raging, with both he and Sister Zhou being overwhelmed. Despite incurring some energy shield damage, both were ultimately destroyed, leaving only Wang Zheng in the fray. The four players had little expectation. Encountering pitfalls and losses was commonplace. Yet the real issue arose when the four who exited were astounded to see the audience area brimming with spectators. Were these individuals truly watching their match? Had the public's interest evolved to the point where even a match of this caliber drew attention? Wang Zheng and Sister Zhou were momentarily dumbfounded. The skeleton, was it truly that skeleton? God! At this moment, oh dear, all these pitfalls could no longer contain their frustration in the public channel. Just surrender already. Stop wasting time. They had yet to notice the viewer count in the upper right corner. Boom! The opponent's Hunter Type 3 was obliterated, and they could hardly comprehend where the war god I had materialized from. By the time they realized, the titanium blade had already pierced their vital points, not even allowing the energy shield to activate. What is happening? Old Hat was actually destroyed by War God I. This player might be a smurf. Everyone, stay cautious. What of a diamond rank? Let us take him down with basic attacks. Four mobile warriors charged towards the red team's fortress. With the hunters scouting ahead to their surprise, they encountered no signs of the enemy and had established a siege around the fortress. Thus, victory was merely a matter of time. Wang Zheng patiently awaited his opportunity. As the formation of the four mechs remained impeccable, should one be attacked, the others would provide immediate support. The four mechs, accompanied by intelligent robots, launched a relentless assault. The sounds of cannon fire echoing through the air that if this continued, the battle fortress would not last long. Time was slipping away, and the situation seemed inescapable. Even top-tier players with energy shields had limited chances here, as the operational skill and reflexes of the players were not particularly high. However, War God, I was not one to withstand such pressure. Was this where the legend would meet its end? Soren's eyes nearly bulged out. What the hell? Why abandon a 1v1 for a team battle? Don't they understand the treacherous nature of this world? Although defeat was expected, the fervor of the players would inevitably wane, rendering his subsequent plans worthless. What a predicament! Wang Zheng's War God, I remained concealed, quietly biding its time. Every human, when on the brink of success, instinctively relaxes, especially when holding a significant advantage. Just then, the already eliminated Old Hat suddenly cheered in the channel, "Brothers, be cautious. That fragile one is the skeleton. He must be hiding somewhere, waiting to ambush us. That we cannot underestimate this. If we win this match, we'll be famous. Damn it. I knew that ID looked familiar. It truly is the skeleton. ISNT supposed to only play one-on-one. This is a jackpot." The four previously lax opponents immediately heightened their vigilance, intensifying their assault on the battle fortress while bolstering their defenses. Wang Zheng's four teammates sighed in regret, realizing that had they known, they wouldn't have approached the battle this way. Crap, even if a god came now, it would be futile. Chapter 20. Goddess quintuple kill, what a shame. Their cover was blown, and the only opportunity had vanished. A Shao lamented, shaking his head as the surrounding opponents echoed his sentiments. The adversaries, now fully alert, would not allow any chance for a sneak attack. Indeed, War God, I could no longer remain hidden. Action was imperative. However, taking action meant certain death. That I in full view of everyone, War God, I brazenly exposed its position, charging directly towards the four clustered mobile warriors. God? What is he thinking? In the CT office, all staff members stood in shock. Soren clenched his fists, realizing there was no turning back. The battle statistics skyrocketed. And most alarmingly, word of mouth among players spread like wildfire, drawing in more spectators eager to witness the exploits of this fragile skeleton. Yet the situation left everyone feeling helpless. A 4-to-1 scenario with the battle fortress hanging by a thread. There was no choice but to make a desperate dash for glory. Although War God, I was perilously close to the four mechs, there remained a crucial distance of over 50 meters. A fatal 50 meters. 2 Magic Wolf V-types, 1 Bata V-type, and one beast type, 3 all aimed their laser rifles at the suddenly emerging foe. Boom! A brilliant flash erupted. War God I charged like a whirlwind towards its adversaries, leaving everyone agape. What speed was this? Inside the cockpit, Wang Zheng was equally exhilarated, propelled by the pilot's will as War God, I roared forward, racing ahead with laser beams grazing its sides. The lasers fired by the 4 mobile warriors either struck trees or missed entirely, and in an instant, War God, I had closed the gap to 20 meters. The second round of laser bombardment loomed dangerously close. Soren and the others felt as though they were suffocating. There was now no covered AT this moment. The speeding War God, I executed a graceful arc. Weaving left, oh my God. Then right, a dual arc advance. In the blink of an eye, it entered close combat range, and the 4 opponents, bolstered by numerous players, were not deterred. The Beast Type 3 surged forward as a human shield. Even if War God I possessed extraordinary abilities, having just performed such a maneuver, it would likely be drained of energy. The Bata 3 followed suit, flanked by 2 magic wolves, creating an impenetrable net. Meanwhile, the intelligent robots were depleting the fortress's last line of defense. Under the current circumstances, it could hold out for a mere 20 seconds against overwhelming odds. Ma Xiao shrugged helplessly, lamenting that having just witnessed the dual arc technique, they were now facing such a grim fate. For players of their caliber, losing was not terrifying, but it mattered how they lost. Boom! The Beast Type 3 was sent flying. In an instant, War God I burst forth from the shadows. The titanium blade thrusting forward, catching the Bata 3 off guard. The opponent had no clue how the beast had suddenly faltered, and before they knew it, the enemy was upon them. The alloy blade pierced the cockpit. Sparks flying. Yet there was a crucial second of inertia. The titanium blade could not be withdrawn in time. The 2 Magic Wolf V-types charged in double kill. The Bata player was struck hard, yet he still wore a radiant smile. Someone was bound to make a sacrifice. However, to everyone's astonishment, War God I released its grip, causing the mech to lurch violently, as if the visuals had distorted. The 2 titanium blades narrowly missed each other. At this moment, there was no time to activate the energy shield. The players of the 2 Magic Wolf V-types could only watch helplessly as their own blades turned against them, fingers poised to activate the energy shield, but missing by a hair's breadth. So close yet so far. Boom! Triple kill. The system's voice rose in pitch. Quad kill. The system reached a crescendo. At this point, the battle fortress had but a sliver of defense remaining. War God I swiftly withdrew its titanium blade, executing a backflip onto the Beast Type AT that moment. Under the dual suns of Northern Star, the titanium blade glimmered with a dazzling radiance as it descended upon the foe. Boom! Pentakill. An annihilation. The red team emerges victorious. Congratulations to Skeleton for achieving a pentakill, with an announcement sent to the entire server, rewarding him with 100 points and a warrior medal. Keep up the great work. The system's voice resonated with unparalleled fervor and solemnity, yet the surroundings were enveloped in utter silence. In the CT operations hall, all personnel stood in stunned disbelief. What kind of maneuver was this? This was the rhythm of a deity. Soren's hands trembled as if conducting a symphony. The smoke had already burned down to his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. All the staff gazed at Soren with admiration. This supervisor on the brink of reassignment, who had made such divinely precise judgments at this moment. Soren waved his hand, calmly signaling everyone to resume their duties, then retreated to his office, locking the door behind him. It was rumored that someone overheard the president weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the audience area erupted into a frenzy. Even in the last 10 seconds, people were still streaming in, some there to witness the downfall of the skeleton myth, only to behold a godly performance instead. In the CT realm, inflicting over 80% damage on a mech was the threshold for a kill, and achieving a triple kill was already remarkable. While a pentakill was an extraordinarily rare occurrence, a pentakill under extreme conditions, divine maneuvering, divine awareness, divine rhythm. After obliterating Justin in the previous match, Skeleton had once again performed a miracle. Wang Zheng removed his tactile sensor, quietly savoring the recent battle. His strategy had proven sound, that he had anticipated that the opponent would grow complacent, not in the sense of a glaring flaw, but rather a mindset of absolute superiority. In that state of mind, the opponent's shooting would only be 70 to 80% earnest, and their formations were entirely predictable. Anticipation in battle was crucial that it appeared that his skills against novices were adequate. Wang Zheng did not allow himself to bask in self-satisfaction, knowing he was still at the bottom tier of CT. Yet this battle had indeed imparted him with profound insights. Agility and footwork was of utmost importance. Adaptability was instinctual. Had he forced the titanium blade, the outcome could have been entirely different. Fortunately, within the training of Skeleton, there was no concept of weapons. Every part of the body was a weapon. And even the enemy's weapons could be utilized without hesitation. That a warm sensation spread across his chest, a comforting sign that the Rubik's Cube acknowledged his realizations. The essence of battle did not lie in quantity, but in quality. He must summarize his experiences well. Wang was a diligent student. After finishing the drink bestowed upon him, he could not waste the boss's goodwill. Wang vanished, and the CT Forum's Asia region erupted in chaos. Although the battle had concluded, the influx of online players surged rapidly. Some battles were indeed worth reminiscing. The passion still burned bright. The emergence of such videos prompted seasoned veterans on the forum to engage in a race against the official analysis speed, while the grassroots were filled with hidden talents. The earlier portions were nearly overlooked, but the last 30 seconds were the essence of the essence. The legendary pentakill, and it was none other than War God No. 1's pentakill. Regardless of level, equipment, or circumstances, any mention of a pentakill was enough to draw attention, especially in such a dramatic comeback. This kid was ruthless. Justin was also reviewing the footage, astonished beyond measure. He had deliberately waited until the battle fortress was on the brink of collapse before making his move. Ma Xiao was also watching. They did not require analysis, as seeing it again was even more shocking. Immersed in the atmosphere, many details could be easily overlooked. Like a serpent, his stealth was remarkable. Haha, if it were anyone else, they would also believe victory was assured. This fellow's melee capabilities were undoubtedly top-notch. I can hardly wait for him to enter our world. Justin and Ma Xiao exchanged glances, shutting off the video. This individual would inevitably step into their realm, perhaps heralding a revolution marked by blood and upheaval. Easy? Not so much. The analysis video was released. The earlier evasions were already deemed classic, yet the odds against the four opponents still stood at 80%. However, the rampaging Beast Type 3 had lost its defensive position, a fatal misstep. In team battles, it played no role whatsoever. Charging recklessly, believing the opponent would not evade, they attempted a direct overthrow, only to be solidly repelled by War God No. 1 like a feather lifting 1,000 pounds. Although it dealt a significant blow to War God No. 1, his center of gravity remained unshaken throughout. The Bata V-type was a tragic failure. Its sole function was to ensnare Skeleton's blade. While the two demon wolves had no complaints in an instant, War God No. 1 executed a series of movements that appeared stationary, yet completely disrupted the balance of the two demon wolves, causing their strikes to go awry. Following that, War God No. 1's seamless follow-up was a masterpiece. When War God No. 1, illuminated by brilliance, vanquished the rampaging beast, he had ascended to divinity. This was a shared sentiment among all players of the video. There exists a kind of battle that is impeccable. Skeleton's divine pentakill, a tactical maestro, a master of control, a new generation of war gods rising. Perhaps the novice zone had languished in monotony for far too long. When such a heavy bomb was dropped, it triggered a powerful chain reaction that a retrospective video could maintain high attention for a maximum of 10 minutes, after which interest would swiftly wane, but this video was different. Its increasing viewership had even startled the staff. This was no ordinary battle. It was devoid of chance. The most terrifying aspect was that each viewing revealed even more details and omissions. The opponents were commendable. A new echelon cultivated by the Xuanwu Legion, undoubtedly excelling in tactics and potential to have such a team fall to a pentakill was something no one would believe. Volume 2, The Skeleton Legion. Chapter 1, 007 Dormitory. In the office, Soren once again diligently composed emails, believing that sincerity would break through stone. Writing 1,000 if 100 would not suffice. Wang Zheng had scarcely stepped out of the internet CAF when his communicator chimed. It was Yi Zissou. Zissou, what's up? How's the appearance of your dorm? I'm entrusted by my roommates to invite you all to a social gathering. The image of Yi Zissou appeared, looking somewhat bashful. Clearly encouraged by her roommates, Wang Zheng was taken aback. Today's girls were so enthusiastic. I think they all look quite nice. All right, it's settled then. This weekend, I'll organize it. As she spoke, she hung up the communicator. Laughter from her female companions echoing in the background. Wang Zheng shrugged. A social gathering. It indeed felt like university life that in this regard. Wang was rather composed, occasionally recalling that adorable figure, likely far away in another world. That evening, the dormitory engaged in their nightly discussions, an essential rhythm. First, they needed to elect a dorm leader. Yao Ailuan adjusted his glasses, stating that from now on, they would be comrades in the same trench. And the dorm leader should naturally be the most capable among them. My specialty is meticulousness. In courses and intelligence, I am an expert. The small eyes behind Yao Ailuan's glasses sparkled. Zhang Shan smiled slightly. I am the middle school free fighting champion. I guarantee everyone has safety. Qin Xiao, bit shy, added, I'm the youngest. I should serve the older brothers. The three turned their gazes toward Wang Zheng, who genuinely had little interest in being the dorm leader. Though you're from Beijing, that cannot be the sole reason, Yao Ailuan remarked, clearly expressing the group's discontent with Wang being a special recruit and designated assistant. Ahem, I have no particular talents, but this weekend, the girls from the mecha department want to socialize with our dorm. Are you all interested? Wang Zheng inquired. Zhang Shan frowned. The mecha department. You want us to feed dinosaurs? Yao Ailuan, however, chuckled. Lack of education is truly frightening. Girls from the mecha department aren't necessarily all pilots. Wang Zheng, they must be beauties. You can't push us into a fire pit. Wang Zheng pondered. Given Yi Zis's caliber, she should indeed be a beauty. Though he had never seen her, but one was the campus flower of dawn. The three exchanged glances, and Zhang Shan suddenly grasped Wang Zheng's arm, exclaiming, as expected, the local snake is reliable. I firmly nominate Wang Zheng as the dorm leader. From now on, we'll rely on you. The campus flower, that's my favorite. Yao Ailuan wiped his glasses, his eyes twinkling with excitement. What should I do? Poor Qin Xiao pointed at herself, realizing that sometimes being the youngest wasn't entirely advantageous. Xiao, don't worry. The brothers will share the burden. Zhang Shan patted Qin Xiao, nearly flattening her. Thus, Wang Zheng became the dorm leader, as sometimes boys' reasoning was utterly absurd. Wang Zheng couldn't help but wonder. If Yi Zissou introduced a dinosaur, would these guys immediately turn against him? Thus, Wang Zheng's first day at the War God Academy passed amid the lively dormitory discussions. Wang Zheng was a good listener. His three roommates were indeed remarkable. Zhang Shan had actually rejected the mecha department to join the physics department, which was the opposite of him. This truly illustrated the diversity of the world. For Zhang Shan, fitness was a passion, but the boundless realm of science was truly magnificent. The pursuit of spirit was limitless. One would never expect that beneath his robust exterior lay the thoughts of a progressive young man. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng contemplated how to escape the physics department and return to the embrace of the mecha department. That day would surely come. However, with such thoughts in mind, Wang Zheng soon fell into a nightmare. Not of bones, but of Xiao Fei sharpening her knife ominously against his face. Kid, you are mine in life and death. The broader the space, the longer your life in the physics department will be. In the dream, Wang Zheng reassured himself that it was merely a dream. A good night's sleep would suffice. As the first rays of sunlight broke the horizon, Wang Zheng opened his eyes. The discussions among the three of them the night before had soared to lofty heights. Contemplating the conquest of all the beauties of the universe, it seemed that those who study physics are equally ablaze with passion. However, Wang Zheng was not the only early riser. Across from him, Zhang Shan's bed lay empty. Upon arriving at the playground, Wang Zheng realized he was not alone in his early morning pursuits. A considerable number were already engaged in their morning exercises. Zhang Shan's imposing figure was hard to miss. Clad only in a short-sleeved tee that showcased his explosive muscles as he effortlessly performed pull-ups with one hand, seemingly oblivious to the gazes around him. With a graceful flip, he landed with a flourish, certain to elicit gasps from any nearby ladies. Spotting Wang Zheng, Zhang Shan appeared somewhat surprised, not expecting him to have a morning workout routine as well. Wang Zheng smiled, stating, I aim to become a pilot. So of course I must train. Zhang Shan scrutinized Wang Zheng's petite frame and retorted, with your physique, perhaps you should reconsider. The command system might suit you better. The physical demands of a mobile warrior are considerable. which is one reason for the insufficient combat prowess of our Earth forces. You ought to capitalize on your strengths. Wang Zheng chose not to respond, acknowledging, your flexibility is commendable. It would be a waste of talent not to pursue piloting. Zhang Shan chuckled, regarding Wang Zheng with newfound respect. Instead of boasting about his muscles, he mentioned flexibility, which piqued his interest. Shall we have a friendly competition? Zhang Shan casually suggested. Wang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. You should continue your practice. We can spar another time. Wang Zheng's first step was the unification technique, best performed against the rising sun. This was not a lesson from the school, but rather wisdom imparted by his father. The breathing method represented a harmony with nature, that in the womb, a person can breathe in the essence of the universe, but as one grows, that connection diminishes. The breathing technique aims to restore that state. Initially, Wang Zheng found this notion rather absurd, yet after practicing the unification technique, he began to see its merit. Finding a clear space, he sat down facing the dawn, and the unification technique began to flow within him. The external practice of the technique proved more challenging than within the confines of his mind, yet yielded superior results. Wang Zheng realized that his father's claims were not entirely unfounded. Had it not been for the cube, he might not have discovered his full potential. After completing a cycle of the technique, Wang Zheng felt rejuvenated, warmth from the morning sun infusing his body. Although much of that energy returned to nature, a subtle essence lingered. Wang Zheng, have you joined a cult? Came a teasing voice, revealing a face that bore a smile, both playful and enigmatic. Yi Zisu had arrived. Though Wang Zheng hadn't noticed when, rising to his feet, he blinked and replied, I was merely praying for a stroke of good fortune, hoping to transfer to the mecha department and become classmates with the illustrious Dawn. Impressive. You're even making jokes about me now. She responded with a playful tone. As the two bantered, they remained unaware that they had become the center of attention. Yi Zisu, upon entering the school, had instantly captivated those around her. Her photographs were among the top 10 most popular on the War God Academy's website. As a freshman, she naturally attracted attention, being both beautiful and the cherished princess of OMG. Who is this sly fellow that kept Yi Zisu waiting for half an hour? I don't know, he looks like a freshman, but I've never heard of him, damn, with so many wolves and so few sheep. It seems I need to act quickly. With numerous upperclassmen around, the male freshmen were compelled to be on high alert. Girls who enjoyed morning exercises were few and far between, and Yi Zisu undoubtedly stood out. Clad in a white t-shirt and sky blue shorts, complemented by white sneakers, she radiated youthful beauty, making the eyes of several hormone-driven boys widen in awe. Wang Zheng, why don't you introduce me to this lady? Zhang Shan had approached without Wang Zheng realizing it. This is my classmate from Dawn Academy, Yi Zisu, the stunning beauty. Before Wang Zheng could elaborate, Zhang Shan extended his hand with enthusiasm. I'm Zhang Shan, Wang Zheng's roommate. Feel free to reach out to me should you need anything. Yi Zisu gently shook his hand, saying, I've heard much about you. The 007 dormitory of the physics department is indeed a pride of our school. Haha, I suppose that's the case, that if you get to know me, you'll see I have many admirable qualities, Zhang Shan replied, unabashedly. Wang Zheng found himself bemused. He had expected more humility from a physics major. Yet Zhang Shan was quite assertive. Zhang Shan then winked at Wang Zheng, subtly giving him a thumbs up, clearly looking forward to the burgeoning camaraderie. Wang Zheng shrugged helplessly. It appeared that he would not be able to dethrone Zhang Shan as the dorm leader. Are we really that famous? Wang Zheng inquired. Yi Zisu looked at him with surprise, while Zhang Shan regarded him as if he were an alien. Why are you both looking at me like that? Wang Zheng asked, perplexed that I genuinely don't understand what Dr. Xiao Fei sees in you. Our physics department's 007 group has 4 exceptional students, and with Marses and Karu as our banner, under my guidance, the War God Academy will surely regain its former glory, Zhang Shan continued, unabashedly. Wang Zheng rubbed his nose. He had always struggled financially, and thus remained unaware of Zhang Shan's lofty ambitions. Very well. The physics department is in your capable hands, that I shall recommend you to Dr. Xiao Fei to take my place as her assistant, Wang Zheng conceded. Zhang Shan, intrigued, saw no reason not to support Wang Zheng's decision. Yi Zisu stood in stunned silence. While she knew Wang Zheng had a passion for mechas, she didn't realize it ran this deep. The only standout feature of the War God Academy was Dr. Xiao Fei's expertise in spatial physics, a field renowned throughout the Milky Way. While other departments might be top tier on Earth, their reputation waned beyond. Brother, you're quite generous. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations, Zhang Shan declared, giving Wang Zheng a hearty pat on the back. Wang Zheng nodded nonchalantly. Escaping Dr. Xiao Fei's grasp was undoubtedly beneficial, as his intuitive sense warned him that she equated to trouble. Zhang Shan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. The force of his pat had been considerable, yet Wang Zheng remained steadfast, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Fascinating, Zhang Shan mused. This new cohort at the War God Academy truly harbors hidden talents. Chapter 2. The exceptional group Wang Zheng did not alter his training regimen due to Yi Zis's presence. After completing the unification technique, he proceeded with the requisite warm-up exercises to synchronize his body with the technique for a balanced development. Yi, I presume Wang Zheng is your ace at dawn. At this moment, Zhang Shan's previous exuberance had dulled, his tone now calm. Though admiration still glimmered in his eyes, the Yi Zis smiled gently, replying, What makes you think so? I am quite eager to understand the strength of someone who could sway Dr. Xiao Fei's opinion. Zhang Shan responded, his gaze alight with genuine admiration upon mentioning Dr. Xiao Fei, that I'm afraid you might be disappointed. Wang Zheng barely scraped by during his 4 years in high school, only managing to enter the War God Academy at the last moment. Yi Zisu remarked. What? Zhang Shan's composure shattered, his mouth agape in disbelief. That is impossible. I thought so too. Wang Zheng admitted that Yi Zisu observed Wang Zheng as he jogged, bewildered, utterly at a loss for how someone like him could exist and no need to rush. We have plenty of time to learn more about each other, Zhang Shan said with a smile. The days leading up to the start of school were the prime time for clubs to recruit new members, with banners lining the campus. The drama club and dance club, among others, attracted considerable attention due to their abundance of beautiful members. However, exceptions existed, such as the CT War God Club, which was bustling with activity despite the absence of female members. This club represented perhaps the only male organization that could stand out. Other clubs like martial arts, free fighting, and boxing had participants, but their scale was incomparable. Yet, Wang Zheng was overlooked entirely for the sake of the physics department's emblem. The physics nerds were met with polite disinterest. The CT area was lively, and although Wang Zheng was intrigued, he concluded that solitude might prove more convenient, as the training provided was superior. Transforming it into mere entertainment felt like a waste. After breakfast, Wang Zheng connected his schedule and relevant materials to the school's service system, with Tianxuan processing the information that he noticed that some of the books had been read years prior. Across from the physics department lay the territory of the mecha department, where students mingled, laughter ringing out. Despite the male majority, the number of aspiring mobile warriors continued to rise, whether due to naivety or childhood dreams of heroism. The allure of mechas was difficult to resist. Wang Zheng was among those wholly captivated, watching others revel in their joy, nearly drooling with envy. Suddenly, Tianxuan beeped with a notification. It was Dr. Xiao Fei summoning him. Even though classes did not officially commence until the following day. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion erupted in the crowd as a young man clad in mecha department attire stepped into view. He was undeniably handsome. This was the first time Wang Zheng had encountered someone who could rival Xie Yusin in allure, perhaps even surpassing her, seemingly flawless and without reproach. Was this the celebrated Marses from the moon? Undoubtedly, he had been personally invited by the principal, an elite among elites. Why on earth would he come to Earth? Wouldn't it be better to stay on the moon? Who knows? Perhaps he couldn't thrive on the moon. Rumor had it he had already been dubbed the new generation's campus heartthrob #1 by the girls, that I must admit, he is quite a sight to behold. Masaz appeared completely oblivious to the surrounding murmurs, his face perpetually adorned with a subtle smile, which perhaps rendered him more approachable than Xie Yusin. This fellow, Xiao Yu, only exhibited a more relaxed demeanor when in the company of him and Yin Xiaosu. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd as an eye-catching figure approached. Someone with striking red hair, chewing gum, and an unmistakably rebellious air. This was evidently not dyed hair, but rather the unique crimson locks of a Martian. Karu, who was notably tall and exuded a commanding presence. However, his broad lips tempered his sharp demeanor, preventing him from appearing overly intimidating. Masaz, I told you. We shall meet again. Karu's lips curled into a hint of provocation. Masaz responded with a gentle smile, surprised to encounter him here. Do you truly believe that old Koot Gyudu possesses the capability? I came here specifically for you. However, I am rather curious about your reasons for forsaking Atlantis to be here. Karu licked his lips, filled with interest. This time he was in no rush, as being in the same school afforded ample opportunities for confrontation. There would be no escaping it.as prominent figures in the interplanetary academic arena. They were well acquainted. Masas smiled faintly. Principal Guter is quite sincere. Nonsense. This wretched place offers little beyond its female populace and some local landmarks. Being honest wouldn't lead to one's demise. In the student rankings of the solar system, Masas had bested Karu for 2 consecutive years, and he found it utterly implausible that this proud individual would come to this dismal locale merely due to someone else's sincerity. Masas continued to smile, disregarding Karu at that moment. The information download was complete. Earth had its own peculiarities, and perhaps this new semester would be an opportunity for mutual growth. The moment I defeat you will be when I leave this wretched place, Karu declared, completely ignoring the surrounding ire. This individual was brazenly inciting hostility, entirely unaware that he was on Earth, not Mars. The wild spirit of Mars was vividly embodied in Karu. Hey, you must be Karu, don't get too cocky. The War God Academy is one of the 3 major academies on Earth, and ranks among the best in the solar system. Were it not for your status as a freshman, you would have been toppled long ago. A third-year student from the mecha department could no longer contain himself. This fellow was far too arrogant that Karu's smile vanished. Earthlings prefer to speak rather than act. No wonder it is said that the Earth military has become all talk. Seeking death. The senior from the mecha department, unable to withstand the provocation, threw a punch that landed squarely on Karu's face. Karu wiped his face. Buddy, have you not yet finished your milk? He retaliated with a kick. A resounding thud echoed as the struck student was sent flying over 5 meters, collapsing to the ground. Motionless. What a bunch of amateurs. This is nothing but a vegetable garden. Masas, do you think there is anything to learn here? This was the home ground of the War God Academy, where such provocations could hardly be tolerated. And a crowd quickly gathered. What is this, a mobbing? With trash like you, no matter how many come, it's futile that in an instant, 5 or 6 individuals were taken down, utterly outmatched. Karu exhibited a complete disregard for restraint. It was said that the military schools on Mars were known for their savage style. Civilization? What need was there for it in a military academy? Masas did not intervene, merely observing with a hint of disappointment in his gaze. He was aware of the severe decline Earth had faced in recent years, but he had not anticipated such a dismal state. The students lived far too comfortably, and the most critical issue was their lack of ambition. Bang! Karu's hand was intercepted, and Sieyusen remained as icy as ever. Karu, this is not Mars. Do not go too far. I thought you were someone else. Is that not Sieyusen? I presumed you had gone to the Aslan Empire. TSA, this makes things even more interesting. For your sake, I shall refrain from retaliating today. With a flick of his wrist, Karu brushed Sieyusen aside and adjusted his attire. In this year, I will defeat both of you and then depart this wretched place. The Aslan Empire boasted the finest military academy in the galaxy, representing the pinnacle of excellence. Individuals like Karu, Masas, and Sieyusen were all qualified to attend. However, gaining admission to Aslan's military academy was no simple feat. And even more challenging was the prospect of remaining there. In recent years, numerous students from the solar system have been sent back, having been top tier in the solar system, only to return utterly disheartened, choosing to remain silent about their experiences there. Karu naturally desired to attend, but he felt it necessary to conquer all formidable opponents in the solar system first to bolster his confidence. Sieyusen dismissed Karu, recognizing his inherently arrogant nature. She was pleased to see Wang Zheng, but at that moment, Karu suddenly launched a kick towards Sieyusen. The crowd gasped in shock. No one had anticipated that someone of Karu's renown would resort to a sneak attack. Sieyusen, caught off guard, instinctively retreated, but a second kick followed, striking her squarely. Though she managed to block it, her balance faltered, sending her flying. However, Karu showed no intention of relenting, advancing with 2 large strides, delivering a vicious elbow strike. Fighting on Mars was practically a daily occurrence. Deception was the name of the game. A tradition of the Martians that a figure emerged in the arena, catching Sieyusen while simultaneously absorbing Karu's brutal elbow strike. Classmate, you seem quite fired up. There will be plenty of opportunities for sparring. Wang Zheng gripped Karu's right elbow with his left hand. Karu exerted force but found his opponent utterly unyielding. He twisted his elbow to break free. Regarding Wang Zheng with keen interest, a student from the physics department, Yusin tugged at Wang Zheng. Let us go. This fellow behaves like a rabid dog. Yusin was not one to easily lose her temper, making her well-suited for the command department. That I find this person rather intriguing, Wang Zheng remarked as they walked. He did not believe that a sneak attack was particularly scandalous, especially given that a group had been ganging up on one individual. Lacking strength was no excuse. Karu was a standout among this year's Martian cohort, and it was indeed peculiar for him and Masaz to enroll in the War God Academy. Wang Zheng's grandfather had visited numerous individuals, ultimately agreeing to allow just the two of them to attend. To be honest, Wang Zheng's grandfather had been completely unprepared for this. Yusin stated that combat was not her forte. Even if she fought, she would not be a match for Karu. Moreover, it was crucial not to offend him. The War God Academy may still hold some prestige on Earth, but its reputation had been declining elsewhere. Attracting individuals like Karu and Masaz was nothing short of miraculous, and she did not wish to press the issue. Otherwise, losing would mean accepting defeat without recourse. That if I defeat that guy, will I be able to join the mecha department? Wang Zheng's eyes sparkled with hope. Well, if you perform exceptionally during military training, I might be able to put in a good word for you. But just now, he barely exerted 5% of his strength. Those from Mars are all monsters, Yusin replied, shaking her head. Chapter 3. Playing for real. Masaz is rather handsome. He has quite a contender against you. Wang Zheng chuckled. Yusin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Masaz can enter Aslan's finest military academy without examination, but I don't know why he chose to come here. I was the first to learn of it. I even doubted my ears. Is that pretty boy really that impressive? Wang Zheng asked curiously. Yusin regarded Wang Zheng, surprised at his skills. Come on, do you think I work out for nothing? Underneath, I'm all muscle, Wang Zheng teased. The commotion quickly spread throughout the school. Everyone learned that these two special recruits were no ordinary characters, especially Karu, who had even taken down seniors upon arrival. This display showcased Karu's ferocity. Martians traditionally held great respect for the strong. But for the weak, life could be rather harsh. Gyuder undoubtedly received news of the incident immediately, yet the school's administration held divergent views. Principal, Karu has shown contempt for the War God Academy by assaulting a senior. He should be severely punished, otherwise, chaos will ensue. I share the same sentiment. Such students must be taught a lesson lest they become too arrogant. He should at least receive a penalty. The teachers were agitated. While Xiaofei was absorbed in a spatial grid game to enhance three-dimensional capabilities, that I say, are you all too idle? Shouldn't you be doing something productive? Xiaofei remarked as the entire conference room fell silent. Dr. Xiaofei, what is your opinion? Gyuda asked with a smile. The War God Academy is quite poor now. He isn't wrong that a group attacking one individual is disgraceful, and if such students are not expelled, it will only bring further shame. Then no wonder the Earth military's ranking continues to plummet. Xiaofei unceremoniously dismissed everyone, including the principal, who merely smiled at Dr. Xiaofei. You two are a member of the War God Academy. One cannot say such things that as students of the academy. We should. The director of education, Zhong Liang, spoke slowly. Xiaofei interrupted. Zhong, can you wake up? Do you think he cares? The school must earn the respect of its students by being worthy of respect itself. Don't bring up old tales. He wasn't even born then. Zhong Liang was infuriated, feeling as if he had been rebuked by someone significantly younger. Yet this girl was the academy's star. Both of you should calm down. I believe Dr. Xiao is making a valid point that we cannot continue to dwell in the past. Burying our heads in the sand serves no purpose. During my recent visits to over 10 military academies, all are innovating. We have fallen behind and must strive to catch up. Starting from this military training, we will implement an enhanced version of regular military training. The students of the War God Academy must become the pillars of the military. They should have higher expectations. With the words of Xiaofei as a catalyst, Gyuder decisively characterized the situation. Adopting a more ruthless approach, he did not perceive the students of Earth as inferior. Rather, he believed they lacked a certain spirit, a vigor that the school needed to unearth. While Karu's methods could not be deemed justifiable, sometimes drastic measures are necessary for severe ailments. Currently, the War God Military Academy indeed requires individuals like Karu to awaken the fighting spirit within its students. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. I have matters to attend to. Please continue enjoying your tea and engage in your discussions. Xiaofei hurriedly departed, leaving a group of teachers exchanging bewildered glances. The atmosphere within the school was a battleground between the reformists and the conservatives. Innovation invariably disrupts certain traditions and interests, and Gyuda was acutely aware of the challenges this posed. However, if no action were taken, the glory of the War God Military Academy would truly fade away. Besides the fact that humanity originated from Earth, what else was left? With the high caliber of masses in Karu, he believed they could awaken these students that he held steadfast to the conviction that, as the birthplace of humanity, Earth possessed an irreplaceable essence. Student Wang arrived at Xiaofei's sanctuary, aptly dubbed so because the physics department's laboratory was indeed the most opulent and costly space within the institution. The laboratory door remained closed, and Wang Zheng found himself waiting helplessly for half an hour before Xiaofei finally arrived. Upon seeing Wang Zheng, Xiaofei's mood brightened considerably, and she scrutinized him from head to toe, making Wang Zheng feel somewhat unnerved. "Doctor, what brings you to me? Come, let me familiarize you with the environment that you'll be my assistant from now on, so it's essential to know your territory," Xiaofei proclaimed with considerable pride. It must be noted that at times, her demeanor resembled that of a child, despite her relatively young age. Even though Wang Zheng was prepared, he was still taken aback by the grandeur of the laboratory. "This is the full particle catcher. Whatever you desire, it can provide. There is only one of its kind on Earth," Xiaofei declared, brimming with confidence. "Stick with me, and I assure you will savor the thrill." Wang Zheng wiped his brow, feeling as if the doctor were luring a child with enticing promises. "Doctor, I am merely a freshman. These concepts are far too advanced for me to comprehend. Fear not, I shall teach you with your talent. You'll grasp it with ease. Physics is humanity's greatest science, and you will come to love it," Xiaofei said, her eyes sparkling with brilliance that a genius immersed in the realm of physics. Yet Wang Zheng was already contemplating an escape. However, for the moment, he resolved to persevere. "Doctor, my roommate Zhongshan possesses considerable talent. Could he join as an assistant too?" Wang Zheng inquired, believing Zhongshan was equally qualified. "That lad is decent enough, but you are slightly better," Xiaofei remarked, her fervent gaze leaving Wang Zheng in a daze. That if Xiaofei were a tad older, it might have been easier to accept, but she was not significantly older. After being introduced to various matters by Xiaofei, he finally managed to extricate himself, clearly aware that she had found a rare companion with whom to share common interests, that in the realm of science, solitude is often inevitable. Imparting knowledge to others is one thing, but finding a confidant for communication is a rare treasure. Xiaofei had not anticipated that a high school student could possess such profound understanding, with unique insights and an impressive overarching perspective. Wang Zheng already demonstrated the potential to become an outstanding physicist, which undoubtedly fueled Xiaofei's enthusiasm. The second day of the semester unfolded amidst lively chatter, followed closely by the commencement of military training. The training was divided into two segments, one for the military department and the other for non-military students. The former was considerably more challenging, yet students had the option to choose, without hesitation. Wang Zheng opted for the former, and to his surprise, Zhongshan made the same choice. That day, students were taken in batches to the outskirts, to the Beijing Military District's base. Previously, instructors would be invited to the school for a brief introduction. But this time was evidently different. Most students remained oblivious, perceiving it more as an excursion with new friends. Clad in simple combat uniforms, all personal belongings were stored away until the conclusion of military training. And the dormitories were starkly furnished with basic wooden beds housing nearly 100 individuals in a single room, resembling a makeshift warehouse. Many lamented their predicament, complaints echoing incessantly. Wang Zheng and Zhongshan, however, maintained their composure as they found a spot to settle down, exchanging glances. "Didn't he expect you to opt for the mecha training as well?" Zhongshan remarked. "That I told you. I aim to join the mecha department. What about you? An astute mind paired with a robust physique is the ideal combination. Besides, the mecha department's challenges are not as formidable as one might think," Zhongshan asserted with pride, his physical prowess indeed providing him with such confidence. The two exchanged few words, adhering to a strict schedule of sleep, while others continued to grumble and chat, resembling a casual tea party, with some even connecting to the internet for gaming battles. Zhongshan prided himself on his self-discipline, yet the noise rendered sleep impossible. However, upon glancing back, he discovered Wang Zheng had already drifted into a tranquil slumber. For Wang Zheng, this level of discomfort was trivial. He could sleep soundly even while standing when fatigued, let alone amidst mere chatter. Meanwhile, in another corner, Chen Xiao and Yao Ailuan were lamenting their fate, struggling to adapt to such conditions as pure intellectuals. I can't fathom how Wang Zheng and Zhang Shan managed to coexist with these physically adept individuals, Yao Ailuan mused. Actually, Zhang Shan is quite physically capable as well, Chen Xiao countered in this context. Students from the physics and mathematics departments exhibited an entirely different demeanor, each engrossed in their own affairs, even their conversations conducted in hushed tones, each existing in their own world. Nevertheless, the military training had officially commenced. At 1 o'clock in the morning, an ear-piercing alarm sounded, and the door was kicked open, prompting all to stare blankly at the soldier in the doorway. I am your instructor, Luo Yun. You have 5 minutes to assemble on the parade ground. Are you kidding? What time is it? I haven't had enough sleep. Is this military training or torture? I'll report you. Luo Yun smiled faintly. Anyone failing to meet military training standards will be expelled. This was clearly stated in your admission notice. You now have 4 minutes and 12 seconds left. With that, Luo Yun turned and left, causing the room to awaken slightly from its stupor. In truth. When Luo Yun finished speaking, Wang Zheng had already prepared himself, and Zhang Shan was equally swift, seemingly having anticipated such a scenario. The two promptly exited. Looks like Guter means business this time, Zhang Shan chuckled. On the parade ground, they were not the earliest arrivals. Masses, Karu, and Xieyusen were already there. Wang Zheng and Zhang Shan joined the formation as more students trickled in, as both the mecha and command departments had sufficiently prepared for this moment. Complaints were exchanged, yet action was not taken lightly. Around 10 soldiers were present, recording those who were tardy. Once everyone had assembled, approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. All latecomers, turn around and jog 100 meters. Immediately, some voiced their discontent, but Luo Yun coldly stated, any dissenters may withdraw immediately. No one is being forced. This is the military, and everything operates under military regulations. A faint smile crept across Karu's lips. This was merely a child's play. Chapter 4. The assessment. Luo Yun reflected, observing the caliber of Masses and Karu, indicating the exceptional standards now present on the Moon and Mars. Today, your training task is to maintain the military stance until dawn. Suddenly, 6 searchlights illuminated the area, dazzling everyone and marking the commencement of the first day of military training. For students in the military department, this signified the beginning of a hellish journey. 5 hours later. Only 7 individuals remained capable of holding the military stance without faltering. Wang Zheng, Masses, Karu, Xieyusen, Zhang Shan, Yizisu, and Meng Tian. Luo Yun and the others exchanged glances filled with disappointment. The overall quality was alarmingly poor. This level of intensity was hardly daunting, yet only a handful had persevered. Meanwhile, those running the 100 meters were collapsing one after another, and those still capable of walking were already doing remarkably well. Yi Zisa glanced at Meng Tian, who returned the look. Among the freshmen, the 2 girls garnered considerable attention. Meng Tian hailed from a military family in the command department, standing nearly 6 feet tall, undeniably possessing a perfect physique. She was somewhat surprised that Yi Zisa had managed to endure. You 7 have performed reasonably well. That today's training officially commences, and I will oversee it. Now, let us begin the 100-meter sprint, Luo Yun declared, while the other 3 instructors attended to the remaining students. The others chuckled. At times, their amusement stemmed from the suffering of others. These 7 stood out so starkly, relishing the chance to flaunt their superiority. Knowing they would have to sprint after completing the stance, Luo Yun activated the timer, and with a command, the 7 figures surged forward simultaneously. Surprisingly, Meng Tian was the fastest. Undoubtedly, her A-grade elite genes endowed her with an advantage. In such circumstances, a girl's physical condition would not be at a disadvantage. Karu smirked slightly. Masses, since we have some free time, let us have a friendly competition. Casual, Masses replied with a calm demeanor. Just as he spoke, a figure darted past, causing Zhang Shan to freeze in disbelief. What the hell? How is this guy so fast? Wang Zheng felt the pressure. His only chance to enter the mecha department lay in excelling during military training. A stark contrast to his peers, Karu, never one to forget Wang Zheng, immediately pursued him. However, 1,000 meters can feel long or short. If one sprints too vigorously at the start, they may falter later. With a roar, Karu chased after Wang Zheng, while Masses merely smiled, appearing unfazed. Yet his pace noticeably quickened. Xiaoyusen smiled ruefully, realizing Wang Zheng was indeed pushing himself to the limit. 10 minutes had elapsed, and the children on the playground were utterly astonished. Wang Zheng exhibited no signs of slowing down, while Luo Yun stared at the timer in disbelief. What kind of speed was this? Nearly half of the 10,000 meters had already passed, and Wang Zheng's pace remained unyielding. Behind him, Masses and Karu were in close pursuit, yet the distance between them had widened to several dozen meters. Karu was perplexed, unable to fathom how the boy ahead could run so swiftly. The others had fallen significantly behind. Speed was not Zhongshan's forte, as he occupied the fourth position, followed closely by Meng Tian, Xiaoyusen, and Zhongshan. The Yi Zissou was indeed a surprise to many, although Wang Zheng was not particularly taken aback, considering she trained diligently every day. However, Wang Zheng was simply too fast. Soon, everyone in the vicinity, standing, lying down, or caught in the lap, was fixated on these 7 individuals. Sensing that this had transformed into a fierce competition, having surpassed the halfway mark, fatigue was inevitable. The more one pushed, the more precipitously the speed would decline. This was not merely a matter of willpower. The body would rebel against commands. Karu let out a fierce roar and suddenly surged forward, charging towards Wang Zheng with determination. Although his shout was thunderous, Masses advanced quietly, his movements reminiscent of a tank, powerful, yet lacking the nimbleness of Masses. Edging closer to Wang Zheng, at that moment, however, Wang Zheng's speed surged unexpectedly, not just a little faster, but markedly, so that he had initially aimed to secure the first position, but he hadn't anticipated such fierce competition from the 2 behind him. Special treatment demanded exceptional results. Otherwise, even the principal would find it challenging to justify his decisions. Thus, he resolved to accelerate further. Boom! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust as Wang Zheng's internal energy surged, his feet flying across the terrain, as if fatigue were a foreign concept, instantly leaving his pursuers in the dust. 16 minutes later, Wang Zheng completed the 10,000-meter run. The vast playground fell eerily silent. Was this even human? What kind of speed and endurance was this? Luo Yun found it hard to believe his eyes, though he maintained his composure in front of the inexperienced crowd. This was a new record for the entire Beijing military district. Report, instructor. Mission accomplished. Wang Zheng saluted. Luo Yun nodded with satisfaction. This young man not only possessed capability, but also displayed an admirable attitude, exuding the discipline of a seasoned soldier. Wang Zheng had long since grown accustomed to rigorous training and did not perceive himself as different from the others. Masses arrived second, clocking in over 17 minutes, while Karu followed closely at just over 18 minutes. Next came Meng Tian, Xiaoyusen, and finally, Zhongshan, who with all his might managed to arrive simultaneously with Yi Zissou. After all, being a man, finishing last would be a significant blow to his pride. Even those who arrived last achieved remarkably impressive times. For novices, this was undoubtedly commendable. Luo Yun glanced at the time and called for assembly. After such a ruckus, the students were considerably more obedient, promptly gathering together, albeit not in perfect order. At least their attitudes had improved. This military training would be conducted in segments and groups, high, middle, and low tiers. The final scores would be included in their year-end evaluations, and those who failed to meet the standards would be expelled. The War God Military Academy cultivates future warriors, not weaklings, so it was imperative for them to be fully committed. Next, Sergeant Zhaotong and Huayan would conduct formation drills. Begin. With that, Luo Yun beckoned to 7 individuals to follow him. He could sense their heartbeats, slightly elevated yet manageable. But where were the other 2? Turning around, he noticed that Wang Zheng and Masses seemed unaffected by the recent round of running. This was remarkable. Your endurance is commendable. Now let's test your explosive power. Who will go first? Luo Yun was intrigued, as Gute also required comprehensive data on the students. Aside from Masses and Karu, the others were not as lackluster as anticipated. But I'll go. Zhongshan was eager to redeem himself. This was too humiliating. Though he was slow, strength was his specialty. The Yi Zissou glanced at Meng Tian, who was fixated on Wang Zheng, wondering where this unfamiliar contender had emerged. Instructor, Must we use our fists? Or is it up to us? Zhang Shan removed his shirt, revealing a physique of impressive muscle. D.O. as you wish. I want to see your maximum explosive power. Luo Yun waved his hand. Zhang Shan stepped back a few paces, rhythmically bouncing on his feet, gradually picking up speed, and suddenly let out a powerful roar, executing a spinning kick aimed at the force meter. Boom. 416 pounds. This strength could have dominated the fighting arenas of yesteryear. Zhang Shan slowly retracted his leg, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Although not his best performance, it was enough to outclass his peers. Luo Yin nodded, recognizing Zhang Shan as a seasoned competitor. Next, Xie Yusin delivered a force of 280 pounds, significantly lower than Zhang Shan's, yet still respectable, considering he was not a power-oriented athlete. Karu glanced at Massis. Let me give it a try. Approaching the force meter, Karu took a deep breath, his body coiling like a tiger before he struck the device with a sudden, fierce blow. Buzz 528 pounds. The sound of metal clanging echoed. Luo Yun was taken aback. Such strength was rare, even among regular troops, and a Wonder Gute had specifically instructed them. Sometimes it was undeniable, especially with the interplanetary competitions where Mars and the Moon consistently outperformed, while Earth's military played a supporting role. This also related to the unique environments of Mars and the Moon at times. One couldn't help but wonder if Earth had become merely a reminder of humanity's origins. In terms of strength, you cannot compete, Karu boasted, disregarding the circumstances. Next, despite his inner musings, he maintained a stoic facade. Luo Yun was also a soldier of Earth. Ladies first, Massis smiled slightly, gesturing for Yi Zissou to proceed. Yi Zissou's striking power registered at 130 pounds. Girls should stick to clerical work. War is a man's game. Karu chuckled, reflecting the prevailing machismo on Mars. Meng Tian stepped up next, standing silently before the force meter, casting a cold glance at Karu, who watched her with keen interest. Boom. 490 pounds. Though it didn't surpass Karu, Meng Tian was a girl, and not the overly muscular type, which genuinely surprised Karu. Wang Zheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Meng Tian's technique. Her strikes seemed like one punch, but were, in fact, 3 punches delivered in rapid succession. Luo Yin was not particularly surprised, knowing who she was. Despite delivering an impressive hit, Meng Tian maintained her usual indifferent expression. This time, Karu refrained from making snide remarks and instead looked at Meng Tian with an expression of desire for conquest. Luo Yun recorded the results and nodded. Next, Massis glanced at Wang Zheng, who gestured for him to proceed. Massis stepped up to the force meter, retreating a few paces before unleashing his power. Unlike Zhang Shan's explosive approach, Massis's movements were lightning fast. Boom. 535 pounds. Effortlessly, Karu couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had trained diligently over the summer and still found himself slightly weaker than this GUI. Was always just a fraction, which was incredibly frustrating. Massis chuckled, seemingly unconcerned, indicating he hadn't exerted his full strength. Wang Zheng, just do your best, but don't injure yourself. The recoil can be significant, Xie Yusin cautioned, understanding Wang Zheng's motivation. The old man had indeed promised that if his military training results were outstanding, it would serve as a compelling reason to persuade the mecha department's instructors. Otherwise, even the principal would be hard-pressed to intervene. Chapter 5. Ex-ability. Wang Zheng nodded, stepping up to the force meter, pondering his own strength. Karu, growing impatient, urged, "Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Karu, if you're looking for trouble, I'm more than happy to oblige." Zhang Shan frowned, finding Karu insufferable, as if he were begging for a beating, that you're not even a worthy opponent. Karu scoffed. Luo Yun smiled slightly. Don't rush. A month is ample time for you to vent your frustrations. Wang Zheng contemplated. He was uncertain of his own punching power, but to surpass Massis, he would need to rely on his strengths. Wang Zheng, be careful, Yi Zissou advised, believing that injuring oneself in a fit of rage was not heroic. Wang Zheng nodded, stepping back, and with focused determination, he unleashed his punch. Boom. The moment he struck, Wang Zheng realized something was amiss. Crack, bang, boom. Staff members rushed in upon hearing the explosion, finding the testing room in stunned silence. The force meter had been obliterated. Everyone stared at Wang Zheng, speechless, while Wang Zheng himself felt a pang of regret, cursing inwardly for being so reckless. Would he have to compensate for this? Luo Yun regained his composure and cleared his throat, suggesting, "It seems the force meter malfunctioned. We'll replace it." Seeing that Luo Yun had not mentioned any compensation, Wang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. The Earth military could indeed be relied upon. With a new force meter in place, Wang Zheng carefully controlled his strength, delivering a punch that registered 580 pounds. Leaving everyone in a Wang Zheng beamed with pride, as if she had achieved it herself, playfully patting Wang Zheng on the shoulder. "Good job. It seems you have quite a few secrets," she teased. Casting a challenging glance at Meng Tian, Xie Yusen gave a thumbs up, realizing he had misjudged Wang Zheng. Perhaps his greatest talent was not in physics after all. In silence, Karu observed with keen interest as masses scrutinized Wang Zheng, whose arrogance was undeniably backed by substantial merit. It seemed as if there were no other inhabitants on Earth. Wang Zheng, still quite innocent in demeanor, harbored a growing concern that Luo Yun might unexpectedly unleash a powerful move, declaring that the repair costs for the force measurement device would be charged to him. Fortunately, Luo Yun proceeded to the next task, which was set in a notably unique location, evidently more complex in terms of instrumentation. Masses halted and remarked, "There's no need for a measurement, instructor. I possess the X ability." Luo Yun nodded. "Would you care to test it?" Karu, taken aback, shrugged. "I don't have it, no need for testing." The two female students also shook their heads, while Zhang Shan waved his hand dismissively. "I don't have it, I do," Xie Yusen interjected. The others immediately displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly Karu, who could not fathom that a human from Earth might. "What exactly is the X ability?" Wang Zheng asked, somewhat embarrassed. "A gene test rated A, which is anything above 90, will also entail an additional brain region assessment. Some individuals may possess special abilities, colloquially referred to as superpowers," Yi Zissou elucidated. Suddenly recalling Wang Zheng's genetic data, Wang Zheng forced a smile. "I don't have it. No need for testing." "Can you record this?" Luo Yun inquired. "I'm afraid not, instructor. That's classified information." Masses declined. Luo Yun chose not to press further. Those endowed with the X ability were truly the elite of the elite, destined to play pivotal roles in any department they entered. The X ability, while uncertain, typically manifested as robust brainwave activity. It may not have any tangible effect, yet among the younger generation, it served as a symbol of status, indicating superior talent. Furthermore, those with X abilities often became members of specialized departments. Just this fact alone made it impossible for Karu to underestimate Xie Yusen. The likelihood of possessing such an ability was exceedingly rare, even among the elite. You seven have performed admirably, and in the future, exceptional students will join you. You may return now, as the training ahead will be even more arduous. Prepare yourselves mentally, Major Luo Yun stated, as he needed to check on the training conditions of other students. Previous training sessions had not been so intricate. This time, Gut had exerted considerable effort to educate students. One must first understand their circumstances. With Gut's influence, the military was certainly cooperative, as it urgently required a strong influx of new talent. While Massis and Karu could not remain on Earth, it would be advantageous if they could inspire the potential of other students. For the new students of the War God Academy, this was indeed an unforgettable experience. Whether in military or non-military disciplines, including individuals like Wang Zheng and Zhang Shan who sought hardship, the first day served as a lesson, leading to an entire week of monotonous yet rigorous foundational training. Military posture, formations, marching, running, and relentless repetition. It was undeniably exhausting and frustrating at first. Yet as the days progressed, each individual's spirit began to transform. After all, those who gained admission to the War God Military Academy possessed considerable qualities, and the inevitable comparisons fueled a desire to excel, gradually improving the atmosphere by the end of the first week. The standout performers remained Wang Zheng, Massis, Karu, Zhang Shan, Meng Tian, and Yi Zissou. The two young women garnered significant attention, emerging as goddesses amidst the grueling training, alleviating some of the collective suffering. Meng Tian, with a near 1.8-meter stature, donned her military uniform with impeccable grace, leaving the male students of the mecha and command departments utterly captivated, with Karu emerging as the most formidable competitor. Yi Zissou, the campus belle of dawn, appeared delicate yet displayed remarkable prowess, garnering admiration from many, especially as beauty, wealth, and athleticism coalesced into the archetype of a coveted socialite. In stark contrast, Yin Xiaosu found the experience utterly torturous, a veritable hell. As someone accustomed to intellectual pursuits, he had contemplated dropping out, but the thought of his father's wrath compelled him to endure. Should he quit, his father would undoubtedly cut off his financial support, rendering any argument moot. Wang Zheng and Zhang Shan, meanwhile, attracted attention for an entirely different reason. The two physics students had become notable figures within the military department, provoking envy among their peers in the mecha and command disciplines. The instructors occasionally used them as a yardstick to spur on others, a tactic that Zhang Shan took in stride, as he was indifferent to the opinions of his peers. Wang Zheng, however, felt a bit dizzy, as he aimed to join the mecha department and had unwittingly antagonized his future colleagues even before entering. Wang Zheng relished the training, finding that the intensity was honing his physical condition to its peak and even enhancing his martial arts practice. With his combat energy levels rising, of course, there were minor interludes, such as Meng Tian occasionally casting icy glances in his direction. Wang Zheng couldn't recall ever owing her money. After a week without engaging in CT, he began to feel nostalgic, though the sole source of entertainment was the training itself, which was strictly regulated. One could play games on Tianshuan, but caution was paramount. Being caught resulted in negative repercussions. The second week of training finally saw some progress. The students escaped the monotony of rudimentary exercises and were now able to appreciate the beautiful mountain scenery, albeit while carrying weighted backpacks filled with bricks. One should not underestimate the hardships faced by mecha warriors. Their path was neither trivial nor devoid of challenges. Not every soldier could be a mobile warrior. Many were ordinary mechanical infantry, operating tanks, aircraft, or serving as foot soldiers. Physical stamina was paramount. Regardless of the task at hand, that it soon became evident to all that running laps on the field was a luxury compared to traversing rugged terrain while laden with bricks, making them long to hurl a brick at the instructor's gleaming forehead. That'd be why the end of the first day, all thoughts of leisure had vanished. They focused on devouring food and sleeping soundly, as they were frequently roused in the dead of night. This rigorous routine persisted for a week, and even steadfast individuals like Massis and Karu began to show signs of fatigue. The initial air of arrogance had dissipated, not due to the training itself, but due to Wang Zheng. Karu suspected that this individual might be a robot clad in human skin, for he displayed no signs of weariness. Wang Zheng enjoyed hearty meals, slept soundly, and even took on the role of a mental counselor. Listening to Yin Xiaosu's grievances, in truth, the intensity for non-military disciplines was considerably lower, yet Xiaosu needed an outlet for his frustrations. After a week of cross-country training, the girls' complexions were noticeably affected, though exceptions existed, such as Yi Zissou, who seemed to glow more with each sun exposure, making her quite popular among her peers, with an increasing number of girls inquiring about her skincare secrets. The third week was indeed a boon for everyone. While foundational training persisted, the volume was significantly reduced, allowing for a focus on firearms knowledge and practical application, which undoubtedly constituted a joyous time for all. The elite class to which Wang Zheng belonged had swelled to 50 students, all of whom exhibited exceptional capabilities and resolve during the military training. Specific firearms knowledge would be formally taught in class, while military training remained relatively straightforward. In the monitoring room, Gut arrived. General, the quality of this batch of students is remarkably high. Luo Yun saluted. Thank you for your hard work. I've received all the data you sent, and your strategy is commendable. Gut acknowledged with a nod that it's all thanks to the principal's excellent guidance. Luo Yun replied with a smile. As a student of the War God Academy, he was part of the military's reformist faction. The glory of the War God Academy could not be restored solely by the abilities of Massis and Karu. Everyone understood that without the potential of other students being realized, the Academy could not reclaim its honor. Gut understood this better than anyone. He had recruited the two with the primary aim of unlocking the potential within other students. So far, the results had been quite promising, especially as Karu's antagonistic demeanor had spurred his peers to strive harder. Principal, Wang Zheng is exceptional. I've been in the military for a decade and have never encountered such a prodigy. He is a born soldier. Yet he is from the physics department, Luo Yun lamented. Chapter 6. Such marksmanship. This latest situation is rather unique. Gut had believed there was an error when he received the testing data. Wang Zheng had outperformed even Massis. Although Massis had not exerted his full strength, the figures were still astonishing. Initially, he thought that Xie Yusin would bring him trouble, but instead, she had delivered a treasure. However, considering Xiao Fei's insistence. If he were to transfer Wang Zheng out of the physics department, that girl would undoubtedly retaliate with explosive consequences that on the shooting range. Training was underway, with both boys and girls displaying keen interest in target practice. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout. In this regard, Xie Yusin showcased extraordinary prowess, her marksmanship surpassing even that of Karu. Massis remained consistently stable in performance, seemingly without any weaknesses. Wang Zheng also performed admirably, demonstrating a clear enthusiasm for shooting. The military training merely served to immerse everyone in their roles. The intensity of training would gradually lessen, as they were still students who needed to return to the rhythm of school life. The instructors were not overly strict regarding firearms instruction, prioritizing the cultivation of interest among the students. In a surprising turn, Massis approached Wang Zheng and asked, "Care for a friendly competition?" This marked the first time since arriving on Earth that Massis had extended an invitation to someone else. Karu, watching from the sidelines, was visibly frustrated as Massis's initiative indicated he had been overlooked. Unfortunately, shooting was not Karu's forte. "Wang Zheng, go ahead and compete with him. We'll cheer you on." "Indeed, what is there to fear? You have always been the foremost. Take him down." Although Wang Zheng had yet to utter a word, the surrounding classmates were already abuzz with excitement. The presence of Massis and Karu undeniably ignited everyone's competitive spirit. Yet, these two individuals were exceedingly formidable. Apart from Wang Zheng, no one could hope to gain an advantage in their presence. While Karu's arrogance was certainly irksome, it was Massis's calm pride that provoked even greater irritation. It was a rare occurrence for the haughty Massis to proactively challenge Wang Zheng. "Massis, are you certain you're not just comparing yourself to Xie Yusin?" inquired Zhang Guodong, the instructor responsible for shooting, who was also intrigued by the challenge. However, from his perspective, it was evident that Massis was exceptionally well-versed in firearms. Although the Earth and lunar military configurations differed slightly, Massis exhibited no signs of unfamiliarity. His posture and technique were remarkably adept and precise, exemplifying textbook-level stability. As an instructor, he felt considerable pressure for Wang Zheng. It was evident that it was his first encounter with a firearm. His training was standard, yielding decent results, but he had recorded scores of 10 rings, along with 7s and 8s. Comparatively, among the students, Xie Yusin's marksmanship was the finest. "Boss, take him down. I'm rooting for you." The ongoing challenge drew a crowd, including students from non-military disciplines, naturally including Yin Xiaosu. The classmates turned their gazes towards him, and Yin Xiaosu puffed out his chest, declaring, "This is my buddy. We grew up wearing the same split-crotch pants." Wang Zheng shrugged nonchalantly. "Sure. What are the rules?" Zhang Guodong nodded in agreement. "A ready target. 10 rounds. Count me in, Massis. Wang Zheng is a novice. This wouldn't be a fair match." Xie Yusin interjected. Massis smiled slightly. "If he is a novice, then I should be embarrassed to even handle a firearm." Zhang Guodong was taken aback, as were others. What was this remark? Massis had the best training results to date, followed by Xie Yusin, while Wang Zheng had merely been average. Failing to break into the top 20, a duel among the three, 10 rounds each. The students gathered around, holding their breath, determined not to let an outsider steal the spotlight. The three commenced almost simultaneously. Bang! 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Suddenly, Wang Zheng exhibited remarkable accuracy, scoring 10 rings with all 10 shots. Xie Yusin was quite surprised, an exceptional performance. "If this continues, we won to determine a victor." Back on the moon, I often played a variant of bullfighting with friends. Massis introduced a new format. Facing away from the target, they would turn and shoot after 3 seconds, with the first to fire and achieve the highest accuracy, declared the winner. This significantly raised the difficulty level. Zhang Guodong readily agreed, though he thought these youngsters were rather ruthless. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Guder and Luo Yun were thoroughly engrossed. This adds a layer of difficulty. If one is too hasty, accuracy will suffer. That it's hard to believe this is Wang Zheng's first time handling a firearm. This young man is quite extraordinary. Let's see what he can do. The three turned their backs as instructor Zhang Guodong began the countdown. Massis and Xie Yusin held their guns with one hand, while Wang Zheng opted for a two-handed grip, as instructed. Massis and Xie Yusin were operating at another level. Yet while a two-handed grip ensured stability, it inevitably slowed the turn point. 3, 2, 1. The trio sprang into action simultaneously. Massis and Xie Yusin swiftly turned right, their arms following suit, executing their movements with impressive speed. nearly simultaneously aiming at their targets. The gunshots rang out. Boom! 10 rings. The arena fell silent as if time had paused. While Massis and Sieyusen were just beginning to turn, Wang Zheng had already fired. Wang Zheng hadn't even turned around. He shot in reverse. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted, with Yin Xiaosu jumping the highest, exclaiming, "Did you see that? This is my buddy. We grew up together." In the monitoring room, Guter and Luo Yun exchanged incredulous glances. This is simply unbelievable. This reverse shot was not something just any seasoned warrior could execute. Bring up the targets he hit. Major Luo Yun suddenly commanded point one by one. The targets appeared on screen. And Guter and Luo Yun stared wide-eyed. What is this? Indeed, many scored 7s, 8s, and even 5s, but each target bore a unique design. A smiley face, a galactic coin emblem, and even the school crest. "Principal, congratulations," Luo Yun saluted. It is hard to find a general among 1,000 soldiers. Guter never anticipated such an unexpected boon. Does this kid truly have only 28 genes? 82 seems rather low. Massis chuckled wryly. It appears I have underestimated you. Among the crowd, Massis was the only one to notice the nuances of Wang Zheng's shooting. This fellow seemed remarkably casual, as though he found shooting rather mundane. Although visibly enthusiastic, he was clearly different from the others. Wang Zheng could not help it. He finally understood why Bone always urged him to keep his eyes sharp. It was for training his vision that he sensed warmth emanating from the cube in his chest. A promising sign. When one has solidified their foundation, it equates to possessing a treasure trove, merely waiting to be honed through combat. This was merely the first phase. He could scarcely imagine what it would be like upon completion. Could there truly be a god of war? It was an exhilarating display. Everyone should aspire to their level and train diligently. Military training will soon conclude, and I hope this experience proves beneficial to all, Zhang Guodong stated, met with a round of applause. This military training had indeed transformed each individual, regardless of what they learned or did not. At the very least, their spirits had been imbued with the steely resolve of soldiers. As for Wang Zheng, he had transformed from an unnoticed figure into a prominent character among the newcomers that a month later. Military training concluded successfully, with Wang Zheng surpassing Massis to finish first, and it was only at this moment that the students from the mecha department realized that he was. From the physics department, Wang Zheng felt a twinge of reluctance as he returned to the arduous life of a physics student. Following military training, there would be 2 days of rest. Saturday was a day of leisure, while Sunday hosted a postponed social event. After the military training, it was likely that the girls had developed a new perception of the boys from the physics department. Wang Zheng's Saturday was evidently uneventful. Yin Xiaosu and Sieyusen were heading home, and now old Jia had taken his savings and departed. After finishing breakfast, Wang Zheng headed to his brother's internet CF. The owner was nearly brought to tears upon seeing Wang Zheng. "School has begun and business is tough. Why can't we have holidays every day?" Wang Zheng, as usual, opted for VIP6. That it had been a while since he had played, and he felt a lingering itch. The ID of Skull lit up. And Wang Zheng opted to change his avatar to a skull as well. Although it was not as charming as Bone, that a month for some was merely a fleeting moment. But for those who had been waiting, it felt like an eternity. Soren was quite troubled. He could not reach Skull, who had vanished for an entire month. Had he been kidnapped? Even in regard to his own son, Soren had never felt such concern. Boss, he has arrived. Finally, he is here. Let us get ready, yes." On the forum homepage, this time it wasn't just the novice section. An announcement was displayed across the entire homepage. The previous 5-kill feat had become a source of pride and legend in the novice zone. And over the past month, videos of Skull had been remixed into various versions. "Hello? Who is it? This early in the morning, are you trying to get yourself killed? Leo Zai, hurry up. Skull is online. Damn, I'm on my way." Mornings were generally quieter for players, but at this moment, the data in the hall surged upward, akin to a rocket taking off. "Boss, the commentary is set. Should we go live?" "Go," Soren nodded. This fellow is a bit hard to handle. He has used a high-level commentary, and I fear. "No worries. Let us go live." Soren decisively commanded. Gold-tier commentator Xiao Lu was quite renowned in the commentary field, only taking on major live streams and videos. And it had taken considerable persuasion from Soren to secure his participation that he believed this would draw significant attention. Players clicked in and were surprised to find that the live stream had already begun. "Hello everyone, I'm the manly Xiao Lu, the rambunctious Xiao Lu, and I recently heard about a fellow named Skull who was quite impressive, so I came to check him out. Although his ID was Xiao Lu, he indeed presented a rather masculine demeanor, sporting a pair of mustaches that could transform him into Zhang Fei. With a bit of time left, viewers could revisit his previous battles that, oh, not bad at all. He even achieved the legendary 5-kill, though it was against low-level players that I think he could be dubbed the vegetable farmer. Xiao Lu jested that he had come unprepared for this live stream. Had it not been for Soren's invitation, he wouldn't have been interested in such a low-level affair. What a show-off, this rookie. What could he possibly bring to the table? Just as he finished speaking, the comment section erupted in a frenzy of critiques. Chapter 7. Magnetic Storm Guardian. Xiao Lu believed his popularity was quite high, but as he watched on, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his laughter. What kind of bird-brained person has turned War God 1 into such a ridiculous sight? Cough cough, Xiao Lu must correct himself. This young man seems quite impressive. Let us all look forward to his battle. Transitioning to music, Xiao Lu quickly caught up on the earlier videos, and the more he watched, the more astonishing it became. This guy is a monster, a close combat expert. This is genuinely interesting. Including his assistance in Yin Xiaosu's recent match, Wang Zheng had achieved 5 consecutive victories, which was a significant milestone. The system would undoubtedly match him against stronger opponents. Boss, several high-level players have appeared to join the match. It seems they are targeting Skull. This is the effect we were aiming for, but will this mean that some high-level mechas will be matched in? Is that all right? Soren smiled knowingly. What must be faced must be faced. This hurdle must be crossed that if necessary, we can always switch mechas. As long as we can win, we can continue indefinitely. However, dear boss, he is yet to respond to us. What if he refuses to make the switch? Soren paused, exclaiming in frustration. How could I have forgotten this? What are we waiting for? Send the system message immediately, you fool. Wang Zheng did indeed notice the system inbox flashing. But with the impending battle, he couldn't be bothered to pay it any mind. Match complete. ID. Northwest Wind Bronze Tier 3 Mech, Magnetic Storm Guardian. The Magnetic Storm Guardian is a high-end mech, renowned for its offensive capabilities. Possessing formidable long-range firepower and an inherent magnetic field interference, that IT is a commonly employed model among lunar military forces. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soren was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Yet the other party was indifferent to his plight. ID. Skeleton War God number 1, that little deer couldn't help but chuckle. The preceding battle had indeed been quite thrilling. Yet he was all too aware of how War God No. 1 could effectively counter the Magnetic Storm Guardian. However, upon seeing the number of paying spectators, Little Deer was momentarily taken aback. Goodness gracious, there were actually 30,000 of them. This was quite impressive, even in the higher tiers, suggesting that this individual was rather popular. Esteemed viewers, welcome to this sunny morning as we witness a battle in the Novice Zone. Featuring War God number 1 against the Magnetic Storm Guardian, I am curious to see how this skeleton contender will utilize his divine blade to vanquish the Magnetic Storm Guardian. Little Deer jested that it is well known that the Magnetic Storm Guardian, nicknamed Thor, is a remarkably balanced offensive mech in the higher tiers, especially with its magnetic storm field, which is particularly effective against snipers. Goodness, blinding brilliance, our illustrious skeleton contender has chosen a laser gun today. God, exclaimed the commentator Little Deer. Not only was he commentating, but many of the audience had been dragged in by friends, showing little interest in the videos. Some had only just joined, yet upon entering, they were greeted by a shocking spectacle. While skilled players can certainly show off with War God number 1, one must have some common sense. The Magnetic Storm Guardian is the bane of long-range combatants. Using War God number 1, the only viable strategy is to ambush and wait for the perfect opportunity to strike at close quarters. The magnetic storm field primarily disrupts long-range energy outputs, given Skeleton's proficiency in melee combat. There should be an opportunity, but alas, he had not brought a blade and instead opted for a laser gun. The issue is War God number 1's laser gun is merely a standard model, utterly ineffective against interference. Little Deer had not anticipated such a scenario upon waking early. To all the early risers out there, it seems this match is nearing its conclusion. Our skeleton friend appears to still be half asleep, piloting the divine War God number 1 with his extravagant laser gun, perhaps believing that the opposing Northwest Wind contender is a Catholic. The commentary style shifted, now reduced to mere mockery, as they awaited the conclusion. In the office, Soren pounded the table furiously. You imbeciles, you can't even contact a single individual. Communication is paramount. The reason I wanted to engage with Skeleton was to make him realize what a tremendous opportunity this is. A collaboration could yield miraculous results. How could such a chance be squandered so casually? Even a child from kindergarten would know that the laser gun is ineffective against the magnetic storm guardian. Suddenly, a thought crossed the minds of more than one person. He must have made a wrong choice. Absolutely. It must be a mistake. Damn it. Unfortunately, there is no turning back in the competition. Let the battle commence. Battlefield. City warfare. The buildings within the city can provide cover, but does he intend to bludgeon the magnetic storm guardian to death with the gun stock? The magnetic storm guardian possesses an energy shield. It would take the entire night to shatter it. Excellent. The skeleton contender makes a stunning entrance. Gazing perplexedly at his laser gun, it seems he truly has made a miscalculation. Esteemed viewers, you are currently watching a live broadcast of a battle in the CT Novice Zone. Narrated by Little Deer. This confrontation will impart a vital lesson. Ignorance is indeed terrifying. Now, Skeleton has garnered quite a few supporters, yet faced with a barrage of insults in the comments, these supporters are left speechless. For everyone possesses common sense. Boss, the battle has begun, and the data continues to rise, as does the attention. Soren had no desire to watch, but having come this far, he felt compelled to witness the final sparks for himself. On the screen, War God number 1 brandished the laser gun, spinning in circles with apparent curiosity, then firing haphazardly in all directions. This effectively revealed his position, and the magnetic storm guardian advanced towards War God No. 1. Very well. It seems this match will be a quick retreat. The skeleton contender boldly exposed his location, to clarify. Within 100 meters, the magnetic storm guardian's magnetic storm field can completely disrupt the targeting assistance of the opposing mech. Some skilled players can even utilize the magnetic storm to deflect laser beams, though this is only feasible at higher tiers. Little Deer noted with a smile that that moment, a message popped up on Little Deer's communicator. In a tense live broadcast, he would typically ignore such distractions, but now there was nothing of particular importance, so he opened the message and found himself amused. Esteemed viewers, I have just received an internal update. The current user of this Northwest contender is Zhang Hao, ranked 9th in the Asia region for the Magnetic Storm Guardian. Congratulations to our skeleton contender. He is not perishing at the hands of some nameless individual. This signifies that there will be no opportunities. The Magnetic Storm Guardian's movements are exceedingly cautious, maintaining a safe distance from the buildings to counter any sudden appearances that in truth, Zhang Hao did not perceive any opportunity for his opponent. He simply wished to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. War God number 1 showed no intention of evasion, and moments later, the two contenders met. The Magnetic Storm Guardian unleashed a relentless barrage of laser fire. The high explosive laser gun match to the Magnetic Storm Guardian's firepower far surpassed that of War God No. 1's meager weaponry. Faced with the Magnetic Storm Guardian's onslaught, War God number 1 immediately withdrew. Excellent. This was a wise decision. It appears the skeleton contender has not given up. Please forgive my unprofessionalism. I must have a glass of milk. I haven't even had breakfast in preparation for this match, Little Deer remarked, producing a can of milk. The incisive commentary style is, after all, the essence of his role, especially given that this caliber of match is beneath him. The magnetic storm field of the Magnetic Storm Guardian has been activated, enveloping the battle area. Zhang Hao played aggressively, pressing the advantage. In such circumstances, it is crucial to maintain the upper hand and eliminate the opponent swiftly. When utilizing the Magnetic Storm Guardian, the key lies in mastering the distance. Thus, during the pursuit, Zhang Hao consistently maintained a safe standoff distance that in terms of mech performance, typical offensive mechs do not excel in speed. But the Magnetic Storm Guardian is certainly not inferior to War God number 1, that once a target is locked on, escaping is nearly impossible. The moment War God number 1 exposes himself, it results in a flurry of critical hits, leaving no room for retaliation. Zhang Hao is forcing War God number 1 into a corner. One cannot always rely on an escape route. This ordinary city warfare map is familiar to all within 3 minutes. The Magnetic Storm Guardian could corner War God number 1, leading to the eagerly anticipated conclusion. Staff, please bring me another can of milk. Upon witnessing such a dismal match, I find myself rather hungry, Little Deer lamented. His vehement critiques only fueled the audience's frustration, igniting a fiery debate in the comments. with both sides hurling insults at each other. Amidst this chaos, a small faction remained steadfast, believing in the possibility of a miracle. Little Deer munched while watching, unable to suppress his laughter. Who would have guessed the skeleton contender had such loyal fans? Even in this moment, some still believed he could win. Little Deer had been commentating for 3 years, covering the King's championship, but such a scenario held no chance whatsoever that if he wins, "I'll eat this milk carton," he declared, bursting into laughter. He had initially intended to do Soren a favor, but now regretted stepping into this pitfall. Broadcasting such a match would only become a joke in a circle, as Little Deer stated. War God number 1 was locked in position, retreating towards the edge under the pressure of the magnetic storm guardian's firepower. And soon enough, there would be no escape route left. That moment, the magnetic storm guardian closed in. At this rate, they would be face-to-face within 10 seconds. Since the battle commenced, War God No. 1 had yet to fire a single shot at his opponent, leading one to question whether he even knew how to use the laser gun. Point 10. 9. Excellent. The skeleton contender prepared for a final stand, calculating the moment his opponent would expose himself. Alas, just as the magnetic storm guardian was about to reveal itself, it suddenly halted, swiftly advancing to prevent War God number 1 from making a probing shot, thus negating the skeleton's last chance for a preemptive strike. The magnetic storm guardian and War God number 1 faced each other, both laser guns aimed squarely at one another. The magnetic storm guardian fired. A thunderous roar erupting. A dazzling brilliance surged forth, striking towards War God No. 1. As a professional commentator, one cannot overlook the final moments. The magnetic storm unleashed its fury, that a remarkable evasion. War God number 1 rolled and scrambled behind a wall. This was the final barrier of his life. Boom. War God number 1 retaliated. Without targeting assistance, the laser grazed past the magnetic storm guardian, causing Zhang Hao to break into a cold sweat as he hastily activated the energy shield. This was a classic example of the magnetic storm field's influence. Had this laser not been interfered with, it would have struck his cockpit directly. Chapter 8. Little Deer, your mother is calling you home for milk. Impressive indeed. No wonder he ranks among the top 10 in the Asia region for the magnetic storm guardian. That slight deviation technique was quite skillful. War God number 1 is left with almost nothing. Little Deer remarked with a grin. This shot surprised everyone, but soon followed by sighs of regret. Alas, had Zhang Hao activated the energy shield earlier, he would have narrowly missed hitting his target. Now that the energy shield was up, Zhang Hao could not afford to waste energy, unleashing a relentless barrage toward Wang Zheng's hiding spot, with debris flying everywhere. The figure of War God 1 leaped into the air, a reckless endeavor indeed. Boom! As the laser was unleashed, the magnetic storm guardian, poised to retaliate, was suddenly rocked by a violent tremor, struck down. Was it mere coincidence? Just as it prepared to switch machines, another thunderous shake ensued, as War God 1 descended. Unflinching, advancing towards its opponent. Boom! Boom! The magnetic storm field undeniably disrupted the shooting aids. But what if the pilot didn't require them? What if the pilot was a sharpshooter? The magnetic storm field could indeed cause a certain deviation in the laser. But what if the pilot could calculate such discrepancies? What if the pilot anticipated the shot? Theoretically feasible, yet in reality, no one has achieved such a feat. The laser struck the energy shield, causing the magnetic storm guardian to sway incessantly. Yet Zhang Hao exerted force control, stabilizing the core. Just one successful hit could reduce the opponent to mere rubble. Time is of the essence, even if the shot lands with War God 1's output. A mere 10 shots would be futile. The magnetic storm guardian's amplified laser gun was now raised. Boom. Silence enveloped the world. A beam erupted from the magnetic storm guardian's laser gun, but it wasn't the attack. It was War God 1's strike. The situation had turned dramatically. The laser gun exploded, leaving the magnetic storm guardian as a defenseless beauty, while War God 1 pressed forward. Players in the comment section, clinging to their last hopes, felt themselves igniting with fervor. Boom! Boom! Each attack sent the magnetic storm guardian reeling, and with a roar, Zhang Hao brandished his alloy knife, charging towards War God 1, determined to reach the opponent before the energy shield shattered. War God 1 remained steadfast, firing shot after shot. The distance between the two mechs dwindled to a mere 10 meters, and on the 8th shot, the energy shield of the magnetic storm guardian burst. 0.6 meters. Boom, a headshot, 9 shots. Skull win. All that filled the audience's ears was the system's jubilant congratulations amidst the sparks before their eyes. Can this truly lead to victory? At that moment, a corner of the screen unexpectedly cut to Xiao Lu, the top-tier commentator, awkwardly holding a carton of milk with the straw inserted into his nose, instinctively inhaling and nearly choking. The comments section erupted in fervor. Xiao Lu, your mother-s calling you home for milk. Hurry up and finish your milk carton, we're waiting. The battle concluded, yet the ordeal was far from over. Zhang Hao opened the public channel, revealing his identity, hoping to seize the opportunity for fame. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? There was a bug. War God 1's laser attacks required at least 10 strikes to breach the energy shield, a calculation well-founded. Zhang Hao lamented, had he only endured one more shot, victory would have been his. The audience began to murmur. Though not many paid attention, some had indeed conducted such tests. The higher the tier, the more precise the damage calculations that a mech like War God 1, a continental model, was even easier to assess. Could it be that War God 1 had a flaw? At that moment, Soren, invigorated as if on a stimulant, promptly released an analysis video. No one understood this better than Soren. There was nothing amiss, and if there were no issues, it must be a matter of technique. Supporters and critics alike, including commentator Xiao Lu, awaited the analysis to as a professional commentator. He understood that with War God 1's laser power, breaching such an energy shield would require at least 10 strikes. And if the hit locations were suboptimal, even more. The analysis video was unveiled, and the uproar in the comments section subsided momentarily, as all actions were slowed down. War God 1's strikes exhibited slight deviations, yet it was precisely this deviation that enabled the hit. While it sounded simple, it contradicted the pilot's habitual maneuvers, beyond the slow-motion view. One could scarcely fathom the precision of War God 1's lasers. However, at that moment, no one was concerned with this terrifying calibration ability and accuracy. The crux lay in the fact that it indeed amounted to 9 shots. Everyone knew 9 shots could not dismantle the shield, especially considering one shot struck the laser gun itself. Following closely behind was the analysis, revealing that aside from the shot aimed at the laser, the other 8 had all struck the same location. The law of energy accumulation and consumption. When the same spot is subjected to consecutive attacks, energy depletion escalates. The analysis displayed the energy shield's consumption percentages. After the 7th shot, the shield was reduced to a mere 8%, and the 8th shot obliterated the remaining energy, resulting in an explosion that an extreme attack. Had it been just a fraction shy, it would have merely dismantled the shield without inflicting fatal damage to the mech. This was a miracle. A series of coincidences converged into an inevitability. A single misstep would have led to failure. Yet Skull emerged victorious. At this moment, the live stream revealed another scene. As Xiao Lu silently tore open the milk carton and half-heartedly stuffed it into his mouth. He genuinely swallowed the milk carton, the final gulp aided by water. His expression akin to that of someone constipated for 10 days that a nearby staff member, seemingly prompted, suddenly inquired. Xiao Lu, the players want to know, how do you perceive this match? Xiao Lu composed himself, cleared his throat, and admitted, all right, I confess, I nearly wet myself. This was a divine maneuver. Flawless Skull God. You've all been duped. In truth, Skull is a long-range output player, unveiling the greatest secret of CT. War God 1 is the hidden all-round mech. Wang, reflecting on his gains, sensed a slight connection to this battle, yet it seemed rather insignificant. Barely surpassing his experiences during military training, the difficulty of this recent skirmish was indeed not great, while others found it exceedingly thrilling. The encounter had effectively concluded once the opponent's laser gun was dismantled. As for the calculations regarding the magnetic storm field, Wang Zheng excelled in mathematics and spatial judgment. A single shot could determine the disruption level of the magnetic storm field. Alas, had the firing speed been slightly quicker, perhaps 8 shots would suffice, potentially allowing for a more energetic battle. Wang Zheng felt the need to exert even greater effort. Such a straightforward combat scenario should have been executed more adeptly. After a moment of introspection, Wang Zheng settled the bill and departed. Should his sentiments be sensed by the opponent, they might never play CT again. Boss, the final online viewer count and paid users reached 46,000. Setting a new record, the entire office erupted in applause, and Soren suddenly realized he was drenched in sweat. Striving to maintain a relaxed demeanor, he declared, everyone has worked hard. our next task is to find a way to contact Skull. Fear not, we shall persistently reach out. One day he will recognize our sincerity. Soren returned to the office with remarkable composure, closed the door, and then leaped with the excitement of a child. This is absolutely exhilarating. Rising early on a weekend just to watch a match is simply unacceptable. I must indulge a little. Soon, everyone noticed an influx of players selecting War God 1 in the rankings. After witnessing Skull as divine maneuvers with War God 1, they began to perceive this mech as formidable. Aside from lacking an energy shield, it maintained a balance between offense and defense. Though somewhat limited in weaponry, it allowed for greater focus on the surrounding environment, enabling direct judgments. This was a mech capable of achieving divinity. Yet, all the fervent young players were soon ensnared, swiftly losing everything. The carnage was brutal, for many attacks were unavoidable, and often, those wielding titanium blades found themselves vanishing amidst a flurry of sparks before they could even lower their weapons. Of course, some adept players, lurking in a shadowy corner, launched frenzied assaults, only to discover their opponent's mech shield remained intact, leading to a barrage of sparks in return. War God 1 remained War God 1. It was merely a training mech. Only those who wielded it understood that it was no mere mech, but rather a trap. More professional players sought to establish legions, a symbol of honor. Indeed, forming a legion around a strong individual held profound significance. The most renowned legions today were founded upon such principles. Surrounding oneself with several powerful individuals would be even better. However, any legion of note must have diamond-level experts at the helm, alongside a stringent admission policy to cultivate exceptional newcomers. Only in this manner could the legacy of the legion endure and its reputation grow ever more illustrious. Today, a unique legion was born, named the Skull Legion. Unlike others, this legion imposed no requirements on players' abilities. And the nominal leader was not even among them. Most intriguingly, no one knew who this individual was. Yet, what mattered was that all who joined this legion believed in miracles that this legion was established. Thousands flocked to it. To be precise, thousands of novices. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng's battle video had entered the top 100 of the solar system's CT search rankings for the first time, and it was the only video from a newcomer. With so many skilled players competing, the King S tournament was a constant spectacle. Yet, even in such circumstances, this match was worthy of recognition. Point 1 must commend Xiao Lu for his audacity. He truly consumed the milk carton, inadvertently providing an opportunity to end previous matches. Everyone had assumed Skull only excelled in close combat. After all, as a professional player, one would naturally focus on a singular approach, for to pursue many would lead to failure. Moreover, considering War God 1's configuration, the laser gun was nearly ornamental. However, this battle revealed to all that even wild lilies can bloom in spring. Who would dare claim War God 1 could not slay? Compared to its melee capabilities, Skull's long-range prowess appeared even more unfathomable. This match left many unsatisfied, especially those who had been ruthlessly defeated, compelled to return and rewatch the video for practice, only to be vanquished yet again. Yet inexplicably, they felt a warm sensation within. Every man harbors a heart that yearns for divinity. However, given the prevalence of such situations, they do not escalate to outright quarrels. Indeed, among peers, there remains a flicker of hope. What if one happens upon a skeleton? Especially when a plethora of genuine skeletons emerges, be it Skeleton A, Skeleton 00, and so forth, it invariably leaves those hopeful youngsters in a state of despair. What a torment it is. Chapter 9. Recruiting soldiers. Some players, due to their unwavering determination, find their scores cascading down like the majestic waterfalls of Mount Lu. The source of this calamity, Wang Zheng, is currently contemplating his lunch options. His choices are indeed plentiful. Laotan sauerkraut beef noodles? Laotan sauerkraut pork noodles? Or perhaps Laotan sauerkraut lamb noodles? Ultimately, Wang Zheng decisively opts for a box of Kong Shifu instant noodles. When the time comes to settle the bill, Wang Zheng is astonished to discover his balance exceeds 10,000? What a substantial sum. Where did it come from? If there is an error, he would have to repay it, and it could lead to a tarnished credit reputation. This is no trifling matter. As he eats his noodles while checking his account, tears well up in his eyes. Oh God, you have finally opened your eyes. He can finally bid farewell to instant noodles. With newfound vigor, Wang Zheng rushes to a restaurant and orders 3 dishes and a soup with fervor, devouring them in the bewildered gaze of the owner. Satiated, he once again appreciates the beauty of life. Where there is a will, there is a way. However, upon seeing a mountain of emails, Wang Zheng realizes that it was not a scam. It is indeed the CT system software. The individual named Sauron is genuine. In his effort to convince Wang Zheng, he has provided identification, celestial signals, and even family photos. He has nearly introduced all his ancestors. In truth, if Sauron could find a competitor of considerable skill, it would be beneficial for Wang Zheng himself. Facing an excessively weak opponent is rather uninteresting. Moreover, there is a significant issue. The magic cube not only generates heat, but also emits cold. When it turns cold, combat energy diminishes, which can occur during poor performance or mistakes. Sometimes, it is not that Wang Zheng performs poorly, but rather that his opponent is too weak. There are simply no opportunities. However, the magic cube does not concern itself with such nuances. Fortunately, such occurrences are relatively rare. Selecting an email at random, Wang Zheng responds without intending to engage too deeply with the other party, primarily to avoid complications that might disrupt his normal life. Sauron is in high spirits. Although each time he endures a torturous wait, the wait is rewarding, as skeletons consistently deliver surprises. With the formation of the skeleton army, the officials have even provided a promotional announcement, a privilege typically reserved for top-tier legions. The staff are reporting back to Sauron with updated data, continuously breaking records, and most crucially, the newcomer zone in the Asian region is surprisingly not at the bottom. Sauron feels that he can finally sit comfortably, with a full pension beckoning him. Suddenly, the celestial signal chimes, indicating a new email. Glancing briefly, Sauron's ample posterior leaps up in excitement. He hurriedly clicks open the email. But in his haste, he misclicks several times before finally accessing it. The message contains but a single word: good. Outside, the staff are bustling about, player engagement is on the rise, and the tasks they can undertake are multiplying. At that moment, laughter erupts from the president's office. What a ferocious tone it is! For Wang Zheng, at least for the foreseeable future, he need not worry about his livelihood. Even the sun seems to shine with exceptional gentleness. Moreover, with a bit of affluence, he might even seek a more professional venue for physical training. Mere jogging is insufficient to enhance his physical capabilities, and nutrition must keep pace as well. Upon returning to the dormitory, he finds all 3 roommates present. Zhang Shan is meticulously styling his hair, while Yao Ailuan is engrossed in his computer work, muttering to himself and nodding repeatedly. Qin Xiu sits beside him, her little eyes sparkling. I am back. How do you like my look? Zhang Shan is preparing for tomorrow's social event. A beautiful lady equates to springtime, and university life without a girlfriend is as dismal as a monk without a wooden fish. What are those two up to? Zhang Shan shrugs, unable to comprehend their obsession with gaming videos. What is the point of that? Zhang Shan, don't be so out of touch. This is the current rage in the galaxy, CT. Then what of it? If one seeks excitement, nothing beats the genuine mechas. Zhang Shan retorts nonchalantly, his thoughts reminiscent of the former Wang Zheng. His skills are astounding. Adept at calculations. This individual must excel in mathematics. Qin Xiu, seated nearby, contemplates. Both are typical novice enthusiasts, theoretical in nature. When it comes to discussing CT techniques, they are akin to instructors. Yet in practice, they resemble kindergarten children, much to their chagrin, as their physical abilities often lag behind their aspirations. Wang Zheng glances over, somewhat speechless. Yao Ailuan is producing his video. Wang Zheng, aren't you aiming to join the mecha department? Come watch this person's operations. It's nothing short of miraculous. This is a true master. Entirely different from those flaunting high-grade mechas that if he were a military academy student, he would be extraordinary. It's just a game. No need to take it so seriously, Wang Zheng replies. Yao Ailuan's eyes sparkle with brilliance behind his glasses. Just wait and see. This guy might just create a miracle. Are you interested in joining the skeleton army? It's a venture I created with Ailuan. Qin Xiu exclaims enthusiastically, upon understanding the situation. Wang Zheng finds it somewhat absurd. These two indeed have the leisure to indulge. Zhang Shan pulls Wang Zheng aside. Don't let these two shut-ins lead you astray. We're charting a dashing and sunny path, keeping our distance from them. Zhang Shan, our outfits have long been prepared. What era are we in? Muscle men are past. This is the age of elites. We must pursue the elite route, Yao Ailuan exclaims. Retrieving a package from the cabinet. 5 minutes to transform. Moments later, a sharply dressed elite emerges, hair impeccably styled. Yao dons gold-rimmed glasses and adjusts his bow tie, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Shan. One must exhibit gentlemanly decorum when approaching ladies. One must always dress to impress. Wang Zheng and Zhang Shan exchange bewildered glances, unable to believe that a reclusive nerd has transformed into a tall, handsome, and wealthy figure. What a stark contrast. This is what you call a disguise. Don't be jealous, bro. I'm not just a legend. At Typhoon High School. Who doesn't know my moniker? The charming young master Yao Ailuan. Beside them, Chinxiu gazes at Yao Ailuan with admiration. IVE prepared as well. My mother said age is no barrier, that in university, one should seek out several girlfriends to prepare for the future. Silence falls in the dormitory as Wang Zheng and the other two are momentarily stunned. What a forward-thinking mother. Wang Zheng, you're not going to wear a school uniform, are you? Wang Zheng shrugs helplessly. I'm just going with the flow. It doesn't matter. Yizissa knows all too well. Whoa, you two are so familiar. You haven't already made a move, have you? We're comrades in the same trench. If she is your type, I want to compete. Zhang Shan says gallantly. Stop it, everyone focus. I'm just classmates with her. Wang Zheng shrugs, feeling odd about the friendship label, especially since Yizissa has been instrumental in his success, and it was due to him that Yu Jing left for Shangjing. Jinggu, you're not attracted to men. Are you? Chinxiu inquires curiously. Mom says the times have changed. Good men are being snatched away by other men. The three in the dormitory are once again struck dumb, suddenly feeling a generational gap with Chinxiu. Chinxiu, you're in university now. Psychologically, you're an adult. You must develop your own viewpoints. Wang Zheng thinks his ideas are already peculiar, but compared to Chinxiu, he feels rather normal. However, you haven't answered the previous question? Get lost. I like women. Wang Zheng exclaims, causing the others to burst into laughter. Wang Zheng has fallen for Chinxiu's teasing. Although the youngest in the dormitory, Chinxiu is the most cunning. Ailuan Ge, someone is looking for trouble. Yao Ailuan rushes to the computer, exclaiming, damn these novices, using videos from the King's district as evidence. When did the skeletons take down a few masters? I wonder how these guys will respond. Ailuan Ge, I've compared all models of mechas across the solar system. Theoretically, War God number 1 has its limits. Once faced with the mechas from the Throne Conquest District, there is no chance of victory. As loyal members of the Skeleton Army, we must believe in miracles and that the skeletons can represent our theoretical faction, defeating those fellows utterly. I truly hope you will take a look at my article on the strengths and weaknesses of mechas. Zhengge, would you like to see? This piece has been featured on the official homepage. Chinxiu says that he is an extreme enthusiast of CT, yet a novice perpetually teetering on the brink of failure in the novice zone. Often berated by teammates. However, when it comes to theory, few can contest with him. Sure, I'm quite interested in that. Alright, I'll send a copy to your celestial signal. Chinxiu is eager to share his proud works. Wang Zheng also wishes to learn more. Today's encounter with the magnetic storm field is rather intriguing. Fortunately, it belongs to a relatively low-end configuration. If faced with a powerful one, even one with frequency modulation, it could prove challenging. On the outskirts of the splendid manor in LD City, Europe's center, a young man is engaged in combat training in a spacious, well-lit gym, accompanied by 4 sparring partners wielding long knives. They are indeed sharpened in unison. They strike, a flurry of blades illuminating the air, leaving no angle unguarded. Yet following the resounding clash of swords, the 4 sparring partners lie incapacitated on the ground. The young man stepped out with ease, offering them double the medical expenses. The butler, ever so timely, handed over a towel with a wry smile, saying, yes, young master, these individuals are capable of ranking in the top 10 of free fighting, that if you are this ruthless, no one will dare to come again. Select from the underground arena. Anyone who can injure me will receive a reward of 1 million. The young man replied nonchalantly. The butler nodded helplessly. Understood, young master. Additionally, Councilman Yulong has been waiting for 3 days. Would you like to meet him? The young man's expression remained indifferent. Yulong. Indeed, he has been implicated in the Aslan incident and seems to be seeking your assistance. Chapter 10, True Men, Real Heroes. The young man chuckled lightly, The Princess of Aslan can bring an official down with just a sneeze. Such power is remarkable. However, let us see what conditions he presents. It appears he has taken advantage of the situation. His daughter is also involved, the butler remarked. The young man's lips curled into a cold smile. When will the match from Aslan arrive? At most a week. As you know, the passage is rather troublesome that I am granting them 3 days. The young man did not leave much leeway. Understood, 3 days, the butler said respectfully. This is the sky of Earth, and it shall also be the sky of the solar system. And eventually, the entire galaxy did a similar world, yet a different life than on Sunday. The 4 of them gathered early at their rendezvous point. Tea Mine, a quaint little shop renowned for its specialty red tea, was adorned with charming decor. Making it quite popular among students, the 4 sat upright. Since our dorm leader has not made a request, I shall go first, Zhang Shan declared. Based on IQ, I am the highest, so I shall choose first. Yao Ailuan retorted defiantly. Shouldn't you show some consideration for me, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Chen Xiu said with a pitiful expression. The 3 had already begun to bicker, leaving Wang Zheng in a state of amused exasperation. It seemed the allure of beautiful women was indeed formidable. That moment, a girl burst in with great energy, scanning the room before striding toward them. The 4 sat up straight, thinking, could it be? Oh my! As the girl, a true tomboy, plopped down into the chair opposite them, they distinctly felt the ground tremble. They aren't coming. They said they arranged for me to take one of you. So choose among yourselves, she exclaimed, grabbing the teapot from the table and gulping down the tea. The 4, dressed to the nines, were momentarily petrified, exchanging incredulous glances. Ahem, Zhang Shan, I believe you are the most suitable in every regard. Yao Ailuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking earnestly. Estimating her weight at around 180 pounds, with calloused hands, she is most likely a fighter. A single slap won't kill her, but might leave her half dead. Zhang Shan wore a smile and suddenly flicked his fingers in a flamboyant manner. Oh dear, can I? I'm so delighted. The tomboy's expression hardened. Feminine wimp, get lost. Zhang Shan feigned grievance, appearing quite remorseful, while Wang Zheng and the others cursed his shamelessness. I can do it, but I need to inform my mother first. Only with her consent can I agree. Would you mind waiting for me? Chen Xiu offered eagerly. The tomboy completely ignored him. Scram, go home and drink milk. Chen Xiu grinned triumphantly, as the girl's gaze shifted to Wang Zheng and Yao Ailuan. Yao Ailuan nonchalantly pushed his glasses up, clearly indicating that the tomboy was quite interested in him based on his attire and demeanor. Men should keep their word. Since I promised, I didn't. Yao Ailuan's face turned ashen as he trembled, pulling something from his pocket and shoving it into his mouth. Taking a deep breath, problem. The tomboy's expression turned to one of disappointment, leaving her attention to fall upon Wang Zheng. The other 3 looked at Wang Zheng with innocent expressions, while Chen Xiu gazed at him with admiration. Zhenggu, as the dorm leader, you have an undeniable responsibility. First in military training, you are truly deserving. Zhang Shan patted Wang Zheng on the shoulder. The pride of the physics department. Only you can shoulder this heavy responsibility. My brothers will never forget. Yao Ailuan's face bore a dazzling smile. Oh, you must be that Wang Zheng. Excellent, you're the one. The tomboy slammed her hand on the table, causing everyone around to look over. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll slap you. Fierce, ferocious, and brimming with menace. Even near the military academy, every head nearby instantly ducked in submission. Wang Zheng silently lamented. What part of this was Yi Zissou performing? Considering how much help she had provided, it seemed unkind to let her friend leave empty-handed. Regardless, he thought it best to manage the day and avoid making the situation awkward. For one day, I can manage. The tomboy frowned. What one day? You must commit for at least a month. The 3 beside Wang Zheng struggled to suppress their laughter. Could they endure such ferocity for an entire month? The tomboy seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere. What are you all doing? It's just modeling for the art club. You don't have to strip. The art club, the one rumored to be filled with lowlists and beauties. The 4 were momentarily stunned. Just then, Yeezus entered with 3 beautiful girls, apologizing. Sorry, we got a bit delayed. Ditto, President. What brings you here? A girl with long hair and a blue dress inquired. Ching Ching, wasn't he at the shop next to Tea Mine? Not this one, Ching Ching chuckled. Never mind, this guy looks pretty good. First in military training, Wang Zheng. Right? You're the one. The tomboy pointed at Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng, this will be a bit of a hassle. I'm Du Qingqing, Zis's roommate and vice president of the art club. This is our president. Zhang Runin. Du Qingqing smiled. It seems we have a good connection. All right, you all chat. I'll take my leave. With that, she strode away with purpose. Wow, who is this Zhang Runin? Definitely a superwoman. This little interlude allowed everyone to feel more comfortable. Yao Ailuan began to display his gentlemanly demeanor, exuding elegance, while Chen Xiu too set aside his usual demeanor, gazing with wide, innocent eyes, showcasing his adorableness. Such a charming little fellow was indeed a rarity at the military academy. Zhang Shan was itching to strip off his shirt and flaunt his muscles. Who could compete with his physique? The four girls accompanying Yi Zissou were Du Qingqing, a strategic major from the command department and vice president of the art club, and Mei, also from the command department, a member of the drama club, and another unexpected presence, Meng Tian, who had just transferred and originally did not reside on campus from the mech department. Wang Zheng and Zhang Shan were, of course, no strangers to her. Standing nearly 6 feet tall with a slender figure and an icy demeanor, her beauty was unforgettable. Please have a seat. It is an honor to meet four beautiful ladies. Yao Ailuan quickly struck a pose. What would you like? Please indulge. It's on me. Wow, this guy is already making his move. Chen Xiu rushed over to pull out a chair. Wow, this handsome guy is quite polite. And Mei remarked, her full lips accentuating her sensuality. Chen Xiu smiled innocently. It is my honor to serve such beautiful ladies. He was undoubtedly the harmless type. Goodness, in this day and age, the younger they are, the bolder they get, Zhang Shan and Wang Zheng thought, realizing there was little they could do to it. Seems our school assigns dorms based on looks. Zhang Shan noted. Girls love compliments, especially from those who knew how to deliver them. Despite his burly frame, Zhang Shan had a delicate side. Wang Zheng, I would like to challenge you, Meng Tian suddenly declared. Our Tian is from the Free Fighting Club. Don't underestimate girls, Du Qingqing added. Today we are here to socialize. Shouldn't we discuss romance instead? Yi Zissou interjected, completely ignoring Meng Tian's fiery gaze. Upon meeting the four, Wang Zheng finally understood why ancient scholars coined the phrase a feast for the eyes. At that moment, Yao Ailuan exhibited none of the traits of a typical homebody. He was a seasoned player in the game of love, displaying an overwhelming desire for attention. The afternoon passed with lively exchanges. There was no chance of an awkward silence, and Wang Zheng found little opportunity to interject. The girls were somewhat surprised. They had expected the physics students to be a bit eccentric, but these four were quite exceptional. It was quite normal for both sides to exchange contact information, indicating that the gathering was a success and that opportunities for future meetings were likely. After parting ways, the four strolled through the campus, with Wang Zheng saying, regarding the art club, if it doesn't work out, my brothers and I can share the burden. Of course, we are comrades in the same trench. We should share joys and hardships. I believe they can find plenty of inspiration from me. Chen Xiu chimed in cheerfully. The three stared at him, simultaneously extending their middle fingers. Shameless. Wang Zheng chose not to engage further in the discussion about girls. He was called away by Xie Yusin. Classmate Xiao Yu was rather shy and typically sought him out along with Yin Xiaosu. When he arrived, both Yin Xiaosu and Xie Yusin were already there, looking quite serious. What is going on? Yin Xiaosu asked, pointing with her chin. This fellow is acting all mysterious. I have no idea what he is up to. Xie Yusin smiled gently, pulling out a deck of playing cards. Feel free to draw. Yin Xiaosu chuckled. Little you. Have you learned magic? With your looks, you could easily charm any girl. Xie Yusin cast her gaze upon Wang Zheng, who casually drew a card, a king of hearts. Wang Zheng was taken aback, exclaiming, No way. How did you guess that? Yin Xiaosu snatched the card away, incredulous. This must be a trick. How can you be so uncanny? Yin Xiaosu drew a card herself, and to everyone's astonishment, Xie Yusin guessed correctly once more. Yin Xiaosu shuffled the deck anew, even drawing from behind her back while instructing Xie Yusin to close her eyes and guess. Each time, she was right again. Yin Xiaosu began to sense something was amiss. Her wide eyes fixated on Xie Yusin as she slammed her thigh in excitement. Goodness, could we not rely on lottery tickets to strike it rich and conquer the universe? Xie Yusin flinched, finally unable to restrain her exasperation. Can you think of something else? Yin Xiaosu grinned. Lottery tickets are quite tangible. Turning to Wang Zheng, she added, You probably guessed it, right? Wang Zheng nodded, pondering whether this was the rare X ability among elites. Yes, my ability possesses a hint of perception. Yin Xiaosu exclaimed, wow, you're already quite handsome, and with that ability, aren't you invincible with the ladies? Her expression was one of deep frustration. The two felt a sense of helplessness regarding Yin Xiaosu's preoccupations with women and money. Do you find it strange that we've become friends? Xie Yusin chuckled. Yin Xiaosu scratched his nose. I learned this from Wang Zheng. Ahem, perhaps only the two of us would take you in. Chapter 11. The cunning Yuta. Xie Yusin smiled knowingly. Indeed, my happiest moments have been spent with you both. Yet, there is a slight misunderstanding. It was my ability that first drew my attention to you. In the entire Dan High School, Yin Xiaosu, you were the first so you're saying I'm a genius. I'm aware of that. Yin Xiaosu guffawed. That my ability is perception. Everyone manifests a unique life form. And Yin Xiaosu is the most striking. Yet more importantly, because of you, I met Wang Zheng, and it was the first time I discovered someone whose life was so radiant. Xie Yusin spoke earnestly. Of course, otherwise how could he be the leader? But what is up with you today? You're unusually sentimental, not like your usual self, Yin Xiaosu remarked, sensing the oddity, for this fellow was usually cold and never complimented anyone. Yin Xiaosu, set a goal for yourself. Even becoming the richest person on earth might not be a mere fantasy. Come on, you underestimate me. I intend to dominate the universe. Yin Xiaosu was a classic case of someone who would leap at any opportunity. Wang Zheng, your brilliance once shone brightly, but recently that light has dimmed. I thought you were reeling from the impact of genetic testing, yet I realize that that's not the case. You've entered a realm beyond my perception. I cannot foresee what you will become or how powerful you will get, but I must say, you have the potential to influence this world. I'm not joking. Even Marses cannot compare to your uniqueness. Xie Yusin's gaze burned into Wang Zheng, who felt a surge of admiration. His experiences with the Rubik's Cube were indeed extraordinary, yet Xie Yusin could perceive it. Truly, the elite among elites lived up to their reputation. Xiao Yu, do you have something on your mind? We're brothers, share it, and we can bear it together. It's nothing to fret about. Xie Yusin smiled lightly. I'm leaving. Leaving? Where to? Yin Xiaosu was taken aback. You're not really planning to go off and celebrate after winning the lottery, are you? I can't divulge specifics, but it's an opportunity for me to its Wang Zheng who has prompted this decision. This military training has awakened me. I need to grow stronger, but the War God Academy cannot provide that. Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu understood that for Xie Yusin, the path he needed to pursue was not conventional. He sought to enhance and learn his unique abilities, and individuals like him were undoubtedly prioritized for cultivation by the Federation, potentially reaching even greater realms. Wang Zheng, Yin Xiaosu, I hope that when we reunite, we will have all achieved our ambitions. Xie Yusin extended his hand, and both Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu did the same, affirming their brotherhood no matter where they went. Xie Yusin, usually averse to alcohol, indulged to the point of inebriation, revealing his reluctance to part ways. His identity and abilities had isolated him since childhood, until he encountered these two lively souls who cared not for his status. From that moment on, Xie Yusin had found joy. Life must be lived with dreams, for without them, he would cease to be who he was. Separation was merely a prelude to reunion. Wang Zheng, do you know? I often feel defeated. Your talent is undoubtedly on par with anyone else's. Your diligence and focus surpass what others can achieve. But I will undoubtedly surpass you, so don't let your guard down. I'd hate for our next meeting to find you saluting me. In his drunken state, Xie Yusin embraced Wang Zheng, who anticipated having such a remarkable moment, yet he understood this was Xie Yusin's encouragement before his departure. Wherever you go, remember that you are the pride of our Dawn trio. Should anyone dare to stir trouble, we'll put them in their place. Indeed, we are the Dawn trio. Let this world tremble. Yin Xiaosu, ever the showman, began to dance atop the table, belly shaking with enthusiasm. Xie Yusin aimed for a stage that seemed beyond reach, facing the strongest elites among humanity. Such elevation was not comparable to any ordinary environment. This is brotherhood. We are the strongest. As the semester commenced, Xie Yusin departed, the school announcing a transfer, leaving the girls sorrowful at the absence of a handsome lad. They would now seek new targets. The first day of physics classes began, and Wang Zheng possessed a solid foundation and a broad perspective. He grasped the material effortlessly, showing no aversion to physics, yet to adopt it as a life goal. That was beyond Wang Zheng's endurance. After class, he rushed to the principal's office, having excelled in military training. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Gyuder greeted Wang Zheng with courtesy. I thought you were quite patient. Yet here you are, losing your composure on the very first day. Ahem, principal, I genuinely don't have the aptitude for physics, as you've seen from my military training performance. Could we perhaps consider a transfer? Alas, your performance has indeed been commendable, and Instructor Luo Yun has praised you multiple times. But Wang Zheng, this matter is quite challenging. Gyuda wore a troubled expression, causing Wang Zheng's heart to sink. Suddenly, Gyuda smiled. However, it's not impossible to transfer. First, military training performance alone won't suffice, as that is merely foundational. You must also bring glory to the school for the board to approve. Secondly, you need the permission of teacher Xiao Fei. Your goal is to audit classes in the mecha department. You can freely choose courses from both departments, but you must not fail any physics exams. Otherwise, no one can assist you. Principal, you're truly a good person. I will certainly strive to excel. Very well. Off you go. Gyuda waved him off, secretly amused by Wang Zheng's elation, thinking, little rascal, good days are yet to come. This is a trump card that must be played wisely. Xie Yusen was originally a trump card too, but the little fellow had better opportunities. As his guardian, Gyuda couldn't hinder him, unaware that Xie's abilities would attract attention. Wang Zheng skipped his physics class that afternoon, heading straight to the mecha department classroom, where the air felt refreshing. The large lecture hall was filled with students, none paying Wang Zheng any mind. The history of mecha was being discussed, a narrative of how mechas gradually assumed dominance in human history. In the early days, mechas served merely as assistants. Technology back then was not as advanced as it is today, with robots and conventional weapons still at the forefront. However, with the emergence of the prototype of the first-generation mecha, the War God No. 1, the superior performance of mechas swiftly replaced conventional weapons in an unstoppable progression, much like many technological advancements. Due to their capability for all-weather combat, mechas became ubiquitous across nations in the galaxy. Shifting the arms race from taboo weapons to mechas, and the technology derived from mechas also flourished in civilian applications. Today, mechas boast a history of over 100 years, evolving from fewer than 10 basic models to more than 100. It is said that each nation possesses its own hidden mechas, capable of turning the tide of battle. Mechas have transitioned from individual offensive weapons to instruments that can influence the course of warfare. Many researchers enamored with mechas believe they represent the pinnacle of human civilization, merging mechanical and biological technology. One day, we may reach an era where each individual pilots their own mecha to traverse the universe. Undoubtedly, the professor's lecture on the brief history of mecha was impassioned, captivating a group of fervent youths, with hardly any men disinterested in mechas. Those who arrived at the mecha department were truly the men among men. Or so every student in the department believed. Wang Zheng was one of them, listening intently to the professor while perusing the detailed analysis of mechas. The professionalism was evident, covering everything from the origins and characteristics of mechas to detailed diagrams. Executed with remarkable precision, the analytical tables were incomprehensible without a solid foundation in mathematics and physics. Meanwhile, a similarly fervent lecture was underway in the command department. Some of you will stand at the pinnacle of this world as elites, guiding the fate of humanity. The command department is the cradle of officers, and generals are sanctified figures. However, I must express my hope to see the Earth as military commander, the Solar System Federation as supreme commander, or even the Galactic Alliance as overall commander among you. Charlie Zhou, the head of the command department, was known for his boisterous teaching style, often rousing a frenzy among students that a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a commendable soldier. However, this does not apply to you. Those who cannot become generals among the commanding students are not my students. Remember, do not squander your talents and lives. This is merely a stepping stone for you. You must utilize your abilities to conquer the universe. The students seem to have forgotten the passage of time. The groundwork laid during military training has culminated in an explosive growth of expectations. Guts' determination for innovation is evident. This holds true for individuals as well as for schools. If one does not erupt in silence, one will perish in silence. Therefore, when others perceive shameless poaching, Gut remains unfazed. Wang Zheng listens attentively, taking notes, though his points of focus differ slightly from those of others, that he suddenly finds Qin Xiu's notes quite intriguing. The CT mecha data is a simulation of reality, with the performance of the mechas being nearly identical. Unless it's the Royal Academy of Aslan, no military academy in the galaxy possesses a complete series of mechas for students to use. This is precisely what makes the Aslan Empire remarkable. A common saying among Aslan citizens is, "Here, everything is the best." Once class is dismissed, the entire classroom bursts into lively chatter. The vibrant first-year students create a lively atmosphere around the beautiful girls. "Wang Zheng, you actually came. Aren't you afraid of failing?" Yi Zissou inquires. "Yes, I fear it. Failure must not occur. But as you know, mechas are my utmost passion," Wang Zheng replies, turning off the note pop-up from Tianxuan. "Perhaps I shall borrow your notes in the future. There are some classes I dare not skip. If I were to miss Xiao Fei's class, it would be a calamity." "Well, that depends on your sincerity," Yi Zissou teases with a mischievous smile. "No problem. You handle it however you wish. I would even offer myself," Wang Zheng jokes, "I will lend you my notes." No need for such extreme measures that a cold voice interjects. When Meng Tian's tall and elegant voice emerges, it immediately commands everyone's attention. Chapter 12. The Latecomer. Meng Tian and Yi Zissou stand out among the first-year female students, and indeed, they are well known throughout the entire school, especially since the upper classes are rather ordinary. Yi Zissou's family background garners much interest, being the heir of OMG, while Meng Tian represents a different situation. She is a genuine mecha pilot. Yi Zissou entered the mecha department not with the goal of becoming a pilot, but to gain a better understanding of mechas, to facilitate her future leadership of OMG. Yi Zissou is approachable, whereas Meng Tian is quite the opposite, remaining cold towards everyone, leading to numerous suitors meeting with disappointment. Yi Zissou glances at Meng Tian and offers a slight smile. "No need to trouble yourself. It appears that the relationship between these two roommates is rather special. The world of women is something men cannot comprehend." Leaving Wang Zheng as an innocent observer, by the way, Wang Zheng, remember our agreement? I now represent the Free Fighting Club to invite you to join, Meng Tian announces. Wang Zheng, even more bewildered, cannot recall any agreement with Meng Tian. Tian, isn't joining the Free Fighting Club a bit exclusive? "I am now the vice president," Meng Tian states nonchalantly, having usurped the previous vice president on the very first day. "It's not that I don't want to participate. I am simply too busy and have no time." Wang Zheng genuinely feels overwhelmed and must decline to become an excellent mecha pilot. One must possess adequate physical conditions, and the training equipment of the Free Fighting Club is the best. All members can utilize it. Meng Tian seems to see through Wang Zheng, striking a chord. His eyes brighten. "Really? Then I shall join." "Excellent. Come to the club after class. I will be waiting for you with that." Meng Tian performs a graceful turn and departs, leaving many boys spellbound by her slender figure. The Free Fighting Club. Imagining Meng Tian in a white training outfit executing a stylish roundhouse kick. Her long legs surely describe an elegant arc. It is undeniable. As members of the mecha department, how could we overlook physical training? "Let's go together." "Absolutely, we must. With my physique, if I'm not there, it would be a loss for the fighting club." The group of boys erupts in excitement, while Yi Zissou can only smile wryly. In university, despite her advantageous background, she finds it hard to compete with the allure of the frost-like goddess that is Meng Tian. However, as a friend, she is undoubtedly the better choice. Be careful. You have caught Tian's eye. Wang Zheng shrugs. "Let her stare. I was just pondering where to train. This is a windfall, saving me some expenses." At that moment, Tianxuan chimes, and a captivating voice emerges. "Wang Zheng, you wouldn't dare skip my first class, would you?" Wang Zheng jolts awake, realizing he has forgotten about Xiao Fei's large lecture. This is a recipe for disaster. Crap, there's only a minute left until class starts. Wang Zheng sprints away, wishing he had more legs. Watching Wang Zheng rush off, Yi Zissou cannot help but feel a mix of amusement and sympathy. Passion indeed comes at a price. Although Wang Zheng runs desperately, he still arrives late. Xiao Fei's first large lecture is a significant event, not just in the physics department, but throughout the entire school. She is not only a celebrity within the institution, but also a renowned figure on Earth. Often, geniuses are eccentric, and the notoriously reluctant Xiao Fei has unexpectedly changed her stance, filling the classroom to capacity, with many students from outside the physics department attending simply to see the celebrity. Throughout human history, Reaching the pinnacle of science has predominantly been the domain of physicists, and once they showcase their prowess, they are often the most respected members of society, from the likes of Newton, Einstein, and Hawking during the Silver Age, to the contemporary figures of Lauren Lee and Alan Turing, who receive admiration from the entire alliance. Without a doubt, Xiao Fei is considered the pride of the Solar System Federation, possessing unique insights into space physics. Moreover, she is a beauty that in this era of elites, the coexistence of beauty and intelligence is no longer as astonishing as it was during humanity's Silver Age. And such occurrences are becoming increasingly common. In fact, Alan Turing was quite the narcissist in his youth, having dated numerous entertainment stars without any lasting outcomes, ultimately becoming engrossed in his research. But that is a tale for another time. The lecture hall, accommodating 300 students, is packed, with some even sharing seats, yet it remains eerily quiet. Everyone is well aware of Xiao Fei's temperament. Despite the time being up, she stands quietly, that if it were any other professor, the students would have erupted in chaos by now. But with Xiao Fei, they are more than willing to endure. Being able to witness the most beautiful doctor in action is a delight in itself. Just then, a figure bursts into the room, startling everyone. Who is this fool that dares to arrive late? They murmur, knowing well that Xiao Fei does not tolerate tardiness, that if a student is late, she might very well transform the entire class into self-study, leaving them in a miserable predicament. Within the classroom, there are even students from other schools who have come to attend a lecture by the galaxy's youngest doctor in space physics, under the collective gaze. Wang Zheng feels as though he has returned to the first instance he was scrutinized by a pack of wolves. Crap. I'm done for, that I apologize. Xiao Fei shifts her gaze from the lecture notes, glancing at Wang Zheng with a faint expression before addressing the crowd. This student, who dares to arrive late in my class, is named Wang Zheng, that I believe he is the only one that memories fade swiftly, especially those of others. During military training, Wang Zheng did not attract much attention beyond his immediate circle. Now, all eyes are on this impressive fellow, whose audacity seems to test Xiao Fei's patience. If this class were to be cancelled due to him, the collective sentiment in the room would be one of impending doom. Meanwhile, the other 3 elite members of the 007 cohort were expressions of frustration, feeling that Wang Zheng has tarnished their reputation. If the class were to face repercussions, they too would share in the misfortune. Wang Zheng senses the intense gaze upon him, almost as if it could ignite him, yet Xiao Fei's next words leave everyone in astonishment. He is my assistant and your class representative. For any matters, you may approach him at last. The classroom erupts in disbelief. Only students in their 3rd year or above are typically eligible to be assistants. And it is well known that Xiao Fei does not have an assistant, as they tend to lower efficiency due to their incompetence. Where did this individual emerge from, to be Xiao Fei's assistant and arrive late without facing her wrath? Wang Zheng feels no less animosity directed toward him. Instead, it intensifies. Even the 3 kings of the 007 cohort harbor thoughts of retaliation. This is unacceptable. Our dorm leader has monopolistic tendencies. We live in a society of sharing. A discussion within the dormitory is necessary to address this issue. Point 3 against 1. And Wang Zheng finds himself without an opportunity to voice his opinions. At last, they comprehend that the front row seat is reserved for him, hinting at the level of importance Xiao Fei places upon this student. Initially, it was assumed that Xiao Fei's lectures would be dull and tedious, yet quite the opposite occurs. She has a remarkable ability to elucidate complex concepts in an easily comprehensible manner, making her lectures engaging. All the students listen intently, nodding in agreement. With the onset of interstellar exploration, the significance of physics has grown, leading more individuals to seek knowledge in this field. Venturing into space without a foundational understanding of physics is as foolish as navigating the seas without basic maritime knowledge. However, this narrative holds little value for Wang Zheng. It had long been articulated by old Jia. Frankly, while it may lack the intrigue of Xiao Fei's discourse, it is far more profound. Wang Zheng vividly recalls the expression of unquestionable certainty on old Jia's face, as though he were the sovereign of the physical realm. Of course, novices typically exhibit such traits. The audience erupted in applause, with every student diligently taking notes, yet Wang Zheng found himself drifting away. He was reminiscing about the extraordinary functionalities of a mech he had just encountered. It was nothing short of breathtaking. What kind of genius could conceive such a ruler of the jungle? On stage, Xiao Fei's mellifluous voice wove a beautiful tapestry for the students that it was not that Xiao Fei was incapable of delivering grand lectures or simplifying complex issues, but rather that such endeavor seemed inefficient for a mind of her caliber. The trio known as 007 sat directly behind Wang Zheng, clearly observing his distraction. Zhang Shan, being tall, merely tilted his head to see. Wang Zheng was engrossed in a detailed analysis of a mech. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Shan kicked Wang Zheng, thinking this fellow truly had no awareness of his surroundings. Xiao Fei surveyed the room, proclaiming that everything in the material world, especially the unseen, must be perceived and felt. Therefore, studying physics often requires the capacity to imagine. Were such statements to reach the ears of rigid educators, they would undoubtedly be infuriated, yet the students were more than willing to embrace this perspective. Existing achievements merely serve as references. They should not be mimicked or perpetuated but rather challenged, creating and discovering one's own world. From this moment forth, each of you has the power to construct your own universe. Xiao Fei's words elicited a thunderous applause. This exemplified the adage that seeing is believing, and first-hand experience surpasses mere reputation. The Jiute was just outside. Such lively scenes had not graced the halls in ages. A good beginning is half the battle won. Xiao Fei's lecture continued. A teacher must possess not only knowledge but also charisma, be it in appearance, style, or demeanor. First and foremost, one must capture the student's attention. Xiao Fei undoubtedly embodied beauty, style, and substance. Attending her class, it was nearly impossible not to be enchanted by her confidence and allure. Naturally, this would lead to the issue of many students naturally idolizing her, a notion Xiao Fei found rather unappealing. Nevertheless, at times, it indeed facilitated her research, yet in life, there are always exceptions. Who has thoughts on this matter? Feel free to speak up, Xiao Fei encouraged, surveying the room. Chapter 13. The trouble caused by loose lips. This was an opportunity to shine before Xiao Fei. Unbeknownst to them, a number of upperclassmen had gathered outside the classroom to listen in. The problem was that such moments were prone to missteps. Displaying foolishness amidst a gathering of geniuses was utterly unwise. Chun Xiu stood up, declaring, "Doctor, I believe space and time possess mass, based on the grand principle of material existence. We merely need to discover a new unit to define it." Clearly the youngest in the room. Chun Xiu was not without recognition. He was known in the physics department as the youngest prodigy, reminiscent of Xiao Fei in her earlier days, that a smile graced Xiao Fei's lips as Zhang Shan rose to his feet, stating, "It is not that we require a new unit for definition, but rather that there exists a conceptual error. Mass itself derives from a bygone worldview, which ought to be discarded if we wish to uncover new realms." Xiao Fei nodded slightly. As soon as these two spoke, the others fell silent, aware that these were members of Physics Department 007. Yao Island had switched to black-framed glasses. He was rather obsessive about wearing different spectacles for different occasions. "Time is the motion of space. To comprehend space. I believe we should start with time. Within change lies the key." Although the students possessed a foundational understanding, their perspectives were often conceptual. However, it was precisely during such moments that one's directional clarity emerged. These three had been formidable figures during their secondary school years, and now, with Xiao Fei at the War God Academy, their insights were immediately evident. Xiao Fei glanced around. The others were eager, yet the crucial inspiration was lacking. A source of frustration for her, as the collisions of ideas that spark creativity were simply absent. Proximity breeds influence, after all. "Wang Zheng, what are your thoughts?" Xiao Fei inquired, directing her gaze at him, who remained deeply engrossed in his own world. Zhang Shan hastily kicked him, prompting Wang Zheng to spring up, exclaiming, "Yes." The entire room erupted in laughter, yet Xiao Fei maintained a serious demeanor, even appearing somewhat expectant. Regardless, they were comrades in the same trench. And Yao Ai Luan quickly relayed the question to Wang Zheng, eager to see what insights he might offer. "That I have a somewhat immature thought." Wang Zheng began, "I believe the root of current mainstream perspectives is fundamentally flawed. While they may suffice for general comprehension, to delve into the study of physics, including spatial physics, one must first establish an accurate worldview. Concepts like mass and others are far too narrow." Immediately, the audience buzzed with chatter. This was indeed bold, outright dismissing a worldview upheld for decades. "Share your thoughts." In my classroom, we do not tolerate foolishness, but errors are welcome, Xiao Fei remarked, just as Newton's laws became inadequate with the advent of relativity. The same applies today, that we must first concretize the theory of 13-dimensional existence. Notions of mass, space, and time are predicated on a three-dimensional, at most four-dimensional foundation. That Lorenz's warp theory is, in fact, a manifestation of the 13-dimensional existence theory. Albeit it operates within a six-dimensional context at most, the theory often outpaces reality. I personally believe we should take a leap of faith. Since warp theory has been validated, why not be bolder and assert that 13 dimensions are also correct? We could then infer the manifestations of time, space, and mass under such conditions, which aligns with contemporary directions in physics research and does not conflict. Once Wang Zheng concluded his statement, the classroom fell into a profound silence. The students utterly astounded. His tone exuded an overwhelming confidence, seemingly eclipsing Lorenz's stature. The issue was that many present possessed a modicum of understanding, recognizing the rationale, yet also sensing its absurdity. After all, many had never truly studied warp theory. It was merely familiar in name, but comprehending it was an entirely different matter. Have you studied Lorenz's warp theory? Xiao Fei asked. That I've read it several times. It was indeed a monumental achievement in its time. This was not Wang Zheng speaking. It was a conclusion indoctrinated by old Jia. Times were changing. Warp theory was becoming outdated, and humanity's vision needed to broaden. Unfortunately, as old Jia would say, too many fools existed. Xiao Fei's expression radiated understanding. That demeanor, that tone, echoed her own in years past, albeit with greater bravado and pride. At least then, she had admired Lorenz. The others appeared somewhat stunned. Was this fellow merely putting on an act? Did he truly comprehend it, having read it multiple times? Like my classmate Wang Zheng, I believe the essence of contemporary physics is fundamentally flawed, constraining our thoughts. Today, I wish to declare that my courses under Xiao Fei impose no such constraints. A new physics begins today. Applause thundered, and Wang Zheng felt a hot flush creep up his back. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself. What was he thinking? Rambling on so? Was he not just digging his own grave? Old Jia's influence had become a habit, and he found it hard to rein himself in. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and everyone felt a twinge of reluctance. Alas, Dr. Xiao Fei was not one for meaningless discourse. Questions could be left on her public communication platform, and only those of significance would elicit her response. Wang Zheng, come with me. Wang Zheng was busy scheming with his dormitory mates, planning to seize the moment to invite the lovely ladies out, now that Xiao Fei's captivating command had been issued. Watching the two depart, the trio from 007 felt a sense of urgency. If this continued, their days would become unbearable, and their dorm leader might face allegations of monopolizing the attention as comrades in the same trench. We ought to share the burden of firepower to prevent his early demise, Chen Xiu remarked. I am young and can shoulder more. Zhang Shan and Yao Ai Lun immediately silenced the youthful exuberance. Upon arriving at Xiao Fei's office, she casually tossed her coat aside and reclined languidly in her chair, her figure accentuated. Noticing Wang Zheng's astonishment, she offered a slight smile, reminding him that as an educator, one must maintain decorum, though formal attire could often be quite uncomfortable. Wang Zheng felt a bead of sweat forming. After all, he was a student too. Doctor, what are your instructions? Oh, you are quite cooperative today. While I will not interfere with your affairs in the mech department, you must attend my classes without fail, and all tasks I assign must be completed, Xiao Fei warned. Wang Zheng could only nod in agreement, fully aware that his fate lay in the hands of the alluring instructor before him. Even with a surge of courage, he would not dare to defy her. Devote yourself fully to your duties. That is somewhat exaggerated. Your thinking is quite aligned, truly rare. However, do you know the essential requirement to become a physicist? Xiao Fei posed the question, testing Wang Zheng that he rubbed his nose. For someone who did not aspire to be a physicist, this question posed a significant challenge. Mathematics. The foundations of physics are like castles in the air. Laws require numerical validation that one's capabilities are limited, so you should spend more time in the mathematics department. Perhaps you will encounter like-minded individuals. Wang Zheng felt overwhelmed. He despised formulas and the like, finding them a drain on time. Yet now, Xiao Fei's word was law. Here, take this information to Dr. Marcos in the mathematics department. And remember to leave a good impression. Xiao Fei's pat on Wang Zheng's shoulder clearly indicated her high expectations for him. Time was on her side. She was determined to steer Wang Zheng back onto the right path, instilling in him the understanding that pursuits like mecha combat were mere trifles compared to the boundless ocean of science, which remained eternal. Holding a stack of documents, Wang Zheng swiftly fled, grateful for Xiao Fei's recognition, yet acutely aware that he was not cut out for research. His grasp of physics stemmed solely from conversations with a lonely elderly man. When faced with the rigor of genuine inquiry, he would surely falter. In the mathematics department senior class, Marcos was vigorously scribbling on the blackboard, announcing that this problem was the pivotal challenge of the semester. Whoever solved it would earn an A. This was typical of Marcos, offering a bounty at the start of the semester. The first student to complete the task would receive the highest praise. Undoubtedly, while Earth may not be at the pinnacle of scientific advancement, it remained among the elite, not lagging behind as drastically as in other fields. The students buzzed with excitement. Success would not only yield a grade but also instant fame. Every discipline harbored its own rivalry and pride. After some time, Wang Zheng finally located Marcos' office. The professor appeared to be in his 60s, his hair disheveled like a haystack, exuding an air of unkemptness. "Professor Marcos, I have documents from Professor Xiao Fei for you." Without lifting his gaze, Marcos gestured toward the towering stack of papers on his desk. "Just leave them there, and be on your way to by the way, their essay calculation sheet under the lectern in classroom T6. Bring it to Xiao Fei and tell her she owes me a favor." "Yes, Professor." Wang Zheng held deep respect for scientists engrossed in the drudgery of numbers, but when it came to himself, he preferred to politely decline. Upon reaching classroom T6, he found most students had already dispersed. After rummaging beneath the desks, he discovered the calculation sheet and, upon turning around, was struck by the sight of the problem on the wall. He lingered transfixed. In the past, old Jia had assigned him problems weekly, rewarding correct answers and punishing mistakes. Since old Jia had absconded with funds, life had become rather mundane. This particular problem intrigued him that IT appeared to be part of a calculation group, resembling an advanced solution to the Romeo equation, which old Jia had once mentioned. Wang Zheng began jotting down calculations on the blackboard, with a few students still lingering. They watched in disbelief as a physics major dared to intrude on their territory. Throughout history, physicists have often basked in the glory of their achievements. Yet what many do not realize is that numerous groundbreaking physical laws that altered the course of human history were initially rooted in mathematical calculations. The contributions of mathematicians were indispensable. Without them, physics would be mere conjecture. Chapter 14. The Free Fighting Society. The audacity of this physics student was astonishing. Was he attempting to disrupt the gathering? Wang Zheng paid little heed. The calculations had minor discrepancies, but nothing substantial. Merely slight directional differences that he preferred to see tasks through to completion. After nearly an hour, he finally finished, exhaling in relief. Glancing at the time, he muttered in frustration, realizing once again how time-consuming this endeavor was, and promptly raced toward Xiao Fei's. Wang Zheng dashed away. A group of mathematics students remained, their eyes wide, mouths muttering equations, while some animatedly gestured. His departure left behind a classroom steeped in silence. Having accomplished his task, Xiao Fei was preoccupied and did not impose any difficulties upon him, though she reminded him to attend class punctually. After a quick meal, Wang Zheng jogged to the Free Fighting Society. In typical schools, such clubs might be obscure, but at a military academy, they often ranked among the top 3 organizations. The venue was impressively spacious, boasting an entire floor dedicated to the society. Truly extravagant. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" a young woman inquired. "Hello, senior, and I'm here to join the club," as introduced by Meng Tian. The sweet-talking student elicited a smile from the young woman. "The vice president is inside. Just head to the back and turn left. They are currently training." Wang Zheng nodded and soon heard the relentless sounds of exertion, stirring his anticipation. Inside the dojo, dozens of students were engaged in sparring, including Meng Tian, clad in a white uniform, delivering a kick that sent her partner sprawling several meters away. Despite the protective gear, the impact was palpable. The Free Fighting Society welcomed both genders, with females comprising a third of the members, indicative of a growing awareness among young women regarding self-defense. Wang Zheng was particularly impressed by the equipment. The training area was exceptionally well equipped, and a room bearing a caution sign likely indicated a gravity chamber. truly luxurious. Regular training could no longer meet Wang Zheng's current physical demands, making the gravity chamber an ideal addition. Spotting Wang Zheng, Meng Tian approached directly. That I wasn't mistaken, was I? That's right. I'm eager to join the fighting society. Meng Tian, who is this guy? He is not one of us from the mecha department, is he? A burly fellow interjected. From the moment Meng Tian had approached Wang Zheng, this guy's gaze hadn't wavered. If looks were daggers, Wang Zheng would have been dismembered multiple times by now. Wang Zheng from the physics department. This is Guan Tao, a senior from the mecha department and our society's vice president. Guan Tao smiled and extended his hand. So, you're the Wang Zheng that Xiao Tian mentioned. That I'm Guan Tao, the vice president here, and also a deputy captain of the Dragon God Legion. Wang Zheng shook his hand. Does our school have mercenaries? Yes, the CT is considered the best legion in the Asia-Pacific region. The captain is Ma Xiao, our society president. Guan Tao wore a smile, yet his grip tightened with such force that the veins in his hands bulged. Wang Zheng remained unfazed, replying, "It's an honor." Meng Tian found the situation amusing, noting that he had never heard of such a group. What an honor indeed. Guan Tao, noticing Wang Zheng's slight stature but impressive grip, withdrew his hand. Xiao Tian, there are rules in the society. Since Wang Zheng is from the mecha department, he must undergo a test to join. Meng Tian nodded in agreement. That I was thinking the same. Wang Zheng, let us spar a bit. Why should I trouble you with that? What do you think your senior is here for? Wang Zheng replied, all right, I'll go easy on you, initially intending to embarrass Wang Zheng. Guan Tao nearly faltered himself, realizing the onlookers were watching. Failing to teach this kid a lesson would undermine his authority as a senior. Come on, choose your weapon. Wooden sword, nunchaku, or something else. Guan Tao gestured nonchalantly, drawing the attention of the surrounding students who paused their training to gather around. Wang Zheng shrugged, opting for something simple. Did this kid offend Guan Tao? He is foolish. Don't you remember the last guy who flirted with Meng Tian? He's still in the hospital. That I think he is just overly enthusiastic. Meng Tian doesn't care for him anyway. It's the president she might be interested in. What do you know? Maybe Meng Tian likes this type. Why is this physics student trying to butt in? Wang Zheng removed his shoes and stepped into the center of the training area, while Guan Tao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, striking a pose. Let us do this. Guan Tao beckoned, embodying the poise expected of a senior and vice president. Wang Zheng felt compelled to respond, slowly approaching. Just as he raised his arm, he unleashed a swift kick. Thud! Guan Tao fell to the ground, resembling a frog flipped over. The crowd froze, and Guan Tao, enraged, sprang back to his feet. You little sneak! How dare you use such a tactic? Little did he know, Wang Zheng merely wished to avoid a direct confrontation. Guan Tao retaliated with a flying kick aimed at Wang Zheng's head. Wang Zheng stepped forward, pushing against Guan Tao's leg. Boom! Some onlookers instinctively closed their eyes, anticipating a dramatic fall. Guan Tao spun, disoriented, surrounded by stars. Several juniors rushed to assist him, but Guan Tao angrily shoved them away. You fools! You want to die? You'll be crying for your mother. Wang Zheng shook his head in exasperation. He had shown considerable restraint from the outset, despite not understanding why he was being targeted. Guan Tao launched a powerful split kick toward Wang Zheng, which would have hospitalized an untrained novice. Bang! Wang Zheng seized Guan Tao's ankle with his left hand, applying pressure that left Guan Tao weak on one side. With a swift motion, Wang Zheng yanked and pushed, sending Guan Tao crashing against the wall. Boom! Guan Tao slammed against the wall, gradually sliding down. Foam spilling from his mouth, Wang Zheng shrugged in defeat. The vice president was far too ferocious. If I can't make you like me, then let fear be your companion. Wang Zheng was not one to shy away from challenges. The free fighting society was not anyone's domain. Meng Tian smiled, a glimmer of beauty lighting up her features, radiating warmth like the thawing of frost in spring. That I knew you were skilled. Come on. If you defeat me, you can join the fighting society. Can we skip this? I'm not keen on sparring with girls. Just treat me like a guy. Trust me, avoiding me will lead to more trouble. Meng Tian was direct. Wang Zheng chuckled. In that case, I won't hold back. Please. Meng Tian tightened her belt, gathered her hair, and assumed her stance. Suddenly, an aura emanated from her, sweeping toward Wang Zheng with an overwhelming force. He blinked, realizing he had underestimated Meng Tian. With a swift motion, Meng Tian executed a flying kick toward Wang Zheng. Unlike Guan Tao's reckless approach, her technique was precise and rapid, her movements imbued with the grace and speed characteristic of a trained fighter. This was no ordinary match. She was a seasoned practitioner. Wang Zheng retreated as Meng Tian fully unleashed her leg techniques, advancing step by step. The surrounding club members erupted in cheers. Meng Tian, despite being a newcomer, had ascended to the position of vice president not merely due to her beauty, but as a direct combatant. She effortlessly faced 10 opponents upon her arrival, emerging victorious with ease. Meng Tian's prowess far surpassed that of Guan Tao and his ilk, illustrating a stark disparity between amateur and professional skill levels. Her attacks grew increasingly ferocious, with several kicks narrowly missing Wang Zheng's nose, causing him to feel the rush of air as they sliced through the space around him. Yet Meng Tian's form executed such a series of assaults with remarkable grace. However, unlike Wang Zheng, whose spirits remained high, Meng Tian recognized Wang Zheng's formidable abilities, which should not have reached such heights. The members of the combat club stood in rapturous support, as Meng Tian had driven her opponent to the point of desperate retreat. Finally, Meng Tian's relentless onslaught bore fruit. She landed a kick on Wang Zheng, forcing him to step back while she swiftly cut through the center, launching a lightning-fast knee strike aimed at his midsection. This maneuver was both swift and ruthless, leaving no openings for counterattack. At that moment, Wang Zheng, seemingly off balance as he retreated, suddenly pulled himself forward, leaning in sharply while subtly shifting to the side. Targeting Meng Tian's abdomen, he deftly captured her right knee with his left hand and pinned her arm with his right. With a slight smile, he mused, "Meng Tian, you are indeed impressive that I merely joined the club. This should suffice, shouldn't it?" Meng Tian attempted to exert her hidden strength, but soon realized she was unable to break free. Gritting her teeth, she understood that her opponent was merely showing her courtesy. He could easily dispatch her with a single swift strike. Nodding slightly while biting her lip, Wang Zheng released Meng Tian's leg. The sensation was undoubtedly exceptional. Now that Wang Zheng has joined the combat club, "Does anyone have any objections?" Meng Tian inquired, surveying her peers. The others exchanged glances, recognizing that this individual could best Guan Tao and stand against Meng Tian. Who would dare challenge him? "Wang Zheng, welcome aboard." He was greeted with warm smiles. "Thank you. I hope to receive your guidance, Vice President." Wang Zheng replied with a grin. Meng Tian leaned closer, teasingly stating, "Isn't the sensation delightful? However, this is far from over." Wang Zheng felt his face flush, exclaiming, "That was entirely unintentional." After speaking, Meng Tian dismissed him and headed off to shower. With her departure, no one paid Wang Zheng much mind. He happily claimed a set of training gear, relishing the tranquility. The training grounds and equipment were splendid, with virtually no club activities after 8 in the evening. Wang Zheng effectively had the arena to himself, having secured a key from a senior member. Despite his current physical state, Wang Zheng was not entirely satisfied, particularly regarding his explosive power. Due to genetic and environmental constraints, he felt a significant gap in this area. Both overall and localized explosive strength required enhancement. Having trained with the mountain collapse technique, he noted a slight improvement in overall explosiveness. However, he sensed that this power was rather one-dimensional, with localized explosiveness lagging behind even further. Wang Zheng was not concerned about accumulating combat energy, as he intended to surprise the skeleton upon their next encounter, ensuring that the formidable Earth warrior would not be underestimated. In his youth, old Wang had been a competent father, albeit fond of embellishing tales. He would regale Wang Zheng with fantastical stories of masters who could traverse rooftops and obliterate foes with a mere snap of their fingers, tales of various martial arts and techniques. These narratives, while perhaps somewhat implausible, hinted at a direction for training, to bolster his physique and turn disadvantages into advantages by focusing on the minutiae, such as finger strength that push-ups would not be eliminated. Wang Zheng could effortlessly perform one-handed handstands. But what about using just a single finger? Thud. Wang Zheng found himself prone on the floor, rising with a goofy grin, and then he resumed his attempts. Perhaps due to his rigorous training, he had developed a penchant for self-imposed challenges, starting with 5 fingers and gradually reducing the number. This would enhance both his arm strength and finger dexterity. Even if he struggled, he would not resort to the return to unity technique, as that would not yield the desired training benefits. Deceiving oneself was clearly futile. In the training room, Wang Zheng repeatedly stumbled and fell, his efforts leaving him in a state of disarray. Yet his face radiated joy. A fulfilling new day had commenced. Military training gradually faded into the past as everyone returned to their normal campus lives. Following a democratic decision in the 007 dormitory, the members agreed to divide their public relations efforts. Zhang Shan aimed for Meng Tian, declaring that the more challenging the pursuit, the sweeter the conquest. Yao Ai Luan set his sights on in Mei, remarking that a seemingly reserved choice often had an alluring appeal. Chen Xiu temporarily chose Du Qingqing, firmly believing that youth was an advantage, rendering the younger generation invincible, while the older ones had lost their edge. As for Yi Su, the group unanimously agreed to let him go, despite Wang Zheng's silence on the matter. They all suspected there was more to his relationship with her than he let on. Wang Zheng found himself unable to dispute this, as his current life was far more fulfilling than before. In truth, he did not lack for romantic interests. It was simply that the one he desired was far beyond his reach, and he had no idea if they would ever meet again in this lifetime. How could a warrior ever become so sentimental? Wang Zheng scolded himself as he steeled his resolve and headed towards the classroom. A new day had begun, and he meticulously arranged his courses, balancing his studies in the mecha engineering and physics departments, as he was, after all, a physics student and could not neglect his major. The following day, all departments resumed their routines, and professors began their lessons in earnest. Generally, during the first year, enthusiasm ran high, and truancy was virtually non-existent. However, the atmosphere in the mathematics department felt stagnant. Half an hour into the class, Professor Marcos stood motionless at the blackboard, while the students whispered among themselves, questioning the correctness of his explanation. After a moment, Marcos turned, his gaze sweeping over the class like a venomous snake, and he rapped the blackboard sharply. Who wrote this? His expression was as if he intended to devour someone whole. The students exchanged nervous glances. Even when attempting to answer, they would strive to present their work in a polished manner. Who among them would be foolish enough to leave their work on the blackboard in such a state? Perhaps realizing his expression was a tad menacing, Marcos broke into a smile. Who created this? I have been on Earth for 5 years, and I initially thought this place was devoid of intelligent life beyond pigs. It seems my assumptions were superficial. This is a stroke of genius. I have never seen such a solution before. It is exquisite. No, it is magnificent. Marcos appeared almost entranced, as the students repeated their previous attempts, realizing they held no value. Suddenly, someone had carved a path he had never anticipated, showcasing brilliance that elevated their understanding of equations to an entirely new level. The students exchanged glances, aware that Marcos was directing his praise toward Xiao Fei, his collaborative partner, known for his notoriously foul temper. Many students had faced his harsh critiques that moment. One student raised their hand. I don't know. A student from another department came yesterday, and it was he who wrote it. Marcos chuckled, incredulous. This is impossible. This is a fourth-degree polynomial. Even if a mathematics major could produce it, it would be deemed genius. If students from other departments can achieve this, we might as well give up. It became evident that Marcos was not being sarcastic. He was known for his sharp critiques of foolish algorithms, mercilessly dismantling those who presented subpar work. It seems to be from the physics department. Yes, I recall the uniform resembling that of the physics department. They appear quite young, likely either freshmen or sophomores. Marcos was taken aback. Students from other departments? Freshmen or sophomores? His enthusiasm for teaching waned. Make sure to record this. It presents a novel solution that could potentially earn a reward within the solar system. The news sent shockwaves through the classroom, sparking disbelief. It really that astounding. A genius like this exists in our school, and they aren't even our student. The situation was so extraordinary that even the faculty felt the weight of it. Marcos rushed to Principal Guter's office, frantically relaying the details. Guter, taken aback, stammered, Dr. Marcos, the school always considers such requests. But could you tell me who this student is and which department they belong to? Marcos hesitated. I don't know. I only know he is from the physics department, probably a freshman or sophomore. Guter sighed, this complicates matters. There are countless students, but rest assured, I will do my utmost to help you locate him. Having talent is a wonderful thing. Marcos regained his composure. All right, Principal, this matter requires urgency. I will submit this solution to the Solar System Federation's Number Theory Committee for evaluation. I believe securing an award should be a straightforward endeavor. Is it really that impressive? Guter inquired, astonished. Do you think I have time to waste? Marco shot back, his eyes narrowing. Guter felt a sense of resignation. Being a principal in these times, especially amidst a gathering of geniuses, was no easy task. The first week of formal classes was always bustling and enthusiastic. As the weekend approached, a feeling of liberation swept through the students. Once classes were dismissed, Yin Xiaosu eagerly sought out Wang Zheng. "Boss, there are so many beauties in our business department. You really should come by. Is it that exaggerated?" Wang Zheng questioned, knowing the situation in the physics department was akin to a prehistoric park. A Jurassic spectacle, rivaling the mathematics department's Cretaceous atmosphere. Our finance department is quite different. The male-to-female ratio is 1:4, quite the enticing prospect. Yin Xiaosu's expression was one of longing, though tinged with disappointment. "Unfortunately, the most stunning ones are in the military department." Wang Zheng nodded, acknowledging that Yi Zisu's connections indeed brought some attractive individuals. Yin Xiaosu's eyes glistened with tears. "Boss, you can't have a new flame and forget the old. How could you possibly overlook me in such gatherings? We grew up wearing the same open-crotch pants. Get lost. I never wore those with you. Regardless, I desire beautiful women, and you must introduce me to them. Otherwise, I shall inform Yi Zisu of your secret infatuation with her." Yin Xiaosu declared with righteous indignation. "You are indeed ruthless. Next time there is such an event, you shall attend in my stead. As I have little interest, truly a brother indeed. Come, let us indulge ourselves. I shall treat you." The so-called indulgence merely entailed engaging in several rounds at the internet CF. Upon noticing Yin Xiaosu's arrival, the owner's expression would undoubtedly resemble a fully blooming chrysanthemum. Naturally, Xiaosu could not ignore the other's enthusiasm and readily swiped his card to recharge, embodying the rhythm of a wealthy patron. However, once the battle commenced, Yin decisively abandoned Wang Zheng, having not played for quite some time. He sought to team up with some skilled players. Wang Zheng logged into CT and sent a message to the system, uncertain if the recipient would recall their previous encounter after such a lengthy hiatus. However, to his surprise, a response arrived shortly after that moment. The CT Asia-Pacific headquarters hall was bustling. Soren was personally overseeing the preparations, while the opponent had long been ready. This was not a matchmaking battle, but rather a scheduled challenge. The official announcement declared a one-on-one duel, Skeleton versus Wild King. Unembellished yet eliciting a tempestuous reaction in the comment section. Who is the Wild King? He has held the top rank in the Americas for 3 consecutive months. A scout renowned for his adept use of the lunar military system's advanced mobile warrior, the Cavalry D-type. Famous for his comprehensive abilities and sharp awareness, he is a dazzling diamond-tier expert from the European region. To challenge Skeleton? How would he do so? Using a cavalry unit? Certainly not. The Wild King would not take advantage of his opponent to AT the diamond level. Any mech could exhibit its prowess, in equal circumstances. A pilot capable of scout missions would be exceptionally versatile. Yet the celebrated Wild King would dare to engage in combat. The announcement drew not only newcomers but also high-tier players. Soren remained composed. This was precisely the desired effect, as he was paying a considerable appearance fee. War God number 1 versus War God number 1. Who is the stronger? Soren estimated a 50-50 chance of victory. Had it not been for the previous battle, he would not have dared to arrange such a matchup. Pure melee prowess was insufficient for comprehensive combat, yet who knew Skeleton's marksmanship was equally impressive. If they were to play, they would go all out. As for the risks, from the outset, this plan was never meant to be safe. The Wild King had recently gained considerable popularity in the high-tier zone. As long as he maintained his performance for a while, he would qualify to challenge the strongest throne on Earth. The appearance fee was merely one aspect. If the opponent were too weak, the Wild King would lose interest. However, after watching Skeleton's battle footage, he felt a spark of excitement. Let us not speak of anything else. The mere courage to use a bare mech intrigued him. Scouts dance on the edge of a knife. The greater the danger, the more exhilarating the thrill. War God number 1. He had used it for an extended period, striving to enhance his precision. However, he was not in the novice zone, but in the bronze tier, where he still maintained a remarkable record. Eventually discovered, he had not fought since. Perhaps they were of like minds. This Skeleton likely harbored similar intentions for training. Eliminating such a contender would undoubtedly yield immense satisfaction. Within the cockpit, the Wild King was already filled with the exhilaration of the hunt. A pilot daring enough to utilize a scout-type mech represented comprehensive skill, capable of assuming any role, balancing offense and defense. Indeed, the Wild King was presently the most dazzling newcomer in the European zone, shining brightly at the diamond level. This battle, without a doubt, was generating extraordinary heat. Players skilled in scout-type mechs faced no hindrances when employing War God No. 1, as most scout pilots preferred to start their training with it. Pre-battle selection. Map. Western bullfighting in the wilderness. The terrain was suited for direct confrontations, entirely relying on skill. Wild King's War God No. 1 weapon. Random. Skeleton's War God No. 1 weapon. Laser gun. Perhaps due to having recently attended a shooting class, Wang Zheng had developed quite an affinity for the laser gun. Yet the Wild King randomly acquired a titanium blade. What was this situation? Chapter 16. A certain respectful in the Western bullfighting map. Selecting the titanium blade, would Skeleton not reduce his opponent to a pitiful state with his marksmanship? The two mechs entered the vast, desolate wilderness of North America, imbued with a chilling atmosphere. The Wild King wielded the titanium blade, a smirk gracing his lips, lamenting his misfortune. The titanium blade against the laser gun was indeed a disadvantage in such terrain. The comment section was abuzz, declaring Skeleton the representative of the novice zone, while the Wild King was utterly arrogant, daring to select his weapon at random. A classic case of hubris leading to downfall. Yet, one of Skeleton's movements silenced the comment section. War God No. 1 dismounted the laser gun. Was he truly going for a bare-knuckle fight? The Wild King was currently the most sought-after scout in the Americas. This display of bravado was somewhat excessive. The Wild King chuckled, having never encountered someone so amusing before. His War God No. 1 plunged the titanium blade into the ground. As the wind swept through, both War God No. 1s thunderously charged towards one another. Greetings, everyone. You are all quite familiar with the contestants. I am Xiao Lu, the little deer who loves milk. I have come to regain face. The Wild King is none other than a first-year special recruit from Apollo Military Academy's mech department. Heralded as a genius with the potential to become a general, it was evident that the milk-drinking Xiao Lu was determined to pursue a relentless narrative. Skeleton, in a grand display, had relinquished his advantage. May he withstand the Wild King's sharp onslaught. Boom. The battle commenced rapidly, with the Wild King's War God No. 1 leaping into the air, ferociously crashing into his opponent with a fearless approach. However, it appeared that his jumping power was lacking. Or perhaps he misjudged the timing. It seemed he would land prematurely. Indeed, he was nearly caught off guard, facing Skeleton's counterattack. Yet upon landing, the Wild King executed a sliding maneuver with War God No. 1 just in time. The close-range assault was nearly upon him, but Skeleton's War God No. 1 performed a curved sidestep. A slight angle allowed him to narrowly evade. As they crossed paths, both delivered a punch simultaneously. The two mechs spun, almost pausing mid-motion. The Wild King's War God No. 1, with a left hand supporting himself, executed a swift spin. The War God No. 1 adeptly regained its footing, and with a resounding thud, the engine roared to life, unleashing a ferocious charge towards Skeleton. This was the Wild King's ferocity. His scout maneuvers were extraordinarily aggressive. Once a skirmish erupted, his opponents often found themselves overwhelmed before they could react. Boom, boom, boom. The War God No. 1 unleashed a barrage of fists and kicks upon his adversary. The pilot's real-world combat skills translated into mech operation, though achieving human-like agility was exceedingly challenging, even in a relatively easy simulation environment like CT. Yet this seemed to pose no obstacle for the Wild King. Remarkably, his tempestuous onslaught left Skeleton utterly defenseless. This was the hallmark of his hurricane tactics, an all-encompassing assault until his opponent crumbled. Unexpectedly, even without weapons. The Wild King's performance remained exceptional. Attention all major factions. Seize this outstanding scout while you can. Xiao Lu clutched a carton of milk, narrating as he went along. He had certainly taken on the mantle of commentary. Embodying the spirit of resilience that in the previous skirmish, Skeleton had exhibited remarkable prowess in navigating the terrain. Yet in such an environment, there were no cover objects to utilize, and his abandonment of the laser gun indeed bordered on recklessness. The Wild King was thoroughly engrossed. It had been a while since he had relished such exhilaration in mech battles. Individual heroics often bordered on folly, as one misstep could lead to a sniper's deadly gaze and an instant demise. Yet, the youth could not escape the allure of such confrontations, relishing the thrill of grappling with a formidable opponent. This Skeleton, from whom he faced resistance, provoked an involuntary roar of excitement from the Wild King. His hair bristling with fervor, his eyes radiated intense light as his muscles erupted with a punch. War God Number 1 surged forward, delivering a crushing blow. The ground shattered, debris flying wildly, after what seemed an overwhelmingly heavy strike. The Wild King's War God Number 1 only required a second to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Skeleton's mech was obscured by the debris, and the Wild King's War God Number 1 suddenly flipped over, executing an upward kick with precision. The entire sequence was executed with unparalleled ferocity, seamless and fluid. Boom! Skeleton's War God Number 1 was sent sprawling as his arms crossed in a futile attempt to shield against the violent blow. The Wild King, having landed gracefully, showed no signs of restraint. In the cockpit far away in the Americas, a young man with hair resembling a haystack grinned broadly, his bare torso adorned with scars. The result of his muscular build being particularly striking. Outside, no fewer than 100 onlookers were captivated by the match. These individuals appeared to be delinquents. Indeed, the Wild King was their pride, a streetwise youth who was specially recruited into the Apollo Military Academy in the Americas. A source of pride for the entire neighborhood. The Wild King's father was a retired Special Forces soldier, and from a young age, he had trained in combat techniques with his father, dominating the streets with unparalleled prowess and rich combat experience. In close quarters, he toyed with his opponents as if they were mere animals. In the midst of battle, the Wild King's War God Number 1 executed a fierce knee strike, followed by a resounding crack, succeeded seamlessly by a high roundhouse kick. The sound of the War God Number 1 creaking under the pressure echoed, yet the execution was flawlessly timed. Regarding weaponry, whether cold weapons or mechs, the Wild King possessed an innate instinct, as if he could fuse with them entirely. The military academy labeled it a talent. He cared little for such designations. He simply reveled in the thrill of combat. With a thunderous roar, the skeleton War God No. 1 could only evade, yet it was a moment too late, resulting in its entire left arm being kicked off. The mech staggered backward for over 10 meters before finally creating some distance. The live streaming area and comment section fell into a profound silence. It was a tempestuous onslaught that left no room for even a brief respite. Losing its right arm rendered the battle perilous indeed. The vulnerability of War God Number 1 was laid bare. Meanwhile, the internet CAF where the Wild King was stationed erupted into cheers and whistles, as the explosive violence of the assault was undeniably more satisfying than a gunfight. A cold smirk appeared on the Wild King's lips, for few could compel him to unleash a full combination. The clash of energy shields paled in comparison to the authentic collision of mechs. However, it was time to bring this to a close. It seems the outcome is already determined, that if a reversal were possible from this point, I would gladly consume another milk carton. Xiao Lu laughed exuberantly, not regretting his voluntary commentary, despite the fact that the stingy Soren hadn't even offered a fee. Alarms blared within the mech, and Wang Zheng adjusted the controls. The mech's balance was indeed compromised. But fortunately, it was not beyond recovery. Yet, given the current state, it could not withstand another round. Things seemed to have escalated beyond control. The Wild King pointed a finger skyward, signaling his impending fatal strike. Exuding an air of dominance, War God Number 1 thundered towards its opponent, who appeared to have relinquished all resistance. Yet, the Wild King sensed a flicker of danger. Having toiled on the streets, he had endured countless injuries, and a few near-fatal encounters had honed his instincts that he knew his foe excelled in impact maneuvers, yet he would not grant them that opportunity. Moreover, considering the condition of the opposing mech, even a head-on collision would spell destruction for the other side. A calculated mind outwitted the unprepared. The distance between the two mechs closed to 5 meters in an instant, and in that moment, Skeleton War God Number 1 leapt into the air. Jumping. What purpose does that serve? With the Wild King having already accelerated, he could launch a diagonal assault at any moment, his comprehensive skills rendering him unafraid of any angle. However, just as War God Number 1 tilted its head mid-air, the blinding sunlight momentarily distracted it. Less than 0.3 of a second of disorientation. The right leg of War God Number 1 shot upwards like a bolt of lightning, unleashing an unimaginable explosive force without the aid of thrusters. Boom! Clang! War God Number 1 stumbled forward. Yet, the mech's head was gone. The western wilderness appeared particularly grim under the setting sun. Just a single strike. Xiao Lu waved his arms, eagerly anticipating the climax. only to suddenly find himself deflated. The milk he had nearly swallowed spraying out uncontrollably. Damn. Is this some kind of nightmare? How is this even possible? The supporters, nearly gasping for breath, let out a frantic wail. Many players in the live streaming area were already raising their arms in exuberance. What a grand spectacle it was. Xiao Lu stood in a daze, his heart as cold as autumn's breeze. Suddenly, he noticed all the staff were staring at him. It felt like a rhythm leading to his demise. This milk carton was not made of milk. After 3 days of effort, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, Xiao Lu tore it apart piece by piece, vowing, "This isn't over. I will persist. There is no such thing as an invincible warrior in this world." With tears mingling with his chewing, he swallowed with great effort, cursing under his breath. Could we at least have a smaller box? The slow-motion replay of the fatal strike played over and over, evoking an indescribable sensation, a strange feeling rising within. Meanwhile, the Skeleton Legion released an analysis video, presented by one of its founders, ID. Super Show. The importance lay not in the outcome, but in the process. Throughout the Wild King's relentless assault, War God Number 1 had never faltered. In truth, that violent kick should have missed entirely. A red circle appeared, indicating that during the retreat, a stone hidden in the grass had caused the misstep, preventing a complete evasion. In such an unforeseen circumstance, the nearly ruthless tactic of sacrificing strength to avoid the brunt of the attack could be deemed textbook perfect. Similarly, in the moment of the fatal blow, facing the sudden sunlight, the Wild King lost focus, and his own speed of impact became a fatal factor. The inertia of his charge, combined with Skeleton's kick, severed the opponent's head like a pair of scissors. Yet, that was not the focal point. The tranquility of War God Number 1 as it ascended was neither fierce nor ethereal. It was an indescribable sensation that left one awestruck. This calmness could only arise from countless struggles on the brink of death. A sense of reverence lingered in the air. Chapter 17. Eternal Life and Blood. Chen Xiu shouted passionately, shedding all semblance of the shy, boyish persona he once portrayed, allowing himself to freely express his exuberance. This was the true power. The indomitable Skeleton King had arrived. It must be noted that at least half of the audience failed to grasp the gravity of the moment, but the release of the analysis video instantly resonated with countless viewers. "Boss, it's on fire. This is the real deal." This was the rhythm of a surge towards the top 10 rankings. "Boss, do you think the skeleton might be a retired ace pilot?" It completely dazzled my titanium alloy eyes. It was too calm, almost as if it were toying with children. Soren was oblivious, completely unaware, and he didn't even grasp what the other party truly desired, fame. With such skill, it was impossible to be an ordinary person. Becoming famous would be effortless. Wealth? This individual seemed to have no concept of money, and certainly didn't need to rely on it to earn a living. It must be said that the masses were beginning to mythologize someone. In truth, Wang the student longed to say, "At least pay me a decent appearance fee." This battle had indeed taken an unexpected turn. Wang Zheng also realized that he had flaws in his practical experience, nearly being tripped up. Fortunately, it was just a single opponent. What if there had been a sniper nearby? There was still much for him to learn. Outside, the noise was deafening, as if a bomb were about to explode. Upon stepping outside, Wang Zheng discovered a crowd gathered in the hall, watching something on the large screen. What could be so captivating? It looked somewhat familiar. "Boss, come quick. This guy is absolutely explosive, using War God No. 1 with an invincible presence. That last kick was simply divine. I'm joining the Skeleton Legion," Yin Xiaosu exclaimed, his mouth frothing, having long forgotten some rookie's ID. Following the analysis video was an advertisement for Super Show. No matter your profession or level, join the Skeleton Legion and live without fear, vowing to achieve eternal life and blood. Yin was almost frenzied, genuinely joining the Skeleton Legion and seeking a position, as this legion was perfectly suited for him. The Skeleton Legion could be considered an anomaly among the CT legions, primarily a space for like-minded players to collaborate in battle. Beware of traps like you would a flood. Each legion had its own unique characteristics, yet all maintained high standards for level and win rates. However, no other legion was as lively as the Skeleton Legion. Here, only battle and fervor existed. Winning was a battle. Losing was also a battle. What mattered was what you sought. The earlier battles of Wang Zheng had been compiled, Yet the very first match had been erased due to its premature conclusion and lack of fame. After all, the system had limited capacity and would periodically clear out data. Nevertheless, the existing videos were already sufficiently stunning that AS opponents grew stronger, as long as War God number 1 continued to charge forward. More formidable adversaries would inevitably emerge. The debut of Super Mechs was merely a matter of time. When that moment arrived, would the legends continue? No one knew, yet every heart harbored a longing. This is exhilarating. Damn, what a relief. Those damn birdmen are utterly crushed. What does level even matter? Xiaosu had lost control, evidently having been mercilessly beaten by his opponent moments ago, with no hope of advancing to bronze. And having to start over to accumulate points. Boss, if you want to learn technique, just study the videos of the skeleton god. Wang Zheng looked at the enraptured Yin Xiaosu, uncertain whether to inform him or remain silent. With Yan's loose lips, if this were to leak, his tranquil life would be over. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his 3 roommates in a state of complete shock that it's just one victory. Is this really necessary? Given their personalities, such exaggerated expressions were quite out of character. What's wrong with you guys? Wang Zheng inquired. The 3 exchanged glances, still in a state of extreme excitement and disbelief. Yao Alan stared blankly at Wang Zheng before finally uttering 2 words. Guess what? Wang Zheng felt an impulse to toss this guy out the window. How would I know? Don't tell me your skeleton won another match. Brother Zheng, you're half right. The skeleton god has once again triumphed, but the key point lies behind that. Did your skeleton legion gain more members? Wang Zheng, you're the dorm leader of 007. Show a bit of imagination. Enough with the games. No amount of brainstorming will help. I still find it hard to believe. Zhang Shan seemed a bit out of sorts. Wang Zheng shrugged, uninterested in the 3 who were teasing him. Wang Zheng, as a normal man, you must know about Tianlai Echo, right? I know. She sings well. I can listen to her. What do you mean by I can listen? Your standards are too high. This is our goddess of Tianlai. Lin Huin. Chen Xiao was already looking dazed at O. Wang Zheng was at a loss as to where these 3 were going with this, the conversation straying further and further from reality. Lin Huin was undoubtedly a household name. A star currently being promoted throughout the galaxy, and a Slanian immensely popular. Yet while he could listen to her alluring melodies, he was not particularly enamored that it seems there's a generation gap between us. The goddess of Echo is my idol. I'd be satisfied just to see her once in my lifetime, as a representative of the new generation. Chen Xiao was quite infatuated, evidently finding the allure of the goddess greater than that of the skeleton. Having just received a call from the agent of Lin Huin, they expressed a desire to utilize the battle footage of the skeleton god for the production of a new music video. Can you imagine the 2 of them remaining sane? Zhang Shan chuckled, admitting his admiration for Lin Huin, whose voice is undeniably enchanting. As for Wang Zheng, he's the epitome of having excessively high standards or perhaps simply being a bit too seasoned. Oh, is he not a fraud? The 3 of them were somewhat exasperated by Wang Zheng's calm demeanor. He was indeed the most peculiar individual in the entire dormitory. Having encountered the skeleton, there was nothing left that could instill fear in him. Upon meeting Xiao Shi, there was nothing left that could astonish him, that if the skeleton could serve as a mentor and Xiao Shi could transform into a princess, what else was impossible? If it were to happen, then let it be that you think you are the skeleton. Although we have established the skeleton legion, we wield no authority that I have already sent him a message, but I am unsure if he will respond. Goodness, if this truly comes to fruition, I shall be overwhelmed with joy. My male and female idols united as one. God. Wang Zheng found himself somewhat speechless, questioning the notion of unification that in reality, whether it materializes or not is of little consequence. This endeavor is merely a form of entertainment. Wang Zheng shrugged. Brother Zheng, if you have never engaged in this, you cannot comprehend the feeling of being relentlessly tormented in countless matches to the point of despair. The skeleton god is my spiritual liberation, and the goddess Huin is my emotional refuge. Wang Zheng, regardless of whether he is aware or not, our participation in this project is a show of support for him. It also embodies our dreams. Yao Ai Luan adjusted his glasses, boasting an undefeated theoretical prowess, yet his practical skills were rather lacking. This frustration was an insatiable burden, but suddenly discovering someone who mirrored his dream self felt almost like a possession. This sensation was beyond Wang Zheng's comprehension, yet he could see that these two were quite earnest in their beliefs. Given your unwavering faith, I am certain he would be willing. Remember, if this materializes, we must request a few signed posters. That is a certainty. Wang Zheng shook his head and opened Tianxuan, locating the response from Super Show within the CT emails. In any case, it was inconsequential. Upon his reply, Chen Xiu sprang up from his chair, exclaiming, "It has happened. The heavens have opened their eyes." The exuberant Chen Xiu resembled a child, while Yao Ai Luan appeared much more composed, reminding them of the signed posters and signed photos. Although it is said that beauty is subjective, Lin Huiying is indeed renowned as the most beautiful woman in the galaxy, with legions of fans. Little did they know that the production team, far away, had chosen the battle footage of the skeleton. Happiness had come unexpectedly, and Soren was equally affected. He had exerted every effort to promote the battles, but his influence was limited. Suddenly learning that Lin Huiying's new song would incorporate the skeleton's battle footage nearly caused his heart to falter. As this was incredibly exhilarating, that a vast world was gradually unfolding before him, that a sudden thought struck Soren's mind. Trust the skeleton, and achieve a rebirth. Each comeback had bolstered his confidence, and a torrent of creative ideas began to emerge. Following confirmation from Lin Huiying's team, an announcement was made on the official website. However, the response was mixed. While the Aslan Empire boasted countless experts, they had opted for a novice located far on Earth. It felt reminiscent of an inspirational song, yet Lin Huiying had never ventured into that style. Could this work? The sweet and charming style was nearly invincible, yet every individual seeks to break through. However, ideals can be lush while reality remains stark. The likelihood of failure was exceedingly high. It was difficult to imagine Lin Huiying, sweet as a princess, performing an inspirational song. Nevertheless, her loyal fans continued to offer unwavering support, while her competitors remained as critical as ever. Wang Zheng was uncertain of the true essence of the goddess before him, but he was acutely aware that she was in a state of profound instability. In his dormitory, Xiao Fei was dressed quite casually, wearing a loose-fitting robe that radiated an intellectual and sensual beauty. The looseness of her attire meant that, with the slightest oversight, a glimpse of her fair skin could flash by. At that moment, Wang Zheng sat upright, while Xiao Fei circled around him, scrutinizing him as if deliberating between sweet and sour or garlic stir-fry. "Ahem, doctor, feel free to speak your mind. I assure you, I will hold nothing back." Wang Zheng felt somewhat at a loss before the queen who held sway over her future. This is quite good. You should know, deception cannot escape my notice. Was it you who assisted Marcos with his problem? Who is Marcos and what problem? I can barely manage my own workload, let alone help others. Wang Zheng chuckled bitterly. Not you. I recall asking you to deliver materials to Marcos that day. You took far too long in between. At that moment, Xiao Fei transformed into a detective akin to Sherlock Holmes, her piercing gaze fixed upon Wang Zheng, reminiscent of a bee drawn to a blooming flower. Volume 3, The God of War Descends. Chapter 1, The Frenzied Rhythm. Observing Xiao Fei's expression, Wang Zheng suddenly recalled the matter he had long forgotten. Oh, you cannot be referring to the problem on the board. I merely jotted something down. Goodness, this one tea lead to trouble, will it? Wang Zheng felt a bit incredulous. What was this situation? Xiao Fei shook her head helplessly, letting out a deep sigh. You, my dear, are not merely a nuisance. You are a considerable problem. Scribbling and doodling isn't illegal. At worst, I can help the mathematics department erase a week's worth of blackboards. The current issue is that Marcos wants you to erase for 4 years. 3 lines of black appeared on Wang Zheng's forehead, wondering whether this was a school or a den of thieves. Each of these professors seemed more ruthless than the last. Observing Wang Zheng's pitiful expression, Xiao Fei finally burst into laughter. You casually write something and resolve the troubles of others, leaving a group of mathematics majors in awe. Can you imagine what would happen if you were in Marcos's position? Wang Zheng let out a great sigh of relief. The principal had stated that one must not offend others, or transferring departments would be exceedingly difficult. Kid, I didn't realize you had such potential. I've stumbled upon a gem. Marcos is dreaming if he thinks he can undermine you. Don't worry. Your sister will protect you. Xiao Fei heartily patted Wang Zheng's shoulder, and as she raised her arm, he found himself momentarily blinded by a flash of white that in the realm of magic. The skeleton was well trained. Yet he knew it was all an illusion. What lay before him was all too real. Ahem, this. Gazing at the blushing Wang Zheng, Xiao Fei paused, realizing her attire had become somewhat revealing. Not bad at all. Still without a girlfriend? Perhaps I should take you under my wing. A teacher-student romance could be quite delightful. This was a textbook example of bullying, as the enchantress reveled in his various awkward predicaments. Look at you so flustered. My standards are quite high, but you have barely made the cut. Work hard. You might just earn yourself a chance. With a playful glare at Wang Zheng, he fled in disarray, uncertain of what might transpire if he lingered any longer. After all, he was a young man in the prime of his life. Even Qin Xiu understood that a virtuous woman deserves a gentleman's pursuit. Let alone himself, that I in the room. Xiao Fei giggled like a child, thoroughly enjoying the playful torment of the young man. She resolved to keep a close watch on him, with one rival already in the mecha department. Adding more troubles would only complicate matters further. With such a solid foundation in mathematics, he was undoubtedly destined to be a natural-born physicist. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Aslan, the planet's layout was the most rational in the galaxy. Astoundingly perfect, with abundant vegetation and a picturesque environment. Surrounding Aslan were 12 intelligent satellites that absorbed stellar energy to provide power, while also serving as lethal weapons in times of conflict. On the 36th floor of the renowned Star Tower in Aslan, the company of Lin Hui's celestial voice was situated. Your Highness, I truly do not comprehend why you are taking such risks. It is entirely unnecessary. Indeed, we have the finest team. Even if you wish to experiment with a new style, we could undoubtedly create the best. A group of staff members surrounded a girl who resembled an ethereal being, barefoot as she danced rhythmically around the room. Outside the window stood Aslan's unique ring-shaped butterfly architecture, with aircraft orderly flitting about that I wish to know what kind of person can occupy her thoughts so persistently. The girl gently bit her luscious red lips. This was the illustrious Huin Lin of Aslan. Not afraid. The new single from Celestial Echo ascended to dominate 10 major music charts upon its release, creating an unprecedented miracle. This was something countless music critics had not anticipated. With her striking beauty and understanding of today's youth, coupled with her unique vocal technique, Lin Huin, having released only 2 albums, became a sensation in the galaxy. However, the sweet style has its limits. After 2 albums, Lin Huin faced stringent scrutiny from the music industry. The decision to evolve or remain steadfast in her path was a choice every artist must confront. Of course, Lin Huin had no need to heed these critiques. She had no intention of changing, merely drawing inspiration from the battle style of this individual to create a song. This piece, infused with a touch of fiery, motivational military spirit, was not overly challenging for the people of Aslan. However, the outcome exceeded Huin's expectations. She believed it would not be too disappointing, but never imagined her first attempt would yield her finest achievement. The champion of the top 10 music charts, a feat that would leave countless discerning musicians speechless to Huin's first rap song. It must be said that countless young people went wild. Nearly every music channel was playing this song, a track that incited an uncontrollable frenzy upon first listen. The music video is nothing short of breathtaking, featuring the formidable war god number 1 and a series of astonishing battles, where the male protagonist appears to possess unparalleled skills and an indomitable mental state. Regardless of who his adversaries may be, I'm not afraid to take a stand. I boldly proclaim my position without trepidation. Everybody come take my hand, as everyone aspires to join my journey that we'll walk this road together. Through the storm, we shall traverse this path united, even amidst the tempest. Whatever weather, cold or warm, no matter the conditions, be they frigid or sweltering. Just let you know that you're not alone. I simply wish for you to understand that you are not solitary. Hola, if you feel that you've been down the same road, if you find yourself on a path akin to mine, I extend my greetings that I end the video. Lin Huin, clad in military attire, points his sword towards the heavens. And the scene abruptly shifts to a moment of desperation, where war god number 1 executes a jaw-dropping pinnacle. Pinnacle. This is the rhythm of madness. I am determined to become what I aspire to be. Without a shadow of a doubt, that don't even think about stopping me. I will steadfastly pursue my own path without hesitation. The video alternates between Lin Huin and war god number 1, as a slew of opponents materializes before him, ruthlessly and powerfully vanquished. Regardless of who the foe may be, we shall fight to the bitter end. radiating brilliance. War God number 1 delivers successive eliminations, and the music swells into a roaring crescendo. And to the fans, I'll never let you down again. I'm back. I assure my followers, for I have returned, standing firm by your side. As the music quiets, War God number 1 and Lin Huiying merge into one, shining resplendently in the dormitory. Chun Xiao and Yao Ailuan are almost delirious, flailing about in exuberance. This is sheer perfection, the battle hymn of the Skeleton Legion. The impact of this music is spreading, as Wang Zheng's battle video has silently claimed the top spot on the search charts in the Asia region. Many in other areas remain oblivious to the fact that this video showcases a real player's combat prowess. Yet in the Asia region, it is already common knowledge. However, the influence of Tianlai Huiying is far greater, significantly accelerating the ascent to the pinnacle. Wang Zheng has also watched it and must admit he is astonished. He had listened to Huiying's songs during his middle school days, but after experiencing his own trials, his tastes have shifted away from gentle melodies. He never anticipated that Lin Huiying was truly a genius, capable of entirely capturing the essence of his battles. There are feelings within, known only to Wang Zheng, an air of pride and a relentless pursuit of his goals. The name itself is a crowning touch. Not afraid, a mantra he imparts to himself. For having survived, there is indeed nothing left to fear in this world. Zhang Shan sways, revealing a latent talent for street dance. Embodying invincibility, this is true prowess, a flawless composition. This is our Huiying's own songwriting. Chun Xiao sweetly exclaims, "Since when has she become yours?" I am a devoted fan of Huiying's fan club. Mind you, an avid supporter from the very beginning. Chun Xiao retorts with pride. Yao Ailuan adjusts his glasses, radiating brilliance. You call that devotion? I have collected every version of her albums and posters, including the Aslan Special Edition. Do you have that? Bro, you're my real brother. Can I take a look? Behave well, and perhaps I might let you listen. Yao Ailuan revels in the adoration. Wang Zheng, it seems we two are still quite rational, though Zhang Shan is fond of it. He does not succumb to such madness. It truly is delightful, Wang Zheng sincerely remarks, finding resonance in the melody. Incredible! Our Skeleton Legion has reached its membership cap. This won't do. We need to elevate our permissions. Chun Xiao exclaims. Request it from the officials. For goodness sake. The official website has already used this as promotional material. They ought to show some sincerity. Yao Ailuan slams the table, and the two begin to devise a plan. Wang Zheng and Zhang Shan exchange glances, bemused. When serious, they resemble elders. Yet in moments of levity, they can be quite juvenile. That I spoke to the doctor. She said she would consider it, Wang Zheng mentions, feeling that relying solely on one person as an assistant is perilous. Moreover, Zhang Shan and the others are indeed talented and wish to develop in this direction, but that's fair enough. You two continue your discussion. I have matters to attend to. Zhang Shan claps Wang Zheng on the shoulder. After all, Wang, your physique is solid. I don't fear breaking anything with such a pad. This guy is getting restless, trying to impress the ladies. Yao Ailuan remarks without turning back, self-styled as the omniscient and omnipotent Alan. I have a buddy, also part of the Skeleton Legion. Could you assist him in elevating his permissions? He's a fan of Skeleton too. This is a trivial matter. If he's your friend, it's guaranteed to be worthwhile. Given her character, Yin Xiaosu is bound to resonate well with these two. Chapter 2. Embracing together after some time into the new semester, Wang Zheng's life has begun to fall into a routine, attending Xiao phase classes and various courses in the mecha department. After just one session, he knows which classes are essential. Since the establishment of the Combat Club's training facility, Wang Zheng has been punctual for training twice a day. The convenience is unparalleled. Typically, Wang Zheng utilizes the gravity chamber in the morning. The general intensity of training does yield slower results, yet in the gravity chamber, Wang Zheng finds himself experiencing aches in his back and waist. Mornings are usually devoid of others, and upon activating 5 times the gravity, he begins his warm-up with weightlifting, followed by finger strength exercises, alternating between fingers under this immense pressure, proving to be highly effective. Performing 100 repetitions for each finger, he quickly breaks into a sweat. The volume of training is exceptionally daunting, resulting in Wang Zheng's appetite exceeding that of an average person by 3-fold. Thankfully, he now has some surplus funds, yet he realizes that consuming instant noodles in such quantities could lead to exhaustion. While Wang Zheng diligently trains in the gravity chamber, the door suddenly opens. Meng Tian, having been defeated by Wang Zheng, is now intensifying her practice. She is perplexed as to why her years of training have not enabled her to overcome Wang Zheng. Spotting the lights on in the gravity chamber, she is intrigued, but upon seeing the 5 times gravity setting, her expression shifts to one of seriousness. This is no trivial matter. Wang Zheng, having experienced significant progress recently, would typically conclude his session by now, but wishes to complete another round. While Meng Tian, unaccustomed to such early mornings, is intrigued. What unfolds before her is a sight she will never forget. Wang Zheng, bare-chested, drenched in sweat, performing one-handed push-ups in a handstand, alternating every 50 repetitions. What kind of strength is this? Meng Tian had believed she still had a chance in their last battle, yet she never imagined he hadn't even exerted himself seriously. Such strength is rare, even among military ranks. Wang Zheng senses her presence and pauses, meeting Meng Tian's astonished gaze with a slight smile as he picks up a towel and steps outside. "Would you like to join?" Meng Tian, dazed, shakes her head in disbelief. Unable to reconcile the ice-cold beauty she knows with this bewildered demeanor. "How did you achieve this?" "Ahem, just daily practice. Don't be deceived by the lack of visible muscle. I'm quite robust." Wang Zheng strikes a pose. Indeed, his physique lacks intimidating muscle definition, yet Meng Tian can feel the explosive power within. "Can you help me become stronger?" Meng Tian bites her lip and suddenly asks. Wang Zheng is taken aback, sensing her sincerity, but hesitates at the prospect of coaching a girl. "Actually, my training methods may not be suitable for everyone," he replies. "Ordinary individuals could end up injuring themselves with such a regimen. I am not afraid. As long as I can grow stronger, I'm willing to do anything." Meng Tian's characteristic stubbornness surfaces once more. Wang Zheng finds it difficult to refuse a girl. "Well, we can give it a try. I am not particularly skilled at teaching, though. Even if it's just sparring, I can improve." This has always been Meng Tian's belief. Combat is the path to improvement. However, as a girl, she feels it inappropriate to impose on others. Yet witnessing Wang Zheng's display, she sets her reservations aside. During military training, she had shattered the force measurement device. Perhaps it was not a flaw in the equipment, but rather a testament to her extraordinary strength. "All right then, I need to train as well." Wang Zheng smiles slightly. After a quick 5-minute shower, he emerges to find Meng Tian already dressed in her training uniform, practicing various swift kicks. Her movements are methodical, demonstrating commendable elasticity and mobility, with few openings, clearly a product of rigorous training. Only through his experience with the plum blossom stance has Wang Zheng been able to discern the differences. These movements are all routine, lacking in variation. The plum blossom stance is infinitely adaptable. "How was that?" After completing a set, Meng Tian inquires, beads of sweat glistening on her nose, enhancing her charm. "Not bad." Wang Zheng responds that I asked at all. "Speak honestly." Meng Tian clearly finds his vague praise unsatisfactory. "Your techniques are decent, but your power and speed need enhancement. Also, I noticed you seem quite fixated on routines. Remember that the battlefield is ever-changing. The key is to adapt swiftly and accurately." Striking true and hard like this, Wang Zheng replicates Meng Tian's earlier kick sequence, but with lower, quicker, and more ferocious movements. Akin to a whirlwind that in an instant, he covers over 10 meters, turning back to find Meng Tian lost in thought once more. "What's the matter?" "Perhaps one day I shall ask for your assistance." Meng Tian suddenly remarked that we are classmates, so there is no need for formalities, that I shall not hesitate to lend a hand where I can. Wang Zheng replied that in truth, Wang Zheng had yet to fully appreciate Meng Tian's competent demeanor, especially considering their shared ambition of becoming exceptional pilots, but he certainly could not treat a girl with the same rigorous methods employed with a skeleton. And this was not a mere game. The stakes were too high to risk being sent to a mental institution. Balance was of utmost importance. Mastering this stance would be beneficial for you. Wang Zheng instructed Meng Tian on the female horse stance, explaining that the male version required a wider stance, while the females should be slightly inward, forming a triangular shape, which was the most stable configuration. "Is this really useful?" she questioned, unable to hide her skepticism. "That I must admit, this posture is rather unappealing. Try attacking me, and if I move, you win," Wang Zheng challenged, striking the pose. Meng Tian's eyes sparkled with interest. She was eager to give it a try. She distanced herself, She let out a spirited cry and launched a low kick towards Wang Zheng. He smiled slightly. The force behind it was considerable. With a resounding thud, he effortlessly caught her kick, his body hardly shifting again. He encouraged, with a stationary target. Meng Tian wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks without any reservations now that they were alone. Her strikes were imbued with lethal intent, targeting vital areas. However, as she adjusted her positioning, her ferocity diminished significantly. That it's fine. You can strike any part. Otherwise, the power won't be unleashed, Wang Zheng advised. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian raised her eyebrows slightly, her movements becoming more precise and deadly. Yet, Wang Zheng stood firm like a mountain, absorbing the pressure. As he effortlessly countered a violent three-part kick, Meng Tian felt her legs weaken and stumbled to the ground. Just as Wang Zheng was relishing the challenge, she unexpectedly fell, prompting him to quickly support her. You overexerted yourself. Are you all right? He inquired, gently touching her forehead. That I merely wanted you to try. No need to exert such force. We have no deep-seated animosity between us, he teased, noting that her breathing was steady, albeit slightly fatigued. Meng Tian's cheeks flushed. You are quite impressive. I may need to trouble you continually in the future. We are classmates. There is no trouble at all. Besides, serving a beautiful lady is my honor, Wang Zheng replied, causing her face to redden further. Just then, the door to the training room swung open, and a group of animated students entered, abruptly silencing the room as they exchanged wide-eyed glances. Meng Tian lay blushing in Wang Zheng's embrace. That, oh dear, we seem to have entered the wrong place, one of them remarked. Indeed, I saw everything, Wang Zheng added nonchalantly. Meng Tian quickly stood up, and Wang Zheng waved dismissively that we were merely sparring, and she accidentally twisted her ankle. Could you kindly escort me to the infirmary? Meng Tian had regained her composure, amidst the laughter of their peers. The two hastily departed. Given Meng Tian's popularity, it was unfortunate that no one could match her prowess, let alone Wang Zheng's amiable nature, which was far more agreeable than the arrogance of someone like Guan Tao. As Wang Zheng assisted Meng Tian outside, she suddenly asked, Am I not meant to call you master from now on? There's no need for such exaggeration. We can simply engage in friendly sparring. He replied. Is this your girlfriend? Meng Tian inquired unexpectedly. Not at all. We are merely classmates and friends. Why would she ever take an interest in me? Wang Zheng chuckled. This was indeed the truth. Yi Zissou was the school belle, while Wang Zheng was just an ordinary student. Soren had been enjoying a rather pleasant time lately, even dreaming with a smile. His superiors were highly satisfied with his performance, and it was said that the board of directors had changed their tune, with no one proposing his dismissal. Sometimes, when one is on the right path, fortune truly smiles down. Lin Huiyin's new song had drawn inspiration from the combat videos of the skeleton, and it had become immensely popular, with the main site planning to promote her. The only concern was whether the War God #1 could withstand the influx of talent once the main site began its promotional campaign. Regardless, Soren was acutely aware that he had no option of retreat, nor was it within his power to decide that he was currently busy seeking opponents, which proved to be quite challenging. Masters often considered themselves above the fray and were reluctant to participate, while average contenders lacked significance. After all, those willing to use War God #1 were exceedingly rare, and even the Wild King focused on their high-end mechs. The operation may not be problematic, but their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly suffer. Using high-end mechs would be unfair and could bruise the egos of seasoned fighters. Victory obtained unfairly would be hollow, and defeat would lead to a loss of standing, placing them in a rather awkward position. At Wang Zheng's suggestion, Zhang Shan and two others had also joined the assistant group, with Xiao Fei keen on nurturing them. Their talents were quite admirable, and given time, they could achieve remarkable things. However, Xiao Fei believed Wang Zheng's potential was limitless. The worldview he possessed was truly exceptional, that it was likely that even the top physicists would take years to reach similar heights. With the addition of Zhang Shan and the others, Wang Zheng's life would undoubtedly improve. Such an opportunity was rare. Sometimes the four could merely assist, yet it was a significant eye-opener. Despite being newcomers, they truly surpassed many upperclassmen in various aspects in the physics department. Aside from Xiao Fei's classes, Wang Zheng was mostly absent, as professors occasionally called on students. During one such instance, classmate Yao Allen showcased his impressive voice modulation, mimicking Wang Zheng with uncanny accuracy. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng immersed himself in the mech department. Captivated by the experience, his month with OMG had provided him with a foundational understanding of mechs, and he now felt a delightful connection between theory and practice to in the first class of mechanics. Over 80 students gathered in the school's equipment warehouse, where numerous mech components were piled high. Unfortunately, due to the financial constraints of the War God Academy in recent years, the equipment was rather outdated. Chapter 3. Kai Hongmei. Upon seeing the collection of grimy mech parts, the enthusiasm of the students waned. They had expected to behold shiny battle mechs. Even if they couldn't operate them, simply observing would have sufficed. But the reality was disappointing. "Where is the professor?" The students grumbled, growing impatient after waiting for some time, when an elderly man shuffled in. Wang Zheng was taken aback. It was none other than Rom. Rom discerned the expressions of discontent and distaste among the crowd. Spotting Wang Zheng, a faint smile broke across his face. Thanks to Wang Zheng and Yi Zisu's persuasion, Rom had agreed to serve as a visiting professor here, adding this elective course with the intention of imparting his knowledge. "I am your instructor. Rom, in today's first class, let us familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Please clean the components and wipe them down. And then you may leave," he declared before leisurely retreating to a room beside the warehouse to watch television. The students exchanged bewildered glances. "Is this really our teacher?" they murmured. Had they been faced with rows of battle mechs, they would have relished such a laid-back attitude. But with the sight of this greasy heap, the prospect of cleaning was nauseating. Yi Zisu and Meng Tian exchanged glances, pondering whether the War God Academy situation was truly this dire, though Yi Zisu suspected it was Rom's doing. While the others hesitated, Wang Zheng skillfully picked up a tool and began cleaning the components. Rom poked his head through the window. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me," and returned to watching television, where Lin Huiyin's new song played. Rom nodded in approval. It was indeed a good piece, lacking the usual frivolity and possessing a certain strength. Even with gloves on, it was impossible to avoid getting dirty. And while the boys managed, the girls struggled with the unpleasant odors. Yi Zisu adeptly donned her tools and joined Wang Zheng in their work. Wang Zheng was deeply focused and soon discovered that these seemingly filthy mech parts. A particular model emerged quickly, ASL 23556, the propulsion system of the Aslan. Wang Zheng had only seen it in pictures. It was nothing short of a work of art. Undeniably, Aslan's technology was top tier within the Galactic Alliance. Known for their complex and sophisticated mechs, excelling in both form and function. For a mechanic, this was a dream come true. Yi Zisu was equally astonished. Could these items be Rom's collection? She was aware of his penchant for collecting mech parts from various countries, especially those with unique characteristics, and these were likely part of his prized possessions. In the room, Rom lounged with his legs crossed. Someone who cherished such items. They were invaluable, yet to those without appreciation, they were merely scrap metal. Wang Zheng meticulously cleaned each piece, adhering to precise procedures, yet it still took him half an hour to reveal a gleaming Aslan Advanced Mech's Eagle mech propulsion system. Most of the students were dawdling. After all, they were budding pilots, not mechanics, which explained why this was merely an elective class. Had they known it would be so dull, many would have opted out. Wang Zheng, however, found joy in the task. In truth, this work was unnecessary for the students, but Rom had intentionally designed it this way. Only through hands-on experience, discovering things piece by piece, could one forge a lasting memory and cultivate a genuine understanding. This was also the condition under which he agreed to join, allowing him to select the course's teaching methods. As the break time arrived, most students vacated, leaving only Wang Zheng, Yi Zisu, Meng Tian, and about 10 others. At that moment, Rom finally emerged from the warehouse. "You've managed to clean 3 components. I shall now introduce the advantages and disadvantages of these 3 items," he stated, nodding in approval. "Wang Zheng, your Aslan Divine Eagle Thruster is indeed a mainstream product of Aslan, renowned for its exceptional propulsion capabilities and commendable anti-explosion resilience, with various nations drawing inspiration from it. However, during combat, this thruster possesses a critical flaw. Rome remarked that there are certain aspects only warriors comprehend, while others are known solely to seasoned mechanics." Wang Zheng fell into contemplation, pondering whether the braking system might be inadequate. Rome's eyes lit up at this insight, affirming that to ensure propulsion efficiency, the braking response is relatively delayed compared to standard models. In battle, this is a potential avenue to exploit, although Aslan warriors pride themselves on their adept handling in this regard. Wang Zheng smiled subtly, speculating that the adversary had yet to encounter a true master. The students who remained began to grasp that the course had only just commenced. Rome was not merely instructing them on how to repair mechas, which indeed lies beyond the pilot's purview, but rather, he would touch upon basic mechanical issues, emphasizing the analysis of mecha strengths and weaknesses from a mechanic's perspective. This encompassed engines, energy sources, weapons, and more, offering a completely distinct viewpoint. Although Rome had never set foot on a battlefield, he was a theorist with a unique perspective. The 10 or so grimy students were utterly captivated, scarcely finding time to pose questions. While other courses focused on the externalities of mechas, this one delved into their essence and dissection. The dexterity of this mechanical arm is remarkable, yet its anti-explosion capacity is somewhat lacking. In close-range confrontations, increasing pressure could lead to the opponent's collapse. Such intricate data can only be fully comprehended by a senior mechanic. And the application of this knowledge, as well as when to anticipate such scenarios, is something only battle experience can reveal, contingent upon the pilot's abilities. For Wang Zheng, this was a thirst for knowledge. Realizing that Rome had additional insights to offer, few students returned after the second class, but those who remained reaped considerable benefits. The capacity to absorb the material depended on individual circumstances at the conclusion of the course. Wang Zheng lingered to pose numerous questions, until Rome, growing impatient, urged him to leave, exclaiming, "You're too chatty. I still have years of work ahead of me, so refrain from bombarding me with inquiries all at once." Wang Zheng chuckled, "I'm just a slow bird trying to take flight early. Yi Yado, please escort him away. This is overtime, and I need a break." Yi Zissa laughed as she dragged Wang Zheng away, inquiring, "Did something happen between you and Meng Tian?" "Nothing at all," he replied. "That girl returned and immediately started probing about you, as if she were tracing a family tree. Could it be she has an interest in you? Would you like me to play matchmaker?" Yi Zissou asked nonchalantly. Wang Zheng smiled. "No, she's after Zhang Shan from our dormitory. Wow. I didn't realize you had such high standards, even looking down on Meng Tian." Wang Zheng shrugged helplessly. He was relatively calm about such matters, believing that feelings must develop organically. Regardless, Yi Zissou was quite satisfied with his response. Instead of returning to the dormitory, Wang Zheng headed straight to the brother internet CAF. During battles, he would subconsciously monitor the status of his mecha, yet he truly lacked insight into the opponent's mecha. To comprehend both sides' mecha conditions would represent significant progress for him. Such an idea could only emanate from a person as fervent as Wang Zheng, as it required an intricate understanding of both theoretical knowledge and real-world insights, a daunting challenge that would make anyone else feel overwhelmed. Yet, to Wang Zheng, it felt like discovering a new continent. This understanding would enable him to grasp the battlefield dynamics with greater precision. Integrating it into his combat instincts could enhance his control over the situation by at least 10%. Unfortunately, Wang Zheng lacked someone to exchange ideas with. If only Skull were present, as he excelled at striking opponents but was far superior in judgment. Upon arriving at the brother internet CAF, Wang Zheng checked his inbox for tasks but found none, promptly entering ranked battles that he had long lost count of how many people had added him as a friend, setting up online alerts. Unbeknownst to him, while many players had received notifications, he had no idea how to go invisible. Suddenly, the sound of notifications filled the air as countless IDs chimed. Wang Zheng wasted no time and entered matchmaking. Not only did players receive alerts, but even the official staff members promptly sprang into action. Wang Zheng had achieved 6 consecutive victories. Although his rank was low, such a flawless win rate was commendable. 5-on-5 matches were manageable, but in one-on-one encounters, he would face increasingly formidable opponents, while high-level experts were scarce. Advancing in rank would lift restrictions on mechas. Skull matched against Rainbow in a certain internet CAF, where a male player was laughing boisterously. "That dude is shining." The War God number 1 faced off against the Storm Eagle, equipped with the Luo A positioning system. After several rounds of practice, the official website quickly responded, accompanied by our renowned commentator, Xiao Lu, who was narrating a high-ranked match, that he suddenly apologized to the audience, stating, "The outcome of this match is already determined. My apologies, but I have a battle I must rush to. I'm sure you all understand this moment." Many students from the class discreetly accessed the stream. To skip class openly in front of the professor would be tantamount to seeking death. But sneaking a peek was permissible. However, everyone was momentarily stunned upon seeing the opponent's matchup, realizing that This Rainbow was undoubtedly a wealthy second-generation individual. The Storm Eagle, a high-class combat aircraft from Aslan, had its abilities enhanced by the system, rendering it a veritable bug-type machine with terrifying maneuverability and long-range explosive capabilities. Ideal for sniping targets from afar and vanishing afterward. To make matters worse, this player had equipped the Luo A positioning system, which allowed less skilled players to perform at levels akin to ace pilots. This expensive tool, when chosen for use, must be declared, as it could be prohibited in high-stakes competitions. However, at this level, such restrictions were evidently absent. With the Storm Eagle paired with the Luo positioning system, it became a war god in the novice zone, mercilessly annihilating opponents without explanation. Moreover, Rainbow, at the bronze rank, had gained some notoriety for his self-created Rainbow Flow strategy, which essentially involved overwhelming opponents with financial resources, making his mecha's performance seemingly invincible and surpassing the capabilities of any technical countermeasure. Due to the ban on assistive systems at higher ranks, Rainbow was resolutely dominating the novice zone, proving to be virtually unbeatable. Some players, having been thoroughly trounced, affectionately dubbed him Kai Hong Mei. Chapter 4. Rainbow's dominance and response. Rainbow was quite pleased, fully embracing the title. For in the realm of gaming, one cannot escape having a nickname. His life goal was to crush weaker opponents, and now, with a formidable target before him, he aimed to make a name for himself. His only concern was that such a godly setup might frighten Skull away. Players anxiously awaited the match, marveling that Skull appeared hesitant. However, Wang Zheng was not hesitant. Rather, he was examining the description of the opponent's mecha. He had only heard of the Divine Eagle, but had never encountered the Storm Eagle or the Luo positioning device. After reviewing the details, he opted to accept the challenge. Such assistive devices indeed enhance the precision of ranged attacks and are highly sophisticated and costly in reality, typically reserved for ace pilots. The fervor in the comment section was tenfold compared to the previous battle, with many viewers having discovered it through Lin Huayin's MV. There was uncertainty about whether there was a name overlap. But upon reviewing past fights, they realized it was indeed the same individual. War God number 1, Mecha Combat Power Rating, 20. Storm Eagle, Luo A Positioning System 7010, that this was an overwhelming disparity in mecha advantages. Typical standard mechas scored around 40, remaining within acceptable limits, but this was already a fourfold advantage that no one could fathom how Skull could win, save for a scenario where Kai Hong Mei drunkenly charged in with a knife. This player could be deemed the king of oppression, maximizing the advantages of his mecha. He had previously defeated 5 opponents at once. It was inconceivable that he would make a mistake, that I've crossed paths with him before. He's exceedingly cunning that don't just judge by the mecha. I suspect he possesses skill, as well, that no matter how superior the mecha, poor judgment will lead to failure. At that moment, Rainbow was perusing the comments, chuckling heartily. Nonsense. I'm a special police officer, a high-class and wealthy one at that. This isn't the primitive era. A combination of strength and wealth is the hard truth. Ha ha ha. Today the special police are on leave. And I didn't expect to face a big whale right off the bat. This is enough to boast about for months. The battlefield was set, Norton Star. This location favored assault-style mechas, as operating under 5 times the gravity posed challenges for regular mechas, whereas superior models fared better. Additionally, the towering plants on Norton Star were particularly suited for critical hit mechas. Once a target was spotted, a flurry of explosive attacks would swiftly eliminate them. Kai Hong Mei shamelessly made a choice. Guessing that his opponent would not object as anticipated, Skull did not protest. The comment section erupted. Kai Hong Mei, where's your dignity? Kai Hong Mei, is your little brother still intact? Such shamelessness was astounding, but the audience relished it. Go for it. Crush them. That's the rhythm of the wealthy and powerful. Xiao Lu, while sifting through the comments, calmly remarked, it seems we have a fair number of supporters for the Rainbow player. Those in the comments should now recognize him. Besides his excellent equipment, he possesses a formidable ultimate move called Rainbow's Dominance. I wonder if we will have the opportunity to witness it. Someone asked whether I would be eating milk cartons again. Please send my regards to the cows. As a professional commentator, I maintain my integrity and should not be biased. Besides, if I win, Skull won't be chewing on keyboards either. That would be unfair, the young deer casually remarked. Those who navigate this world have developed thick skins, and their integrity is often merely a FA, ADAT that moment. In the 007 dormitory, Yao Allen and Qin Xiu were bustling with excitement. Having just received another delivery of ingredients, typically a tech enthusiast, Qin Xiu abandoned all pretense of strategy, thinking, how to crush, just close my eyes and go for it. There is always a way out, of course. Not everyone shares such childlike naivety. Most rational individuals would analyze the situation and ponder potential weaknesses. Yet, despite their best efforts, they found themselves at a loss, left only to watch the unfolding contest. On the battlefield of Northern Star, the War God won and Storm Eagle descended amidst a dazzling display, the sensation of fivefold gravity unmistakable. Those with weaker control found themselves struggling, without advanced mechs. One would not choose to endure such punishment in this setting. The movements of War God 1 were clearly affected, whereas Storm Eagle appeared less hindered. The audience number surged, breaking records without a doubt. While staff members anxiously monitored the live stream, as professionals, they too were curious about how to confront such a chaotic scenario. What a mess! Is this guy out of his mind? Using War God 1 against Storm Eagle? With so many spectators watching, is this a scam to fleece us? It must be said that numerous followers had merely joined the fray due to the crowd, only to realize upon entry that it was not the epic showdown they had envisioned, but rather an uneven battle. Hey, kid just graduated from kindergarten? Pay attention. Regardless of the outcome, this was undeniably not a contest that would conclude easily. Yet the situation remained bizarre, which is precisely what makes life intriguing. The children were left astonished. Both mechs commenced their movements simultaneously, with a target stronghold at the center of the map. The first to engage would claim victory, rendering mere hiding futile. Both mechs understood the significance of seizing the initiative. And at this juncture, Storm Eagle's advantage became apparent. The small map clearly indicated its superior speed. War God 1 was in hot pursuit. Despite its rapidity, Storm Eagle had already reached its position, opting not to assault the fortress. In such circumstances, most would choose to lie in ambush, as a direct attack on the stronghold would prove significantly more challenging. Storm Eagle entered a state of stealth, as the special police favored superior tools to maximize their effectiveness. However, most focused more on the equipment than the operator. Selecting a vantage point from which to observe, the view was exceptionally clear. Most individuals instinctively maintain a level gaze or look downward when facing a master like Skull. One could not afford to fear detection. The priority was to seize the first strike. Rainbow waited in silence, the mech entering a state of quietude. With immense training pressure, his leisure time often involved exhilarating bird hunting. But this instance presented a different scenario that a thrill coursed through him. War God 1's rapid advance suddenly halted, an occurrence not unfamiliar. It seemed that once approaching danger, Skull displayed remarkable acuity. Nevertheless, it remained futile, as most recognized that nearing the fortress marked the most perilous moment. The question was, who would first enter the line of sight and fire the initial shot? Prior to going stealth, Rainbow had already launched a degree of assault on the fortress, gaining a slight advantage. This minor edge would be factored by the system when determining victory in a stalemate. Thus, Skull had no choice but to advance. War God 1 remained silent for a moment before gradually resuming motion, proceeding in a direct line towards the fortress. This trajectory was entirely within Rainbow's calculations, representing the optimal vantage point that Rainbow's Storm Eagle entered a standby phase, the engines emitting a soft hum, maintaining minimal sound during movement. However, War God 1's capabilities rendered it incapable of detecting anything. Bird hunting adhered to a rhythm. One must not afford the opponent any opportunities. Otherwise, one risks becoming a laughingstock. Although the route was correct, Rainbow found himself frustrated as the opponent's movements appeared almost ephemeral. Every few steps, they would draw near an object that could serve as cover, thereby denying him the chance for a relentless assault. Rainbow exhibited remarkable patience, recognizing that aimless movement would only reveal his position. Opportunities would arise. They always do. Finally, a gap of approximately 20 meters emerged at War God 1's maximum speed. It could not simply dash across in a few steps, especially since it had yet to accelerate. Rainbow's breathing gradually slowed, his hands steadied. Clearly, Skull had also recognized this. At this moment, altering course would be too late, evidently intent on a bold advance. War God 1 prepared to accelerate, suddenly surging forward. War God 1 aimed to utilize speed to burst through, while Storm Eagle was fully prepared, relying on its fierce laser array. This was a life-or-death gamble. Without bias, the young deer remarked. In truth, he is growing increasingly impatient. All eyes widened as War God 1 charged forth. Having only taken a couple of steps, Storm Eagle erupted onto the scene, and War God 1 was fully within view. However, at that moment, War God 1 shifted to the side, retreating diagonally while simultaneously redirecting its laser rifle to target Storm Eagle, cunningly enticing the enemy to reveal themselves. It appeared he had anticipated an ambush. But what a beautiful maneuver! Storm Eagle remained unperturbed, appearing instantly, yet refrained from attacking. This brief pause was to ascertain the opponent's actions. Remarkably steady, remarkably composed, Skull had underestimated him. As War God 1 prepared to retreat and raised its laser rifle, Storm Eagle's counterattack was already in motion. Boom! The brilliance erupted. Beautiful! The young deer exclaimed, clapping his thighs in delight that Rainbow's judgment had been entirely correct. This was not a frenzied shotgun blast. The laser's radiance, aided by the Lolo system, manifested a geometric pattern. This was the Salma double-wave fatal strike god? The children were truly astounded. Even with the Lolo assistance system, executing such a high-level military technique was no small feat. The hardest laser point to evade was the wave pattern, specifically designed to counter human instinctive dodging habits. The designer was Colonel Salmo of Aslan. A single wave could dominate the novice zone, but the double wave was undeniably lethal. The young deer howled in ecstasy. Try to dodge that. You can't escape even if you run to your grandmother's house. Rainbow, too, revealed a hint of a smile. This was his Rainbow's breakthrough. Mastering such a technique meant that all that remained was to accurately assess the situation. The children remained entranced, but do not utter a sound. Chapter 5. God War God 1's phantom-like. Irregular movements re-emerged, performing extreme evasions against the attacks that in a mere second. It executed terrifying displacements, yet it was still ineffective. The disparity was too vast. Thus, gasps of admiration and lamentation filled the air. It was just a hair's breadth away. The tail end of the double wave still grazed War God 1, and as it swayed, Rainbow prepared for a second wave of assault. Yet at that moment, War God 1's laser discharged that didn't explode? This was impossible. How could War God 1, without an energy shield, withstand the hit, even if it didn't detonate? That shot had clearly struck its mark. The laser didn't target the mech, but rather the tree beneath Storm Eagle. Though the flora on Norton Star was towering, it could not withstand the laser's potency. Boom! Storm Eagle plummeted, yet its propulsion system was exceptionally adept, instantly stabilizing midair. However, at that moment, a cold sweat drenched Rainbow. He had been duped. The first instinct should not have been to halt, but to activate the energy shield. Boom! A shot to the head, that a cascade of sparks erupted. Silence enveloped the scene. The young deer's excitement was abruptly halted, and while others remained silent, he was the first to exclaim, "What is this? How did War God 1 remain unharmed? Is it an immortal mech?" The slow-motion replay of the fatal shot ensued that Rainbow's double-wave fatal strike was undeniably exquisite. This was a display of rigorous training. War God 1's evasions were indeed ghostly, yet they remained insufficient in the blink of an eye. Everyone saw nothing, but it became evident that during the evasion, the left hand wielded a titanium knife while the right brandished a laser rifle, appearing almost simultaneously. Was this a case of multitasking? The final laser struck the titanium knife, and as the recoil occurred, the laser rifle was unleashed, suffocating. The critical moment arrived. He was not targeting the opponent, but the tree beneath them. Why? At this moment, only Rainbow understood. The individual was nothing short of a demon. Under such conditions, aiming for a vital point was exceedingly challenging. A single misfire would prompt the activation of the energy shield. But the tree was a far larger target, and human instinct would inherently strive for balance, especially given Storm Eagle's capabilities as a special police officer. Rainbow felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of monstrosity was inside War God 1? How could there be such a cold-blooded judgment? The young deer felt engulfed in darkness. What was wrong with the world? How could such a person exist? He felt the urge to emigrate. Continuing like this would drive him mad. It was invulnerable. In the dormitory, Chen Xiao and Yao Allen were embracing each other, jumping with wild exuberance. Even they could not fathom how to secure a victory. Yet Skull had managed to find that slender thread of advantage. Chen Xiu had plunged into an extreme frenzy of analysis, overwhelmed by the terror. The evasion was masterful, but that shot was simply of a master-s caliber. Indeed, had a direct attack been executed, the hit rate would have barely reached 20%. Precision alone was insufficient. Zhang Shan marveled as well at that moment. It was not just them. Due to Storm Eagle's extraordinary performance, it was the only viable choice. The ultimate failure was not due to the inadequacy of the mecha, nor was it merely a consequence of Rainbow's maneuvers. Rather, it stemmed from judgment, an error forcefully wrought by instinct. We succumb to our very instincts. This transcends mere technical prowess, revealing a broader perspective. Even the most sophisticated machine analysis could not achieve such precision. This battle indeed left countless spectators in awe. Wang Zheng, too, felt a surge of pride. That decisive blow startled him, for he knew that he never possessed absolute certainty of victory in any match, that he merely adapted to the circumstances as they unfolded. And this time, his judgment was remarkably accurate. If only Bone were here. Such a flawless combat performance surely deserves it. Suddenly, a chill gripped his chest as a skeletal robot materialized before Wang Zheng, causing him to crouch down in shock. Damn it, scaring people is one thing, but how did you appear here? He exclaimed. The super soldier trainer has the authority to summon trainers for advice, the skeletal figure replied nonchalantly. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Wang Zheng retorted. You didn't ask, came the calm response from Bone. Surrendering to the unflappable demeanor of Bone, Wang Zheng opted to abandon his struggle. So, how was my performance in that battle? He inquired. That Bone's glowing red eyes scanned him and replied, lacking. Wang Zheng was incensed. Lacking? Is there no justice in this world? As a super soldier, he should be capable of delivering a headshot the moment his opponent appears. Bone calmly stated, the moment your opponent materializes, a headshot is indeed possible. That a chill ran down Wang Zheng's spine. Conversing with Bone was evidently a test of endurance. Ugh, it really feels cold in my chest, he muttered, sensing an ominous feeling creeping in. You wouldn't be demanding something in return for your appearance, would you? Indeed, offering advice consumes combat energy, Bone replied with an air of nonchalance. Poor Wang Zheng nearly suffocated from the shock. Quick, get back. He was left on the verge of tears, well aware of Bone's inevitable response. You didn't ask, damn it. Though he was oblivious to the circumstances of the Lant Empire, the design of their cube was utterly inhumane. Would it kill them to provide a more detailed introduction? Such a deceptive setup could lead to disastrous consequences. As Bone vanished, Wang Zheng's chest returned to normal. Upon inspecting his attire, he found to his dismay that not only had his combat energy not increased, but it had actually diminished. That wretched being was truly his nemesis. The previously buoyant mood dissipated entirely, as Wang Zheng felt as though the combat energy he had painstakingly cultivated over the week was all but gone. Dejected, he stepped out, only to be met by the proprietor's cheerful greeting. Young man, don't be disheartened. Failure is the mother of success. Through trials, one may achieve greatness. Clearly, the proprietor was well versed in such matters. Wang Zheng cast a forlorn glance at him, tears welling in his eyes. Finally, the proprietor graciously offered a bowl of noodles, a small consolation for the defeated warrior. The battle, which had drawn scorn from Bone, nevertheless sparked a frenzy. What was showcased in that confrontation transcended mere technical skill. It revealed an almost invincible cold judgment. That must be said, anyone who witnessed this battle was exhilarated. Many were merely spectators, having stumbled upon the recommended video on the official website. Lin Huyin, the skeleton? Listening to the song, Not Afraid, while witnessing such a classic finish, ignited an overwhelming urge to set ablaze. Just as the lyrics proclaimed, don't try to stop me, I will follow my own path. Without a doubt. Followers, I'm back. I'm back. This was the grand headline issued by the official website. How profound. Who has returned? Is this a proclamation of the god of war's resurgence? The rhythm is simply astounding. Is this even human? This is undeniably divine rhythm. In Aslan, Lin Huyin swung back and forth on a swing in her room, her snow-white legs swaying languidly, sometimes curling up within the swing. This person is quite impressive. Don't you think? Huyin inquired curiously. The female assistant and bodyguard regarded the video with an indifferent expression. Your Highness, such skill is commonplace in Aslan. It is merely that the standards of earthlings are rather low. Huyin responded with an oh, for the pride of Aslan had seeped into her very bones. Although she was unaware of what constituted a true master, there was indeed a sense of unyielding conviction in this person's combat. Regardless, she was relieved not to be disappointed. Having just released a single, it would have been quite embarrassing for her opponent to lose. Add a performance in the solar system to my tour. And let us set it on Earth, Lin Huiying suddenly declared. Your Highness, the market there is small, and this proposal, proceed with it. It will also benefit the image of Aslan. Besides, my cousin has been there. I believe a second visit would demonstrate greater sincerity. Huiying chuckled lightly, the outside world. She was merely an idle star, yet those close to her knew her true identity. She was a collateral branch of the Aslan imperial family, the daughter of the iron-fisted Prime Minister Hassan Aslan, and cousin to Aina. Though she held the title of princess, her life was considerably more carefree than Aina's, as she was not burdened with excessive political obligations. Her actions merely needed to align with the glory of Aslan. Adding another event would require an additional half-month of leave, and I fear the principal may become irate. Anjali felt a sense of trepidation. The young princess's flights of fancy often left one unprepared. That old man only responds to gentler persuasion. If I tell him it's for the sake of the Empire's image and to convey our goodwill, does he not find me approachable? Huiying made a charming gesture. But this charming expression had little effect on Anjali, who had long since built immunity to it. After Anjali exited, Lin Huiying rewatched the battle video. Those around her argued that the combat appeared thrilling only because the opponent was too weak, deeming it rather unremarkable. Yet Huiying felt otherwise. Poor cousin Aina, though she was the heir to the Empire, was bereft of freedom. What was the point of a life resembling a gilded cage, alas, without Aina's support? The burden fell upon her. She resolved to do something kind, as a token of gratitude, for after all, her recent achievement was record-breaking and had temporarily silenced the music critics. Rainbow had not left. He was engrossed in replaying the video, becoming increasingly astonished that he asked the captain of the mobile special police. He possessed practical experience and had made predictions, nearly anticipating his opponent's every move. Yet he had not expected his opponent to surpass him so greatly. His foresight was frightening. If he could adapt on the fly, that would be even more terrifying. What sort of training must one undergo to achieve such effortless mastery? The god of war. Suddenly, Rainbow's interest was piqued that I in their dormitory. Chun Xiao and Yao Ailuan were also busy. Their authority to expand the Skeleton Legion was divided, and both were processing applications for new members. However, one familiar ID caught their attention. Kai Hongmei. Rainbow couldn't help but chuckle. You're the one who's a sister. Your whole family is sisters, but to join, one must seek approval, right? I am Rainbow. May I join the Skeleton Legion? Of course, we welcome skilled individuals. Chun Xiao exclaimed excitedly. The Skeleton Legion was inundated with novices. They often fought together, but suffered more defeats, necessitating the guidance of skilled players. Undoubtedly, Rainbow was a master, and finally, a seasoned warrior was willing to join. Upon entering, Rainbow was astonished to discover that the Skeleton Legion comprised over 10,000 members, with a significant number online. The moment he joined, a crowd flocked to him, eager to learn about combat, but he had expected that a failure would be met with ridicule. Yet to his surprise, everyone was thrilled to seek insights into the battle. This was first-hand information from a participant. Chapter 6. A New Rhythm of Change. Rainbow, unfazed, shared his thoughts. Based on my experience as a special police officer, reaching this level likely indicates mastery within the military. However, I do not comprehend why he would come here. The Skeleton Legion erupted into a frenzy of discussion. The revelation that Rainbow was not a rich second generation, but rather a special police officer, astonished many young members. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the double wave kill team was not something just anyone could achieve. The use of such powerful techniques stemmed from the oppressive nature of their training, as mobile warriors. The impulse to unleash overwhelming attacks on enemies was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, the combat with Skeleton demonstrated that even ordinary attacks could triumph over opponents, the first opponent to join the Skeleton Legion. Rainbow had inadvertently become a celebrity within the group. Chun Xiao and Yao Ailuan had recently been overwhelmed with tasks, and the intriguing Kai Hongmei quickly elevated him to the status of an administrator. Faced with numerous requests for mentorship, especially from several eager young women who sent flattering photos, Kai Hongmei relented. This was likely the beginning of a deepening commitment to the Legion. Marsus resided in a single dormitory, which was a stipulation for his arrival. Marsus, how is Earth? I'm utterly bored here. Martians are so barbaric. Sigh. I truly envy those who can travel to other star systems. Why are we so unfortunate to be stuck in these two places? Marsus's interlocutor was a young man with short black hair, clearly indicating their close familiarity. Earth is beautiful. It looks entirely different from how it appears from the moon. Come on, aside from being the origin of humanity. What's beautiful about it? Given our strength, why are we stuck in the solar system while others get to go out? The boss is being terribly unfair. Marsus smiled faintly that I'm not quite sure about Mars. But from what I can see, things on Earth seem to be a bit complicated. Oh, really? Earth is worse than Mars. There are no noteworthy characters there. I believe the boss is entirely wasting time. The young man dismissed the notion, asserting that while the overall standard of the solar system was low, the standard of the moon was dragged down by other planets. The moon itself remained powerful. It was merely limited by its size and resources. In the past, the moon's prominence in the solar system had become somewhat overwhelming when viewed through the lens of the Galactic Alliance. In terms of talent, the moon could still rank among the top 10. Throughout history, the Earth has witnessed the emergence of formidable figures, although their legacies may fade as they depart from the stage of history. This realm remains undeniably significant. Recently, I encountered an intriguing individual, whose prowess is likely comparable to my own, remarked Marsus. Lier was taken aback. Surely you jest. Among our 8 members, you could easily rank within the top 4. This person, I am actively seeking an opportunity to verify that. Boss, we only have 6 months to seize the moment, so we must act swiftly. Lier chuckled as he deactivated the communication device. The Galactic Military Academy Alliance holds a pivotal position within the Galactic Federation, effectively reflecting the talent reserves of various nations. In peacetime, aside from the arms race, the primary competition revolves around human resources. The moon annually represents the Solar System Federation, yet its achievements have persistently fallen short. If this continues, the solar system risks relegation to a mere supporting role, hence the execution of a grand plan. Marsus is also a participant, which serves as one of his motivations for coming to Earth. Initially, he did not choose the God of War Academy, as it ranks lowest among the 3 major academies on Earth. However, a divination by Milu pointed him towards the God of War Academy. Having spent some time at the God of War Academy, Marsus observed that the educational standards were somewhat outdated and the efficiency lacking. The coursework held little significance for him, and the facilities were inadequate, which explains the institution's lack of competitiveness. As a military academy, it lacked sufficient fitness equipment. The gravity training room was too small, and there were no specialized genetic correction facilities tailored to individual health conditions. With both soft and hard infrastructures being subpar, it was inevitable that competitiveness would continue to decline. Similarly, the situation on Mars was comparable. However, Mars possessed a fierce style and considerable competitiveness, making it a commendable vanguard, albeit with a tendency for physical prowess over intellectual acumen. Upon accessing the communication device, data materialized, revealing an individual accompanied by supplementary information. This was Marsus's primary objective upon arriving on Earth. Zhang Long from the Zeus Military Academy, whose family currently heads the largest political and economic conglomerate on Earth. Not only is the moon striving for ascendance, but Earth shares the same urgency. Presently, the information regarding Zhang Long is staggering, though Earthlings are known for their penchant for exaggeration, leaving the veracity of the claims uncertain. The plan must proceed without fail. Wang Zheng was an unexpected delight. Could Mila's ability point to a breakthrough here? Regardless, a visit to Zhang Long is essential to the Free Fighting Society. Wang Zheng was engaged in training, and what appeared to be a backward environment to Marsus felt like paradise to Wang Zheng. Although the conditions were lacking, he felt a sense of joy in connecting with his roots, as his parents were absent, and he previously had an old friend, leaving him with only the bones to converse with. Despite sharing a penchant for striking others, something making you happy? Meng Tian inquired. Nothing much, Wang Zheng replied. The principal has been looking for you. I recommended you, and with your abilities, you should certainly be among us. Meng Tian stated. What? Wang Zheng responded. Every year during the first month of the academic term, the 3 major military academies conduct evaluations, and this year, the hosting is our responsibility. Teams from Zeus and Apollo will be attending, primarily featuring freshmen, with upperclassmen assisting, and once again, the president will lead. Meng Tian expressed, while Wang Zheng seemed preoccupied, though Meng Tian was unsure of the source of his distraction. Having the opportunity to spar with experts would undoubtedly be beneficial. Meng Tian mused. Moreover, there will be genuine mecha combat. Meng Tian's enthusiasm was palpable. Such battles were the essence of true combat. Did I ask that for real? Such luxury. Wang Zheng was taken aback, pondering the consumption of mechas during a single competition. It's not as you might think. The mechas are real, yet they are equipped with damage training systems. Meng Tian explained with a slight smile, noting Wang Zheng's naivete. The damage training system assesses the damage value of attacks and mitigates certain abilities of the attacked mecha. For instance, if an attack could incapacitate the right arm, that arm would be rendered unusable. Should the damage exceed the protective value of the energy shield, the session would conclude. While this approximation mirrors actual combat, the costs remain substantial, making it a privilege primarily for affluent families within the Galactic Federation to utilize as a regular training method. This revelation greatly piqued Wang Zheng's interest. If a virtual experience was so exhilarating, operating a real mecha would surely be exhilarating beyond measure. Do you have any operational experience? I wonder if the CT counts, Wang Zheng queried. Meng Tian hesitated. That certainly doesn't qualify. The operation of a real mecha differs fundamentally from virtual games. If you were selected, it would indeed pose a challenge. Wang Zheng rolled his eyes, considering the absurdity of using a mecha as a mode of transportation for someone whose daily sustenance consisted of instant noodles. Boss. Ah, Meng Tian is here too, Yin Xiaosu exclaimed, bursting into the room and promptly forgetting the presence of Wang Zheng. Only these two remained training at such a late hour in Wang Zheng's presence. Meng Tian always dressed casually, a simple t-shirt accentuating her curvaceous figure, especially the lines of her waist, which could incite fervor. With the intensity of her training, sweat glistened on her skin, leaving Yin Xiaosu captivated, unable to contain his admiration. Overwhelmed by Yin Xiaosu's gaze, Meng Tian retreated to another room to continue training, while Yin Xiaosu tugged at Wang Zheng's arm. Boss, it's no wonder you joined the fighting society. The treatment here is exceptional. What now? Wang Zheng inquired. Yin Xiaosu grinned as he produced an envelope, causing Wang Zheng to feel a pang of trepidation. That you're not trying to make me deliver a love letter again. Are you? Wang Zheng exclaimed, feeling the weight of Yin Xiaosu's eager nod, confirming his suspicions. Delivering it yourself is ideal. Girls appreciate those with courage. It's for May. I'm not very familiar with her, so it's not appropriate for me to approach directly. This is merely an invitation. If you could hand it off to someone reliable and familiar, the chances of acceptance would be higher. As for the confession, I will certainly make it grand. Yin Xiaosu explained that I've only met her once. Wang Zheng replied, recalling the painful lesson from his previous experience that I'll help you deliver it. Meng Tian interjected as she entered. The allure radiating from a girl in motion left Yin Xiaosu momentarily speechless. Suddenly realizing this might be his sister-in-law, he adopted a serious tone. Sister-in-law, I'm counting on you. Meng Tian paused, her cheeks flushing, while Yin Xiaosu silently commended her for keeping her composure, realizing Wang Zheng had indeed managed to capture the attention of the elusive beauty. Get away! As Wang Zheng lifted his foot, Yin Xiaosu vanished without a trace, only to reappear with his head poking through the door. Sister-in-law, our boss is a virgin, completely unblemished, quality guaranteed. Wang Zheng felt as if struck by lightning. He was determined to silence Yin Xiaosu. Meng Tian chuckled. She had never encountered someone so unabashedly brazen. Your friend is quite amusing. Despite your contrasting personalities, you seem to get along well. That I find myself pondering how I ended up on this ship. His unfiltered speech knows no bounds, Wang Zheng replied. Yin Xiaosu, a prominent figure in the business department, Meng Tian remarked suddenly. Wang Zheng was taken aback. A prominent figure? Him. The worlds of high school and university are distinctly separate. Perhaps such a personality is less favored in high school. Yet in university, he thrives effortlessly. That he is currently coordinating activities among various campus organizations, regardless of success. He is certainly a well-known figure on campus. Meng Tian spoke naturally, while Wang Zheng was astonished, realizing he had been oblivious to such developments. His focus rarely strayed towards gossip or influence, but he felt a surge of joy. Yin Xiaosu had truly come into his own. Do you think there's a chance? Wang Zheng asked, and I'm not sure what kind of person Mei likes, but Wei mentioned him, and she sought out the drama club, apparently charming the president to no end. That's promising. At least there's a memory. Please mention me when you see her. Even if she is not interested, I hope she can reject me politely. Some experiences are best left singular. Repeated encounters can lead to complications. Meng Tian expressed curiosity, prompting Wang Zheng to recount his previous confession to Yu Jing in brief. Meng Tian shook his head. She simply lacked discernment. Chapter 7. Rewind. Unbeknownst to them, the two had drawn remarkably close. It must be said that Wang Zheng, having endured the trials of bone-related challenges, had developed a considerable immunity to the allure of beauty. The concept of a red-skinned skeleton served him well. Yet, at this moment, beauty was simply beauty. Meng Tian's physique was beyond reproach, her features impeccable, and her naturally fair skin, despite a slightly aloof demeanor, rendered her a paragon of beauty. Even Wang Zheng, typically oblivious, could not deny the magnetism she exuded. However, as Wang Zheng became aware of her presence, Meng Tian hastily stood up. I must take my leave. I will ensure the invitation reaches its destination with that. She hurriedly made her way to the women's changing room, and Wang Zheng sensed a rapid heartbeat. Then am I truly that intimidating? He mused. For the students of the God of War Academy, the upcoming month promises to be an exhilarating one. Firstly, the three major military academies will engage in an exchange event at the God of War Academy, where they will host a comprehensive confrontation, igniting fervor and excitement. This year, the God of War Academy, bolstered by the additions of Massis and Karu, has experienced a significant surge in strength, raising hopes of breaking free from its perennial third-place ranking. Secondly, and of utmost importance, Lin Huiying is set to hold a concert in Shangjing. Throughout the solar system, she has chosen Earth as her sole destination, specifically Shangjing. This has sent waves of elation among countless fans, including the three in the dormitory, along with his steadfast ally, Yin Xiaosu. For Yin Tong, the affluent heir, the pursuit of a first-class ticket is worth any expense. Thus far, news has emerged, yet the specifics regarding ticket sales remain uncertain. However, it is assured that the fan club will be accommodating. The crux of the matter lies in the unprecedented popularity of Lin Huiying, whose sweet, princess-like persona has undeniably struck a chord with countless souls, particularly among the rebellious youth who yearn for defiance while desiring others to conform. Her latest single has boldly ventured into a remarkably stylish territory, and previous concerts have witnessed overwhelming attendance. This time, it appears she is set to debut Note Afraid in Beijing. Reports suggest that the material originates from Earth. Students thrive in lively atmospheres, and such fervor coalescing feels akin to a festival. Yin Xiaosu joyfully sent Wang Zheng a text, announcing that Mei had accepted his invitation, having previously made an impression. It seems Mei and Yu Jing are distinctly different types. Even a failed confession would not lead to a loss of face in preparation for the upcoming exchange among the three major military academies. The school has selected elite representatives, evenly split between freshmen and seniors, primarily to assess the newcomers' caliber. Despite being freshmen, Marces and Karu are undoubtedly key players, with Wang Zheng included as a substitute. Although his performance during military training has been commendable, training is merely training, and it pales in comparison to actual combat. Those two have experienced grand arenas, making Wang Zheng's selection rather surprising. Alongside him, Zhang Shan represents the physics department, marking their first participation. The team captain is Ma Xiao, with formal members including Jiang Bin, Marces, Karu, and Meng Tian, while substitutes consist of Wang Zheng, Zhang Shan, and Guan Tao. Each year, those chosen for this training camp become the focus of the school's attention. And this year is particularly lively, with Marces and Karu's formidable entrance giving the War God Academy a fighting chance. Although Ma Xiao and his peers are skilled, even the mightiest hero cannot withstand a pack of wolves, particularly when it comes to individual prowess. With the addition of these two powerful allies, Ma Xiao's confidence bolstered, especially after personally verifying their combat capabilities. The remaining training time will focus on enhancing teamwork while intensifying individual training. Striving to confront opponents with the utmost readiness, Guan Tao's starting position was usurped by Meng Tian. It was only fitting to prioritize newcomers, especially given Guan Tao's 3 consecutive defeats against Meng Tian in the qualifiers, prompting Ma Xiao to make a choice as for Wang Zheng and Zhang Shan. Their commendable military training performances earned them spots on the substitute list. With such a lineup, they are adequately prepared. Training sessions are scheduled every evening from 7 to 9, overseen by the Mecha Department's esteemed instructor, Zhumu. Zhumu, a graduate of the War God Academy, once served as a top-tier military mecha pilot, but returned to teach after losing a leg in combat. He possesses a rather brusque demeanor, notorious for his explosive temper following failures, leading to numerous complaints against him. However, his undeniable competence has allowed him to maintain his position, should there be no noteworthy performances this time. It may prove challenging for him to remain. Guantao quietly remarked that dealing with Iron Leg Zhuo requires composure, treating his words as mere hot air. Aside from Ma Xiao and Jiang Bin, the rest were familiar faces. Zhang Shan approached with a spirit of camaraderie, given Wang Zheng's presence. After a while, Zhumu limped into the classroom, his metallic leg clattering as he walked. He cast a cursory glance over the 8 individuals before settling on Ma Xiao, remarking on his continued presence, seemingly indicating a shortage of candidates at the War God Academy, that Ma Xiao appeared awkward. As a fourth-year student, he should not be participating in such competitions, yet the Academy's dire need for talent compelled him otherwise, especially as he possessed ample experience. Zhumu dismissed Jiang Bin and Guan Tao entirely, who remained unfazed by his indifference, accustomed to his demeanor, to In Zhumu's words. Each year brings disappointment anew, with the 2 newcomers being the latest outsiders. I've heard of your commendable abilities, but this is a battle of the War God Academy. Are you willing to fight for it? He inquired. Karu smirked confidently, suggesting that a casual spar would suffice. As the stakes did not warrant seriousness, Zhumu turned his gaze to Marses. Do you share this sentiment? As a member of the War God Academy, I shall fight to the end for its honor. You may rest assured, Instructor Zhua, Marses replied. Zhumu nodded, pointing at Karu. You may leave. Karu was taken aback. Old man, are you mistaken? You want me to leave? Do you prefer to walk out yourself, or shall I assist you? Zhumu stated coolly. Old man, do you think I won't retaliate? Karu exclaimed, charging toward Zhumu, who merely raised his leg. The sound of impact echoed as Karu fell to the ground, lamenting the collision with the alloy leg. Zhumu indeed dragged Karu out, closing the door behind him, leaving only 7 individuals within them. A Xiao and the others exchanged glances, sensing impending doom. Losing Karu equated to a significant drop in combat capability. I do not oppose individual heroics, but we must uphold team honor. Regardless of your origins, we are at the War God Academy, and we shall fight for its glory. As for the rest, we shall address them once you depart. Zhumu stated, casting a cold gaze over the group. Meng Tian, I do not care for your background. In the military, gender is irrelevant. Are you certain you wish to partake in this special training? Yes, instructor, Meng Tian replied resolutely. And you too from the physics department? Instructor, although I am from the physics department, I possess the heart of a mecha enthusiast. Zhang Shan asserted, stealing the spotlight, that I am willing to fight for the academy. Wang Zheng added, excellent, we can commence our journey. Follow me, Zhumu instructed that as they stepped outside, they discovered airships awaiting them. What is this? Isn't training supposed to be from 7 to 9 every night? Are we deviating from protocol? Ma Xiao felt a sense of foreboding, having anticipated that this would be a serious endeavor, wondering if it was beginning here. Following this incident, Karu announced his withdrawal from school, returning to Mars. The principal made earnest attempts to retain him, yet ultimately could not sway Karu's decision. Ever since arriving on Earth, Karu had been waiting for such an opportunity. His anticipated confrontation with Marses had not unfolded as expected, as the latter showed little interest, and the overall atmosphere felt disconcerting. Thus, this incident provided the perfect excuse for departure, a significant loss for the War God Academy, particularly given Karu's commendable mecha combat skills. Wang Zheng and the others were taken away, with their classes recorded on video for later review. Chen Xiu, Yao Eileen, and Yin Xiaosu busied themselves tending to their skeleton legion. The trio was notably lively, with Chen Xiu frequently appearing to address queries and guide novices, as he was indeed an expert in theoretical aspects. Xiu Gu, I previously studied advanced combat videos, yet I always ended up losing spectacularly. However, after observing the skeleton god's combat style, how did I end up performing worse than a dog? A player inquired. Chen Xiu paused. What are you using? Naturally, it's the War God #1. Such a versatile mecha is essential for achieving divinity. Before Chen Xiu could respond, laughter erupted below. That kid must be joking. Chen Xiu was left bemused. While one could immerse themselves in the excitement of watching, actual combat required one to absorb the consciousness within, honing techniques through diligent practice. Now, we shall commence our third mecha analysis lesson. The Ice Needle 3 mecha is characterized by Chen Xiao and Yao Eileen further categorized mecha analysis, dissecting strengths and weaknesses, inevitably referencing high-level combat. They yearn for the day when war god no one could engage with such elite fighters. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng remained oblivious to his whereabouts, which resembled a military camp. Iron Legs appeared familiar with the surroundings, where formidable warriors regarded their group as one might view lambs. "What is this place? It feels rather eerie," Zhang Shan remarked, suddenly feeling apprehensive about this venture. As a top student from the physics department, he pondered why he would forego enjoyment and beauty for this. "Senior, do you recognize this place?" Marces inquired. A Xiao shrugged. "Don't ask me. This is my first time here too. Let's tackle whatever comes our way." It seems the old man is quite serious this time. Memories of rigorous military training prompted heightened vigilance. Yet the contrary occurred. Nothing transpired, and each individual had a private room. The specific training regimen was set to commence the following day, so Zhuamu suggested they rest well. For opportunities to do so would be scarce. As he departed, he left behind a remark that made it difficult to relax. Chapter 8. Missing You. Upon returning to their quarters, Wang Zheng, as usual, performed the return to one technique. Swiftly entering a deep slumber, in the stillness of the night, a glow emanated from the cube on his chest, radiating a subtle light unlike conventional wavelengths. Detection initiated. Weapon system. Entering. Analysis. Unknown civilization. Rating B. Possessing reference value. Executing Super Soldier Enhancement Program. The main computer of the base flickered momentarily, a fleeting moment of disorientation that went unnoticed by anyone. The following day, everyone gathered, yet Wang Zheng was late. Zhuamu waved his hand dismissively. "Pay him no mind. Your special training begins now." Meng Tian and Zhang Shan exchanged glances, understanding Wang Meng. How could he be late? In the room, Wang Zheng found himself ensnared in a deep slumber, only to be roused by the soldiers, still enveloped in a haze of drowsiness. The training had proven futile, and he was promptly sent back. Wang Zheng felt a profound sense of helplessness. He vaguely understood the situation. Something about the Rubik's Cube seemed to have absorbed his strength, leaving him utterly drained that he longed to summon the skeleton for clarification, yet he could only endure in silence. Upon his return to the school, all he desired was to sleep, drifting between wakefulness and slumber each day. Yao Ailuan, a homebody, and Chen Xiao, a minor, were both quite inept at caring for others. However, Wang Zheng felt a warm, damp towel resting on his forehead. Upon opening his eyes, he realized Yi Zissou was right beside him. "How did I end up in the girls' dormitory?" "Zhengge, this is our 007, and Zissou has been taking care of you for 2 days now that you've been in the days that we took you for an examination. And they said it was due to excessive fatigue. What on earth was that special training about? It seems rather cruel." "Sigh, us physics majors aren't suited for such endeavors," Chen Xiao expressed with concern. Zhang Shan, with his robust physique, and Wang Zheng, with his rather unfit build, were ill-suited for such training, which had led to this unfortunate outcome. Wang Zheng could only manage a bitter smile. He hadn't even begun to engage in the special training. Once he regained his strength, he determined to confront the skeleton about this. Struggling to sit up, he felt an overwhelming ache in his body. Yi Zissou quickly assisted him, admonishing, "You mustn't push yourself so hard. One cannot achieve great things all at once." "Thank you," was all Wang Zheng could muster in response. Yi Zissou smiled gently, saying, "No need for formalities between friends. Caring for others is a natural gift for girls." "Ah, when will I have such a friend?" Yao Ailuan remarked enviously. "Zissou, you are so beautiful. Zhengge will definitely pursue you," Chen Xiao innocently declared. Had Wang Zheng possessed the strength, he would have surely retaliated against this blatant provocation. Yi Zissou shook her head. "He already has someone he likes." Wang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. "Does he?" He wondered, astonished that he himself was unaware of it. However, gazing into Yi Zissou's eyes, he suddenly comprehended whom she meant. With a resigned shrug, he concluded that it was entirely improbable. Little Sure is not Little Sure. Bang! The door swung open, and in rushed Dr. Xiao Fei with fervor. "Wang Zheng, you rascal, daring to skip my class." "Ah, what happened to you?" Dr. Xiao Fei stared blankly at Wang Zheng's pale visage. That I heard you were sent back. How can that iron-legged treat you so harshly? Wang Zheng hastily waved his hands, dismissing any talk of Zhuo's actions. That I'm just feeling a bit unwell. Sigh. I warned you. You aren't cut out for this. You should focus on your studies from now on. This way, you'll avoid unnecessary detours. Dr. Xiao Fei advised. Wang Zheng could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all, while Dr. Xiao Fei scrutinized Yi Zisu. Not bad. She must be your girlfriend? Huh. Quite discerning. I see that why Yi Zisu stood up. Hello, Dr. Xiao Fei. That I'm Yi Zisu, a high school classmate and friend of his. Having been mistaken for a girlfriend more than once, Wang Zheng felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, doctor. She is merely my friend. That just a friend. Zisu, this lad is quite remarkable. You should hold on to him tightly. That in this day and age, 9 out of 10 men are peculiar. Better to err on the side of caution, Dr. Xiao Fei remarked, causing a bead of sweat to form on the brows of the 3 male classmates. All right, with someone looking after you, I'll take my leave, Dr. Xiao Fei said before departing. Shortly after, Yin Xiaosu returned with an armful of fruit. Wang Zheng felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Grateful for the concern of so many around him, Yi Zisu paid no mind to the teasing. She diligently peeled the fruit for Wang Zheng, while the other 3 engaged him in light-hearted conversation, particularly about the latest gossip and entertainment news. That in truth, most students led carefree and joyous lives, devoid of the seriousness that consumed Wang Zheng. The future would unfold in its own time. University life ought to be enjoyed, attending classes, pursuing love, and discussing dreams. These were the most splendid moments. Although Wang Zheng's body had emerged from the Rubik's Cube, his mind remained trapped within, constantly preoccupied with self-improvement. Under such intense pressure, the results were not necessarily favorable. Meanwhile, the special training was anything but tranquil. Zhang Shan and Ma Xiao had their sights set on Meng Tian, and a rivalry had ensued. Though Meng Tian remained dismissive, the men felt compelled to establish a victor. To be frank, with Zhang Shan's physique and reflexes, his absence from the mecha department was a squander of potential. His situation mirrored that of Wang Zheng, albeit Wang Zheng's prominence overshadowed him. Zhuo, the iron-legged instructor, paid no heed to grade levels when determining positions for the special training, including the captaincy. That A Xiao had to summon all his focus. After all, he was a senior, and being bested by a junior would be a blow to his pride. Reality struck hard, and he found himself facing formidable challenges. With a formidable Zhang Shan heading the fray and another contender, Martha's, seemingly keen on the captaincy, the stakes were high to AS for Wang Zheng, having withdrawn from special training. He had spent a day recuperating and was nearly back to normal. Attending classes as usual, he attempted to summon the skeleton but received no response, forcing him to suppress his frustration. Far away in Centaurus, Lin Huiyin's team prepared diligently. Yet Huiyin had received an unexpectedly significant piece of news. Before the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, she could make a wish, provided it did not contravene legal or moral bounds. The royal family would endeavor to fulfill it, a veritable blessing from the heavens. Yet her cousin had squandered such an opportunity. However, she was soon to meet that person. What extraordinary charm could possess someone with 3 heads and 6 arms? Morning brought Dr. Xiao Fei's grand lecture, attended by an unusually large number of students. Wang Zheng secured a seat, knowing that upon returning, he would need to sit in the front row to avoid incurring the doctor's wrath. Yao Ailuan and Qin Xiu remained a bit concerned about Wang Zheng's health, flanking him on either side. Zhengge, should you take an extra day to rest and ask the doctor for a leave? I'm not that fragile. I'm already better, Wang Zheng replied with a smile. Wang Zheng, I advise you to focus on the physics department, find a beautiful girl, and enjoy university life. Why burden yourself with such exhaustion? We intellectuals are not cut from the same cloth as those who resort to brute strength. Why Izisa treats you well. She is not only beautiful, but comes from a good family. You want to find someone like her even with a lantern. Yao Ailuan counseled, to be frank, if a girl treated him this way, he would forget his surname. Indeed, Zhengge, you aren't harboring feelings for Meng Tian. Are you? Although Meng Tian is stunning, Zisu is far gentler. Such a girl is bound to bring good fortune. Qin Xiu interjected earnestly. Wang Zheng could only smile wryly, realizing he could hardly squash their speculations. Perhaps it was time to cast aside unrealistic fantasies. The past was behind him, and he was just an ordinary person. Should he not focus on reality At that moment, the once boisterous classroom fell into a profound silence as a girl entered. Scanning the room, breath seemed to still. How could such a breathtaking beauty exist? Any celebrity paled in comparison. Just a glance at her captivating eyes could make one forget all else. The classroom was eerily quiet. All gazes fixated on this unfamiliar girl, who could not possibly belong to the War God Academy, for a beauty of her caliber would surely be recognized. The girl seemed to be searching for someone. Suddenly, everyone wished she was seeking them out. Clad simply yet exuding an air of unattainable elegance, the girl's hands were clenched tightly, betraying her nervousness and urgency. Yao Ailuan was frozen in place. This is a goddess. Oh God, how can such a beauty exist? Beside him, Qin Xiu was equally spellbound, rendered speechless. Wang Zheng, lost in his own thoughts, lifted his gaze, only to be taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Some thoughts had been deeply buried within Wang Zheng. He and T felt them while present, only to be struck by nostalgia upon departure. Yet the chasm between them was vast. Wang Zheng was a rational individual, choosing to bury these feelings, was longing a kind of affliction. Finally, the girl spotted someone in the crowd and stepped closer. Classmate, may we switch seats? As she approached Yao Ailuan. He could only nod dreamily. What brings you here? Wang Zheng asked, dazed, as if he were in a dream. A rush of emotion flooding over him, that Ai Na revealed a radiant smile. I missed you. Those two simple words conveyed 1,000 sentiments. Wang Zheng grasped Ai Na's hand, just as Dr. Xiao Fei entered, taken aback by the scene, clearing his throat. Classmate Wang Shishir is a transfer student. Let us all extend her our utmost kindness. Ai Na seamlessly settled beside Wang Zheng. Their gazes locking, words unnecessary. Beneath the table, their hands remained intertwined, growing even tighter. Qin Xiu and Yao Ailuan were left in a state of shock, overwhelmed by the unfolding reality that Dr. Xiao Fei's class was undoubtedly captivating. Yet the students found their attention drifting, frequently glancing at the enchanting girl seated in the front row, her mere silhouette enticing. How did your hair turn black? Wang Zheng asked, sounding foolish, as if caught in a dream. I can't reveal my identity. Ai Na replied, gently biting her lip, her heart racing. The entire experience felt surreal, and in an instant, she was truly back. Chapter 9, Love is about being silly together. The first princess's wish before her coming-of-age ceremony was to study at the War God Academy for 3 months. Although this desire seemed somewhat peculiar, it did not contravene any laws or morals. Ultimately, once exposed, it would greatly benefit the relationship between Aslan and the Solar System Federation. The princess, known by the alias Wang Shishir, harbors a true identity known only to the principal, Gute. The principal, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of happiness, felt as if he had just won the grand prize in the galactic lottery. Although her identity must remain concealed, the immense impact it promises for the future is indisputable. The Aslan Empire, renowned for its world-class educational standards, has chosen the War God Academy. It is a dream come true. Indeed. Hand in hand, they attended class together, and fortunately, after the lesson, Xiao Fei did not summon Wang Zheng and the others, merely casting a peculiar glance at the pair before departing as soon as class ended. Yao Ailuan and Qin Xiu could hardly contain themselves. Wang Zheng, how could you be so inconsiderate? Who is this beautiful lady? No, this goddess. You didn't even introduce her to your friends. Ailuan regretted not dressing up for class today, feeling it was quite disrespectful. Wang Shishir, Wang Zheng's distant cousin, with no blood relation. Aina winked with a smile. Yao Ailuan and Qin Xiu exchanged glances, sighing dramatically. Wang Zheng, you're defying the heavens. This cannot stand. Brother Zheng, don't hide your true self. Revealing it could be shocking. Treat us. Wang Zheng chuckled. All right, tonight I must excuse myself now. All eyes in the classroom were upon them as Wang Zheng led Aina out. Thousands of miles apart, there were moments when Wang Zheng dared not even dream of this. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yet she had returned. That am I dreaming? Wang Zheng clutched Aina's hand tightly, fearing that if he let go, she would vanish. Aina gently bit her lip, questioning if such a vivid dream could truly exist. The two gazed at each other, and Wang Zheng realized he had fallen in love. Regardless of the girl's identity or what the future held, he only knew that he cherished Aina. The beauty of a university campus lies in its ability to provide a splendid environment and atmosphere for couples. During their last parting, their relationship was limited to mere friends. Yet Aina's sudden appearance shattered that barrier, perhaps fueled by the impossibility of their situation, igniting an intense passion that I end their days back in Aslan. Aina's reason told her that the past was behind them, to be cherished as a beautiful memory. Yet the more she tried to suppress her longing, the more it surged. Those around her sang praises of her beauty and status, all of which made her yearn to escape. Why should it be impossible? Why not strive for it? Thus, she came. Why? To be honest, even Wang Zheng did not understand. He considered himself reasonably attractive, but not to the extent of being devastatingly handsome. Talented, in Aina's eyes if she desired, there were countless young luminaries who could rival the sun. Because you're the silliest, Aina remarked. Silly, is that a virtue? Girls can be complex or simple at the same time. Without knowing Aina's identity or beauty, Wang Zheng offered assistance. 300 yuan. Even if it were 300 million, what would it mean to a princess of Aslan? Yet it was indeed all of Wang Zheng's wealth. When someone is willing to give their all for you, what more can you desire? In truth, Aina had also tested the waters. After witnessing her beauty, Wang Zheng could still think of her, which truly touched her heart. At that moment, she felt a bit shyd. It must be said that Wang Zheng's depth of knowledge pleasantly surprised Aina, and his protection during an assassination attempt struck a chord deep within her. This unique experience, had it been an ordinary tale, might have concluded there, but the impossible nature of their relationship transformed everything into a possibility. When golden winds and jade do meet, they surpass countless encounters in the mortal realm. Both Yi Zissou and Meng Tian are remarkable individuals, yet with Aina present, Wang Zheng felt none of it. Once in a private space, the two found themselves with endless conversation. Aina did not live on campus but stayed at the Shangri-La Hotel. Chun Xiao and Yao Ailuan remained somewhat dazed on their way back to the dormitory. Brother Ailuan, is Zhenggu a master? What kind of master? A love master. I always feel he is hiding his talent. Why don't I have beautiful girls pursuing me? You're still so young. I'm still single. Yao Ailuan shot him a glare. It seems I must learn more from Brother Zheng. This lad has too many secrets. As a brother in the trenches, one must share both joys and sorrows that Tio have a girlfriend and only now disclose it. Sister Shirshir has such a graceful demeanor. I've never encountered a girl so elegant. Chen Xiu remarked, shaking his head. This must be natural beauty. Do we need to seize our opportunities? It must be said that Ailuan and Xiu felt a blow to their confidence. This time, they could not let Wang Zheng off the hook and must make him pay dearly. It is customary. Anyone who gets a girlfriend must treat. With Aina around, life felt like paradise. Casting aside cubes and battles from their minds, that I end the afternoon, Yin Xiaosu was petrified for a full 5 minutes. Am I dreaming? Xiaosu pinched his face, seemingly feeling something. Aina smiled gently. Long time no see, Yin Xiaosu. The usually articulate Yin Xiaosu found himself speechless, pulling Wang Zheng aside. Boss, what is going on? Has God truly opened his eyes? What are you talking about? Aina. Shirshir is currently auditing courses in the physics department. Keep it confidential. Observing the happiness on Wang Zheng's face, Yin Xiaosu felt genuinely happy for him. This buddy had always been strong and clear about his goals. But Xiaosu had long believed he was living too hard a life. One must enjoy life to the fullest. With talents like Yi Zissou and Meng Tian, Xiaosu wondered what Wang Zheng was waiting for. And then, Yin Xiaosu was in awe. Boss, you're incredible. This lifetime is worth it. It was evident that Yin Xiaosu was genuinely happy for him. Wang Zheng patted Xiaosu's shoulder. You're not doing too bad either. I heard you confess successfully this time. It's half and half. And Mei said she wants to observe for a while. Girls are like that. Once they observe, they become one of their own. Yin Xiaosu said confidently. With Aina's presence, Yin Xiaosu felt the need to express himself. And this time was different. It was two couples that eye in the safe, and Mei scanned Aina from head to toe with a scrutinizing eye. But even under a microscope, she could find no flaws. How could such a girl exist in this world? From her appearance to her demeanor, she perfectly embodied one term. Flawless. Mei was genuinely indignant for Yizis. What was so special about Wang Zheng? How could he be so arrogant, treating a girl like Zissou with such disregard? Girls' night talks are boundless. With Wang Zheng's conditions, being able to be with Yi Zissou was akin to having ancestral blessings. But who was this sudden emergence? Rich boy Xiaosu. Why are you so quiet today? I feel uneasy if I don't hear you brag for even a moment. and Mei found it strange. She and Yin Xiaosu had been out together several times, and he was usually quite humorous and talkative. His family was well off, but being in the sanitary napkin business had its quirks. Yet, Yin Xiaosu handled the teasing with ease and charm, which Mei found appealing. A confident and humorous boy always attracts girls that, of course, this guy loved to brag, and he did so in an entertaining manner. Rich boy Xiaosu? Wang Zheng paused, unable to stifle his laughter. Giving a thumbs up, and Mei, you've uncovered his true nature. It seems he can't escape your grasp. Yin Xiaosu cleared his throat. Even he knew that boasting in front of a princess from the Aslan Empire was not something he could do, no matter how thick his skin. Sure. Welcome to the War God Academy. As Zisu's good sister and Yin Xiaosu's girlfriend. I must say, be careful. You and Wang Zheng are not a suitable match. Yin Xiaosu tugged at Mei, but she shot him a glare in return. Wang Zheng and Aina exchanged a knowing smile. Aina cherished this aspect of Wang Zheng, who cared little for her identity. From the look in his eyes, she could see a complete disregard for status and a genuine affection for her. So simple, so pure. This unspoken understanding was something outsiders could never grasp. The more this was the case, the more Mei felt indignant on behalf of Yi's brother. It seems I have quite a few competitors. You want to be swayed, will you? Aina gently inquired. Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu exchanged glances. Who would have thought Aina could possess such a girlish side? Wang Zheng felt his heart nearly melt. Yin Xiaosu quickly intervened. Zisa, we were classmates in high school and among the alumni from Dawn Academy. We three are quite familiar. Mei flicked Yin Xiaosu's forehead in annoyance. Look at you being cowardly. From now on, don't call him rich boy Xiaosu. Change it to soft and tender Xiaosu. This guy usually walks around with his nose in the air, but loses all bravado in front of beautiful girls. Mei did not continue on this topic, but rather dragged the conversation toward girls' topics. Wang Zheng was not very talkative, yet when it came to certain brands, she was quite knowledgeable. Occasionally, when a brand was mentioned that she had never heard of, it was understandable, as girls from Aslan were generally more informed. After finishing their coffee, they parted ways, and Mei pulled Yin Xiaosu aside. Your buddy is quite the playboy, daring to juggle three at once. Are you like him? Yin Xiaosu, sweating profusely, replied. How could that be? Both the boss and I are quite devoted. Cut it out. Our dorm SE Zissou and Meng Tian are secretly competing, making it difficult for me and Du Qingqing. Also, he promised a model for the art club but hasn't he gone yet? And Mei said. Yin Xiaosu feigned difficulty but felt delighted. This was a classic case of fortunes changing in high school. The two of them were like wild grass by the roadside, ignored by everyone. Now in college, they suddenly found themselves soaring, especially with the boss's rapid evolution, reaching for the stars. This admiration felt endless, like a river flowing unceasingly. The leader is busy with training, isn't he? He must have forgotten. Don't worry, I will remind him that a man must keep his word. If he doesn't have time to go, I will go in his stead. Yin Xiaosu patted his chest and declared, Chapter 10, The Return of the Prodigal. You dare to attempt to entice the beauties of the art club, do you? Where could that be? Only you would consider me a treasure, Yin Xiaosu chuckled. Mei is indeed fond of Yin Xiaosu's character. The charm of a boy lies precisely in this in truth. Yin Xiaosu is not as poor as he claims. His family background and personal circumstances are quite commendable, and wherever he goes, Mei feels a sense of pride. Who is this Wang Zheng? I must report back. This girl is stunning and possesses such grace. She is not suited for Wang Zheng, Mei remarked. How could she compare to our Mimi? She is still a notch below you. Yin Xiaosu said, suppressing his conscience. Such sweet talk. You think you can divert the topic, but it won't work, to be honest. Don't tell me you are unaware. Mei pinched Yin Xiaosu's side. She is a distant relative of Wang Zheng. Having visited Earth before, perhaps she found the environment here quite novel, which led her to transfer schools. Yin Xiaosu remains quite loyal to his brotherhood. Mei nodded. The girls from Aslan indeed have a certain finesse. But her attire is rather ordinary, and her circumstances are merely passable. How could she possibly compare to us, Zissou? You men truly have poor taste. With a wry smile, Yin Xiaosu lamented, O leader, I have borne quite a few burdens for you. On the way back, Aina did not mention any so-called potential rivals. That it was not that she felt particularly superior. Rather, she understood Wang Zheng. Although their time together was brief, the extraordinary experiences they shared from the moment they met were already quite ample. The afternoon physics class soon concluded. With Aina around, Wang Zheng found the passage of time to be inconsequential. After school, the two of them were bound to share some time together, and Aina insisted that Wang Zheng engage in battle. As the Princess of Aslan, Aina had undoubtedly encountered skilled individuals. The Aslan Empire was not lacking in elites. Upon returning, they had dismantled that extremist organization, and the assassins they dispatched were reportedly quite renowned. Yet they could not withstand even a single move from Wang Zheng. This left Aina filled with curiosity about the comprehensively skilled Wang Zheng as for the skeleton's track record. Yin Xiaosu foolishly cast it aside. Yet Aina remembered it well. However, during her time in the Empire, she was constantly surrounded by people with little freedom. Wang Zheng was at his most captivating during battle. Wang Zheng had no intention of hiding his ID from Aina. Upon entering CT, Aina wished to observe, and thus he had to perform well. When the skeleton's ID came online, a cacophony of notifications rang out. Rainbow had been waiting on the platform whenever he had a moment. The brothers in the group often teased him, suggesting that this slacker would eventually be expelled to this. Rainbow remained unfazed, who said that special police must engage in rigorous training all day. Even robots have hobbies. Upon seeing the skeleton online, Rainbow immediately raised his voice to rally many others. In the internet CF, numerous members of the special police team flocked to his side, eager to witness the infamous leader who enjoyed tormenting others. The avatars of the Skeleton Legion members lit up one after another, creating a festive atmosphere. Rainbow informed Chen Xiu, who promptly relayed the news to Yao Ailuan and Yin Xiaoziu, as core members of the Skeleton Legion. They naturally had to be present. The only question was, who would their opponent be this time? Wang Zheng was concerned that the opponent's match through free pairing might be too weak, so he selected challengers himself, and suddenly noticed a familiar name, Wild King. This individual possessed commendable skills, and after reviewing the content, Wang Zheng couldn't help but smile. This fellow was quite straightforward and wished for a battle, but not with War God No. 1, rather with his favored mech. If he were to lose again, he would join the Skeleton Legion as a follower. Wang Zheng was indifferent to this. What mattered was that this opponent could provide Aina with an entertaining match. Skeleton versus Wild King. Everyone was taken aback. Had this guy not lost already, what was the point of coming back for another challenge? But soon, the companions were astonished. They had seen thick-skinned individuals, but none like this. War God No. 1 against light cavalry D-type. Old friend Soren was also shocked. The skeleton would perish if he didn't play it safe. The last time War God No. 1 faced another of its kind. It nearly failed, though it ultimately turned the tables, revealing just how perilous the situation had been. Wild King was undoubtedly a top-tier expert in the Asia region, and now he was using his best-suited light cavalry D-type. This was a recipe for disaster. The staff in the hall exchanged bewildered glances. There are limits to skill, and who dares to accept such a challenge? Rainbow and his crew were equally dumbfounded. Boss, this guy is extraordinary. If War God No. 1 can defeat the light cavalry, I'll take his surname. This Wild King is a hotshot recently, boasting impressive records in the Diamond League, having become fiercer after being defeated by the skeleton. This is incredibly unwise. The last match was won by a hair's breadth. This is playing with fire. Rainbow said nothing. He had previously battled the skeleton and felt a peculiar sensation. This guy didn't exert himself fully, but rather enjoyed the process. Somewhat similar to him, albeit with a different rhythm. Wild King's skills were well known. Facing him was perilous, yet the danger brought a glimmer of anticipation. Wild King himself could hardly believe that his opponent accepted such an unfair match. Regardless of the outcome, it was commendable for the audacity displayed. Wild King had been waiting, but he was about to enter a special training phase to prepare for the upcoming exchange meeting of the 3 major military academies. Initially, he had not taken it very seriously, but upon learning that War God Academy was secretly preparing, he realized he had to take precautions against unexpected setbacks, especially since this year War God Academy was hosting and had brought in strong external reinforcements. Let us secure a victory to welcome the grueling training ahead. The light cavalry D-type, a regular reconnaissance unit of the Aslan Empire, currently boasts the most balanced performance among conventional mechs in simpler terms. This is a model that can maximize the pilot's abilities and awareness. Equipped with an MP5 laser gun that performs excellently in moving and vibrating environments, and the laser sword is an essential upgrade weapon. Even Wild King, no matter how thick-skinned, would not choose the battlefield location on his own. The advantages of the mech were simply too significant. Almost instinctively, countless players were online, eagerly awaiting to see which scene the skeleton would select. Suddenly, the glasses shattered everywhere. A simplified arena. The most brutal and direct stage, devoid of obstructions and evasion, purely showcasing the performance and skills of the mechs. This was the optimal choice for the favored side to prevent unforeseen incidents. This was utterly audacious, incredible. Earth can no longer hinder the skeleton's ascendance to divinity. Dare to choose this. Do you think I'm a child? If you win, I'll never believe in love again. What does love have to do with this? I don't believe your love has anything to do with me. Various witty responses flooded in, and the voting for victory and defeat began to soar. Amidst this, an astonishing 40% of viewers believed the skeleton could win. Some newcomers were left dumbfounded, questioning the sanity of these individuals. Meanwhile, in the Skeleton Legion's group, Yao Ailuan and Qin Xiu were fervently singing battle songs. Lin Huiyin's new piece Notifrade, declaring that regardless of the opponent, they would pave the way. Hello everyone. I am the little deer, the ubiquitous little deer, that I began recording the program yesterday from dawn, and the Diamond League's King of Kings competition lasted until noon. I had planned to take a good afternoon nap, but someone appeared again, wanting me to take a look. Little Deer's teasing voice rang out. Incredible. That person has become even more arrogant. War God, no. One against Wild King's light cavalry. Everyone should have heard of Wild King, but the specifics of his achievements remain unclear. Wild King has an 11-game winning streak in one-on-one battles in the Diamond League of the Americas. And in 5-on-5 team battles, he has 9 wins and 1 loss, continuing to hold the top spot in the light cavalry diamond ranking. Little Deer swallowed hard. The simplified arena map is excellent. Let us anticipate the skeleton player achieving godlike status. Amen. Making a sign of the cross over his chest, the comment section erupted into a fierce debate. The biases of the commentators were evident. After all, anyone who had consumed 2 cartons of milk and suffered a week of stomach troubles would have their inclinations. Little Deer had clashed with the skeleton. He truly did not believe this guy was invincible. Aina stood beside Wang Zheng, appreciating his quiet confidence. Yet even she found it hard to believe that this match could end in victory. Listening to the commentator's introduction, this Wild King seemed formidable. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Huiying curled up on the sofa, joyfully munching on popcorn, her eyes wide with excitement. How intriguing. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. The power of love can indeed blind one. It was evident that, timing-wise, her cousin should have arrived. Boys tend to act impulsively when excited, and such impulses are often devilish. Angeli, would you like some popcorn? Thank you, Your Highness. Angeli, don't be so serious. Do you think the skeleton has a chance of winning? Queen smiled, finding the name too rebellious. This person is a fool. War God number 1 is vastly inferior in performance and configuration compared to the light cavalry. Unless his opponent is a pig, there is no way he can win. Angeli stated meticulously, "Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited battle is about to commence. Please remember this moment. Perhaps it will be my last time commentating on a low-level match. Thank God, I am finally about to be liberated." The young deer spoke nonchalantly, utterly indifferent to the fervent crowd below, which, of course, included no shortage of supporters, as a multitude of new spectators flocked to each competition. Inside the CT hall, the staff were left astounded. For such a match had garnered nearly 80,000 paid viewers, with over 10,000 opting for the VVIP holographic experience. What was this rhythm? Sauron continually traced crosses upon himself, praying to God, fervently wishing it was not the Last Supper. Chapter 11. A rhythm of destruction in an arena reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The atmosphere ignited the warriors' desire to showcase their prowess. Without a doubt, this was where technical skills reached their zenith. The Wild King's light cavalry 1 made its entrance, a design from the Aslan Empire that seamlessly blended beauty and might. Its aerodynamic form, even the visage of the mech was striking, rumored to adhere to strict golden proportions. Yet such aesthetics were secondary. What truly mattered was combat capability. On the opposite end, the Skulless War God 1 also descended. Wang Zheng gently moved his body, with Aina beside him. Though she remained silent, The emotions swirling within her were beyond words. She approached him lightly, but Wang Zheng understood the difficulties that lay beneath the surface. All he could do was express his feelings through battle. Suddenly, before the fight commenced, the usually unresponsive skull astonished everyone by writing a word, an apology. What could this mean? The Wild King was momentarily taken aback. Was the opponent retreating? A sense of impending danger surged within him, a sensation reminiscent of the perilous street brawls of yore, as a terrifying aura emanated from War God One, that the novice could not perceive it. But the Wild King clearly could. The battle began. At last, it commenced, and we were about to witness. Wait, was the light cavalry going to implement long-range suppression? The Wild King favored a more aggressive style, inclined towards close combat. Yet he swiftly raised his MP5 laser gun. Meanwhile, War God 1 accelerated towards the light cavalry. Boom. The light cavalry's aircraft roared to life, with the firepower of the MP5 laser gun combined with the Wild King's skill. Suppression was assured. Such tactics seemed rather unscrupulous. The audience gasped in astonishment. Having gained such a significant advantage on the mech, it seemed inappropriate to resort to firearms. Nevertheless, the Wild King hesitated not, acutely sensing the looming threat. The laser roared as War God 1 surged forward, executing a graceful arc while exuding immense pressure. The Wild King remained entirely focused, his hands steady as the MP5 unleashed its fury. Yet such precision had its limits. After two graceful arcs, even a robot required a moment to breathe. Human capabilities have their constraints, and mechs, too, need time to recuperate. That moment, the Wild King's laser had arrived. Was War God 1 unable to evade? Boom! A laser shot erupted, reverberating through the air. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Was this merely a coincidence? War God 1's astonishing shot aligned perfectly with the trajectory of the light cavalry, narrowly saving its life. Even more astonishing was War God 1 casually discarding the laser gun. Yet the Wild King had no time to be astonished. He felt terror approaching. The MP5's energy gathered swiftly. The laser gun roared once more. At this proximity, executing a graceful dodge was no longer feasible. God. All present could only form O-shapes with their mouths as War God 1 moved with blinding speed, the laser passing through mere phantoms. The mech performing an almost impossibly evasive maneuver, akin to teleportation. This was simply inconceivable. Against a different opponent, confidence might have faltered, but the Wild King pressed on, for until the very end, victory remained uncertain. The MP5 unleashed another barrage at the War God 1, but a flash of light intervened. The titanium knife of War God 1 struck directly against the laser gun. Boom! The alloy blade was sent flying. Yet the retreating Wild King maintained his balance. The energy shield sprang to life, and the laser sword was drawn forth. Then, history's first tragedy unfolded. The Wild King had declared that if time could rewind, he would remain motionless, that in midair, War God 1 swiftly retrieved the titanium knife, striking towards the light cavalry with lightning speed. This was no disadvantage. It was as if the light cavalry were merely a slice of cake. Amidst the smoke, the two aircraft crossed paths, the laser sword and titanium knife clashing ferociously. Yet this was the only instance. The swords intertwined, the laser sword was abruptly deflected, and War God 1, fierce as a deity of war, charged in. The mountains collapsed. Boom! Despite the protective energy shield, the light cavalry was launched away, the cockpit spinning chaotically. The mech itself remained intact, but such an overwhelming assault would impart significant internal strain. Even a foe mech would experience substantial impact. The light cavalry was sent soaring with no extraneous movements. The titanium knife sliced through in a straight line. Thud, 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 thud. There existed a sport among the ancient European nobility, still favored by many today, known as fencing. Rapid single-handed thrusts of high frequency, that a flurry of attacks, like a tempest, transformed into a beam of sword light aimed at the light cavalry. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the energy shield shattered, and the light cavalry soared away. Meanwhile, War God 1 remained stationary, merely observing. Boom! Even before landing, the chest of the light cavalry exploded. Silently, all viewers, both live and streaming, were rendered immobile. This could very well be a battle of utter annihilation. Yet no one foresaw such a conclusion. This was a hurricane strike. This was the Skull God. In the ranks of the Skull Legion, a cacophony of frenzied cries echoed through the skies that I in their dormitory. Chun Xiao and Yao Ailuan embraced and leaped about in exuberance. This was utterly extraordinary. The Wild King's performance had left him with no opportunity to retaliate. Was this a cruel jest against the young? I could scarcely comprehend the swift conclusion. Was this but a mirage? The slow-motion replay had already been released. The process of evading the laser gun had been scrutinized. The graceful arcs, often employed by experts, were executed with astonishing precision, leaving just enough room for that crucial laser strike. However, this was merely the beginning of the divine. That it was not that War God 1 had conjured a phantom double, but rather his terrifying footwork, disjointed between upper and lower body, which bewildered the opponent's assault, leading to a misjudgment. This was a ghostly step, a deceptive maneuver. It was a top-tier tactic employed to mislead adversaries, reputedly favored by elite military pilots. Yet this was merely the prologue. If the preceding actions were overwhelming, what awaited would surely cause hearts to race. Clearly, the distance between the two mechs had dwindled to less than 10 meters. The laser gun was decisively abandoned. The titanium knife surged forward, aimed directly at the Wild King's laser gun. The Wild King's resolve was unwavering. Anyone subjected to such a display of skill would falter. Yet he aimed once more. However, the laser gun was obliterated by the titanium knife. The Wild King did not repeat the blunders of the novice. He activated his energy shield at the first opportunity. Though many spectators felt he ought not to have done so, that seemingly simple shoulder charge bore an earth-shattering effect. In slow motion, one could see the left arm of War God 1 crumple under the impact. What immense strength was required! The same assault against the energy shield was equally formidable. Yet, this was still not the limit. Following such a ferocious strike, even within the CT, the pilot would have long succumbed to an anaerobic state. And what emerged next was even more terrifying. Lightning-fast jabs. A rapid series of strikes aimed at the energy shield, breaking through with unparalleled speed. This was the official explanation, easily comprehensible to the young ones. Yet who could execute such swift, precise, and seamless assaults? Wang Zheng's dexterity and wrist strength came into play, for at the tail end of such rapid strikes, there was no room to swing his arms. It relied solely on rapid thrust to consolidate the accumulated power, a limit-defying assault capable of countering recoil. The energy shield shattered with devastating force, and the cumulative recoil was sufficient to obliterate the mech. Had it been a genuine mech, the pilot within would have perished. In that final moment, spectators beheld the light cavalry plummet like fallen leaves. Anyone could sense the helplessness, standing in the center of the arena. War God 1 now resembled a celestial deity. Particularly for those VVIP viewers, the immersive sensation was overwhelmingly vivid, and uncontrollable roars erupted from the crowd. This was a battle that ignited the blood. The Wild King buried his head in his hands, tears cascading down. He would not submit to anyone. Though he had faced defeat before, he had always risen to vanquish his opponents in the aftermath. Yet in this battle, he truly felt powerless. That moment, he comprehended the significance of that pre-fight apology. The official analysis video was released. Sauron had forsaken faith in God, and now believed in the Skull God. The new video, accompanied by Lin Hui's Note Afraid, melded music and battle into an invincible emotional crescendo. The number of paying viewers soared beyond 100,000, and astonishingly, even 10 minutes after the battle concluded, the influx of viewers continued unabated. All that remained was a collective sigh of astonishment. Kai Hong and his companions exchanged glances, speechless for a long while. This individual was not a member of the armed police system, nor the military. Such feats were beyond the capability of ordinary bodies. It was simply impossible. If one were to meticulously assess the situation, the number of individuals capable of such feats would be exceedingly few. And those individuals would never engage in such frivolous antics. Boss, where did this extraordinary individual come from? After witnessing this battle, I'm itching to join in. Come on, if you seek answers, join the Skull Legion. Rainbow smiled cheerfully and remarked, "This is getting increasingly interesting." His premonition had indeed come true. Even before the battle commenced, he felt an unusual omen that the rhythm of this encounter might deviate from the norm. And it turned out to be just as he had sensed. This engagement was undoubtedly one for the layman to observe for entertainment, while the connoisseurs discerned the underlying intricacies. Technical prowess was secondary. The crux lay in the sheer physical strength required to execute such feats that it was akin to a devilish training regimen. Within the starship Yao Xingyin, Lin Huyin continued to munch on popcorn, the creaking sound echoing in the air. Her opponent was feeble, and the match concluded almost instantaneously, rendering it rather dull. It was evident that Huyin possessed a prodigious talent for music, but when it came to combat, she might only be capable of discerning victory from defeat. Playfully stretching her snow-white calves, her little toes danced mischievously. "Angeli, look how agile my toes are." "You could never," she began, but was interrupted. Chapter 12, Boss. "Please don't." Such a feat was rarely accomplished, even among the elite of Aslan Dada. "Can you truly do it?" Lin Huyin inquired curiously, leaping onto the sofa. "Indeed, such an individual is worthy of engagement," Angeli replied, a hint of respect mingling with her pride. Beside her, Angeli remained still, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Angeli dear, don't frown so often. It's not a good habit, and it hastens aging," she sighed. "I expected an exhilarating battle. Yet it seems rather straightforward." "Your Highness, there is something amiss," Angeli suddenly declared in a low voice. "Oh, what sort of issue?" Lin Huyin asked, intrigued. Lin Huyin was amused. After all, Angeli had been sourced by her mother, a formidable expert. Earning the approval of her strict mother was no small feat, for her mother was none other than the iron-fisted Prime Minister of Aslan, known throughout the galaxy for her stringent standards, Kashavan Lin Aslan. Fortunately, her mother had placed all her expectations upon Lin Huiyin's cousin, allowing her to lead a blissful life. The unfolding events piqued Huiyin's interest. Perhaps something monumental would transpire. Countless souls wished for the skeleton to utter something. Yet, typically, it vanished impatiently after a battle. For Wang Zheng, this was the first time he had begun to care about his performance. Being struck by bones 1,000 times was inconsequential, but he could not bear to disappoint Aina. Removing the connector from his body, Aina gazed intently at him, her reaction inscrutable. Had the match concluded too swiftly? Indeed, Aina hailed from Aslan, and he understood the circumstances surrounding the Wild King. It was crucial to grant the opponent a chance to showcase their abilities. While Wang Zheng pondered, Aina unexpectedly leaned in and gently kissed his cheek. "Brother, that was the most thrilling battle I have ever witnessed." Aina's cheeks flushed, her hand trembling slightly. Wang Zheng was taken aback. It was his first kiss from a girl, and notably, the girl of his dreams. Overcome with emotion, he embraced Aina, a fervent desire consuming him as if he possessed the entire world in his arms. Men must take the initiative, and though the wealthy Su had often spoken of various ways to do so, Wang Zheng's mind was a blank slate. Their hearts raced in unison, and for two individuals who shared mutual affection, instinct alone sufficed. Wang Zheng had finally claimed the first kiss of Aslan's most beautiful princess. After a brief moment of resistance, they melded into one, as Aina closed her enchanting eyes. Her other half might not be a prince, but he was undoubtedly a valiant soul. Time appeared to freeze within that small room, and Wang Zheng greedily indulged in the moment. Much like a child with unbridled enthusiasm, they emerged from the room. Hand in hand, their faces flushed, the world around them felt as though it had blurred, akin to a camera lens out of focus. The portly proprietor, having experienced a share of youth, could not help but watch the pair depart. Shaking his head in wistful reflection, "Dada, youth is indeed splendid. In my day, I was a dashing young man, full of charm." "Boss, didn't you say you were plumper in your youth?" a clueless colleague inquired curiously. The proprietor was momentarily stunned. The daydream of youth shattered. "I'm docking your wages for a day." A cry of despair echoed from the internet. "Boss, please. You are the most handsome man in the world." The relationship between Wang Zheng and Aina was but a thin veil, easily pierced. Yet they found joy merely in holding hands, an act Wang Zheng had believed he would never partake in, but now appeared to be his own pride. Hand in hand, they soon intertwined their fingers tightly on the maglev train, their gazes locked, and after escorting Aina home, Wang Zheng returned to the school, lying on his dormitory bed, still enveloped in a dreamlike state. Similarly, Aina reclined on the large bed of the Shangri-La presidential suite, outside guarded by vigilant security. Gently tracing her lips, the blush returned to Aina's face, having been immersed in Aslan-esque culture since childhood. Courage and strength seemed imperative, yet Aina longed for a boy with a warm heart. Upon first laying eyes on Wang Zheng, she had been captivated by the sight of that silly boy loitering at the restaurant entrance. Caught in indecision, as if ensnared in a dilemma. Yet, deep within her gaze lay a steadfast resolve, radiating an unparalleled aura. How could such a striking contrast exist in a boy of similar age? Aina's communicator chimed, interrupting her reverie, and an image appeared, a girl who could rival her beauty. "Dear cousin, you must have arrived. You simply must attend my concert in the capital." The girl in the image winked mischievously. "And bring that boy along. I need to vet him." This secret was shared only with Lin Huiying, whose insatiable curiosity surely burned brightly. Happiness and joy were meant to be shared, and Aina could only converse with her cousin. As the image vanished, Aina felt a twinge of exasperation. This girl thrived on chaos, and Aina was already treading cautiously. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng lay with his eyes closed, relishing the sweet memories. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself confronted by two round faces. "What are you two scheming?" Wang Zheng sat up, while Chen Xiao and Yao Ailuan exchanged lewd grins. "Zhengge, if there's good news, why not share with your brothers? Zhengge, as the dorm leader, you ought to set an example. Share your experiences," Yao Ailuan added with a grin. "What good news could I possibly have?" "You both seem overly excited," Wang Zheng replied, not one to be easily fooled. "Of course, our great war god has once again put on a display of unparalleled prowess. It was exhilarating. I'm genuinely concerned the Wild King might suffer from psychological trauma," Chen Xiu exclaimed. Yao Ailuan adjusted his glasses, a smile of supposed wisdom playing on his lips. "Wang Zheng, diverting the topic is futile. As dorm leader, you cannot solely focus on your own happiness. Big brother, introduce someone to us." The abrupt shift in topic left Wang Zheng bemused. "I'm just starting out myself. I have no idea whom to consult. Didn't you have a target?" "Indeed. The rich Su has already made his move. I've realized that in this day and age, the wise often end up at a disadvantage," Yao Ailuan lamented. Wang Zheng suddenly remembered that his target was indeed on Mei. "Zhengge, you're the best. I've never seen a beauty like Sister Shirshir in my life." Those so-called stars pale in comparison. Chen Xiu expressed his heartfelt envy. Wang Zheng had every reason to feel proud. There truly was no comparison that if word got out, he might find himself pursued by men from across the galaxy. "Big brother, does she have any sisters or cousins? Could you introduce us?" Ailuan always knew how to get straight to the point. Wang Zheng scratched his nose. "I'll inquire about that. How's your skeleton army faring?" "It's bustling with activity. Let me take a look." "Isn't that the Wild King?" Chen Xiu exclaimed in surprise. For the arrogant Wild King, this defeat was a blow to his confidence. Possessing elite talent and having navigated the perils of the streets, he had become a prominent figure upon entering Apollo Academy, invincible in the world of CT. But here he faced utter defeat. After all, he was still too young. Yet, Wang Zheng's pre-battle apology had become the Wild King's lifeline. He yearned to understand why, and it was this very thought that prevented him from losing all faith in himself. Joining the skeleton army was undoubtedly the best course of action. The survival experience from the streets taught him to rise where he had fallen. Only then could he conquer himself. Without hesitation, Chen Xiu approved the Wild King's application that he wouldn't be the first, nor the last, and the skeleton army was in dire need of skilled individuals. Too many novices required guidance, and with the addition of the Wild King, the ranks of experts would surely swell. This world must offer novices a chance to survive. Perhaps among them lay someone capable of creating miracles. One should never abandon hope due to low odds, for often, it is those who emerge against all expectations who ascend to greatness. Wang Zheng observed the duo's management style, hierarchical and distinctly organized. It was surprisingly enjoyable. Resembling a close-knit community, he felt a sense of pride, knowing so many cherished him. Nonetheless, he needed to expedite his training, at the very least gathering the combat energy required to summon the bones. This anomaly must be rationally explained. Of course, given the situation with the bones, he might not receive any answers. Thoughts of Aina rendered all these concerns trivial. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. What did it matter? Wang Zheng lay on his bed, grinning foolishly, suddenly yearning to see her. It had only been a short while since they parted. After some contemplation, Wang Zheng resolved to send a message to Aina. inquiring, "What are you up to?" It was rather trivial. Yet such is the nature of couples, and no sooner had he sent it than he received a reply from Aina, containing the exact same message. Even princesses are but human. The intellect of siblings in love tends to be rather similar. Thus began their ongoing exchange of frivolous banter, deriving joy from the most nonsensical topics for an entire afternoon. Nearby, Yao Island couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting, "Ah, yet another fool ensnared by the pitfall of love, that, oh, brother Iluan, is love not meant to be this way? Foolishness. Love demands a degree of rationality. The first to fall is the first to suffer. We must approach our emotions with clarity." Yao Iluan spoke with the wisdom of a scholar. Chen Xiao, somewhat perplexed, recalled her mother's words. "Only with sincerity can there be love. Has your mother ever mentioned that women can be fierce as tigers?" Yao Iluan shot a sidelong glance at Chen Xiao, who merely shook her head in reply. "Well then, let me tell you, women can be quite formidable. One misstep, and you could find yourself devoured. Bones and all, just look at Wang Zheng. It's a miracle if he retains even a tenth of his intellect. He has been discussing the weather for half an hour now. He could practically become a meteorologist." Chapter 13. Brother truly does not wish to be ostentatious. When in May returned to her dormitory, she found herself leaning towards Yi Zissou. Meng Tian was far too aloof, although not unkind at heart. He lacked a sense of camaraderie that as for Wang Zheng. He was notoriously fickle, having quietly entered into a relationship that Esme spoke. Yi Zissou maintained an outward calm, yet internally struggled to accept this revelation. He was well aware of Wang Zheng's circumstances. Throughout their secondary education, he had gone largely unnoticed, and during the summer break, he was preoccupied with an internship at OMG, leaving little time for romance. Moreover, it was evident that Wang Zheng was the slow-burning type, making the sudden emergence of a girlfriend difficult for Yi Zissou to fathom. That An may perceived Yi Zissou's skepticism. "Susu, I tested her a bit. How shall I put it? This person is quite formidable, seemingly flawless. You must be cautious that I refuse to believe it. With our Susu's qualifications, she could easily eclipse any rival to is she's some sort of mythical being." Du Qingqing chimed in. Both she and Mei found it rather odd that two individuals in their dormitory were interested in Wang Zheng. While not unattractive, his attributes were hardly remarkable. They could not fathom what drew such distinctly different girls to him. Despite his commendable performance during military training, what did that amount to? Suddenly, another so-called flawless girlfriend emerged. "By the way, our club president has been pressing for updates. What is going on? Is he reneging on his promises?" Du Qingqing suddenly remarked, winking at Yi Zissou, that why Yi Zissou understood. This was a rather clever excuse. "Susu, I support you. Even if there is strife, it is merely an internal conflict. We cannot allow outsiders to seize our resources." And Mei declared, clenching her fist, "Wealthy Susu will serve as our insider. I shall extract useful information from him." Why Yi Zissou bit her lip. "I'm counting on you both to An Mei," and Du Qingqing exchanged glances. Momentarily startled, Yi Zissou, who appeared gentle on the surface, was actually quite proud. For her to humbly acknowledge this, especially in the absence of mutual feelings, felt surreal. Aina, a transfer student, was not solely at this institution for romantic pursuits. She had her own coursework, some of which overlapped with Wang Zheng's, such as Xiao Fei's class, which was internationally recognized for its excellence. They had exchanged schedules the previous day, and today they would attend a theory class together. Wang Zheng arrived early, securing his position, listening to music as he awaited Aina's arrival. "Oh, you also enjoy echo songs?" Aina inquired with a smile as she settled beside him. Wang Zheng removed his headphones. "This new song is quite impressive. It possesses a certain vigor. I tend to favor passionate music." Aina smiled slightly. "You must be quite proud to use your battles as an MV, right?" Wang Zheng took Aina's hand. His gaze fervently fixed on his little princess. "Oh, you know what I take the most pride in." Aina's cheeks flushed. This fellow was becoming increasingly mischievous. The class bell rang, and an unfamiliar teacher entered. Proceeding directly to the podium. "Hello, everyone. I am your substitute teacher, Professor Marcos." Professor Marcos scanned the room. A murmur of excitement arose among the students. Marcos was a renowned figure in the mathematics department, not typically assigned to freshmen. This year, however, he was taking on the challenge that, as you all know, mathematics is the foundation of science. Everything in the universe can be expressed through beautiful numbers, such as love. represented by 521, that this statement elicited a round of applause. The more distinguished the teacher, the more extraordinary their capabilities. They possessed vast knowledge, yet could guide students into complex realms through simple means. Igniting their imaginations, Professor Marcos was compelled to take on this role as a particular student had yet to be located, although Dr. Xiao Fei had confirmed her lack of knowledge regarding the student. Marcos sensed she was concealing something. Regardless, since the student belonged to this school and was a freshman, he felt certain he could uncover their identity, which led him to oversee several large classes in hopes of discovering the truth. If he continued to yield no results, he would likely abandon this endeavor after a month, as his research was quite time-consuming. Aina remained thoroughly engaged in class. The material Professor Marcos presented was well within her grasp, having undergone elite education since the age of 3 at Aslan. This was not something the average person could compare to, yet she recognized that Professor Marcos was indeed quite competent at one of Earth's traditional 3 academies. Its standards were not as lacking as one might imagine. However, the transfer of knowledge was one matter, while innovation was another entirely. When innovation is stifled, progress becomes exceedingly difficult. After completing the requisite course material, Professor Marcos paused. Point 1 must leap beyond conventional thought, daring to explore and act. Here is a solution to the Majorca conjecture. I believe you have some familiarity with it. The initial step is as follows. Who among you can comprehend it? With that, Professor Marcos inscribed a complex equation on the blackboard. Wang Zheng, however, was preoccupied with Aina, who shot him a teasing glance. Focus on the lesson. What is there to gawk at? Sishi, are you suggesting that the elderly gentleman on stage is more appealing than you? He remarked, playfully grasping Aina's hand. Aina gently resisted for a moment, but then allowed Wang Zheng to hold her hand. The classroom fell silent. Though comprised of elite students from various locales, the equation had surpassed their collective comprehension. Aina glanced at the equation. She understood it, but chose not to reveal her knowledge. At that moment, a short-haired boy stood up, addressing the professor. Is this equation based on the Rodriguez theory, followed by analytical calculations? The boy relished the attention he garnered, secretly hoping the girl seated in front would turn to acknowledge him. Professor Marcos nodded approvingly, very well articulated. And what is your name? Landry Bosun, the boy declared with considerable pride, prompting a flurry of whispers among the students. Landry Bosun, a mathematical prodigy, had entered the top 10 new stars of mathematics in the solar system, gaining fame for his comprehensive explanation of Moore's theory during his secondary school years. Upon entering the War God Academy, he discovered that Professor Marcos did not teach freshmen. Nevertheless, he intended to catch Marcos's attention in his own way. For the brilliance of diamonds cannot be concealed by dust, as he spoke. Wang Zheng continued to converse with the beautiful girl, seemingly indifferent to the spotlight. Such a character, reportedly from the physics department, yet aspiring to enter the mech training program, had been unceremoniously rejected, showing not a shred of shame as he remained utterly unperturbed. Excellent, Mr. Bosun. Professor Marcos gestured for him to take a seat, that he realized that Landry Bosun might indeed possess potential. He had heard of his name, a student with both ideas and talent. Yet Landry did not sit down. Instead, he gazed towards the front. Professor Marcos, I've heard there is a genius from the physics department who has received special recognition. Highly esteemed by Dr. Xiao Fei, who has engaged in extensive discussions with her in class, that I would like to hear his perspective on this equation. Professor Marcos inquired, scanning the room. And who might the student be? Wang Zheng. What is your take on the initial conjecture of the Majorca conjecture? Landry pointedly challenged him. The surrounding students, suddenly invigorated, were keen to see if Wang Zheng's luck would hold out. Wang Zheng stood, examining the equation on the blackboard. A minute passed before he spoke. The initial step of the Majorca conjecture, entering through the Rodriguez theory, is indeed commendable. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Was this not a mere platitude? This was one of the most renowned theories globally. Did it require his praise? Aina was about to whisper something, but the words caught in her throat. This smile was not unfamiliar to Aina, as she often witnessed it on her father, the emperor, and her aunt. However, Majorca speculated that the primary application of his theory was to break spatial barriers during spatial jumps. The Rodriguez theory was merely a theoretical construct commonly referenced. In practical applications, it was currently in the process of being phased out. This was due to the fact that when explaining the traversal of barriers, it produced an error margin of approximately 1 in 10,000, which was significant. As the precision of spatial proximity increased, this method would undoubtedly become obsolete. The current experimental solutions were based on the Milne equations as a first step, which could reduce the error to about 1 in 1,000. The classroom was enveloped in silence, with Bussin displaying a look of disdain. Was this a joke? What was this Milne equation? He had never even heard of it. Wang, is Milne food? I haven't eaten it. Has anyone? Laughter erupted once again. Yet Marcos did not join the laughter. At this moment, he was already aware of the implications. Wang Zheng, the Milne equations have not been practically validated, and there are still some deficiencies. Professor, are you suggesting that we should be brave enough to try? The Milne equations replacing the Rodriguez method is an unstoppable trend. At the very least, the first step has been accomplished. That a good beginning is half the battle. Marcos remarked with a smile. Did I ask that so? Then why don't you elucidate this first step? Marcos challenged. Aina looked at Wang Zheng. It was her first time hearing of it as well. The princess was not omnipotent. The mainstream method was indeed the Rodriguez solution, which had been utilized for decades in practice. All eyes turned to Wang Zheng, whose empty rhetoric would prove futile unless he could demonstrate something tangible. Most awaited him to utter a no, yet Wang Zheng stepped forward. Chapter 14. The beauty of mathematics. Wang Zheng was not particularly interested in seeking the limelight, but he would never shy away from any provocation. Especially in front of Aina, that he paused before the blackboard, then began to meticulously list out equations one by one. That Marcos initially paid little attention, but soon his expression shifted to Bussin's face, once filled with disdain, began to harden, as he could comprehend parts of it, yet not fully grasp the entirety. One of the top mathematicians in the solar system and a prominent talent within the Solar Federation Reserve. He had access to the best resources. However, Marcos nodded repeatedly, while Aina watched intently. Unfortunately, she could understand most of it, though some aspects exceeded her knowledge. After a considerable time, the blackboard was filled with symbols, and silence lingered as they awaited Marcos's evaluation. Marcos approached, pointing to a string of deductions in the center. What are your thoughts on this part? God, this is a tone of inquiry. Wang Zheng remained unfazed. He often argued with old Jia, and to him, old Jia resembled a library. As Wang Zheng elaborated, Marcos nodded continuously and suddenly chuckled. That question I left on the board was solved by you, wasn't it? Wang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, sheepishly admitting it was hastily written. Haha, now I finally understand why Xiaofei is always clueless. Marcos nodded in agreement. Wang Zheng's explanation is correct. However, this analytical method is at the forefront of the galaxy and is only relevant for our discussion. Given everyone's current situation, we need not consider it. As he spoke, Marcos erased what was on the blackboard, deeming it potentially detrimental for the average student. It must be said that the classmates were left in awe. And as Wang Zheng resumed his seat, Aina discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Her playful and charming demeanor made Wang Zheng yearn to bestow upon her a fervent kiss. Girls are inherently meant to be conquered. Aina genuinely believed that those so-called geniuses could not compare to Wang Zheng, who dared to claim Earth's standards were subpar. It was merely that the Aslanians were too ignorant. While Aina did not presume to represent the pinnacle of Aslan's capabilities, she certainly did not belittle herself. As of now, she recognized that Wang Zheng's strength far surpassed her own, and who could possess such talent while also working so diligently? Bussin sat in silence, unable to fully comprehend the discourse, devoid of any rebuttal. That Marcos's words were indeed somewhat disheartening. He too was categorized among the ordinary. How could someone of such caliber remain obscure in high school? Aina, however, knew that certain individuals preferred to aim for mediocrity. It seemed Wang Zheng had a bit of that personality as well. This class evidently proved to be quite rewarding, especially for Dr. Marcos. As long as he knew who it was, it would be manageable. There was no escaping it. He had heard Xiaofei mention a student with great potential, yet he stubbornly aspired to join the mecha department, which was absolutely unthinkable. This would be a significant loss for the scientific community. How could those wielding weapons compare to scientists who advance human society? In this regard, he stood firmly with Xiaofei. As soon as class concluded, Landry Bussin approached Wang Zheng. Which textbook are you using? Where did you find this proof? Wang Zheng smiled. Actually, it's available on the Galactic Search, but I'm not quite sure what I wrote. He then took Aina's hand and left the classroom. Once outside, Aina could not contain her laughter. You re so mischievous, teasing him like that. Who told him to look at you with such lecherous eyes? Wang Zheng feigned seriousness. Aina playfully bit her lip. What? Are you jealous? Jealous. A reward is in order. You performed so well just now, so I shall reward you with two. Wang Zheng quickly revealed his true nature, having just tasted the sweetness of victory, akin to Zhu Beiji savoring ginseng fruit. Not quite grasping the flavor. Da-da. What? I can't hear you. She hastily dodged like Little Red Riding Hood encountering the big bad wolf. Reasoning proved futile, and Wang Zheng decided to employ force instead to don't run. Ive caught you, and you shall be punished 3 times. Mathematics, indeed, was a marvel. Amidst intense training, Wang Zheng found himself on cloud 9 that happiness often descends unexpectedly, and Wang Zheng received an email from Soren, inquiring if he would be willing to accept an interview post-competition with a remuneration of 10,000 galactic coins per question. Soren phrased it delicately, mentioning that the plan was still in its developmental stage and funds were not particularly abundant. But he certainly lavished praise upon Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng felt utterly bewildered. Did such good fortune truly exist? Others were offering money and flattering him. He envisioned skulls and bones, uncertain of their necessity. Yet he certainly lacked them. More would be welcome. However, he also understood the pitfalls of excessive greed. Occasionally answering a question was sufficient, as he could always choose not to disclose what he wished to keep private. Wang Zheng was not particularly interested in becoming a celebrity within CT. As long as he could sustain himself and enjoy the thrill of battle, accumulating a bit of combat energy along the way would suffice. However, if it began to interfere with his normal life, that would be counterproductive. Overall, Soren appeared to be quite astute. Upon receiving Wang Zheng's reply, Soren felt a sense of relief, as he sat in the lunar headquarters of CT within the solar system. There was no need for surprise. Ever since the rise of the internet hundreds of years ago, these tech giants have been able to contend with traditional resource magnates, their user resources and channels proving formidable. Soren's unconventional success had garnered significant attention within CT. The primary agenda of the current meeting was to discuss whether to elevate the level of individual battles against skeletons. Soren planned to increase promotional investments. But he faced dissent from higher-ups. Soren, let's not discuss anything else. Any plan that walks a tightrope like this is unsuitable for the company's interests, that we have no need to take such risks. I share the same sentiment that I have reviewed all the battles. Each one has been perilous. Even if he continues to win, there are too many unpredictable factors. What if he suddenly decides to quit? The board members voiced their objections, partly due to the unpredictability and partly because not everyone wished to witness a flop turn into a success. What if the plan succeeded and Soren climbed above them? The chairman of the Solar Systems District, Mei, remained silent, allowing the board members to argue that, of course, Soren had supporters, but the backing was not particularly strong, given his relatively low status within the board. After a lengthy discussion, Mei raised his hand to signal for silence. Soren, on behalf of the board, I acknowledge and commend your achievements thus far, that I have reviewed this new plan. Overall, the contributions and returns are balanced. This is mainly because Lin Huiyin used his battle videos to create an MV. Otherwise, it would lack practicality. Upon hearing this, the members understood. Mei evidently wished to proceed, as it appeared that luck was on their side. While not superstitious, one must consider fortune when undertaking endeavors. Soren was currently riding a wave of good luck. And perhaps he could indeed succeed. That Mr. Mei, I will further promote this plan and seek additional collaboration opportunities with Miss Lin. Moreover, I have secured an interview contract with the skeleton. He is willing to openly answer some questions. During Lin Huiyin's concert tour, this represents a tremendous opportunity, and if we do not seize it, I believe those present will come to regret it. Soren exuded confidence, understanding that sometimes one must leap into the abyss to emerge victorious. If he hesitated, he would stand little chance of persuading this group. That McLaren nodded slightly, acknowledging that while there were benefits, the essence of a corporation lies in profit. Such promotion would set a precedent and consume the company's promotional resources. A fact you are well aware of. Therefore, rewards and punishments must be clearly defined. Mr. McLaren, as the proposer and executor of this plan, I express my gratitude for the opportunity granted to me, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. I shall take full responsibility. Soren spoke calmly. At this juncture, he was left with no choice but to proceed. For him, it was not as daunting as it seemed. He recalled a few months prior when he had felt utterly cornered. And now he at least had the option to fight back. Excellent. Your understanding is appreciated. If this plan is approved, I expect cooperation from all departments that I do not wish to see any issues arise in other areas. Whoever is at fault shall bear collective responsibility, McLaren stated solemnly, his authority as one of the directors of the CT headquarters unquestionable. That it was clear that McLaren supported this endeavor. Soren had his own challenges. And McLaren certainly had his. In the solar system, Earth's performance was mediocre. Within the Galactic Alliance, the solar system standing was even less impressive, desperately in need of a highlight. At McLaren's level, he was not concerned about instability. Rather, it was about reputation. The meeting concluded successfully, met with applause, yet the smiles of the attending board members were tinged with insincerity. They were waiting for a spectacle. Those who had ascended to such heights after many years had done so through caution. And placing such obvious hope on a single individual was utterly unreliable. Who could maintain a winning streak indefinitely? Soren was merely taking a gamble. Soren strode out confidently. At this age, he felt rejuvenated. With a renewed sense of purpose, having worked at CT for many years, he had climbed from a mere programmer to the vice president of the Earth Division and the head of the Asia Division. He had long forgotten the joy of striving and had spent his days as a mere puppet. Today, he relished a moment of exhilaration. Sometimes, it's intuition. Although he had never met Skeleton face-to-face. As a seasoned CT enthusiast, Soren had watched Skeleton's battle videos countless times, scrutinizing every detail. Skills, stamina, experience, and even psychology could all be discerned from the minutiae that he was undoubtedly a formidable warrior. Yet, there were times when inexplicable circumstances arose. Soren's intuition suggested that his opponent could not be very old, yet their combat prowess resembled that of a peak warrior in their 40s. But what of it? To achieve results, one must not dwell on unfounded speculation. Wang, the student, had never anticipated such complexity, nor could he foresee that his performance would entangle him in the internal strife of CT. There are rivalries everywhere. Chapter 15. Devotion to art. Currently, the Skeleton Legion was at the pinnacle of popularity. With an overwhelming number of players, the addition of two skilled players, Rainbow and Wild King, significantly boosted their firepower. Both Rainbow and Wild King could lead teams in a battle. Rainbow relied on equipment dominance, while Wild King wielded sheer brute strength. It must be said that a good scout can turn the tide of battle, granting many the exhilarating thrill of a comeback. The old saying goes. Three cobblers with their wits combined equal Zhuge Liang. Although the capabilities of teammates may be limited, encountering a capable captain can still lead to miraculous outcomes. Rainbow and Wild King had never experienced such a star-studded atmosphere. Whenever they had free time, they would come out to play, hoping to encounter Skeleton. In truth, many were curious about what it would be like to team up with Skeleton in battle. The last time Skeleton achieved a pinnacle was indeed unforgettable. The most fortunate were Yao Allen, Chen Xiu, and the wealthy Su, who had enjoyed numerous victories alongside Rainbow, merely needing to provide support during team battles while witnessing Rainbow's devastating output, turning their opponents' fortunes upside down. After morning classes, Wang Zheng received a message from Yi Zissou, inviting him to dinner with Shi. This was, of course, an invitation he could not refuse. They were bound to meet sooner or later, and he should gauge the situation, as only Zissou and little Su might recognize Aina. Yi Zissou was mentally prepared. She knew that any girl Wang Zheng took an interest in would undoubtedly be exceptional. Yet she considered herself quite commendable. However, when Wang Shi made her entrance, Yi Zissou was left utterly astounded. Wang Zheng had brought the love letter from little Su, marking their first conversation, which had been laced with playful teasing. Stemming from the girl's inner reserve and pride, perhaps subconsciously aimed at capturing his attention. During that birthday banquet, the unexpected arrival of Princess Aslan had indeed shocked many, yet no one truly cared. These were two parallel lines, perhaps even lines from different realms. And now Aina Aslan sat right before her. Though her hair was dyed, Zissou recognized her instantly. Wang Zheng smiled and said, Zissou, Shi is here to study for a few months. Her identity must remain confidential for now. Yi Zissou smiled gently, extending her hand. Shi, welcome. I believe we will become good friends. The two girls exchanged a light handshake, and Aina smiled, seemingly perceiving the confidence in her counterpart. Yi Zissou possessed an advantage that Aina did not. Sure. If you need anything in the capital, Zissou is undoubtedly your best bet. The wealthy Su is unreliable. So you now also call him the wealthy Su. Yi Zissou chuckled, bemused by how little May had given him such a nickname. Strangely enough, it rolled off the tongue easily and was quite endearing. Lunch was had in the school cafeteria, a simple affair. Yet both girls had hearty appetites. Clearly, this food was not reflective of their standards. But Wang Zheng was oblivious to such details. He was perpetually famished, needing to consume an extraordinary amount of food, indeed several times more than the average person's intake. You can eat quite a bit. It must be hard to maintain, Yi Zissou remarked. Being able to eat is the greatest joy in the world. Aina replied that by the way, Du Qingqing might have a complaint. You promised her you would be a model for the art club, and you haven't reported yet that I forgot. I've been busy lately. I'll go after class this afternoon. Wang Zheng had indeed forgotten about this matter. The mere thought of the art club's charismatic male president made him a tad intimidated. Indeed, with a beauty by your side, I would also be at a loss, Yi Zissou teased. She had liked Wang Zheng since their first day of middle school, a span of 4 years, initially believing their paths would never cross. Yet, fate has a curious way of intertwining lives, leading them both to the War God Academy. She did not think she would lack rivals. Meng Tian was one. Yet she had never expected someone like Aina to emerge as a contender. Nevertheless, she knew she possessed an advantage that Aina could never match. Yi Zissou and Aina indeed became friends, sharing countless topics of conversation, while Wang Zheng hoped Aina would cultivate more friendships during her time here. However, the thought of the art club left Wang Zheng feeling overwhelmed. He had never been a model before. After finishing his afternoon classes, he steeled himself and went, for a man must follow through on what he has said. Besides, it was not as if they were going to butcher him. Upon arriving at the art club, Du Qingqing was already waiting at the door. Our busy individual has finally made an appearance. You're truly hard to come by. Du Qingqing teased, cough, Qingqing, for Ziss's sake, please let me off easy if you find me inadequate. Don't hesitate to dismiss me right away. Du Qingqing twirled her long hair, revealing her meticulous care for each strand, smooth and flowing. A girl with long, gentle hair often strikes a chord with men, complementing the aura of an artist. Feeling timid before we even begin, that is not your style. Wang Zheng rubbed his nose, wondering when he had ever possessed such a style. The studio was already filled with over 10 people, mostly female along with 2 males. The male president, Zhang Ru, was present too, casting a blank stare at Wang Zheng. Strip. Wang Zheng was taken aback. Was he really expected to undress in front of so many people? Laughter erupted among the crowd. It seemed Wang Zheng was not the first to be pranked. Du Qingqing struggled to contain her amusement. Over there is the changing room. Just remove your top. Today is primarily for upper body portraits. Only then did Wang Zheng exhale in relief. Such antics were quite common when it came to hazing newcomers. The members were busy preparing their brushes and mixing colors, and Wang Zheng quickly followed suit, shedding his upper garment without hesitation. However, anyone would feel slightly self-conscious under the scrutinizing gaze of someone as masculine as Zhang Ru. The members, however, were intrigued. Wang Zheng's physique was not particularly robust, and one could hardly tell while clothed. Yet once he was bare, his form was indeed pleasing to the eye, with every muscle finely sculpted, embodying the quintessential Asian aesthetic. As the creative process commenced, the studio fell silent. Wang Zheng posed as instructed, knowing that a good model is crucial for a painter's reference. Capturing the human form is the most challenging of tasks, particularly because familiarity demands higher standards. That a good model can inspire creativity, while the artist is left with only the gentle sounds of brush on canvas. Serving as a model can be quite taxing. After maintaining a single pose for an hour, Wang Zheng's inaugural experience as a model came to an end. That he was quite curious about how the painting would turn out. Do you want to see? Wang Zheng nodded, and the result left him sweating. The portrayal bore no resemblance to himself. He looked like a monster. Is this me? We are not cameras. A model serves as material for the imagination. The best interpretation comes from the president, Du Qingqing exclaimed in admiration. Wang Zheng was not the least bit curious about that side. The charismatic male president nodded appreciatively. Very well, let us conclude for today. Everyone, please finish your artworks and submit them to me. Until the departure of the formidable president of the super male society, Wang Zheng finally managed to catch his breath. You seem rather intimidated by our president, Du Qingqing remarked with a playful smile. Well, your president does exude an impressive aura, he replied sheepishly. Ah, indeed. However, it's rare to hear the president compliment someone. You are quite remarkable, remaining completely still for an hour. You are truly born to be a model. Most models, whether professional or amateur, tend to fidget, but individuals like Wang Zheng are exceedingly rare. The young man, now most apprehensive about being labeled as model material, had no desire to pursue such a path. Having completed the task, I shall take my leave, he declared. To go on then. Thank you. Let Su treat you to a meal, Du Qingqing suggested, chuckling as she watched Wang Zheng dash away. He truly was an intriguing individual. No wonder Su and Meng Tian vied for his attention, and yet he already had a girlfriend. What a pity. Nevertheless, art holds its own beauty. In the realm of creativity, one can be the master of their own destiny. Upon exiting, Wang Zheng was pleasantly surprised to find Aino waiting for him, his heart warming at the sight. What brings you here? He inquired. I was worried you might be devoured by a pack of fierce women. So I came to rescue you, she replied. Did you see the president just now? He asked. Only a man walked out. Isn't the president a woman? Aina questioned, her curiosity piqued as she observed Wang Zheng's peculiar expression. Now you understand. I was scrutinized by her for an entire hour. It was truly tormenting. He lamented. You are sacrificing for the sake of art. Consider this a reward, she said, gently kissing his cheek, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. That simply won't do, Wang Zheng retorted, pulling Aina into a deep kiss that left her breathless. Were it not for the public setting, he would have been reluctant to let go. That you've become increasingly mischievous, Aina whispered. Wang Zheng feigned innocence. This isn't my fault. You're simply too beautiful that I didn't realize you were such a smooth talker. How did I miss that before? Aina shot him a playful glance. I am a genius, an untrained prodigy. He boasted, a 20-year-old genius. Oh really, daring to tease me? You're asking for it. She laughed. Are you planning to bully me again? Aina giggled as she sprinted off, with Wang Zheng chasing after her. How wonderful it would be if time could just stand still. As he gazed at the charming princess ahead, Wang Zheng's heart swelled with joy and pride. The future. Who cares? Even if the world were to end. So be it. Days turned into weeks, and the special training participants finally returned. Masses ultimately became the team captain, while Zhang Shan unexpectedly assumed the role of vice captain. Zhuo Mu would officially propose Zhang Shan's dual degree to the school, though he personally recommended that Zhang Shan switch majors. During the special training, Zhang Shan exhibited immense potential. It was noteworthy that he had never undergone systematic training, merely maintaining his physique through regular workouts. This innate quality was indeed exceptional. Due to family circumstances, Zhang Shan harbored a genuine interest in physics, which was evident during military training when his competitive spirit shone through. Following this special training, a certain factor within him was ignited, and he found a newfound enjoyment in the thrill of combat. The official members were Masses Zhang Shan, Ma Xiao, Meng Tian, Jiang Bin, with Guan Tao as a substitute. The entire school buzzed with anticipation for the upcoming exchange event. It would be utterly embarrassing if their home ground were to suffer a crushing defeat. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Shan received a warm welcome. Incredible, Brother Shan, you look even more muscular, Chen Xiu exclaimed, envious of his physique, which paled in comparison. Your brain must have been squeezed, Alan teased. Chapter 16. The Tribulation Promotion Match. Wang Zheng. What is the situation with you? Such a pity, Zhang Shan remarked. Wang Zheng shrugged helplessly. There's nothing I can do. It's just that time of the month when things feel off. The others paused, then burst into laughter. This could only mean good news. Haha, Brother Shan, Brother Zheng has a girlfriend now. They are quite the envy of others, Chen Xiu divulged. Oh, come on. As dorm leader, you always get the scoop first. Who is it, Yi Zissou? Zhang Shan inquired, knowing Meng Tian trained with them, so it certainly wasn't her. Not Yi Zissou, but even more beautiful, indescribably stunning. I've never seen such a beautiful and graceful girl. Chen Xiu gushed. Did I ask that true? That sounds exaggerated, but regardless, congratulations. Following the special training, it was evident that Zhang Shan's spirits were high. In truth, people can possess many talents, yet only one is uniquely suited to them. As time progresses, changes must be made, and Zhang Shan recognized this. However, it was a dream from his childhood, and he could not make a decision so swiftly. Nevertheless, he intended to thrive in the military department. Strong logic and spatial awareness would greatly aid him in battlefield command and judgment. Most importantly, there was a sensation experienced on the battlefield that the world of physics could not provide him. As for Wang Zheng, Zhang Shan felt a twinge of regret. This was a splendid opportunity that Wang Zheng had not seized. Yet, he was fortunate to possess greater talent in physics, which might also be a blessing in disguise. Aina enriched Wang Zheng's life, filling his days with excitement. Yet, training continued as usual. That unreliable fellow Bone could not be summoned, so Wang Zheng could only proceed with his practice in a methodical manner. The unification technique had also hit a plateau, and he hadn't felt any progress for quite some time. However, he could not afford to slacken. Training was akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or regress. Meng Tian returned. And regarding Wang Zheng's new girlfriend, he remained remarkably calm, showing no interest. Their meetings in the combat society were merely routine training, with conversations solely revolving around training matters. The modeling activities of the painting society occurred only once a week. So most of Wang Zheng's time was spent with Aina. They seemed to have endless topics to discuss, with Wang Zheng listening intently as Aina spoke about the world of Aslan and its culture. It was indeed a world of elites progressing towards the best in life. However, Aina believed that in this pursuit, many had forgotten the beauty of life itself. Nonetheless, Aslan was a place many longed for within the galaxy. Wang Zheng shared amusing anecdotes from his life, recounting his early years with his eccentric father, followed by encounters with the pretentious old Jia. Looking back, old Jia still possessed remarkable knowledge, leaving Aina in admiration. Who would have thought a bookstore owner could be so well-versed? One could only say that there are hidden talents among the common folk, and one must not underestimate them. Of course, Wang Zheng's humorous mishaps with the wealthy Su were Aina's favorite tales. Their relationship blossomed into passionate kisses, frequently delving into intimate conversations. Yet, Wang Zheng remained perplexed as to why Aina would have feelings for him. Perhaps it was a mystery that no one could truly comprehend. Aina gradually integrated into the life at the God of War Academy, fully aware that she must forget her identity as a princess to live more authentically. This wisdom was not something many girls could achieve. Yet Aina managed it with grace. Even Yi Zissou, who often felt anxious around Aina, noticed that she approached life with a sense of normalcy while dating Wang Zheng. This left Yi Zissou in awe of Wang Zheng, whom she deemed a true man and a genuine idol. Despite having admired Wang Zheng since childhood, this newfound respect brought him great joy. The two single brothers had finally shed their bachelorhood, clearly indicating that this year's Singles Day would not require them to drink beer by the lakeside together. The internet AF, a weekly ritual ensued. Aina delighted in watching Wang Zheng during combat. In her words, he looked incredibly handsome and godlike in those moments. Wang Zheng, however, had his own motives, as he was particularly interested in the rewards following victory. The key was that the VIP room offered privacy. And with so many people around the school, certain matters became rather inconvenient. Sighing, Wang Zheng acknowledged his own mischievousness, yet he rationalized that it was merely human nature. Yi Zissou also brought On Mei along, eager to showcase his abilities in front of her. With the assistance of Kai Hong, the wealthy Su successfully advanced to the bronze level, and that shining badge brought him considerable pride. He was now striving for the silver level, with the ultimate goal of reaching gold, as he believed he needed to meet the standards of a wealthy individual. Naturally, Yi Zissou shared the same sentiments, as lovers require a private space. He had only held On Mei's hand thus far, which felt rather inadequate. The dynamics between men and women are indeed fascinating. If one cannot progress during the initial stages of attraction, they risk becoming mere friends, which could be a disheartening circumstance for one party. Yi Zissou firmly believed that Wang Zheng shared the same intentions. Otherwise, why would a novice keep returning to this place? The leader was always ambitious, envisioning lofty goals. That said, once the battle commenced, Wang Zheng approached it with utmost seriousness. Unlike others, he understood that casualness could lead to failure, and there were consequences to pay. During training with Bone, mistakes were utterly intolerable, resulting in countless electric shocks that made him feel like a conductor. What sort of opponent awaited him this time? Aina nearby was thoroughly intrigued that it was impossible for anyone from Aslan to lack interest in military affairs. In Aslan, every citizen must undergo military training twice. And unless in exceptional professions or circumstances, evasion is not permitted, including royal family members. Thus, Aslan boasts a citizenry of high caliber. Games like CT are particularly popular in Aslan, maintaining the highest standards that 1-on-1 or 5-on-5. Wang Zheng looked at Aina, who blinked playfully. To make it challenging for you, let us go for 5-on-5. Wang Zheng grinned and chose the latter. Are there rewards for winning? Aina cast a flirtatious glance at him. You'll have to see for yourself. Wang Zheng felt invigorated. He was determined to put on a stellar performance. They entered the matchmaking stage. In the comment section, countless companions are eagerly awaiting the commencement of the 5 versus 5 match. It is crucial to note that the current skeletons are no longer the novices they once were. While others may be unaware, the moment they appear, they will become the target of scrutiny. How will they navigate this challenge? The variables are numerous, and given the skeleton's current win rate, they are likely to be matched against highly skilled adversaries. The disadvantages of War God number 1 will be magnified in team battles. Welcome everyone to this 5 versus 5 showdown. I am Xiao Lu. Greetings everyone. I am Xiao Mo, here alongside Xiao Lu to provide commentary for this team battle. That I have long admired the renowned skeleton player, and it is surprising that his first commentary is indeed for a team match. Xiao Mo, the celebrated beauty commentator, has been invited to partner with Xiao Lu. Both are frontline commentators for CT. It is an honor to join forces with Xiao Mo. Let us see what surprises the skeleton player has in store for us today, and whether his War God number 1 can perform wonders in this team battle. Xiao Lu appears quite composed today. After suffering numerous setbacks, even a pig must learn from its mistakes. It is wise to first observe the situation before making any moves. Xiao Lu, I have heard that you harbor a bias against the skeleton player. Is that true? The beauty chuckles, her oval face adorned with a charming dimple when she smiles, which explains her immense popularity. Professional commentators not only receive appearance fees but also run their own online stores, yielding substantial income, often exceeding that of some players. Xiao Lu, being an experienced commentator, smiles slightly and replies, "Guess what? Just joking. I tend to be meticulous. Such precarious battles are prone to collapse, especially in team fights. I can only pray for those teammates matched with the skeleton player. That's so. Let us wait and see." Hello, everyone. You are now watching the legendary skeleton players match team battle in the novice area. The comment section is already abuzz. What kind of battle awaits us? The officials are fully mobilized, awaiting the match results. Flamboyant young master at Silver 3. I am not a novice at Bronze 4. Lowly don't run at Silver V. Zhang Sanli C at Bronze I. With Wang Zheng's impressive win rate. Seeing Zhang Sanli C's avatar glowing indicates that this is clearly a promotion match. A battle from Bronze I to Silver V. The opposing team also consists of 2 silvers and 3 bronzes. Zhang Sanli C is quite anxious. In a promotion match, one must win 2 out of 3. He has already won 1 and lost 1. And this match is pivotal to the week's efforts. The sight of 2 silvers excites him, but there is a novice among them, which instantly chills his heart. This ID looks somewhat familiar. Could it be that recently popular player? The opponents have appeared. Both the red and blue sides seek promotion to silver in this fierce clash, though we have witnessed the skeleton player's personal prowess. But what about his performance in team battles? Xiao Mo smiles, scrutinizing the profiles of both teams. Team and individual battles are entirely different. They emphasize cooperation and obedience. Xiao Lu remains calm, yet is secretly elated. There is a glimmer of hope. As in this scenario, the opposing team will undoubtedly target the skeleton. If they lose, the blame will fall on the skeleton. If they win, the skeleton will still bear the brunt of it. The chances of winning are significantly heightened. Of course, the most frustrating aspect is that the skeleton's teammates are also quite formidable. The highest-ranked player automatically becomes the team captain, and that title belongs to flamboyant young master. Everyone, this is my little brother's promotion match. Please lend your support and give it your all. Zhang Sanli C declares hastily that a promotion match, also known as a tribulation battle, requires teamwork. Relying solely on oneself is futile, hence the need for politeness and sincerity. Flamboyant young master smiles slightly and reassures him. Rest assured, we have 2 silvers on our team, and the opposition also has 2, but we possess a hidden boss. Oh, the living skeleton. How splendid. I am not a novice, exclaims. Clearly a spectator of the match, the 2 silvers maintain their composure. High-ranking players often overlook lower ranks, yet they have certainly heard of him. I have an idea. I'll take the top lane and hold off 2 opponents while the skeleton deals with 1 in the mid lane. I believe this plan should work. Lowly, you 3 should launch a surprise attack and swiftly eliminate the opponents, then come to reinforce us, catching them off guard. Chapter 17. Oscar, may you be cursed, flamboyant young master declares. As the captain has the authority to assign tactics. Although the skeleton is renowned, he is primarily known for individual battles. Team rankings are established through numerous matches, which require experience. This tactic is excellent. 1 silver can hold up, and with the skeleton's capabilities, he should manage alone in the mid lane. As long as the 3 in the bottom lane can execute their assault, we have a 70% chance of victory. Xiao Mo articulates astutely. The audience numbers are increasing, albeit at a slow pace. Suddenly, a twist in the battle arises. The 5 blue mechs do not split up but instead charge en masse toward the bottom lane. What is happening? A concentrated assault. If they manage to eliminate the 3 in the bottom lane, the fortress will surely be destroyed. What good will it do to lose the match? Our blue side has a plan. But it remains to be seen if their pace is swift enough. Xiao Lu observes, destroying the bottom lane and then reinforcing the mid lane is feasible, but they certainly won't reach the top lane in time. Isn't that absurd? He muses silently. These 5 fools. If they wish to fight, they should have advanced together through the mid lane to eliminate the skeleton. The crowd is left speechless. This is undeniably a non-mainstream tactic. Alarmingly low in caliber. This what one pays to witness, a kindergarten-level display. What on earth are these individuals thinking? It's utterly ridiculous. Even if they want to group up, they should head to the mid lane. The 2 promotion match players are indeed quite unfortunate. The players in the match cannot hear the commentary. Lowly, don't run. As she leads 2 teammates in a full-speed advance, striving to eliminate the opponents quickly so they can return to support the others. Rest assured, we will give it our all. Zhang Sanli and I am not a novice exclaim with enthusiasm. Especially I am not a novice who is a fan of the skeleton. Before long, the enemy aircraft emerge. 2 mechs appear to be en route, both bronze, which is truly a death wish that Dio not let them escape. Charge. Lowly don't run propels her shimmering silver hunter forward. As the silvers engage, the 2 bronzes charge without hesitation. Yet, at that moment, snowflakes swirl and 3 mechs burst forth from the side, thundering with laser fire. The 2 frontline aircraft also launch their attacks simultaneously. The silver Lowly don't run fires a shot, but it misses, and she is swiftly taken down, leaving the 2 bronzes to retreat while putting up a fight. Though a bit disheartened, Zhang Sanli does not feel too agitated. Everyone is focused on the bottom lane. The top and mid lanes must advance quickly. This intelligence is invaluable, especially for the top lane. With the strength of Silver 3, they should be able to secure victory in this battle. Zhang Sanli aims to buy as much time as possible, hoping for a minute more. Every second increases their odds of success. Alas, my internet connection, a voice whispered near Zhang San and Li Si's ears. The flamboyant young master has disconnected. In an instant, I, who was momentarily distracted, was struck and met my demise. My character exploded that I was left alone, navigating the icy terrain with sluggish speed, while my opponents, utilizing scout-type mechas, clearly had calculated their strategy well. 5 mechas encircled me, and among them, a Radiant A-type fighter seemed to toy with its prey, pausing deliberately before delivering a fatal shot to Zhang San and Li Si. Triple kill. The Radiant A-type. A quintessential embodiment of high wealth and elegance, hailing from the Aslan Empire, had a player born to be a king at the bronze level, now advancing to silver with that triple kill. The audience area fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of discussion. How could this happen? After Zhang San and Li Si's untimely demise, he stared blankly, then suddenly realized that it was not an unstable connection, but rather a trap. An utterly shameless 3 against 1. Damn it, was this merely a promotion match? How could they be so brazen? All the points he had painstakingly accumulated over the week were obliterated in an instant, which was infuriating. MD, does having money make one invincible? The born king could not help but laugh heartily, convinced he was destined for greatness. With each subsequent kill of the skeletons, an extra reward of 20,000 would be his. In the realm of entertainment, there are myriad ways to play, like Yin Xiaosu who sought assistance during the tribulation match, yet none as exaggerated as this flamboyant young master. Xiao Mo and Xiao Lu exchanged glances, realizing they had encountered a rather rare instance of team boosting. That flamboyant young master could very well be awarded the title of Best Actor of the Year. To secure victory, some would indeed hire boosters, and the most formidable method was to synchronize matches with 100 players of similar levels. thus allowing the hired players to become your opponents. The orchestrated match was undeniably impressive, with the flamboyant young master and the lowly performing admirably, one leading the charge to death, and the other disconnecting. Complaints would be futile. Such matches occur infrequently, but are costly. Who would have thought they would ensnare the skeletons this time? All five chose scout-type mechas for their speed, while the skeleton ventured down the central path. Poised for reinforcement, the numbers began to dwindle rapidly. Soren and the staff stared in disbelief. That my goodness, how extraordinarily fortunate must one be to encounter such a scenario, with the 5 scout fighters and 1 radiant A-type. The situation resembled a cat-and-mouse game, with 5 cats at that. The audience did not pay to witness such humiliation. This match was thoroughly disgusting, devoid of any technical prowess, a pure performance. The born king reveled in his invincibility, relishing the feeling of power, declaring he would obliterate any frail opponent. Failing to achieve a pinnacle left him quite displeased, yet sending the flamboyant young master to his demise would surely result in a ban. And the young master was not willing to oblige. However, unexpectedly netting a big catch was sufficiently exhilarating. The Skeleton Legion was also dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Such brazen tactics. What was the point of winning in this manner? Was this considered cunning warfare? Although unfair, the skeleton player had to confront the reality. Should he surrender or withdraw? Xiao Lu sighed helplessly, yet anyone with eyes could see that he was smirking. What a pity. I had anticipated a thrilling showdown. Yet this was the outcome. The war god number 1 of the skeletons made a turn. On the battlefield, the 5 scout mechas were closing in on war god no. 1. Yet at that moment, war god number 1 charged straight ahead, opting not to accelerate toward the fortress to in truth, given the skeleton's speed, it might have succeeded. Forget it, I concede. I'll report them for being utterly shameless. I, who am not a novice, exclaimed angrily, my youthful voice barely concealing my frustration. Zhang San and Li Si sighed deeply, lamenting the shamelessness of these individuals. If they managed to eliminate you, it would drive us to rage. Wang Zheng remained silent. Often, he preferred to express himself through action rather than words. Bone had said, the best way to deal with an enemy is to eliminate them. Wang Zheng's gaze was filled with murderous intent. System alert. A blizzard is approaching. A blizzard is imminent. War god number 1 continued its straight path towards the 5 scout mechas. It must be said that the skeleton's decision seemed impulsive and unwise. If it were me, I would certainly concede and then lodge a complaint, Xiao Lu said leisurely. Xiao Mo cast a dispassionate glance at Xiao Lu, pondering that some individuals would never comprehend the essence of courage. Chapter 18. Winning without lifting a finger? Xiao Lu was not angered by the idealism of girls, instead smiling slightly. Courage can sometimes be mere foolhardiness. The comment section erupted with fervor. Encountering each other in private was one thing, but to have it broadcast live, this incited public outrage. Yet even so, no one could take action against the other. They merely skirted the edges of propriety. One could only blame their misfortune. One must rely on luck when navigating through life. The arrival of the blizzard further slowed the mechas and severely impaired visibility. Yet such storms would not last long, and high-quality mechas would perform admirably against adverse weather conditions. Many had grown weary of the spectacle. New viewers joined, yet their numbers paled in comparison to those leaving only half of the previous audience. Clearly, many were disinclined to witness such a result. Soren was dumbstruck. This was the first day of executing his plan. Meanwhile, on the moon, McLaren was watching, his cup held tightly, not having set it down for quite some time. Sometimes, success truly requires a touch of luck. Do not let him escape. I must deliver the final blow. If I take him down, an additional 30,000 will be mine. The born king was exhilarated. This was nothing short of a climax. To annihilate him in front of so many would be immensely satisfying. This was the source of his thrill in playing CT, crushing the opponent with wealth, reducing them to tears. The detector beeped as war god number 1 entered the attack range. The blizzard began to wane. And though it still had some impact, it was not as severe. Both sides of mechas accelerated simultaneously. The blue team maintained excellent formation, with the financier protected at the center, while the other 4 advanced. In such conditions, the advantages of the mechas would become even more pronounced. Skeletons and war god number 1 were mere obstacles to be dismantled. War god number 1's speed increased dramatically. darting across the rugged ice. A stark contrast to its earlier sluggishness. However, increased speed was not always advantageous, as stopping here proved far more challenging than on other terrains. Lasers sliced through the snowflakes, illuminating the surroundings. Wang Zheng wielded a laser gun in his left hand and a titanium knife in his right, stabilizing his momentum as he advanced. Finally, they entered shooting range. The lasers roared. At this moment, precision was paramount. Damn those snowflakes. They truly hinder visibility. There's no need to aim. We'll sweep fire. There are so many of us. We'll obliterate him. Damn it, if you blow him up, the 30,000 will vanish. This remark caused a brief pause in the 4S assault, yet Wang Zheng's pace remained unimpeded, the lasers continuing to fire rapidly. Boom, 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 damn. That guy hit me. I've been hit too. What the hell? We have energy shields. Blast him. The lasers roared once more. They could no longer afford to consider the prize that if they faltered now, it would be humiliation on a cosmic scale. A concentrated barrage ensued. War God number 1 suddenly crouched low, executing a graceful arc close to the ground at a 45-degree angle, maintaining that trajectory through sheer inertia. Simultaneously, the left-hand laser gun fired coldly, targeting not a single opponent, but instead continuously shooting at all 5 mechas. The 5 players retaliated in unison. At that moment, War God number 1 resembled a spectral figure in the snow, darting back and forth, while the lasers only stirred up a flurry of snowflakes, further obscuring visibility. Damn, he vanished. No, he is coming closer. The alarms blared, signaling that the enemy's fighter was now perilously close. Everyone immediately drew their laser swords. A whirlwind of snow erupted as War God number 1 descended from above, and the 5 scout mechas were fully prepared. Take him down. The Born King bellowed at this point, no longer caring who delivered the kill. Snow fell in flurries. The 5 seemingly sluggish scouts sprang into action. They were no novices, with the weakest among them being at the bronze level. Though the Born King appeared foolish, his mecha reacted with remarkable speed. With a laser sword striking first at that moment, War God number 1's braking system unexpectedly malfunctioned, causing a sudden drop. The extreme operation of the guidance system transformed its tremendous speed into a high-frequency spin. Instantly entering the battle zone, lasers roared, and the titanium knife sparked brilliantly. Boom, boom, boom. Double kill, triple kill, quad kill. The system announcement crescendoed. With a thunderous crash, the energy shield of the Radiant A-type shattered, and War God No. 1 trampled it underfoot. The laser gun was aimed at the head. The Born King was utterly dazed, merely witnessing a flash. A halo encircled him, accompanied by sparks and lasers, and then it was over. Please, don't kill me. Let me win, and I'll give you 1 million. The Born King cried out. This was his last chance. Either live in shame or achieve immortality through battle. Boom. The lasers blazed forth, and he was obliterated. Pinnacle. The system announcement roared like a battle cry. God. Red side wins. A shriek pierced the air as Xiao Mo leaped to her feet, entirely forgetting her role as a commentator. Followed by an overwhelming uproar. Madness ensued. Boss, it's about to explode. It's about to explode. It's about to explode. The data line on the dashboard, which had been persistently declining, suddenly took a sharp turn. Soaring skyward like a rocket, shooting up in an instant. Soren gripped the edge of the table tightly, immediately calling for the analysis video. Boss, it's Qianxuan from headquarters. Pass it here. Soren attempted to steady his voice as much as possible. The image appeared. It was McLaren. Soren, congratulations. Thank you, Chairman. It was merely the simplest of congratulations, yet its significance was undeniably monumental. DAS McLaren stated, success indeed requires a stroke of luck. Boss, the 2 newly added traffic streams are both maxed out, and the number of VIPs has surpassed 500,000. The staff were rendered somewhat incoherent. Boss, the number of people upgraded to VVP has exceeded 200,000. We've set a record. Boss, the clicks have surged to over 20 million in an instant. For Soren, all this was merely a fleeting moment. One must either live in a despicable manner or achieve immortality through battle. Soren repeated this phrase over and over. No1 was leaving now. Those who had departed would surely regret it upon hearing this news. The brother internet safe, Yin Xiaosu planted a heavy kiss on Anmei. Exclaiming excitedly and surprisingly, Anmei did not have time to refuse him. Such audacious individuals exist in this world. Congratulations to player Wang Zheng and Li Si for advancing to silver level 5. Wang Zheng sat dazed at home. What is happening? He actually advanced, after a month of unsuccessful promotion matches, just like that. Little Deer's eyes were nearly popping out. How could one win like this? Are you going to let anyone live? It was a festival for the Skeleton Legion. To not afraid, countless individuals under different skies howled. This is the power of battle. This is heroism. No one left, for the analysis video was about to be released. One must either live in a despicable manner or achieve immortality through battle. The grand title appeared, and immediately countless individuals surged in, while viewers in the live broadcast were even more elated. The slow-motion footage emerged at the blizzard. The exchange of fire could only be seen at this speed. The blue team's reckless barrage was utterly futile. Not a single hair struck. They were overconfident. While the control of War God Number 1 was akin to a ghost in the snow, what should have hindered the mecha's traction had instead become an advantage. This was main engine propulsion, complemented by a sliding step. Incredible, it's all possible. Little Deer exclaimed in astonishment. Setting aside luck, the expertise was indisputable. The blizzard affected the fire of 5 individuals, yet did not hinder War God No. 1. Each shot striking the opponent. At this moment, the editor created a circle position, astonishingly firing from left to right, then right to left, with each strike landing in the same spot, indicating the attacker's confidence in their marksmanship had reached an extraordinary level. The previous deflection of the Wild King's laser was no mere coincidence. War God Number 1 in the snow was so cold, so lethal. This starkly contrasted with the frenzy opposite. Yet getting closer remained perilous. Advancing with a tilt, drawing vitality to the ground. Yet in the midst of the swirling snow, the War God had returned to normal, advancing at high speed, and from a direction they had never anticipated. The more dangerous it was, the safer it became. While the reasoning was clear, applying it was an entirely different matter. In an instant, they surged forward. The innate kings were also prepared, ready to annihilate the opponent. But an emergency reverse thrust mid-air was nothing short of miraculous. As the brakes engaged, the engine's counterforce brought the mecha down, perfectly calculated. Next came the terrifying close combat. This was an attack only possible through exhausting the snowy environment. The Kalman Death Euro, a technique used by General Kalman on Mars to eliminate 15 enemies on the Martian ice fields, but that required special conditions and mecha. This was War God No. 1. Even the Death Euro could not bring it down. When the analysis video was released, people felt a surge of madness. The sparks from the titanium knife were not an attack, but purely defensive. Blocking all strikes while the killer move was the laser gun in the left hand, executing a close-range headshot, bringing 4 down in 2 circles. The closer the distance, the more ferocious the attack power. Compounded by previous attrition, sufficient to devastate. However, the most crucial aspect was, what kind of control is this? The synergy of body and mind had surpassed what an ordinary person could achieve. Death Euro dual control. The camera froze, the direction of the laser gun and titanium knife entirely reversed with different angles of execution, while the mecha aimed in yet another direction. This was a dual control capability. Witnessing the results drove everyone into a frenzy, and seeing this analysis video sent them into a state of delirium. This was a truly divine maneuver. Pentakill. It always sounds so melodious, but the final phrase, God. This is the legendary declaration of the War God. Independently eliminating 5 mechas with over 80% damage to each, one could achieve a pentakill, but if each of these 5 kills occurred within a 5-minute interval, meaning consecutive kills, one would receive the highest honor of battle, God. The Skeleton God Descends, Chapter 19. Popular mecha. The storm-like cheers and applause rendered both commentators speechless. Faced with such a battle, they truly had no role to play. The post-match interview with the skeleton player was hastily abandoned. For the skeleton had already departed. In fact, Wang Tong had waited for a moment, but upon realizing no one was paying him any mind, he felt awkward lingering. He truly didn't think there were any worthwhile questions to ask. 1,000 yuan per question? What a wasteful endeavor. Who would have such luck? Xiaogu, add me. I just fought alongside the skeleton god. I am not a noob. Please let me join. I'm not a noob. Had sent dozens of requests to join. And Chen Xiao and Yao Ailuan were already in a flurry. Damn that wealthy Xiaosu. Where did he run off to at such a crucial moment? Rainbow logged on, and the first words out were, "What a commotion! What did I miss? Rainbow Giant, hurry and check it out." The Death Ice Euro combined with dual control, the skeleton god has once again defied the heavens, achieving an extraordinary pentakill. Rainbow was momentarily stunned, let out a curse, and hurried into VVP, where the clarity and immersion were at their peak. Although the match had concluded, the numbers remained high. This could be replayed endlessly. Damn it, I practiced the Death Ice Euro for a month and can only spin in place. I used to think such moves were merely for show, that simplicity and practicality were best in battle. I never expected such a grand technique to be employed in actual combat. Truly divine. Such moves are quite perilous. I've seen someone use it once, spun around, and ended up dizzy. Dual control, they say it requires practicing with chopsticks in both hands. Wang Zheng stepped back, arms wide open. "Come here, my lovely little princess." Even AI Na couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for Wang Zheng. Such an attack method was impossible without rigorous training. "How did you achieve that?" she asked, obediently walking over. Wang Zheng gently embraced her, settling her on his lap, finally able to bask in a moment of pride that "I told you I'm a genius. Now it's time for me to collect my dues." With interest, AI Na rolled her eyes, presenting a charmingly yielding demeanor. Indeed, girls crave conquest, and she adored Wang Zheng's dominance and courage. After a round of fervent kissing, Wang Zheng finally released AI Na. Allowing the lovely little princess a moment to catch her breath, AI Na lightly punched Wang Zheng. "You're so bold. Others dare not even breathe in my presence, yet you bully me every day. Did I come all this way just to let you take advantage of me? You are the princess of Aslan, but here it is only my sure," he declared, not giving AI Na a chance to resist. Claiming her lips once more that "if you're not convinced, I'll kiss you until you are." Before long, AI Na found herself yielding, yet this naughty fellow's tongue was quite unruly, venturing deeper. Just then, the door was suddenly slammed open, and Yin Xiaosu burst in. Wang Zheng and AI Na hurriedly separated, but they could only part their lips, as Wang Zheng certainly couldn't throw AI Na out. Nor would he want to. "Yin Xiaosu, are you trying to get yourself killed?" This guy, arriving neither too early nor too late, just as he was about to succeed. Anmei followed closely behind. Upon witnessing this scene, there was no mistaking the situation, as she too had just been bullied by the wealthy Xiaosu. Sure, come here. None of these brothers are good people, always thinking of taking advantage of us. Thank goodness you arrived in time." AI Na's face flushed. "Ahem, boss, don't blame me. It's a major event. The skeleton god has gone wild again, achieving an extraordinary pentakill, not just a godly pentakill, but an extraordinary one." Yin Xiaosu felt as though he could soar. And because of this, he had also kissed Anmei, finally advancing their relationship. Wang Zheng felt an impulse to devour this guy alive. Thankfully, he and T informed him, otherwise there would be chaos. Such trivial matters didn't warrant such excitement. "You let us go out for a meal." Whether Anmei was being intentional or not, she kept clinging to AI Na. This wingman was far too professional. No problem, boss. I must tell you, you really should see it. If you want to improve, believe in the skeleton god." Yin Xiaosu kept chattering behind. This guy, can never grasp the main point." Wang Zheng shook his head helplessly. Watching the two girls walk ahead, Yin Xiaosu suddenly realized. How could he neglect the fair maidens? The boss is indeed clever. The video can be watched later, but if he offended Anmei, he would have to bid farewell to his happy times. "Let us go. Tonight we feast. You choose the place. I'll treat." Wang Zheng remarked, "It seems that after so many rounds, we should be entitled to a share of the winnings. That, oh dear, had I known, I would have skipped my meal today." Yin Xiaosu laughed heartily. "Then we ought to indulge ourselves a bit more." And Mei teased, as if unable to contain herself without playfully teasing Wang Zheng. Sure, you have no objections, do you? Feel free," came the reply. The four of them erupted in laughter, temporarily steering clear of the topic. Wang Zheng could sense a surge of combat energy swelling within him. The concepts of death and decay were foreign to him. Merely instinctive reactions. The footwork honed through practicing on plum blossom poles formed the foundation, and at the moment of contact, he executed a side slip, instinctively employing such an attack to maintain his balance and leverage. As for multitasking under the rigorous training imposed by that twisted pervert, it hardly seemed like a challenge. That AI Na's heart raced, as she realized she was becoming increasingly unable to control herself. Wang Zheng's every move left her in a daze. What on earth was happening? The War God Alliance announced the latest mech data. The top 3 popular mechs in the solar system are as follows. Shadow Catastrophe 3. Aslan's Super Mobile Warrior Series. Renowned for its fierce combat prowess and high difficulty as an all-weather scout type, transitioning to CT remains a level 1 challenge. Yet if fully unleashed, it could become an unparalleled mobile warrior, also known as the Terminator model. Atlantis Dragon Roar. Atlantis Republic Super Mobile Warrior Series, the king of naval warfare, boasting liquid zone capabilities that are nothing short of extraordinary, a favorite among enthusiasts of maritime battles. War God No. 1. A training mech. The competition for the top 3 most popular mechs is fierce each quarter, with the Galactic Alliance continuously updating its database that, of course, the performance of high-end mechs cannot be wholly replicated. But generally, they are about 90% comparable. The appearance of these mechs always attracts high-end players. Currently, the majority of funding in military research across various federations, republics, and empires is directed towards mechs. This has become an unspoken rule within the Galactic Alliance. In an era where destructive weapons are prohibited, warships and mechs serve as the primary combat forces, particularly due to the high mobility of mechs, which has grown increasingly vital. Many scientists predict that with advancements in technology and miniaturization, mechs will become the main combat force, representing the pinnacle of human and mechanical civilization integration. However, amid such fierce competition, the permanently free War God No. 1 has remarkably surged to 3rd place in popularity. A true miracle. Many speculated it to be an official error or perhaps a newly released super mech named War God No. 1 following the latest match of the Skeleton Legion. War God No. 1 narrowly edged out the Magger Republic S Exploding Demon King super mech for 3rd place. Members of the Skeleton Legion are no longer confined to the Asia-Pacific region, nor even to Earth. Players from Mars and the Moon have begun to join. In a recent battle, they achieved an impressive 9 consecutive victories. While this win rate is not unprecedented, as there are still masters with over 20 consecutive wins. No one has managed to achieve such a rate with War God No. 1, which also includes 3 team battles. Furthermore, players have noticed that in the last 2 battles, the Skeleton Legion seemed to exhibit an extraordinary dominance. That born ruler met a stroke of bad luck, ultimately being banned for 3 months. Did he truly believe others were blind? Yet, no one seemed to care anymore. Some even felt grateful to this fellow. Without his antics, such a classic battle could not have been achieved. That it is a pity, however, that the official announcement of an interview never materialized. Later, the explanation was that due to the sheer shock of the match, the staff simply forgot to remind anyone, and the commentators overlooked the matter as well. Xiaomo also expressed her apologies on her public platform, acknowledging that despite having covered numerous high-stakes matches, she too was left speechless by this particular one, thus forgetting to ask questions that a charming beauty. Everyone remained forgiving, and the skeleton god certainly did not remain silent. His opening remarks became legendary, widely quoted among players who, as battles neared their conclusion, would dramatically declare, either live despicably or achieve immortality in combat, followed by a flurry of amen and hallelujah to finish off their opponents, despite the folly of many. The fervor for using War God No. 1 remained unabated. Perhaps it was a shift in mindset, leading players to be more cautious, attentive to coordination, and to utilize their environment. Some players employing War God No. 1 occasionally found victory, and the exhilaration following such triumph was unparalleled. This trend showed no signs of abating, especially in the Asia-Pacific region, where no one could rival them. Yet, behind this excitement, many experts found themselves unsettled. The standards of the high-end zone were facing formidable challenges, frequently hearing doubts and comparisons to the lower tiers, a humiliation for the skilled. The difficulty levels in high-end and low-end zones differ significantly. Against weaker opponents, explosive scenes are more likely to unfold, which is simply unrealistic in high-end zones where adversaries are not incompetent. In commerce circumstances, achieving a 5-kill streak is exceedingly rare, and even a near-god kill, though the mech ultimately ended the match with less than 80% damage, is already the limit, with scenes not being as exaggerated. Those in the know understand this to be the true nature of the game. The chaotic scenes below are merely for show. Aside from newcomers like Yuan, who might accept such foolish invitations, others scoff at it. Victories devoid of satisfaction and playing in such matches feels demeaning. Despite the excitement, professional players and seasoned experts remain reticent that, of course, some half-baked players boast about single-handedly defeating the skeleton god, inciting a flurry of online outrage. Volume 4. The Dark God. Chapter 1. The Science Student's Unexpected Path. Regardless of the circumstances, Soren felt elated. He had set a record. The first step of his plan was a resounding success, significantly alleviating the pressure upon him. Otherwise, he was uncertain what awaited him next. Currently, Soren was managing the Earth concert for Lin Huyen. The Tianlai Echo Company seemed shrouded in mystery, apparently not lacking in funds. Lin Huyen was immensely popular, yet her endorsement activities primarily focused on charitable causes. Despite the financial stability, Soren still needed to make an effort. Leveraging good cooperative relationships would elevate both the Skeleton Project and the CT Asia-Pacific region to a higher level. It is worth noting that the advertising fees for the televised concert had skyrocketed, as this would be Lin Huyen's first concert on Earth. Naturally, the police in Beijing would be quite busy, on high alert. The more people there were, the less room for error. Recently, the exposure of the Solar System Federation, particularly Earth, had increased since the princess's visit, and now Lin Huyen's arrival was sending out positive signals, indicating that the Aslan Empire was keen to foster relations with the Solar System Federation. Currently, in terms of politics, economy, and especially technology, the Solar System Federation greatly needed the Aslan Empire's assistance, and appearances also mattered. Under such circumstances, everything had to be executed flawlessly. IT was said that the VIP tickets for the concert had been fully booked internally, with many significant figures from the political and economic spheres already having secured their spots. Of course, the concert needed to cater to the youth, particularly students. Huyen's fan club was handling relevant matters, but tickets were indeed hard to come by. Wang, a student, had no concept of this, feeling that spending $1 on Tianxin to listen would suffice. Yet the enthusiasm surrounding him was quite overwhelming, even surpassing the inter-military school exchange competition. The wealthy Xiaosu, eager to impress a lady, went to great lengths to procure 2 tickets, without even mentioning the cost. The thoughtfulness and effort truly delighted in Mei. Happily, AI Na, much like Wang Zheng, enjoyed the music but was not a fervent fan. The school was already gearing up for the event. Zhang Shan was scarcely seen, and Meng Tian had only crossed paths with Wang Zheng once since returning, as it was said that the tactical plans were to be kept entirely confidential. Wang Zheng continued his training methodically, attending classes and spending his free time with AI Na, exploring Beijing together. Wang Zheng had finally struck a small fortune. Upon checking his balance after the last outing, he discovered an income exceeding 100,000, a substantial sum for him, ensuring his tuition and living expenses were no longer a concern. Although AI Na was a princess, she possessed no heirs. On the contrary, she showed little interest in expensive things, but harbored a fondness for street food. The first gift Wang Zheng presented to AI Na was a small glass bear pendant, ostensibly a handcrafted artifact of human civilization, costing merely $10. Wang Zheng had found it charming and bought it on a whim, only to realize afterward that it seemed rather modest. Yet AI Na adored it and wore it with pride. Wang Zheng couldn't help but bask in happiness for quite some time, occasionally pondering whether this was what they referred to as sweet rewards following hardships. Undoubtedly, university life was the most splendid. Even within a military academy, the back of the canteen, 2 large tables were pushed together. A group of individuals wore serious expressions, only to erupt in a thunderous laughter moments later. Is this for real? How is that even possible? The wealthy Xiaosu lamented, his face nearly resembling a mask. An Mei chuckled, playfully patting Yin Xiaosu. Come on, let's have another round. With that, she pulled out her lipstick and drew a fork on the only remaining space on Yin Xiaosu's face. Wang Zheng, Yin Xiaosu, Yao Ailuan, and Chen Xiu sat opposite AI Na, Yi Zisu, and Mei, and Du Qingqing. The card game was timeless. They were playing blackjack. The boys lost, so the girls drew on their faces with lipstick. If the girls lost, they would be stuck with sticky notes. Undoubtedly, the most skilled were Wang Zheng and Yao Ailuan, while Chen Xiu and the wealthy Xiaosu were merely there for show done on the girls' side. AI Na and Du Qingqing suffered greatly, covered in sticky notes. Wang Zheng felt a twinge of sympathy, yet AI Na was having an absolute blast. Wang Zheng, have you and Yao Ailuan trained together? How come you never seem to lose? Du Qingqing sighed heavily, expressing her frustration. These two are just too infuriating. Yao AI Luan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his small eyes sparkling with intelligence. It's merely a straightforward mathematical problem. A simple calculation of probabilities will suffice. Wang Zheng, what about you? I've never seen you calculate. And Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Our wealthy Su is almost at his limit, she added. Wang Zheng shrugged helplessly. I suppose I'm just lucky, that I in truth. Wang Zheng had done his own calculations instinctively. This level of mental arithmetic was quite elementary for him, especially when playing against a group of novices. It was during his matches with Lao Jia that things became truly fierce, where they had to impose time limits and distract one another to gain the upper hand. Yet, more often than not, Wang Zheng found himself at a disadvantage, unable to keep up despite his age and sharp mind. Did I ask that what you call luck? At this rate, you could be a gambling god. Yi Zissa chimed in, laughing. Sure, is this your first time playing? AI now nodded with a smile. It's not just about the game. It's about the atmosphere, Wang Zheng mused, secretly taking AI Na's little hand beneath the table. While the boys were carefree, the girls were decidedly more perceptive. That I'm done with this. Playing with you science students is utterly dull. The competition starts in 3 days, and I wonder how Zhang Shan and Meng Tian are faring. They are the pride of our freshmen. I hope they can redeem us. And Mei remarked, wiping Yin Xiaosu's face with a wet tissue. This time, we have masses. It should be manageable, right? Yin Xiaosu inquired. Don't underestimate the strength of the Moon people. Both Apollo and Zeus academies are formidable opponents. Let's just hope we don't suffer a crushing defeat. Yao AI Luan replied with a chuckle. Brother AI Luan. That seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Our strength this time is quite formidable. Chinshio questioned, puzzled. How could we be the only ones recruiting talent? Others are eager to strengthen their ranks and are more focused on cultivating local talent. Although Earth may have an average level of capability, consider how many elites from Aslan have immigrated here. Yao AI Luan explained, showcasing his analytical prowess akin to a master spy. Does that mean we are destined for tragedy? Chen Xiu said, disheartened, as the girls shared her concern. Unfortunately, from what I know, the leaders of both academies are fearsome experts. How do you know that? Du Qingqing asked, intrigued. You must know about Yi Wang. He is a special recruit at Apollo Military Academy and is now part of our Skeleton Legion. He enjoys playing CT, but his skill level only qualifies him as a substitute at Apollo. The group exchanged glances, with Yao AI Luan continuing. This exchange event is crucial. Those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to represent Earth in the Solar System Military Academy tournament. Hence, even those who are usually less visible will attend. The Yi Zissa nodded in agreement. Indeed, the mechs for the competition are provided by OMG. Those who participate in this event will likely graduate to become pillars of the military, often directly joining the Solar System Federation Army. Illuminated the faces of the group. Within the galaxy, the Solar System Federation held a prominent position, but internally, it was divided among 3 major planetary federations: Earth Federation, Moon Federation, and Mars Federation, each with its own military presence, albeit at a lower rank. The Solar System Federation Army represented the highest echelon, far surpassing any other military in terms of rank and prestige. Every military academy student aspired to serve in the Solar System Federation Army, for only such a stage could offer them greater opportunities. Are you saying we might be left with nothing but false hopes? Everyone was counting on a decisive victory this time, and Mei lamented, clearly disheartened. The reality of their situation was daunting. Turning the tide was not as simple as it seemed, and Massis, after all, was quite unreliable and could abandon them at any moment. Yao AI Luan adjusted his glasses. I didn't realize you were such a pessimist. That An Mei shot him a glance. Yao AI Luan smiled slightly. I merely prefer to face facts. Well, let us just face whatever comes our way. We are not a military academy, so let us look forward to Lin Huin's concert instead. Yin Xiaosu shifted the topic. Wang Zheng felt a pang of regret. The level of competition was undoubtedly far more challenging than in CT. The crux of the matter was that no matter how difficult CT was, it could never replicate the visceral clash of life and death in reality. Sigh. It was supposed to be a good opportunity. It's all Gutu's fault for stirring up trouble at a critical moment. With his strength, even if he can't be a main player, he shouldn't be sent back so easily, regardless of the circumstances. The inevitable was upon them. The delegations from Zeus Military Academy and Apollo Military Academy had arrived, and Gute naturally extended the highest level of hospitality, making the campus quite lively. The battles would not commence immediately. The student council had matters to attend to first. Wu Jin, the president of the War God Academy's student council, warmly welcomed everyone. The focus of the event was combat, encompassing comprehensive exchanges and discussions, culminating in a friendly sparring match. The captain of Apollo Academy was Bena, a junior and champion from the upper echelon, who also served as the student council president, enjoying unparalleled prestige at Apollo Academy. The captain of Zeus Academy was Air Kronos, a freshman and student council president, a complete newcomer. Unlike Bena's renowned reputation, this individual was just beginning to make his mark, suggesting that Zeus Academy was keen on nurturing new talent. The captain of the War God Academy was Massis, a freshman and also a new captain. It was evident that both Zeus Academy and War God Academy aimed to counter Apollo Academy through this approach, with Apollo Academy traditionally excelling in the legacy of their training. Although they were rivals, Bena's popularity remained the highest, as he was considered a superstar in academia, destined to join the Solar System Federation's elite interstellar fleet upon graduation, likely starting at the rank of second lieutenant, a leap many aspired to achieve after years of hard work. Chapter 2. The Smoke of Scholars. Bena was renowned for his strategic vision and comprehensive capabilities. Students at Apollo Military Academy referred to him as the all-purpose commander, making him one of the most influential students on Earth. The exchanges were aimed not only at competition, but also at fostering familiarity among the participants, as mutual learning and progress were paramount. Yet, this was merely a facade. Competition was indeed the crux, and everyone desired victory. During the days leading up to the event, students attending the exchange were free to audit any class at War God Academy, where professors were fully engaged, eager to showcase their own styles and avoid being ridiculed by other schools. Such occurrences were not uncommon. As the host, they were under scrutiny, and the students were elite contenders ready to challenge them. If they were mocked by their peers, it would become a laughingstock. Journalists also relished such opportunities, ensuring that the exchanges among the three military academies would make headlines. After all, the last time War God Academy hosted, an embarrassing incident occurred when a professor was stumped by a student, leading the professor to resign in shame. Although not a major issue, under special circumstances, it could escalate, threatening both personal and institutional pride. Yet some remained indifferent, like Xiao Fei. She had little to concern herself with, confidently asserting that no one dared to challenge her in the solar system. Her class was the most anticipated, as it was the most prestigious offering from War God Academy. Xiao Fei's classes were always lively, with AI Na and Wang Zheng becoming the center of attention in physics, prompting the two to seek a more discreet corner. Yao Ai Luin and Chen Xiu chose to remain in place to avoid any distractions. Xiao Fei found Wang Zheng to be a handful. She was exasperated by his lack of seriousness in class, yet she understood that he engaged in selective learning, where repetition was a torment for a genius. So she turned a blind eye. Among the unfamiliar students, Xiao Fei recognized that a couple were outsiders but continued the lesson without adjusting the pace. From their uniforms, she identified 2 from Apollo Academy and 3 from Zeus Academy. Wang Zheng had initially paid little attention until he suddenly froze. Among the 2 boys and 1 girl from Zeus Academy, he recognized the girl, Yu Jing. She had transferred to Zeus Military Academy, though she didn't seem to belong to the physics department. The 2 boys beside her appeared to have an aura suggesting they were not from Earth, likely hailing from the moon. "What are you staring at?" "Beauty." So entranced, AI Na whispered. Wang Zheng forced a smile. "Xiao Su and my nemesis." Indeed, Wang Zheng was quite innocent. He was merely delivering a message and was baffled by Yu Jing's apparent animosity toward him. As for Yu Jing, AI Na had little recollection of her until Wang Zheng reminded her. Such individuals were as common as grains of sand in the world of Aslan's princess, yet in Yu Jing's realm, she considered herself a supreme princess. For Yu Jing, the feelings were entirely different. She had finally returned, having been ousted while Yin Xiaosu and Wang Zheng, those 2 rascals, entered War God Academy. She had heard rumors that Yin Xiaosu was now quite close to Yi Zissou, a fact that Yu Jing found intolerable. Destiny is something one must strive for, and she, along with her family, had fortuitously aligned themselves with a larger family. She was determined to reclaim all that she had lost. Before coming, she had already investigated Wang Zheng and Yin Xiaosu's situations. Wang Zheng was in the physics department and reportedly well regarded by the professors. The fact that this so-called waste with a gene count of only 28 had made it into the physics department seemed utterly absurd. Yu Jing harbored profound skepticism regarding Wang Zheng's capabilities to gain admission into such a highly specialized field as the physics department. There must undoubtedly be some underlying circumstances, likely involving Xie Yusin, the granddaughter of Gu Te, who happened to be a close confidant of Wang Zheng, .as for Xiao Fei. She probably wasn't as aloof and proud as the rumors suggested. Attaining a professorship at such a young age surely indicated she had received some advantages. A student who had languished at the passing mark for 4 years could hardly be expected to experience an instantaneous transformation. Her resentment was directed towards Yin Xiaosu, Wang Zheng, Yi Zisu, the War God Academy, and everyone associated with them. Only by trampling all of this underfoot could she hope to cleanse herself of the humiliation. The first step was to tarnish the reputation of the War God Academy. How dare such a mediocre institution compete with Zeus Academy? As time passed and applause echoed throughout the classroom, students displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm for a teacher who embodied both intellect and beauty. Cao Yixi and Gong Jin, it was time for your performance. Do not let the air down. Cao Yixi and Gong Jin were clearly not newcomers, yet they treated Yu Jing with utmost respect. During the questioning segment, Cao Yixi raised his hand, and Xiao Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Standing up, Cao Yixi surveyed the room with a composed demeanor. It was well known that Dr. Xiao Fei was an authority in spatial physics. Having dedicated years to researching the transmission of warp space, one of the most cutting-edge topics currently. However, the issue remained. Within a warp state, stable coordinates could not be established. After 5 years, it was uncertain whether Dr. Xiao Fei had found a solution. That he gazed intently at Xiao Fei while articulating that warp flight combined with spatial positioning constituted the mainstream system of interstellar navigation. Yet humanity always sought to push further. Thus, the feasibility of transmission under warp conditions became a primary research direction, as it could vastly expand transmission distances. However, the challenge lay in the fact that space within a warp state existed in another dimension. And under unstable coordinates, localization was impossible. Dissenting voices within the field were substantial, arguing that this path was fundamentally misguided, merely a spectacle that squandered resources on impractical endeavors. Students challenging their teachers with minutiae were of little consequence. Cao Yixi evidently referenced the assertions of leading physicists in his critique that Dr. Xiao Fei, Dr. Ma Xiu'er, and Dr. An Lu were all authorities in the field of space, and they, alongside expert panels, had conducted extensive discussions, concluding that this methodology was utterly nonsensical. Scientists must possess both innovation and imagination, yet they must also remain grounded in foundational principles. Throwing out whimsical yet impractical topics may attract attention, but fails to adhere to the rigorous nature of science. Gong Jin interjected, producing a figure of equal standing within the physics community. Indeed, this was the case. Young geniuses often faced greater scrutiny. This debate had persisted for quite some time, as academic disputes are typically prolonged. Xiao Fei entirely disregarded the few dissenters. These individuals seemed to exist merely to create friction, as though their existence depended on stirring the pot. Thus, she was never courteous towards their provocations, but as a teacher, engaging in disputes with students would reflect poorly on her character. Spotting Wang Zheng in the corner, Xiao Fei couldn't help but smirk. This fellow was evidently enjoying a comfortable life lately, seemingly oblivious to how he might pursue such a beautiful girl. Wang Zheng, Cao Yixi, and Gong Jin, your thoughts are quite intriguing. As my assistant, what is your perspective? Xiao Fei threw a proverbial stone in Wang Zheng's direction. Cao Yixi and Gong Jin exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. Xiao Fei had not directly addressed the issue and had instead chosen a scapegoat. What could this young man possibly contribute to the current challenges facing the physics community? Yu Jing also regarded Wang Zheng. Her beautiful face momentarily frozen. Strangely, her deepest ire was not aimed at Yin Xiaosu, but at Wang Zheng. His nonchalant demeanor and indifference struck her deeply, making her ponder what sort of girlfriend he could attract. Yet the girl at his side was undeniably exquisite. Aina also realized that she was too recognizable. Merely dyeing her hair was insufficient. Her starry eyes were too distinctive, so she donned glasses, making it somewhat challenging to identify her. After all, who would expect Princess Aslan to sit here, like an ordinary person? As Wang Zheng rose, students whispered amongst themselves. The 2 students from Apollo Academy regarded him curiously, having never heard of such an individual. He seemed too inconsequential to be part of the student council's exchange meetings. The exchanges between the three academies primarily centered around the military department, while non-military exchanges were more casual, albeit still gathering the elite from various colleges, fostering both collaboration and subtle rivalry. Wang Zheng paid little heed to Yu Jing. For him, those were bygone days. Yin Xiaosu had found someone special, and all was well. However, should someone intentionally provoke trouble within the War God Academy's territory, he would not hesitate to take action. They had discussed this matter with old Jia, who often lamented that given more time, perhaps the issues would be resolved. It seemed his own research topics were of a more profound nature. First and foremost, the transmission within a warp state is undoubtedly feasible. Wang Zheng proclaimed with considerable authority. The physics students had grown accustomed to his previously quiet demeanor, erupting into astonishing displays at critical moments. Yet the newcomers found it amusing. Such audacity. Wang Zheng genuinely believed so. He spoke plainly. You, my friend, are truly remarkable. The controversies of the entire galaxy seem trivial in your presence, that I would be eager to hear your insights. As Dr. Xiao Fei's assistant and a special recruit from the War God Academy, how can you assert that this is indeed feasible? Cao Isi found the situation laughable. How could a mere freshman be so brazen? Wang Zheng smiled slightly, asserting that the crux of the debate lay in the coordinate issue, which was in fact exceedingly simple. The universe itself is in constant motion. Just because one cannot see something does not mean it does not exist. Our current method of transmission could be termed foundational transmission, with coordinates existing in 3 dimensions. Entering a warp state, however, involves the highest levels of 7 dimensions. What we need to resolve is the method of localization. In other words, we must approach localization through a 7-dimensional framework. Whispers filled the classroom as students grappled with this novel concept, intrigued yet uncertain of its practicality. Cao Isi's expression hardened. Your notion is not without precedent. But it remains merely a concept. Localization in 7 dimensions is utterly impractical. Chapter 3. Impressive. If everything were to be measured by what can be accomplished, progress in science would cease to exist. Since it is feasible, we must develop in that direction. Thus, Dr. Xiao Fei's research is undoubtedly valid. Wang Zheng remarked with a grin, and Xiao Fei nodded in satisfaction. Cao Isi found himself momentarily speechless. Research often yields no concrete results that if it did, there would be no need for research. This is the fundamental principle of being a scientist, and he could not overturn that. Yu Jing's complexion turned a shade of gray. How could this fellow remain so eloquent, spouting a multitude of terms she failed to comprehend, seemingly managing to convince others? She kicked Gong Jin. If you can't handle him, I genuinely worry for your future. Cao Isi and Gong Jin exchanged glances, their dissatisfaction palpable yet rendered moot by Li Er's promise. If they executed the task well, they would gain entry into the Solar System Federal Scientific Research Institute. Clearing his throat, Gong Jin remarked, Wang Zheng, you seem to be going in circles that we wish to know. After all these years, has the renowned genius Dr. Xiao Fei made any progress to instill confidence in us students? All eyes turned toward Xiao Fei. Indeed, after years of research, there should be some results. Yet true research is not mere debate. It consists of deriving laws from extensive studies, and they had yet to reach that stage. Xiao Fei had explored numerous possibilities, yet none had borne fruit. At this moment, she could not breach confidentiality to counter Wang Zheng. Then, Wang Zheng smiled. Of course, there are methods. Is that so? That would be a boon for the galaxy. Please don't tell us it's classified. Gong Jin laughed. Utter nonsense. If anyone had discovered a method, they would have made waves long ago. Xiao Fei observed Wang Zheng, realizing they had not discussed this matter, and he seemed intent on placing the blame on her. Wang Zheng, regarding this matter, Teacher, while it may be classified, I believe sharing a little is not an issue, of course. This is merely a feasibility. Wang Zheng paused, capturing everyone's attention. Aina looked at him, intrigued. This topic was cutting edge. Could he truly have an idea? Wang Zheng was always full of surprises, and Aina had prepared herself for the unexpected. 7-dimensional localization is indeed an uncharted territory at present. But we might consider dividing it into 2 parts. The real 3-dimensionality as a composite plane, thus transforming it into a controllable dual-layer surface, that in this context, transmission within a warp state becomes a displacement. with the localization method being the relative coordinates under the relative movement of space. The TO put it more simply, space can also move. Among the audience were some seniors, and the classroom fell silent as they contemplated the implications. As certain concepts required time to digest, Xiao Fei's gaze intensified, and after a moment, her beautiful, intelligent eyes sparkled with brilliance. Moving space? This seems feasible. The solution to a problem that had plagued her for years was suddenly illuminated. Cao Yixi and Gong Jin exchanged bewildered glances, partially grasping the potential resolution. Regardless, the mere proposition of this theory would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the galaxy. This merely underscored how understated Dr. Xiao Fei was. She had little desire to engage in disputes with those individuals. Cao Yixi and Gong Jin bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude for the enlightening discourse. The school bell rang, and AI Na keenly observed the expressions of Wang Zheng and Xiao Fei. It was evident from Xiao Fei's momentary astonishment and deep contemplation that this perspective did not originate from her. Wang Zheng, come with me. Just as Wang Zheng was preparing to embark on a life of coupledom with AI Na, he halted with a pained expression, taking advantage of the moment to relieve himself that I'll borrow your boyfriend for a while. Although still relatively young, Xiao Fei maintained a casual demeanor. Doctor, feel free. Just remember to return him. AI Na smiled sweetly. This girl is truly clever, and Xiao Fei found herself rather impressed as she gazed at Wang Zheng's retreating figure. Yu Jing felt increasingly furious, storming off in indignation, having been once again hoodwinked by his bluster. Cao Yixi, Gong Jin, how dare you two call yourselves elites, the most outstanding graduates of the physics department? It's sheer delusion. Wang Zheng is nothing but a waste, and you believe his every word. Cao Yixi and Gong Jin took a moment to process her words, still pondering Wang Zheng's statements. Yu Jing, you are mistaken. This Wang Zheng is indeed a rare genius. The theory he just proposed, regardless of its verifiability, is enough to cause a stir in the theoretical community that we simply cannot compare to him. Ignoring Yu Jing, Cao Yixi and Gong Jin continued their conversation, clearly feeling that a previously obstructed world had suddenly opened a window, even prompting them, as dissenters, to feel a sense of potential, akin to how Newton's law of gravitation was supplanted by relativity. A sufficient theory in its time that in the realm of science, truth is often relative. In the office, Xiao Fei pulled Wang Zheng inside and promptly shut the door, pinning him against the desk. This posture, Xiao Fei paid no mind, scrutinizing Wang Zheng as if attempting to see through him. Ahem, doctor, let us speak appropriately. Despite their intimate kiss earlier, their physical contact had not escalated dramatically. Xiao Fei's body pressed against Wang Zheng's, a fact that rendered the vibrant young man somewhat overwhelmed, especially given her mature and voluptuous form. Yet Xiao Fei remained unfazed. Kid, where did you hear that remark just now? Though Wang Zheng was a genius, Xiao Fei still doubted his capacity for such thoughts that he was about to mention that it was old Jia who had said it, but suddenly recalled old Jia's warning that everything between them was to remain between the two of them. Wang Zheng helplessly shrugged. Teacher, I was just daydreaming. That was merely improvisation. I truly don't know what's right or wrong. Didn't I mention before? I'm quite daring with my thoughts. It's all just rhetoric. Could it possibly hold any truth? Wang Zheng widened his eyes, as it is said that this expression might make a liar appear more sincere. Xiao Fei couldn't find any flaws in his reasoning. Sometimes, science requires a touch of serendipity. One could only say that this kid had a bit of luck. Suddenly, Wang Zheng felt something pressing against the lower part of his body, and upon glancing down, he found himself unable to contain his reaction. Xiao Fei then released him, casting a nonchalant glance. Not bad. You seem to have some substance. Too bad you already have a girlfriend. Otherwise, I might have taken you in. Wang Zheng felt utterly defeated. This was no professor. She was practically a succubus. Ahem, doctor, if there is nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Look at your lack of ambition. You're definitely a virgin. Your ideas are quite good. I will follow up with Dr. Marcos. Wang Zheng immediately fled, cursing under his breath. Xiao Fei, the enchantress, could stand there and speak without consequence that if she were not a teacher, he would show her what for. This little interlude mattered little to Xiao Fei, who, once Wang Zheng departed, began to enthusiastically theorize. Clearly, someone who spoke boldly had an emotional intelligence that did not match their intellect. Upon exiting, he promptly sent a message to AI Na. who was awaiting him in the library as soon as they met. AI Na scrutinized Wang Zheng, smiling slightly. Out so soon? I only have a few tricks up my sleeve. I can bluff a bit, but if it's scrutinized, it's over. Wang Zheng waved his hand in resignation. AI Na remained silent, merely gazing at him. Do you realize that just that one thought is enough to be recorded in history? Wang Zheng understood well that old Jia was an extraordinary man, but that wisdom belonged to old Jia, not to him. That I'm not that remarkable. AI Na took Wang Zheng's hand, sighing. I'm a bit worried now. Worried about what? Wang Zheng asked in confusion. That you're so outstanding. There will be an increasing number of rivals for your affection. Suddenly, AI Na playfully darted away. Wang Zheng broke into a sweat. Oh, my little princess. How dare you tease me? I shall collect interest. On the lawn, Wang Zheng and AI Na joyfully chased each other. Ultimately, the beautiful princess was pounced upon by the big bad wolf amidst the lush green grass. The grand assembly of the three academies necessitated the attendance of renowned professors. Yet Xiao Fei, rather conspicuously, was absent. Gut, too, found himself at a loss. He had sent Xiao Fei a message, but had been met with silence. Receiving a cold shoulder for the third time. Alas, being a principal was truly a thankless job for him. However, he was aware that Xiao Fei's project seemed to have reached a breakthrough, as her team, along with Marcos's, was engaged in urgent verification. Gut, we came half in pursuit of Dr. Xiao Fei. You underestimate us if you think we'll just sit idle. I in the principal's office. 3 elderly men were brewing kung fu tea. Speaking was Principal Jamal of the Apollo Military Academy, his golden hair still exuding vitality. In recent years, Apollo Military Academy had been unparalleled on Earth. Jamal, put away your aspirations. It's impossible to lure Xiao Fei unless that old fellow kicks the bucket. The youngest among the 3 appeared to be Adonis, the principal of Zeus Academy. That if Xiao Fei were to join us, Apollo could break into the top 50 of the Galactic Federation University this year. This was Jamal's ambition. But Jamal, you haven't T1 yet. Don't celebrate too soon, Adonis remarked. Nonetheless, it's a good thought that we indeed need to devise some strategies to bolster our academy's strength, unlike Gut's defensive stance. Both Jamal and Adonis were focused on expansion, unwilling to accept decline. Gut smiled slightly. I understand your intent, but even if we break into the top 50, it holds no significance unless we maintain some dignity for Earth. Adonis proposed a merger of the 3 academies, while Jamal suggested mobilizing elites from the 3 academies to jointly establish an independent elite academy, pooling resources to forge the strongest institution on Earth. Gut opposed this notion, arguing that the academy ultimately existed for the students, not for its own glory. Honor is indeed necessary. It fosters cohesion, strength, and belief. However, if the pursuit of power leads to a contrived formation, it would be a fundamental misstep. Given the current strength of the 3 military academies, concentrating on outstanding students could indeed achieve this, but would it truly alter Earth as predicament? It resembled nothing more than a desperate remedy. The 3 old men each held their convictions, unable to reach a consensus, and it was clear that both Jamal and Adonis sought to dominate. Gut, however, lacked leverage. Chapter 4. Fame across the galaxy. The greatest leverage was Xiao Fei. Yet it couldn't yield much in return. Both Jamal and Adonis were devising ways to entice Xiao Fei, offering the best possible conditions. Yet she remained unmoved, much to their chagrin. Gut, your thinking is too rigid. The competition is fierce. Adapt or perish. Clinging to tradition is futile. The DOU expect a genius to emerge. Even someone like Xiao Fei is already at the limit. But what can be done? Jamal sipped his tea, advising, after all, aren't you changing as well? Recruiting students from the Moon and Mars, but that's too slow. Gut smiled slightly, expertly rinsing his teacup. The exquisite flavor of Tiguanyin tea was something only available on Earth. This is my strategy, and I will persist in this approach. These individuals will not last long, but their presence allows students to recognize their own potential. I believe that as the cradle of humanity, Earth will not remain in decline forever. Jamal and Adonis felt rather helpless. Gut was akin to a stubborn rock in a cesspit, both foul and unyielding, while the military academies sought to recruit outstanding talents. They were also continuously digging for students, striving to attract quality resources. However, Gut's method was excessively lengthy and unrealistic. A classic Earth mentality. In truth, Earth was no longer the center of attention. There were indeed many zealots who clung to their culture. Regardless of whether discussions yielded results or not, they must be had. Perhaps even a small shift could occur, and no matter how busy Xiao Fei is, I will ensure she attends the opening ceremony tomorrow. Gut concluded, uncertain of what Xiao Fei was preoccupied with, as she claimed everything was confidential and had not been seen for 3 days. At that moment, the messages of the 3 principals chimed simultaneously, all from old acquaintances, prompting no particular concern. Upon opening the messages, the 3 principals, heavyweight figures in military and political circles, also serving as senators of the Solar System Federation, understood that this blue, encrypted communication signified one thing. Significant news was at hand. Jamal and Adonis exchanged glances, their expressions complex. They had just been discussing this very matter when it arrived. The situation was somewhat dire for the War God Academy, which had reached the brink of decline. Yet the emergence of a genius like Xiao Fei served as a lifeline. While it may not completely salvage the institution, it was certainly a vital remedy. However, as Gut had just noted, sometimes a single individual could indeed create miracles. Xiao Fei's latest paper had caused a sensation throughout the scientific community. Spatial mobility positioning in warp states. The subsequent text offered extensive verification. Although purely theoretical, it represented the most significant event in the field of physics in years. Xiao Fei has been sleepless for several nights, and the entire team shares her fervor. Everyone is overwhelmingly excited. Much of the preliminary work has been ongoing for quite some time, yet it lacked a directional strategy. However, Wang Zheng's insightful remarks have completely clarified Xiao Fei's thoughts, seamlessly connecting all the prior preparations. Scientists can sometimes be perceived as madmen or obsessives. Although they debate day and night, each one radiates an extraordinary brilliance. Bordering on madness, in the realm of science, they are akin to deities. This sense of glory is not inferior to that of a warrior. Perhaps this is the passionate spirit of a scientist. The publication of this paper will undoubtedly create a significant stir. If the theory is validated in practice, it would signify a substantial leap forward for humanity in terms of acceleration. This is a groundbreaking achievement. The advancement of human technology is often exponential. From Einstein to the present, history has repeatedly been altered by singular figures. Yet once such individuals emerge, technology tends to enter a phase of sluggish development. After so many years, many believe that a similar figure is about to arise, expecting it to be Tuke Allen, but reality has proven this to be a misjudgment. The true genius is Xiao Fei. This young female physicist has made her name resonate throughout the galaxy. Consequently, the name of the God of War Military Academy has also entered public consciousness. Jamal and Adonis can only smile wryly in congratulations, acknowledging the sheer luck of the old fellow. Despite their considerable efforts and preparations, they cannot match his fortuity. Gut also cannot help but laugh heartily. You too, I must go treat them. Please feel free. Jamal and Adonis exchange glances. Ah, old Gu, this is our pride on earth. We must personally attend to offer our congratulations. Indeed, Xiao Fei had visited me when she was still a student, after all these years. I knew she would create miracles. Jamal and Adonis, disregarding any semblance of modesty, felt it was imperative to be bold at this moment. Gut, of course, understood that these 2 old fellows had ulterior motives. Yet he could not underestimate them. Gut had been waiting for Xiao Fei's success. To be honest, if he had a different principal, a subordinate with so many issues and such a rebellious nature would have caused significant problems long ago. Talent is trivial in this era, as many possess it. Furthermore, she had not achieved notable results for years. Nevertheless, Gut has consistently supported Xiao Fei. His principle is to trust those he employs, allowing them ample space to showcase their abilities rather than micromanaging. The entire research lab is in celebration. The highest academy of the solar system has certified it, and it is said that everyone was left dumbfounded at that moment. Thank you, Dr. Marcos, for all these years. Xiao Fei expressed sincerely. Marcos smiled slightly. I should be the one thanking you. Having been long-time collaborators, Marcos never underestimated Xiao Fei due to her youth. Instead, he greatly recognized her ideology that a physicist requires an excellent mathematician to heighten the probability of success. This successful partnership will once again validate that principle. While most of the accolades will belong to the physicist, the mathematician does not mind, as choosing this profession means accepting that fate. The key is to realize one's value in life. Perhaps we should all thank that young man. He is a little lucky star, Marcos lamented. When he learned that the idea originated from Wang Zheng, he was astonished at the latter's mathematical genius. Haha, this young man is bound to become famous. Below that paper, 3 names are inscribed. Xiao Fei Marcos Wang Zheng. For a student, this is nothing short of miraculous, as only those who make outstanding contributions to the paper are included. Even other researchers hold no significance in this context. Without Wang Zheng's incisive insights, they might have wandered aimlessly for years, and although much of the work had nothing to do with him. Sometimes inspiration is paramount, setting one apart. The 3 principals arrived together, and Jamal and Adonis's enthusiasm was somewhat overwhelming to Dr. Marcos. I finally understand why you chose this place back then, Jamal remarked, both regretting and rejoicing. You are too kind. I merely assisted, Marcos replied modestly. Such humility! By the way, who is Dr. Wang Zheng? Jamal suddenly inquired at that moment. Adonis's eyes brightened. Yes, let us get acquainted. How could we not have heard of such a genius before? Xiao Fei and Marcos exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Jamal and Adonis looked at each other, puzzled by the humor in the question that a nearby researcher couldn't help but chuckle. Principal, Wang Zheng is a student, not a doctor. He is a freshman in our physics department. Go was momentarily stunned, hardly believing it. Upon hearing that name, he thought it was just a case of homonymy. Jamal and Adonis exchanged glances, clearly perceiving the desire reflected in each other's eyes that a freshman, a super genius, this cannot be overlooked. Yet they both wore calm smiles. Ah, you two truly support the younger generation, but doesn't this honor seem a bit disproportionate to his contributions? Jamal observed the others, hoping to spot any signs of dissatisfaction, but none appeared. Xiao Fei shook her head, insisting that his name should be listed first. Without his groundbreaking idea, this theory would not have come to fruition. Gut suddenly cleared his throat. Xiao Fei, you flatter him. I see you all are weary, so we shall not intrude further. He blinked emphatically. Xiao Fei is exceptional in every regard, yet she is somewhat naive. Jamal, the old fox, was clearly fishing for information. Jamal and Adonis understood, sharing a secret smile. While they couldn't entice Xiao Fei, perhaps they could entice someone else. Students are certainly easier to lure, as after all, both Zeus and Apollo are far superior to the God of War Academy. The 2 principals, being of genuine temperament, immediately called forth the students from the physics department to inquire if they had any impressions of a student named Wang Zheng. Kai Si and Gong Jin recounted the events in detail. Adonis paced back and forth, recognizing that a genius acknowledged by Xiao Fei deserves special attention and privileges. This is a genius among geniuses. No, we must recruit him. To break into the top 50 in the galaxy, we need not only a powerful military department, but also significant scientific contributions. This young man has a promising future. Not to mention, just his name on this paper is enough to make him famous in the physics community. That TO recruits such an outstanding student. We must first demonstrate our academy's strength before him. Undoubtedly, a splendid opportunity lies before us. By the way, I heard that classmate Yu Jing is an alumnus from the same high school as him. Gong Jin suddenly remarked. Adonis was thrilled. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Bring Yu Jing here. When Yu Jing exited the principal's office, her lips were nearly bitten through in disbelief. How could this waste, this underachiever from Dawn High School, have become a physics prodigy? Yu Jing refused to believe it. Yet the evidence stood before her. The principal had no reason to lie. She was urged to use all means possible to win over Wang Zheng, to convince him to transfer to Zeus Academy. With any conditions negotiable, the suggestion seemed to imply that Yu Jing might as well sell herself to seduce Wang Zheng. Chapter 5. Honeymoon. Yu Jing was filled with rage. Such a character was hardly deserving of her mentorship. Not all principals are easy to deal with. Adonis, for instance, is a power-hungry principal who expects every student to contribute to the academy, treating its honors as personal accolades, whether she liked it or not. Yu Jing had to show some appreciation at that moment. Wang Zheng was blissfully unaware that a significant event was unfolding to him. Xiao Fei was a benefactor, and he felt compelled to assist her whenever possible, especially since he did not want to embarrass himself in front of Na. Wang Zheng typically disliked being too serious, but he possessed a strong protective instinct when it came to Na, whether treating her like a sister back then or now. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had harbored affection for her. To Wang Zheng, Na had never been a princess. This sentiment was mutual. As Na sensed that Wang Zheng cared not for her status but for her as a girl, which made her acutely aware of his strength. As for fame, AI Na was equally indifferent. They made quite the peculiar pair. Together, they had endless topics to discuss, ranging from the mundane to the profound, from cultural matters to science, and of course, sweet nothings. Wang Zheng felt his eloquence improving with each passing day. Their relationship grew increasingly intimate, with AI Na's allure proving irresistible to Wang Zheng, such that every time they parted, he had to practice the unification technique multiple times to regain his composure. Moreover, he had recently been plagued by vivid dreams. Unfortunately, just as he was on the brink of achieving great success, a terrifying bone would appear, and the electromagnetic cannon's thunderous roar would jolt Wang Zheng awake. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. This matter has stirred tremendous excitement within the academy that Dr. Xiao Fei has made significant breakthroughs in spatial physics, bringing honor not only to the God of War Academy, but also to Earth. Everyone was celebrating, and the omnipotent Yao Allen had even received first-hand information. Wang Zheng, you are simply incredible. We will have to look up to you from now on, to be able to have your name on such a paper, God. Yao Allen exclaimed extravagantly. Yet it was evident that he was genuinely envious. Brother Zheng, achieving such accomplishments during your university years is rare throughout the galaxy. Zhang Shan also felt a sense of joy for Wang Zheng, realizing that someone from their dormitory was destined to become a notable figure. Wang Zheng, I suggest you focus on your research, he said. As for me, I am contemplating a change of major. The three of them were taken aback. Shangu, you can't be serious. Where are you planning to go? Zhang Shan grinned. During this period, I've come to realize that perhaps the mecha engineering department suits me better. Zhang Shan had been raised in a family that emphasized research from a young age. Yet deep down, he may be more inclined towards other pursuits, something he had never considered exploring until now. While individuals may possess innate talents in certain areas, what truly matters in life is understanding one's own desires and aspirations. Wang Zheng shook his head. Teacher Xiao Fei is being overly generous. My ideas were merely spontaneous. The entire validation process was their accomplishment, and I feel undeserving of such praise. Wang Zheng, you're too humble. Without your groundbreaking ideas, no matter how long the research continues, it would be futile. Zhang Shan waved his hand dismissively. You should truly consider this path. My temperament lacks the steadiness required for research. A gradual exploration will ultimately lead me elsewhere. Wang Zheng's understanding of the physical world was predominantly shaped by old Jia's teachings. While he indeed possessed a commendable grasp of comprehension, he had yet to innovate or wish to pursue that direction. Remaining steadfastly clear about his life goals, that a grand and passionate existence was what he sought. Being around you too makes me realize what true disappointment feels like, Chen Xiu remarked. Previously, he had been the center of attention in high school. But here, he discovered a plethora of talent. Yao Allen and Chen Xiu, you two are the ones truly making steady progress. You will undoubtedly achieve great renown in the future, Wang Zheng proclaimed. Yao Allen and Chen Xiu exchanged glances, dramatically expressing their agreement. Such exaggeration was commonplace in their university dormitory. Yet undeniably, this residence had birthed an extraordinary group of individuals. Zhang Shan's physique had become notably more robust. After rigorous training, he appeared significantly darker and more composed. His physical attributes were quite rare, exhibiting explosive muscular power without stiffness. Truly a natural combatant. In contrast, Wang Zheng's physique paled in comparison. Had he not been eliminated from the special training, he might have had a chance. But now it seemed improbable. Given his performance in physics, should he wish to change his major, it was likely everyone would dissuade him. Unbeknownst to Wang, he was creating difficulties for himself. Chen Xiu and I cannot be disheartened by you two. With the invincible skeleton god on our side, anything is possible, Yao Allen exclaimed. Recently, they had been filled with fighting spirit in their dormitory. These two were the most diligent during classes and self-study, effectively balancing their time. While their leisure was predominantly consumed by CT, each victory they witnessed made every challenge seem less daunting. Don't get too carried away. It's just a game, after all. Look at how you two are acting, Zhang Shan retorted, showing little interest in such entertainment. Zhang Shan, at least take an interest in mecha battles. You should watch the Skeleton Gods combat videos. I assure you, thorough research will greatly benefit your fighting skills. There's a significant difference between actual combat and CT. That game simply does not suit me. I've heard that many who indulge in it see their practical skills decline, Zhang Shan remained obstinate, reminiscent of Wang Zheng's previous mindset. However, he was unaware of the true essence of being a mecha warrior, while Wang Zheng had only experienced repairs that do of confidence in this upcoming challenge. I've heard the opponent is formidable. It's our home ground. You should showcase your prowess. Yao Alan inquired, recognizing the lack of common ground on this topic. Zhang Shan smiled slightly. Rest assured, we won't be outclassed by your little skeleton. This is genuine combat, and we will certainly bring our adversaries to their knees. Ahem, if you find yourself short-handed, remember to recommend me. I could serve as a substitute. Wang Zheng interjected that don't worry, my brother. I'll definitely keep you in mind. However, have you truly given up on Meng Tian? That girl has been training fiercely lately. She's quite admirable. Zhang Shan shifted the conversation abruptly. Wang Zheng sighed, we're merely friends. There's no deeper relationship that had I not met Wang Shishir. I would genuinely encourage you to consider Meng Tian. Such exceptional young women are rare. Zhang Shan offered his unreserved admiration. Shangu, if you like her, go after her, Chen Xiu advised. Haha, I'm just waiting for the right opportunity. This time, I must perform well. Aside from that mysterious fellow masses, the others are not to be concerned about. Dada Mixiao had become a well-known figure at the Battle God Academy, serving as the president of both the Free Fighting Society and the CT Club. Yet, as Zhang Shan put it, in the absence of a tiger, the monkeys reigned supreme. That Zhao's era had come to an end. His once impressive combos were now merely mediocre. Before long, Zhang Shan was called away for a last-minute tactical rehearsal, and Wang Zheng couldn't help but notice a hint of envy in his gaze. Feeling restless, he decided to take a brief reprieve. Zhenggu, where are you off to at this late hour? Chen Xiu inquired curiously. Yao Alan shot a glance at Chen Xiu. Fool. He's in the honeymoon phase. Why would he want to accompany two singletons? Ah, how wonderful it is to be in love. You can discuss that once you've matured. Chen Xiu teased. Before long, Wang Zheng found himself on the city transit line, gazing at the vibrant nightlife, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy for being alive and able to experience such delightful moments. His time in the cube not only honed his skills but also imparted a vital lesson, appreciation. The owner remained as welcoming as ever. He was already aware that Wang Zheng and his companions had graduated. The establishment was neither too far nor too near to the Battle God Academy, but it was evident that these youngsters were quite nostalgic. Having Wang Zheng around didn't significantly impact business, but his presence brought joy to the owner, who felt an inexplicable sense of prosperity accompanied by him. As Wang Zheng logged in, flexing his fingers, he recalled Zhang Shan's words. While CT was indeed enjoyable, it placed too little strain on his body and lacked the necessary pressure. However, there was no remedy for that. If he felt pressured, others would be unable to enjoy the game. Countless players received notifications of a particular ID lighting up. Alerts exploded, and from the network, an avalanche of messages flooded in. CT currently boasted the highest online presence and total number of players, though not everyone was glued to their screens at all times. For game developers, activity levels were crucial, and recently, the Asian region's engagement had soared. Sauron had assembled a dedicated team, working around the clock to ensure that whenever the skeleton appeared, there would be staff on hand to respond immediately and relay any pertinent information. Wang Zheng achieved a remarkable 9 consecutive victories, a staggering win rate that promised even tougher competition ahead, both in terms of skill and mecha. In the girls' dormitory, undoubtedly, it was a sanctuary for many male peers. And Mei was dragging Du Qingqing along to watch the match with Yi Zissou. You and Zissou enjoy. I have no interest in this, Du Qingqing remarked. Qingqing, this is a team activity. You must watch. It might inspire you, and Mei insisted that I asked that so. I still think Wang Zheng's physique is much more inspiring, Du Qingqing teased. What a pity. He's already taken to he is no longer just a little grass but a renowned one now. And Mei retorted. Is this you too? Does having a goalkeeper mean you won't score? I have confidence. Time will prove it. Yi Zissou replied nonchalantly, though it was unclear if she was feigning indifference. Zissou, you must have some trump card. Fess up. Du Qingqing classed Yi Zissou, revealing that many boys likely underestimated the casualness of the girls' dormitory, where wearing only underwear was far more frequent than among the boys. At this moment, the three were not overly dramatic, but their loose robes made it easy for unexpected glimpses. Qingqing, you should be mindful. Don't waste your youthful days you all are diverting the conversation to me. I am devoted to the arts. She declared that Yi Zissou and in Mei simultaneously offered Du Qingqing a mocking glance. All right, let me see what makes this person stand out, they said. Xiao Lu and Xiao Mo had already arrived, and the popularity of both hosts had seen a significant boost. Something they had not anticipated, especially for Xiao Lu. Despite receiving many greetings in the past, this attention was still noteworthy. Welcome, everyone, to the live broadcast. The skeleton appears at night. Xiao Mo, with just a hint of makeup, was said to still be a student, only doing commentary for CT because of her passion. The last 5-on-5 team battle likely left everyone wanting more. The current performances of the skeleton had caught the attention of many high-level players and professionals. However, they remained relatively reserved for the time being. But as the skeleton's wins continued to rise, even in free matches, they would likely encounter such skilled players, which was highly anticipated. Xiao Mo clearly displayed admiration. Girls were drawn to heroes and mystery. Xiao Lu, the older host, smiled slightly. You are still young, lacking in social experience. Sometimes, do not imagine things too beautifully. You might be facing an eccentric old man. Before the battle commenced, the comment section erupted due to Xiao Lu's remarks that you're the old man. Your whole family is old. Drag Xiao Lu out and shoot him for enticing our Xiao Mo. Long live the skeleton god. Let's defeat Xiao Lu. Two commentators were also observing, while the young deer remained remarkably composed, relishing the moment. The reason for his calmness lay in his firm belief in a singular truth. There exists no invincible force in this world. Every individual and every entity possesses vulnerabilities, and the mightier they are, the more susceptible they become to targeted attacks. Defeat is merely a matter of time. Wang Zheng understood that there were many preparations to be made. So he quietly awaited the emergence of his opponent, perusing the introductions of various mechas. The comparative chart compiled by Chen Xiu was incredibly comprehensive. He longed for the day when he could engage in battle with these mecha masters. Perhaps influenced by his bones, he placed greater emphasis on his personal development, striving to mold himself into a super warrior capable of adapting to any environment and employing any combat tool, which is the very philosophy of a super soldier. Presently, however, human society still values specialization and collaborative training for warriors. Some elite mecha pilots can operate any type of mecha, but only the ones they have specifically trained on can unleash their utmost potential. Different mechas require distinct operational techniques, and most crucially, they embody varying rhythms. For instance, using a scout-type mecha demands sharpness and insight. Employing a tank-type necessitates a spirit of sacrifice and valor, while utilizing a sniper-type calls for stealth, resilience, and a willingness to betray teammates, oneself, and everything else in pursuit of victory. Human beings are born with diverse temperaments, and when they encounter a mobile warrior that suits them, their combat prowess can drastically differ. Conversely, facing an unsuitable match often leads to hindrance. Thus, it is said that mechas, too, possess personalities, a sentiment echoed by veterans. Wang Zheng's situation was indeed somewhat challenging. His level was low, and his match count was scarce. Yet his win rate was extraordinarily high. A perfect 100% would inevitably lead to his elimination. The opponent had arrived, Anren Liju, a diamond-level player adept in assassin-type mobile warriors, mecha, Dark Hunter. A high-end mecha from the Mega Republic. Anren Liju is a renowned competitor in the European Diamond tier, boasting a 60% win rate with assassin-type mechas, which escalates to over 70% when utilizing the Dark Hunter. The Mega Republic excels in producing mechas designed for combat in specialized environments, and the Dark Hunter is a classic, mass-producible high-end mecha suitable for nocturnal operations in rugged terrains, earning the title of King of the Night. During humanity's interstellar maritime conquests, many battles occurred in realms shrouded in darkness, originating from the far side of the moon, where prolonged obscurity rendered conventional mechas ineffective in night combat. The decisive battlefield, Lakado Cave Planet. Within the Star Battle community, there are several unwritten maxims, one of which states, never encounter the Dark Hunter in Lakado. This planet resides in the Andromeda Galaxy, with a temperature fluctuation exceeding 300 degrees, rendering it utterly inhospitable for human life. However, it boasts abundant mineral resources that humanity could not afford to overlook. Yet, during the colonization efforts, conflicts arose, revealing a vast subterranean world beneath the planet, along with the Lakado civilization. Ultimately, humanity conquered Lakado, adding a new member to the Galactic Alliance that in the course of interstellar exploration. The naive term alien has long since vanished. It is merely a matter of civilization to this day. Lakado remains a renowned tourist destination, while its battlegrounds are a recurring nightmare for countless mobile warriors. Everyone awaited the selection of the skeleton. The Lakado Cave battlefield is characterized by its rare extreme terrain. Fighting in such conditions necessitates at least a nocturnal combat mecha and, secondly, one with strong mobility, especially in terms of torque. One misstep could lead to self-destruction. The beast-type mecha is the preferred choice. God of War number 1. Such decisions are never made with hesitation, and this time was no exception. Wang Zheng unhesitatingly made his selection. Only upon confirming the skeleton's mecha did the young deer smile faintly. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle between the skeleton competitor and Anren Liju is about to commence. Live broadcast number 873,553. Will God of War number 1 continue its victorious streak in Lakado? Let us eagerly await the outcome. As he spoke, the young deer began to tease the young lady. Xiao Mo, as a supporter of the skeleton, do you believe he stands a chance this time? As a seasoned star battle enthusiast, she was well aware of what Lakado entailed. This cavernous terrain resembled a labyrinth, fraught with perilous stalactites, severely limiting humanoid mechas, with visibility being of utmost importance. Each mecha possesses night vision capabilities. However, God of War No. 1 is merely the standard model, significantly restricting its performance in such an environment that in contrast, the Dark Hunter boasts superior night vision features, combined with formidable mobility, rendering it the true king of night battles. Xiao Mo smiled slightly. Anything is possible. Every previous match appeared improbable. That's so? Then let us await the outcome, that if the skeleton loses, may I have the honor of treating you to a celebratory meal? The young deer chuckled, his meticulously groomed beard perfectly aligned, curling slightly as he smiled, exuding charm. The comments section erupted. Old dear, your mother is calling you home for dinner. Celebrating your face, it's merely a diamond tear. Risking your life for a win, skeleton god, invincible against the heavens. In response to such comments, the young deer merely smiled gently, bemused by the ignorance of these fans. Did they not understand that every dream must eventually awaken? At that moment, Xiao Mo suddenly paused, then spoke. Dear audience, I apologize for the interruption. We have received an urgent notification. Anren Liju's account is currently being used by another individual. His master, a diamond-tier player from the European region. Johnson Doma, ID. Dark Lord. What is the meaning of this? While encountering a substitute player occasionally occurs, witnessing such an event during a live broadcast was rather extraordinary. Clearly, Anren Liju had not anticipated being matched against his master, who happened to be nearby and seized the opportunity with delight. This was the second appearance of a top-tier diamond-level expert following the Wild King. Johnson is the king of unconventional tactics, specializing in dark environments in the European zone. Should anyone find themselves matched against him in this type of battlefield, even diamond-tier players often forfeit immediately to avoid being thoroughly dominated. This individual harbors a dark, twisted, and maniacal heart that we need to inquire about the skeleton competitor's stance, Xiao Mo stated. For Wang Zheng, the distinction between passerby A and passerby B was negligible. Following this, the live broadcast resumed, and the CT work hall became increasingly bustling after this brief interlude. Data surged dramatically. Clashes of titans always spark greater excitement, and this was distinctly different from previous battles. Under certain terrains, mechas face severe restrictions. It is not only God of War number 1 that struggles, but even some high-performance mobile warriors perform poorly in cavernous landscapes. God of War number 1 versus Dark Hunter. Combat begins in 5 minutes. The official website's advertisements were relentless, and simultaneously, announcements appeared on the websites of the Moon and Mars. Though not prominently featured, as these regions rarely broadcast Earth matches unless particularly noteworthy, still, a portion of Martian and lunar audiences was drawn in, finding it intriguing to witness the skill levels from this side. However, broadcasting a low-tier match piqued their curiosity even further. Nevertheless, this match held enough intrigue. Not due to the skeleton's 9 consecutive victories, but because he is the protagonist of Lin Huayin's music video. That was the real draw. Yet upon glimpsing the battlefield and the mechas in use, anyone with a modicum of expertise began to voice their critiques that this a show, an exhibition match. Some felt disheartened. Others regretted their decision, but having already paid, they felt compelled to watch, if only to enjoy the pre-match songs and the endearing presence of that girl named Xiao Mo. However, observant viewers noted the staggering number of viewers. 524, 587. Is this the number of people watching the live broadcast? Surely this cannot be right. Are these earthlings out of their minds, tuning in for such a mediocre match? This battle's viewership already surpassed the peak of the previous one. Although there was no advance notice, its popularity remained uncontrollable. It is worth noting that many high-tier matches require at least a week's advance publicity. Johnson was fully prepared. The appearance of this skeleton had indeed drawn the attention of numerous elite players, causing them considerable embarrassment. Discussions surrounding the skeleton and the standards of high-tier players were escalating. Yet due to their status, none would dare to challenge him directly from matching up. The disparity in levels rendered it impossible. This opportunity was essentially a gift. At this point, concealing his identity held no value. He aimed to inform everyone that he is Johnson Doma, the king of the dark battlefield. Chapter 7. Blind Battle prior to the match. A compilation of Johnson Doma's battle videos was swiftly retrieved, showcasing the official's remarkable efficiency. Among them were even highlight reels of high-tier pentakills, truly masterpieces that illustrated a profound understanding of combat in dark, complex terrains. Upon reaching a certain level, mechas become standardized. However, each individual's comprehension of mobile warriors and their environments is irreplicable. Witnessing such spectacular battles, even the most prideful of competitors must concede to Johnson's prowess. In the world of Lakado, engaging him in battle would undoubtedly be a nightmare. The audience was sharply divided into two opposing factions, one believing the skeleton would continue to mythologize his victories, while the other awaited his downfall. Should Anran Liju engage, the skeleton's win rate would soar to 70%. Despite the terrain presenting challenges, the skills exhibited thus far were testament to his depth of experience. Yet if Johnson were to battle, the chances would dwindle to merely 50%, reliant solely on faith and miracles. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle commences. Xiao Mo announced with palpable excitement. The map unfurls, revealing the enigmatic underground realm of Lakado. From this aerial perspective, the terrain appears maddeningly intricate, particularly with the occasional emergence of stalactites, which pose a fatal threat to the mechs. The geology here differs significantly from that of Earth, exhibiting an exceedingly high density. Forged through millennia of accumulation, high-speed sprints are utterly impossible, as one would impale themselves before even making significant progress. Leaping, agility, and an acute understanding of the terrain are pivotal to combat in Corrado. Although Wang Zheng has yet to experience this place firsthand, he has already scanned the geographical layout before him. A photographic memory is nearly essential in such contexts, for matters of this nature. A mere glance allows Wang Zheng's instincts to form judgments. The so-called super soldiers do not rely on intellect to adapt to their surroundings, but rather on their physicality. Instinctive memory and reflexes are the true sources of their formidable power. Naturally, achieving such proficiency requires extraordinarily rigorous training that if, as Bones suggests, the Lan Empire boasts a legion of super soldiers, they could indeed reign supreme across the universe, resulting in the capacity for indiscriminate environmental combat. Showcasing the pinnacle of human capability, God of War 1. Initiate. Dark Hunter commence as the battle begins. An eerie silence envelopes the surroundings. Enthusiasts of the Lakado environment find themselves divided into two factions, as this desolate atmosphere is unnervingly quiet, instilling a sense of dread. Humanity's inherent aversion to darkness exacerbates discomfort due to visual disparities. Yet a few extremists revel in this nocturnal hunting experience. Johnson Doma is one such individual, that he relishes the tranquility, where noise and chaos dissipate, leaving only the pure anticipation of combat. This is a form of ecstasy. Two mechs advance through the shadowy cavern, their sensors continuously scanning for the opponent's presence, operating at the lowest frequency to avoid detection in this hushed environment, where noise equates to exposure. God of War 1 faces off against Dark Hunter, and for those witnessing Bones' video for the first time, it is almost incomprehensible. Are they seeking torment? Among the audience, seasoned viewers abound, some of whom do not even play Star Wars but simply appreciate mech combat, as war films are not a quotidian spectacle. Dark Hunter, with a physique between that of a wolf and a lion, is a unique creature known as a Mao in Lakado. During humanity's conquest of Lakado, biomimicry yielded remarkable results. Dark Hunter, with its nimble leaps in the darkness, is ideally suited to this environment, utilizing sound-dampening materials and an unparalleled shock absorption system. In the shadows, while vision is undoubtedly crucial, hearing becomes even more vital. Various hazardous obstacles pose no challenge to Johnson, as merely observing his movements evokes a sense of freedom and comfort. Even the most discerning audience members find themselves awestruck by such fluidity. On the opposite side, God of War 1 appears somewhat clumsy. Evidently, Bone is struggling to adapt to this environment. The humanoid mech is indeed hindered here, unable to accelerate and easily scraped by the terrain, occasionally emitting sounds that might dampen the pilot's spirits, as maintaining composure is imperative during combat. However, this pre-battle search distance affords Wang Zheng the time to acclimatize. He remains composed, even invigorated by the challenge. This peculiar environment is utterly fascinating. Humanoid mechs are decidedly ill-suited for warfare here, where flashy techniques are rendered impractical unless one wishes for self-destruction, like spinning, which could lead to fatal punctures. Soon, God of War 1 stabilizes, and the two mobile warriors draw ever closer within the dark, convoluted cavern. They swiftly appear on each other's detection screens, two red dots converging to that moment. Dark Hunter suddenly accelerates, executing a series of rapid maneuvers and entering a bend without laying an ambush. Such tactics are rendered pointless. Dark Hunter need not fear God of War 1. In this complete dominance, it suffices to seize the opponent and deliver a lethal blow. The laser roars that end the first exchange. Wang Zheng does not rush in, but instead employs precise laser fire to suppress the adversary, seeking to gauge their stamina. Johnson showcases astonishing agility, while Dark Hunter gracefully leaps through the complex terrain. Yet Bone's remarkable marksmanship fails to find its mark in this intricate landscape. Lasers are not an optimal choice. Facing Dark Hunter's advance, God of War 1 remains unperturbed, evidently possessing absolute confidence in close combat. Laser attacks are either evaded or obstructed by various obstacles. Dark Hunter suddenly vanishes, reappearing mid-air, grasping a dangling stalactite, and executing a sudden spin, launching itself not directly at God of War 1, but towards a nearby wall, deftly avoiding laser fire, while a diving mech emits a roar, its massive claws extending to sweep towards God of War 1. The entire sequence of movements is executed flawlessly, resembling a specter in the darkness. Boom! God of War 1's titanium blade is unsheathed, retreating a half-step, the blade plunging down to pin the claw to the ground, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch. This reaction is nothing short of astonishing. In the dark, human vision can falter, leading to delayed responses. Yet these two creatures appear unaffected as the punch lands. Dark Hunter's hind legs exert force, yanking God of War 1 off balance while evading the attack, claws launching forward once more. Although God of War 1 stumbles, it does not lose equilibrium. A claw swipes through the air, and one can almost hear the metallic scrape against the mech's armor. With minimal evasive maneuvers, God of War 1 retaliates with a fierce kick, yet Dark Hunter springs away, momentarily vanishing into the darkness. The electrifying exchange leaves the audience in hushed awe, their eyes glued to the infrared detector's beams, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Members of the Skeleton Legion feel their hearts race. This is the first time they've witnessed someone evade Bone's lasers and hold their ground in close quarters. As Dark Hunter retreats into the shadows, Johnson makes a decision that leaves everyone astounded, that he deactivates Dark Hunter's prized infrared stabilization system. While the creature's structure is well suited for this combat style, its night vision system is also exceptional, perfectly calibrated for nocturnal operations, minimizing the pilot's visual errors. Johnson disables the visual system, activating the ultrasonic detection system instead, a mere auxiliary tool. Without that red glow, Dark Hunter vanishes entirely into the darkness. More terrifyingly, after shutting down the visual system, Johnson's movements become even more agile, as if he is the sovereign of this shadowy domain. All his companions are left speechless. It is said that Dark Hunter's ultimate mastery lies in controlling the ultrasonic system, akin to a bat, blending into the darkness and sensing the surroundings with intuition. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in military ranks. How could one possibly appear here? Is it a deception? A mere display? The onlookers are not blind. Johnson's movements have unmistakably ascended to a higher echelon, gliding like a ghost through the night, rapidly closing in on God of War 1, which remains entirely unguarded. Due to the low audio frequency, it is impossible to ascertain the mech's position. The ultrasonic auxiliary system is designed to interpret echoes for localization. Yet the predicament lies in the fact that, damn it, God of War 1 lacks this system. It relies solely on auditory cues. Everyone is dumbfounded. This is a reckless endeavor. The hunter has breached a 10-meter radius, yet God of War 1 remains oblivious to its location. Infrared scans yielding no results. It has never been heard that a player could utilize ultrasonic localization to such a degree. If this is the case, why even engage in this game? One could simply enlist in the military as an ace. This is a blatant targeting maneuver. In the shadows, the hunter transforms into a true predator, launching an assault like a phantom. This moment, the sound of an attack is finally audible, and God of War 1 clearly realizes the enemy is behind. Yet turning around is already too late. Dark Hunter has lunged forward. Some spectators have closed their eyes. Boom. My God. God of War 1 counters with a backhanded strike, landing squarely on the claw, narrowly blocking the attack. However, forced into combat, the mech stumbles backward, and Dark Hunter leaps into the air, leveraging a stalactite to propel itself downward, crossing its claws in a deadly lock. This is an invincible rhythm of slaughter. Is there no sense of shame? Such mastery is only achievable by elite warriors in the military. What inhumanity is this, to bring such skill here? God of War 1 has lost its center of gravity. Suddenly, it seizes a nearby stalactite, exerting force to spin, and simultaneously kicks towards the descending Dark Hunter, that a clash resounds in midair. Chapter 8. God of Darkness. The two mechs simultaneously retreat, vanishing into the shadows. And as they withdraw, God of War 1's infrared vision device also powers down. The audience is utterly astonished. God of War 1 has deactivated its vision system, yet it lacks the ultrasonic localization aid. Is this a path to self-destruction? Yet there is no alternative. Illuminating the infrared light in the darkness renders one a living target. It must be noted that Dark Hunter also possesses a protective shield, making this an impossible fight, with no odds of victory whatsoever. Perhaps Bone excels in close combat, but in this environment, the opponent exhibits suppressive maneuvers. Whether seasoned spectators or newcomers, all hold their breath in anticipation. Both commentators remain silent, for this battle warrants no commentary. This is the fundamental decorum of professional commentary. It is truly a showcase of two competitors. The atmosphere was not as electrifying as that of a typical competition, yet it was more thrilling than any prior match. The War God number 1 found himself cornered, and for the first time, a player had emerged who completely dominated the skeletal adversaries. This was Johnson Doma, the enigmatic Dark King of the European region, renowned for his mysterious reputation. In high-level matches, whenever the battleground was of such nature, his victory rate stood at a flawless 100%. Often, one legend begets another. The Dark Hunter exuded a menacing aura in the shadows, with his prey locked in his sights. To Johnson Doma, his opponent appeared as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark. In a certain internet CAF, famed for its War God Covenant, a middle-aged man was engaged in combat, yet all patrons were aware that the proprietor was visually impaired. This was the legendary Dark King that in 01 knew his origins. Except for the young man beside him, the true embodiment of the Dark Hunter. This seemingly ordinary CAF owner had once been a top-notch pilot in the Solar System Federal Army's elite Dark Operations Unit. But a radiative incident during a mission had gravely injured him, resulting in permanent visual impairment, forcing him into retirement. Some might choose to linger within the military ranks, while others, who once basked in glory, opt for tranquility or return home. Yet in such serene lives, remnants of past glories often haunt. A warrior knows that the blood of battle only settles upon death. Johnson had not felt this sensation for a long time. Although he was unaware of his opponent's identity, in their encounters thus far, excluding physical factors, the adversary's reactions and maneuvers indicated a mastery that would rank high even in the military. It wasn't that he hesitated to launch a fierce attack. Rather, his opponent revealed no vulnerabilities, and what appeared as openings were mere traps. Rushing in would come at a cost. Similarly, Wang Zheng realized that his opponent was a seasoned expert, with experience stemming from acute awareness. The previous exchanges had merely been probes. In the darkness, the Dark Hunter initiated his assault. A series of booming sounds erupted, yet the unknown remained elusive. The Dark Hunter possessed comprehensive maneuverability, with retractable claws that enabled him to firmly grasp the cave's walls. Unable to ascertain his location, the laser guidance became ineffective, and the hunter had fully unleashed his prowess. Just the agility displayed in traversing the ground and walls was enough to instill fear in the faint-hearted. War God Number 1 remained motionless. Any erratic movement would spell doom as he assessed the enemy's position. Without the assistance of superhuman waves, he was surrounded by echoes, the oppressive silence of darkness amplifying the sounds of fear. Anxiety and helplessness, culminating in a sense of impending collapse. The spectators were engulfed in confusion and helplessness. Had anyone found themselves in such circumstances, facing such an opponent, they would likely surrender. In truth, most competitors chose this path. Engaging with Johnson in such an environment required a certain psychological fortitude. That moment, the seemingly immobile War God Number 1 unexpectedly launched an attack, surging forward with a sharp right cut towards an open space. But lo and behold, this was precisely where the Dark Hunter planned to move. A prediction. Such impeccable timing could not be a coincidence. Thunderous clashes erupted as the two mechs engaged fiercely. The darkness seemed ineffective against both. They were masters who could seamlessly blend into the shadows. Within this environment, their minds were sharper than ever. Wang Zheng was exhilarated. He had finally encountered an opponent of this caliber. Johnson, with his eyes closed, bore a faint smile. The first semblance of happiness he had felt in ages, that he longed to experience such combat once more in his dreams. For a warrior at the pinnacle of their prowess, departing the battlefield was a fate more tragic than death itself. Regardless of the opponent, one must fully commit to the fight. The ultrasonic assistance device was turned off. Such tools were meant for novices, and relying on them would introduce at least a third of a second delay in judgment. The player's maneuvers and equipment choices would be displayed on the screen. Two monsters engaged in combat without any assistive devices. Shrouded in darkness, the titanium blades and claws clashed, sparking an array of flashes, while the treacherous terrain posed no threat to either combatant. Their fighting rhythm intensified, leaving onlookers breathless. What caliber of battle was this? Spectators from Mars and the Moon were left in awe. Was this the current level of Earth? The Dark Hunter was a monstrous force, while War God Number 1 appeared almost ghostly. Who possessed the skill to manipulate him in such a manner? Executing inhuman maneuvers? In truth, humanoid mechs could emulate animalistic movements. After all, humanity had evolved from animals. Although quadrupedal movement might not be as agile, it was by no means impossible. With a series of relentless exchanges, the two mechs drifted apart, vanishing into the shadows. This was the hallmark of expert maneuvering. Swift as a hare, still as a maiden. The mechs fell into silence. During Johnson's extensive service, he had encountered skilled adversaries. Yet the one before him was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such activity, and he wondered if his attack patterns were still second nature to him. The Dark Hunter's engine surged with power, and Johnson felt every cell in his body awaken, as if he had returned to his former self. The Dark Hunter surged forward, a cacophony of sounds erupting. What a peculiar style of movement. The Dark Hunter's limbs moved in perfect disarray, making it impossible to predict his position, attack direction, or angle. The small, frequency-shifting advances were subtle yet controllable, rendering them virtually unpredictable in this darkness. That if War God No. 1 remained still, he was merely awaiting death. It was impossible to track his opponent's movements as before. Yet, War God Number 1 also moved, both combatants navigating the complex terrain in mirrored fashion. War God No. 1 too engaged in frequency-shifting movement. How did he manage such agility with two legs? Observing War God Number 1's movements induced a sense of disorientation. This was only possible with frequency modulation. As their proximity diminished, the Dark Hunter struck, and despite the chaos, he swiftly locked onto his target. Only those who have lost their sight can find calmness, allowing them to see more clearly. Frequency modulation proved ineffective. The inner turmoil of the deer surged. This was divine manipulation. Eliminate him. The Dark Hunter unleashed a frenzied claw assault. Leaping left and right, his dual claws transformed into a whirlwind of madness, as if countless talons descended upon War God No. 1. That the titanium blade could only offer passive defense. But the Dark Hunter had gone berserk. In this terrain, His quadrupedal movement indisputably held the advantage, with his powerful hind legs providing stability for the assaults of the forepaws. While War God Number 1 teetered on the brink of collapse amid the relentless onslaught. Frankly, had he been piloting a different mech, even with a shield, it would have surely succumbed by now. How much longer could War God know? One endure, boom, boom, boom. One arm of War God Number 1 was torn apart. Passive defense exacted a toll, and amidst the unyielding barrage, he had exceeded his limits. This was the Dark King, even if you were a god. You must bow here. Some began to roar, rallying for the victor, while the skeletal legion teetered on the edge of despair. What now? Bang! The titanium blade was sent flying. War God Number 1's defenses were crumbling, and the skeletal forces were bewildered. Why did they not evade? Such reckless exchanges exposed the mech's disadvantages to AT this moment. It was important to note that the Dark Hunter had not even activated his defensive shield. This could lead to defeat. The prey was on the verge of collapse, and Johnson awaited this moment to utterly dismantle his opponent's armament. The Dark Hunter unleashed the cross-lock, his dual claws intertwined and struck downwards. And in that instant, Johnson's body erupted with a long-lost power, the power of a warrior. His formidable maneuvers sent the claws slicing through the darkness with a ghostly luminescence. This was a strike capable of completely tearing apart his adversary. Just then, a flash of red light appeared, and War God Number 1 vanished. Following that was a deafening explosion, sparks flying in every direction. Skeleton win. What? What just happened? The deer was the first to leap up, utterly forgetting the commentary. What was happening? Had the power gone out? How could he win? This was absurd. The climactic moment was replayed in slow motion. The Dark Hunter charged forward, illuminating the environment, and finally, everyone understood why War God No. 1 had remained still. Behind him loomed a protruding stalactite. The very moment the Dark Hunter launched his critical strike, that red light was the glow of an infrared sensor that in the darkness. Especially for a warrior who had melded with the shadows. Suddenly being illuminated by such light would result in instant blindness. The more one adapted to the dark, the more profound the effect. By the time Johnson recovered from the blinding state, it was already too late. He sensed defeat in that fleeting moment. This was the instinct of a warrior. The Dark Hunter was met with a massive stalactite spike. His dual claws could not shield him in time and were pierced through as onlookers realized War God Number 1's actions. A chill ran down their spines. War God Number 1 simply took a calm step to the side. Observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 9. The Warrior's Tenacity. The small-town internet CF. Their owner was their deity, the most renowned expert here, despite his compromised vision that a godlike figure, the true war god. They could scarcely imagine that in such a battleground, Johnson would actually lose. War God Number 1 stood silently in the darkness, embodying the most terrifying of demons. Master. This cannot be. Aluo was utterly stunned. How could anyone defeat him with War God No. 1? In the world of shadows. Johnson slowly removed the sensory device, his eyes barely opening to behold the blurred world, lighting a cigarette that a smile gradually crept upon his lips. Sometimes, failure could indeed be a form of happiness. Gazing at the dazzling sparks emitted by the Dark Hunter, War God 1 saluted with the last remaining arm. Wang Zheng was certain that the figure before him was a warrior, for only a battle-hardened soldier could exude such an aura of combat. This was a mark of respect. To engage with such an opponent was indeed his honor. If Johnson was the king of darkness, then the skeleton was the god of darkness. War God 1 was no deity. Even divine maneuvers would have their limits in such an environment. Yet this was not the sole path to victory that on the battlefield. Factors such as psychology and environment could dictate the outcome. Everything was a preparation for that final strike. That was a suffocating calmness. What kind of mental fortitude was required to remain so composed in such circumstances? The roar of battle echoed, with various animalistic cries emanating from the skeletal legion, who, until the last moment, could hardly believe they had turned the tide. That was the most exhilarating spectacle they had ever witnessed. Their opponent was simply extraordinary, and the advantage was overwhelming. But a god is a god. And victory was still within reach. Countless voices sang the battle hymn of the skeletal legion, resonating through the spectator area. Meanwhile, a more rational segment of the audience couldn't help but sigh in resignation. If there are limits to skill, then the overarching strategy and attention to detail were truly extraordinary. Little Deer felt parched and emotionally drained, his mood swinging wildly. He hadn't felt the thrill of triumph lately. What a tragedy this was. Uncle Old Deer, to live is to believe in miracles. Xiaomo flashed a radiant smile, gently tapping Old Deer's wounded heart. Did I end the live broadcast? Old Deer felt a wave of dizziness before collapsing. The studio erupted into chaos. The emotional roller coaster had proven too intense, especially since Old Deer had immersed himself so deeply, identifying entirely with the skeletal opponent, exerting himself to the utmost. The number of VIPs surpassed 800,000. With VIPs making up 500,000, these figures were astonishing. Not long after, the official analysis video was released, a tribute to the immortal warrior, Johnson. Indeed, it was Johnson, this former Special Forces soldier, renowned for his remarkable achievements. May have left the military, but he was not forgotten. His body could no longer endure military life, yet he found another way to survive. His spirit remained eternal. People finally understood why Johnson could achieve victory after victory in Lakado. He was the true king of darkness. So, who was the skeleton? In this world piloting War God 1, he could actually overcome real soldiers. What an incredible judgment! After the previous battle, the skeleton once again delivered a masterpiece. This was a salute between warriors. There were no roars, no howls. Only the calm confrontation of two soldiers, a clash of experience and precise judgments. The terrifying sensory perception alone was enough to intimidate many. Those who relied on bravado were quickly reduced to nothing in such a setting. And to possess such insight into the environment without reliance on instruments was truly a rhythm that left opponents in despair. This battle demonstrated to all that regardless of who you are, what rank you hold, or how impressive your identity may be, here, only strength can lead to victory. Let us join the skeleton in transcending the ordinary. This was the title of the analysis video presented by the chief strategist of the Skeletal Legion. Many university students were engaged in conversation, commenting on someone's handsomeness, another's impressive physique, or speculating about others' romantic escapades, when suddenly, the boys' dormitory erupted in wild howls that it was a primal scream. There was no other way to release the pent-up passion within. Now, that was true mastery. Those relying on equipment were utterly outclassed. Yi Zissou and her companions exchanged glances. Girls did not express themselves in such a manner, yet the three remained in stunned silence for quite some time. Was this even human, to have the energy to notice anything else in such a moment? Du Qingqing muttered, though she did not fully understand, that during explosive battles, even onlookers found it hard to focus on anything else. Maintaining control of the entire situation was an essential quality for a commander, the Yi Zissou lamented, saying it was easier said than done. Yet throughout human history, those great figures had achieved this. True strength lies in grasping the most critical point within the overarching situation, which is often the most easily overlooked. This was the hallmark of a strategist that A.N. May sincerely remarked, "Wow, I'm even interested in him now." Haha, be careful your wealthy suit doesn't leave you, and May chuckled. Glowing with newfound confidence, it is indeed no exaggeration that a girl in love is at her most beautiful. That I'm curious, who exactly is the skeleton? Johnson is undoubtedly a master within the military. Although his body has been affected in CT scans, that impact is at most 1 or 2%, that Yi Zissou exclaimed, with others nodding in agreement. That it is worth noting that the skeleton piloted War God 1, a mecha that was practically a gift in Lakado. Without undergoing rigorous dark training, one would never adapt to such darkness. And this darkness was child's play compared to the maddening, suffocating void of bone. In fact, this darkness felt rather fortunate to integrate. When one perceives death as a luxury, integration becomes trivial. For Wang Zheng, encountering such an opponent was a blessing, affirming that all his efforts were worthwhile. This was not merely a battle. It was a clash of wills that he could sense the other's effort and perseverance, which made him feel that his own dedication was valuable, that he was not alone. That salute was a gesture of respect for his adversary. Here, there were no losers. Xiaomo, being a girl, was moved to tears by the immersive experience of such a battle. The background music remained Lin Huin's Not Afraid, echoing the sentiment that in this world, as long as there is courage, nothing is to be feared in that small town. Many in the internet CAF were learning about Johnson's background for the first time, believing him to be merely a gaming enthusiast with impaired vision. Though it was a loss, applause resounded through the air. Johnson was a hero. Xiao Mo fought back her excitement, determined not to forget what she had overlooked last time. Skeleton player, I represent everyone in asking the most pressing question. Do you have a girlfriend? Xiao Mo's face flushed to him. Not that one. My question is, why did you choose War God 1? The number of VIPs was nearing 800,000 and still climbing. Lin Huyen lay on her bed, busily writing something, her cheeks still glistening with tears. She felt increasingly sentimental. This was a genuine battle, filled with resolve and passion, a melody of persistence. She never anticipated that this could inspire her. A brief 3 seconds stretched into what felt like 3 days as everyone waited in silence. Then, under the collective gaze, words appeared on the screen. Forever free. Was it the legendary super god response? Sauron nearly toppled from his chair, having speculated various possibilities, the most plausible being that only War God 1 could unleash its full combat potential. And the result? Of course, no one took it too seriously, yet some girls were driven to frenzy. Chun Xiao and Yao Ailun noticed that due to those 4 words, requests for female players to join surged dramatically. What was happening? To girls, a stoic hero was best admired from afar, but a hero with a sense of humor was the perfect romantic partner. Innocent Wang was savoring the battle, quite satisfied with the pressure from his opponent, which compelled him to remain vigilant. What was considered a disadvantage in this terrain for War God 1, in certain contexts, became a powerful weapon. As for that response, it was indeed a genuine, unembellished truth. Free was the undeniable principled in the Shangri-La Hotel. Aina was reporting on her living conditions, bound by the constraints of being a princess. Freedom was relative. The royal family staunchly opposed her peculiar wishes, only agreeing out of principle, while hoping Aina would uphold her royal duties on earth. Although her identity was confidential, as a princess, she must adhere to certain responsibilities. Yet, because Aina was a paragon of the Galactic Alliance's royal family, there was little concern. Merely an observation of public sentiment that in this birthplace of humanity, there was a rich cultural atmosphere. After an hour of tedious discussion, Aina finally concluded the week's tasks, feeling a headache at the thought of the future. She knew she was playing with fire, but even as a moth to the flame, she couldn't control herself that moment. She envied Echo, who, as a fellow princess, could pursue her dreams of singing freely. Yet, who could blame her for being the first in line for the throne? Perhaps when that girl arrived, she could seek her advice. Her cousin was known for her cleverness and had far better ideas than her. Even though Aslan had relatively low expectations for other heirs, becoming a public figure was no simple task. However, Echo had managed to persuade the royal family in just a few days, and they were quite satisfied with her current contributions.